Hi guys, Gina here, and this is TFT at the Esports World Cup. We were lucky enough to catch up with some of the players ahead of the competition, so let's head inside the player lounge and see what they had to say. All right, Team Vitality representative here. Thank you for taking the time. Let's start off with a little bit of a discussion of how it was getting to the event.
So our team initially boot camped for 2 weeks in Paris before this, to adjust for the time zone because they're only 1 hour behind Saudi. It was really fun, and then we flew here last night. It was pretty smooth, and the venue's really nice. So,
have you had a chance to see some of the other players yet?
not really. We haven't got to talk to anyone, but we did see some of them like in passing and like hallways and stuff. Yeah.
So when it comes to the competition, we know that TFT doesn't necessarily have quite a lot of LANs. So for this experience, like coming here, seeing the players, being able to see people when you play against them, how are you going to approach this?
So TFT is usually just like we're playing online. So LANs are pretty special and pretty fun to play at. It's nice seeing like the other people. But it's pretty much the same, honestly. Like, so our team was here last year, so we're not nervous or anything. So we're just gonna approach it like how we normally do.
Okay, I like that. Approach it day by day. You have the boot camp. You're here now, adjusted to that time zone. What are your expectations for Team Vitality?
So last year we were pretty close to winning. We lost the semis. This year we're trying to get like revenge, I guess. We're trying to win. I think we're in pretty good shape. We have a good chance to win again.
Okay, I love the confidence. So you know how it goes when you win, you get a trophy, you can pick 3 keys to put in there. Do you have anyone particularly in mind that you really want to go up against?
So we are 1 of 2 teams from NA, so we probably want to take like the other NA team's key. And then I guess 2 other teams would be maybe like two EU teams, because there's always some like NA-EU rivalry. Yeah.
I love how that transcends across every game title. It's always NA versus EU. But some final words maybe for the competition. You can look at the camera and let them know.
Team Vitality is gonna win. We're the best. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much. All right, Citadel in the house here, ready for some TFT. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling great. Yeah, I'm doing great. Randy is awesome.
All right. So let's talk about some TFT. Let's talk about the route to actually being here in Riyadh. How has it been for you guys leading up to this point?
So we had about a 1-week boot camp in Canada. That was pretty good. We scrimmed some teams, like 1 team every day, played some solo queue. The flight here took about 8 hours for us to get to France, and then another like 6 or 7 hours here. Honestly, it wasn't that bad. I don't think any of us are like really jet lagged, so that's a positive, but we're really looking forward to competing tomorrow.
The thing with TFT as well is that you guys don't necessarily get a lot of LANs, if any, so this is really that opportunity for you to be here, meet your friends, meet the other players, get that LAN experience. How are you approaching this differently than an online tournament?
Yeah, I'm really excited to be here. This is definitely my first LAN. Never been at an event like this before. I think for practice, it's been like the same for me. Just try to, do my best, lock in, and, go in with the expectation that we can beat anybody.
All right, I'm looking forward to the NA versus NA clash that we might see at some point, you never know. But the beautiful thing about this tournament is that when you win, you get a trophy and you pick 3 different keys from 3 teams to put in there. So when you go to those finals and you win them, are there any specific teams that you really want to beat, crush their keys and their hopes, and put in that trophy?
I actually can't say that we have any team like that. Maybe Vitality, because they're the other NA team that we're really looking forward to playing. Yeah.
How about you?
Yeah, I would say Vitality for sure. The players on that team, I think those players actually really got me into playing TFT. They were the first players I really watched and looked up to. So I'd be really excited to be able to beat them.
Okay, I'm looking forward to that NA versus NA rivalry. EU is here too, right? So you got to remember that. But when it does come to the expectations that you have for the team in this tournament, what is your goal?
Well, I mean, I think some of the other teams are obviously like really strong, right? Like Vitality. I think Mouse from like EU is really strong. Wolves are really strong. T1. So there are like a lot of great teams here, but I'm pretty sure our team is good enough to actually win it all. So that's what I'm going to be looking forward to.
Okay, I love the confidence that you're ready this. For you, any final words that you want to say to the teams that you're going up against?
Yeah, we're winning. Don't even bother showing up.
All right, perfect. Thank you. We got Sevi here from Mouse competing in the TFT tournament as well. An EU team that we had a conversation with NA and they were like, yeah, we really want to beat EU team. So let's start there. What do you have to say to NA?
I think they just saw it because of the last close qualifier where they got absolutely stumped by EU. So yeah, they have to make it back now.
Honestly, that makes a lot of sense. NA will always be NA in whatever title we talk about. But I would love to hear about your experience so far, getting here to EWC, seeing all the players, because, you know, TFT doesn't really have any of those LAN experiences. It's usually all online. How has that been?
I mean, everyone's looking forward to this. Like, most people tried really hard to make it here. Usually, even the streamers that usually stream the whole time take time off just to make it here. So for the TFT circuit, this is a really big tournament. It's the only 4v4 tournament in the year, and obviously probably one of the biggest lands besides the Paris Open at the end of the year. So yeah, everyone's looking for this, and yeah, it's going to be a big one.
It is indeed, and the really nice theme here as well is that when you win, you have your trophy, and you can pick out 3 keys to put in there. Are there any teams that you have your sights set on that you think, yes, we need to get those?
Obviously, I would like to beat Vitality. We scrimmed a lot against them. They're good friends of us. Maybe T1, because they usually beat us in scrims, so I would like get revenge in like officials. And then maybe Team Falcons also to like get a really good run to like maybe knock out all the favorites.
All right, that would actually be like a very sick trophy that you guys would have. So I'm looking forward to see how it plays out. But in general, when it's been like your expectations coming here on LAN, seeing the team, what are you looking forward to the most?
Meeting everyone that you know from online. It's not the first time, so I met most of the people, but there's still new faces. And then like just getting the experience. I've never been to this country, so obviously new experience culturally as well. And then obviously we prepped a lot, we prepped hard, we did a long boot camp, and yeah, obviously we're here to win.
I love to hear the boot camp, the confidence, the win. But in general, what do you have to say to some of the teams that you're going to be going up against? You can look right at the camera and send them a direct message.
You guys better watch out and you're better prepared because we are sharp.
Okay, I like that. Thank you so much. All right, we've already had a little bit of a conversation when it comes to Mouse, how it's been for you guys to get here, the boot camp that you've had. I would love to know about your individual expectations for yourself in this tournament.
I think I have a good meta read, and for myself, I think I can play pretty good, and also help my teammates. And I think if like everyone is playing individually good, it will be a good tournament for us for sure.
I'm looking forward to seeing Mouse here, and we've heard a little bit of ramblings from NA. You know how NA is, they always like to go up against EU teams and beat them, or try to beat them in that sense. What do you feel like are going to be the most competitive teams here for the tournament?
I'm pretty sure it will be from NA Team Vitality. We streamed in a lot, and I think they are pretty competitive. And also like other regions, I think China has some good teams like Falcons or Wolves, the winner from last year. I think these are like the most competitive ones.
And when it comes to you guys' performance, you've talked about the scrims, about the boot camps. What are you looking forward to the most when it comes to playing here on LAN?
Play the game and like just win it all. I think we are a pretty good team, and I think I'm pretty sure that we can win it for sure.
Do you have like one dream team that you want to beat?
Probably Team Vitality. They are the most known, and it's always fun to play against them, and there's always a big rivalry against them. And for the players, for example, between me and the players, like we are bantering a lot, and so it will be fun to beat them.
All right, well, thank you so much for your time. We have Milk here from Vitality as well. We heard a little bit of rumblings coming out from EU, a little bit from Citadel. They're saying, oh, Vitality is the team to beat. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I think historically in the West at least, we have the best results of all the teams in 44.
Okay, so when it comes to the road that you guys took to get here to Riyadh, the travel, the boot camp that I've heard of as well when it comes to Paris, how has that been?
It's been fun. I really enjoyed Paris. We were there for 10 days, I think, and yeah, it was a lot of fun, and hopefully win this time.
So you're here on the land this time around. TFT has not too many of those. How's it been like in terms of meeting everyone in person and getting to really see your opponents when you're going up against them?
Honestly, I feel like TFT's been long enough that we've like seen everyone, basically. Everyone's met each other, but TFT has not many lanes, so it's really nice that I have a really competitive lane.
And the really beautiful thing here on this LAN as well is that when you have that trophy, you get to pick 3 keys to put in there from the opponents that you've crushed, or, you know, just random keys that were crushed. Do you have 3 teams on your hit list that you really want to take down?
3 teams, probably Falcons, T1, and Mouse.
All right, I like that. And anything you want to say to all of the teams that, you know, you're gunning for this tournament? You can look straight at the camera and let them know.
Oh yeah. Hopefully we high roll, and you guys low roll, and we win.
All right, well, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
It was super fun catching up with the TFT pros here on the LAN, the first one of the year. We're going to be heading over to you guys, and I hope you guys enjoy it just as much as we do.
When the world of business is constantly changing, you need to stay ahead. So what about AI to generate new possibilities? Machine learning to predict what customers will like? Or expand your business by forecasting delivery routes with real-time data? With the power of the cloud, imagine how AWS can transform your business.
I'm back. I'm fired up and ready to go. Time to see what's going to happen on the carousel.
Welcome, one and all, to Teamfight Tactics at the Esports World Cup, where the grandest tournament meets the greatest strategy game in the world. My name is Sia Lee, and I am so excited to be your host here on the B stream for TFT, joined by my friends Barry and Tamura. Guys, how are you enjoying the new set?
I'm enjoying it a lot so far. I think right at the beginning we had a little bit more flexibility with what was viable, but since then, as we'll see as this tournament goes on, maybe not being as flexible, but I'm still really enjoying the new mechanics, these new power-ups. It's so exciting.
Yeah, the new mechanics, the new power-ups, the changes to the item system, and also the roles of some of the new champions and units. It's been really interesting to see how players are adapting to that as we're trying to make changes to the whole system, which is improving the longevity of TFT, I would say.
Yeah, and this new set is quite exciting, and there's going to be so much time to dive into all of those details. But first, let's look at EWC and what this is all about, and look a little bit more at the format explainer for the entire tournament.
This is the Esports World Cup Club Championship, the ultimate cross-game competition that will crown the best esports club in the world. Let's break down how it works. Clubs will be able to compete at the Esports World Cup in as many titles as they can qualify for. The clubs will then earn points based on their placement in each title. To qualify for the club championship, a club will need a top 8 placement in at least 2 competitions. But to win the championship, a club must place first in at least 1 competition. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the 24 clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the 27 million, with the winner taking home a staggering $7 million. And of course, the title of the best esports club in the world. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
Week 6 of the Esports World Cup here, and TFT is on the stage, but currently we see the update presented by STC for the Club Championship. And as of yesterday, we have a new leader.
Yeah, TL just jumping into the lead. So Falcons had that spot locked down, and now in the business end, we're into that 6th week, and TL is now taking the lead. And when we're coming into TFT, you look at those top 3 placements especially, these are 3 teams, Tamura, that we expect to have strong showings, and that'll really play an impact on the Club Championship.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's really exciting that we can see TFT as being a small cog in a larger system. You know, they're playing for their clubs now. They're playing for more than just themselves, playing in that team environment, and it's really good to see.
And one of the things to note as well is you need to have a win in a game in order to win the Club Championship. We did have Twisted Minds add that win with Warzone, but Virtus.pro, who is sitting there in 4th place, still needs a win, and so maybe TFT will be that game.
It could possibly be, and we'll be seeing them today on the B stream as well, so hopefully for them it'll be a good start. But like you said, any team that now needs a win is thinking, okay, TFT, last year we maybe didn't have the best showing. Some of these sides in TFT, they didn't have necessarily the 4v4 experience, but now the Club Championship's on the line, the likes of Virtus.pro, everything to play for.
I love that you bring up the lack of previous experience, because it did feel a little bit rushed last year. You know, clubs trying to get their TFT teams signed, all of that organized. However, now they've had so much more time, so much more preparation, that teams were signed well before the clubs, and they've been able to boot camp and have a lot more preparation this time.
And they're all competing for more than just a TFT pride and winning a tournament, but they're also competing for probably the sickest trophy in all of esports. Let's check out what this looks like.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The Game Trophy, when a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see, and it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the Game Trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in gold and stone? At EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
What an amazing demonstration of what it means to be a victor here at EWC, but not just fighting for these trophies, but also for a pretty large prize pool.
It certainly is a big prize pool for these players coming in here. This team format, 150k for the winners. I mean, not just the pride of participating potentially in helping your club get to that championship, there's also this tournament prize pool, and the players have a keen eye on that.
Yeah, and they've been working so hard and long for it for a long time. There's a lot of money on the line, but it's not one of those tournaments that you know auto qualify for and then now I can win a lot of money. They've been thinking about this for a long time. They've been working hard in a team environment, and we've seen a lot more support staff as well going into that as well. So it really is big picture TFT here.
Yeah, and one of the unique things about this tournament is that we are on land, right? The players are right behind us. Not only that, but the trophies are right behind us. The hearts of their keys and all these things are on display. We'll be able to see the keys crushed when people drop out of the tournament too. It's going to be awesome. But this tournament runs pretty uniquely to any other TFT tournament because of the 4v4 format. And we have some graphics here to help us explain. It will be a 5-day tournament starting off with 16 teams.
Yeah, so coming into this day one, every team will be playing each other once in this group stage. So we're coming in here, and there's not do or die for any of these teams. If the first win is going to be so important, 2 are progressing from each group, but then we will be getting to that elimination stage tomorrow. So for Tamura, coming into day one, it's not do or die for these teams.
Yeah, they can take a breather. If they do have a bad first showing, it's okay. They can bounce back, and it's really going to show the teams which ones have been prepping well together, because they've been taking a lot of bot 4s, 8s, and losing in scrims, I'm sure of it. However, how can they bounce back in a team environment and boost each other up?
Yeah, and they've been obviously practicing for a long time, but they get one game today, right? Yeah. One 4v4 game, best of 3, and we're going to move through the groups throughout the day. So we're starting with Group A, then Group B, Group C, Group D, and that's how we'll finish up today with each of those best of 3s. And best of 3s will continue until the very final day, where that grand final will be an epic game of 5. I can't wait for it.
Yeah, and with best of 3s especially, as I said, today isn't do or die for these teams, but it's the same for the first game of each series as well. So there's a lot of time for these players to recover if they don't have the best start to the day.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's see some of our teams here on screen now. Starting with Group A, this will be the first matchups on both of our teams. But first, look at the attending teams. All 16 teams on our graphic. Which ones are you guys most excited to see?
I think Team Falcons coming into this have to be one of the favorites. They have 2 of the winners coming from last year that were on that Wolves roster. They've now moved over to Falcons. Falcons have assembled this CN super team almost, and we really expect them to have a strong showing.
Yeah, I'd love to look at T1, and that's going to be one of our first matchups. So really exciting to see their storyline progress from a strong showing last year. And they've picked up a new teammate, but they've kept a lot of the same roster.
Yeah, we see our Group A here. T1 versus Weibo will be our first matchup on stream, but also Team Vitality and Al-Qadsiya on the other side. Team Vitality is also a team of favorites. All 4 of the roster from last year, where they're able to make it to a top 3, will be on there. But Group B we see here on screen, which will be the second matchup of the day.
Yeah, Group B, coming in there, we have the All-EMEA first match between Aegis and Maus, so that's a French-German rivalry, which in TFT was already a big rivalry. And then we have the VN representatives with Virtus.pro against, as I mentioned before, those potential tournament favorites.
Yeah, so they're going to be, VP looking to be a bit more of the underdogs, going up against the giants of TFT. There's a big eyes on them, as they have, big shoes to fill.
Yeah, and that matchup specifically is a great one, because those 2 teams are both at the top 5 of our club championship standings. And so that first win will be huge for their chances in this tournament. Group C on the screen now. This will be their third matchup of the day. Flash Wolves and Twisted Minds up at the top. One that I'm really looking forward to.
Yeah, especially I think this Flash Wolves roster coming in, maybe a bit of an underdog in some people's minds, but a lot of these teams coming out of CN and APAC had that ACL practice before, so a lot of 4v4 experience. And then Citadel, Fnatic, Tamura coming in, NA versus EU, another big matchup.
Yeah, really exciting to see Fnatic with the switch up of the roster, if they're able to, kind of live up to the expectations that they might have had last year.
and Wolves Esports, the returning champions, back at the top of Group D versus Rock Esports, and then EVOS versus Team Liquid. Team Liquid currently in first place in their club standings and have a very good chance of making another run here in TFT.
Yeah, I think they certainly do. I think TL in this group may be one of the favorites along with Rock.
And as we move along into today's schedule, we'll see that displayed here. This is our schedule here for B-Stream. Weibo Gaming versus T1. We see getting loaded up onto the stage behind us. Very excited for them. But there's also 4 matchups today.
Yeah, some really big hitters. We talked about some of the potential favorites here. Falcons is on the B stream, TL on the B stream as well. Not just in TFT favorites, Club Championship contenders as well. So we have some great matchups, but that first one, very tasty.
We're so excited to move through the entire day, but guys, it's going to be an electric week of TFT, 5 days of competition, and it's going to be so exciting to watch it all because 4v4 specifically is very unique when it comes to TFT. Usually it's a solo played game, but now you take half the lobby and half the lobbies in your team fighting against the other half. How is that going to change the way people play?
I think we do see a lot lower caps sometimes in 4v4. Players are holding to deny a full team. So some of these compositions, we're not going to see them max out to the extent that they have done in the past. But I mean, last year we saw with the 4v4, a lot of players hadn't really had too much experience with it. This time, as we've already mentioned, they've been boot camping for like 6 weeks, some of these rosters, so I expect to see a much higher level this time around.
There's a lot to expect and a lot that we are going to be thinking about coming into it. However, I also want to point out that so many of these teams have been boot camping completely hidden. They've been keeping their cards behind their pocket. We don't know what they're going to be bringing to the stage because we've seen a lot of it on solo queue, but I'm sure that what they're showing to the public face is not the whole picture, and that's what I'm excited to see today.
And it's very interesting because last year at EWC, a lot of the teams we were like, oh, these are our favorites. We think these guys are going to win. Didn't have the best showing. But don't worry, we're back with more predictions. We think we know who's best. So we have a bit of power rankings presented by Aramco on our screen. And let's talk about some of these favorites real quick at the top.
Yeah, so this is a collaborative effort by all of us across A and B stream here. So Vitality coming in. This is the roster they actually wanted originally last year. So Prestevant has joined this team already last year, had a strong show and get to that semi-final stage, and we expect them to do even better this time around.
Yeah, and also shout out to T1 up next. So they've brought in a lot of their strong players from before. Bintium, special shout out, as he's been to Worlds 5 times. He's going to be really leading the crew. They've brought in a new signing as well. And then next up, we also have Falcons as well. So obviously a very, very powerful side as well. Big money going into them as they are, crowned as favorites by many in the public eye.
And our last favorite, Twisted Minds, having the only player here with a Tactician's Crown, which is one of these set championships. And so with Shunga on that roster, they absolutely have some high standards. Moving quickly through the rest of these, the contenders tier, what do you guys expect from them? Is this just like, I think they're going to make it out of groups, or they might even win the whole thing?
I think these are teams that initially people thought, okay, maybe these are going to be really strong rosters, and then didn't have the best qualifiers, best ACL showings. I think Mauers in particular, you look at this and you're like, if I could build a German super team, it's that side. But in the EMEA quals, they weren't the strongest. Everyone thought they'd kind of run away with things. But since then, we've heard really good things about scrims. People are scared of this roster, so they potentially have got it pulled together.
I want to give a mention to Liquid up next. They've got the Brazilian signing, and also the fact that they're at the top of the club championship. So I don't know if that's going to change the team dynamic. They might have some of the managers kind of breathing down their throat. Come on, guys, we really, really need this. So that'll be interesting to see if they can bring it home.
Yeah, and now we have that whole underdogs level that we're not really saying like we don't think they're going to do, but these are teams where like, hey, you guys are sleeping on them a little bit. They very much have an opportunity to upset some of these contenders and make a run for themselves.
Yeah, I think every team that we've mentioned there, ultimately they've went through the qualifiers, they've had things like ACL already. A lot of them are the same rosters from last year or partly. So I think a lot of teams here can cause upsets, even though you might look at the roster and think, it's not the most star names, 4v4, it's ultimately them.
Well, it's also interesting that this year we've had a lot of people come in through the qualifiers where they didn't need that world experience. So last year, pretty much to get into the tournament itself, you had to have a very stacked resume. You needed to have a team that was built off the foundations of some world's players. But we've seen these teams actually form very coherent teams with the same nationality, speaking the same language, and they've potentially played together in the same study groups, and they're showing that in a team environment they can compete.
Absolutely, and we'll see that demonstrated in our first matchup of the day with this head-to-head we see on screen presented by SNB. Weibo Gaming versus T1. This is a very, very hype matchup just to start off our tournament.
Yeah, and it just shows the quality of the teams across the tournament. Coming in with Weibo here, I think Saupimi has to be one of the potential star names on this roster. They all went to Worlds, but he's at this 2 times World appearance, 5th place highest finish. Really, really impressive. And I think you look at some of the other names through this, LPTZ, Guan, Tianlong, a very, very stacked roster, but Sao Pimi coming in as the 2nd seed from China, Weibo should be a force to reckon with.
Yep, and then we can see also T1, I've already mentioned previously, Bintim, 5 times world representative, is going to be leading the team. We also have SCSC, who's been to Worlds multiple times as well, and they're bringing in Duni Zuni as well, and they've finally swapped over to Crazy Moving. So only one, small roster change, but the fact that they've been able to prep together for so long means that this is going to be a team that's coming into the EWC with over a year's worth of experience.
And Weibo Gaming is one of these teams from the CN region that we look at with very, very high caps, right? CN was regarded as the best region in TFT for a long time, and they have some of these superstars on this team.
Yeah, it feels like CN early on was the power region, and then since then we've seen a shift where a lot of the regions have contenders. Every World Championship, every crown, there's contenders coming in. But yeah, like you said, the likes of Tianlong's been around a long, long time. Touchdown before Sao Pimi, a player with so much experience that, yeah, CN had this reputation early on as the super region, and these players have just continued to be at the top.
Yeah, I wanted to mention also that in the early days of TFT, CN so dominant as well, and then we've started to see some of the other regions do well. Interesting to note that over the last couple of years, they've actually started to form more study groups. I was told online by Tanner actually that it's common in other regions that everyone's in study groups, they're in Discord calls all night. A lot of the CN players, they were actually just playing solo, so they were dominating the top of the scene, playing solo. Now we're in a 4v4 environment. It's going to be interesting to see the shake-up.
Absolutely, and their opponents are T1, which is somebody we look at as these guys really are sitting at the top. These is a high pedigree organization, especially within the League of Legends and now TFT World, headed by Bintum, who we just saw on screen.
Yeah, Bintum 5 times crown appearances. This is a player with so much history. A player I do want to touch on, Tamura, you talked about him a little bit. Crazy Moving has a lot of pressure coming in because this team came 2nd last year, and they decided that, okay, we're going to take Bobe out of this, who had a good showing at EWC previously, and they've went in this direction. So that puts a lot of pressure on the newcomer.
Yeah, especially that he doesn't have the same accolades as some of the top players. So it makes me think that he must have really gelled well with the team. He must be a really good fit, and they must see something in him that makes the 4v4 a really complete team as a whole.
And 4v4 is all about that teamwork, right? Taking an individual game and now making it into a 4v4 team mode. And I'm so excited to get this started. But before we do, guys, let's look a little bit more about what this looks like. It's going to be the 4v4 dynamic is super interesting, especially as they look across the stage from each other, because your goal is not always to go first.
No, it's certainly not. Essentially, 18 points is that cutoff point. If you get to 18 and you have a first, your team will win. So we're looking for teams to get to that 19-point threshold. Those 8th places you really want to avoid in 4v4. It makes it incredibly difficult. You suddenly need to you said you don't need a first. When you have an 8th place on the team, suddenly you're like, oh my god, we need somebody to be able to turn this around and put together a winning composition.
Yeah, now you need, the first place if you've got 8. But interestingly enough, we've actually seen previous winners, Wolves taking a lot of 8s. The statistics show that they had so many 8s placed, but it doesn't matter because if the team is being lifted up. So that's an interesting dynamic. I wonder if they're going to have players who are going to sandbag and really try and take out the other players, even if it means they're going 8.
Well, let's hear from one of our teams. We have an interview with T1 featuring Bintum and Crazy Moving. Let's hear from them.
Takes out the last hope for T1. Big Bad Wolves have won the EWC.
저희가 지난 EWC에서 울브스한테 결승전에서 아쉽게 패했었는데 사실 그 당시에 준비가 잘 돼 있던 상태라고 생각을 했고 울브스가 그 당시에 정보가 많이 없던 팀이긴 해서 복병 예상 외에 이제 복병으로 치고 올라와서 당한 느낌이 있었지만 이번에는 이제 더 파악이 된 만큼 우승까지 해보도록 하겠습니다. 지난 크레이지 무빙 선수를 영입하게 된 크레이지 무빙 선수가 워낙 TFT에 대한 경험이 많은 선수고 EWC도 경험을 했던 선수라서 대회장에 갔을 때 저희 팀을 리드해줄 수 있는 역할.
사실 제가 프로게이머 생활을 한 15년 정도 해왔는데 처음 시작할 때부터 꿈의 팀이 T1이었는데 들어오게 돼서 너무 좋고 그리고 우승을 노릴 수 있는 팀이라서 더 좋은 것 같습니다. 사실 이번 EWC TFT 대회가 팀전으로 열리는데 제가 그 전에 팀 게임을 좀 많이 경험했다 보니까 뭐 콜적이나 아니면 브리핑 같은 부분에서 도움이 좀 많이 되고 있는 것 같습니다.
이번 연도에 저희가 바라는 거는 당연히 우승이고 이번에는 작년보다 준비가 더 잘 돼 있다고 생각하기 때문에 좋은 결과로 증명하겠습니다.
사실 개인적으로는 제가 커리어 하이가 세계대회 준우승이에요. 그래가지고 이번 대회를 통해서 멤버도 좋은 만큼 커리어 하이를 좀 이루고 싶습니다. 우승으로. 다 부시고 오겠습니다.
I don't know about you guys, but that got me all kinds of fired up. T1's winning the whole thing, I'm pretty sure. If they're better than they were last year, better prepared, now with Crazy moving, I mean, I don't know.
You can see how confident they feel. There's no doubt in their minds they're bringing this home. So they have to start strong if they put this out there. They've kind of came in swinging, expecting this big result, so they need to start day one to show what they're talking about.
Yeah, it's great to get a little bit of insight into the player dynamics, the fact that they've signed up Crazy Moving and they reckon that he's actually more of a leader. You know, he's taking that role, and despite the fact that he's the new guy on the block, it's great to see that, you know, you can have someone that can stand up, be a little bit louder in the voice comms, because it's a 4v4, you know, it's an environment where you really do need someone to take charge sometimes.
15 years as a professional gamer, that's a lot of experience that will definitely be helpful here on the EWC stage. T1 looking to run it back and not be runner-up this time, facing off against a very formidable opponent in Weibo Gaming. This is going to be a best of three, gentlemen, and it's going to be a good one. Do you guys think this will go 3 games?
I think this one will. I looked through the day and I saw potentially some way you can see a heavy favourite this time round. We have 2 other sides that we expect to do really well. I think we're in for 3 games.
Yeah, for sure. Especially if T1 does drop the first one. I feel like they're a team that, you know, you can't count out, and I think that their camaraderie and their ability to play as a unit will be really, really good, and I think they can bounce back in a 3 series.
And here we go, launching into game number 1 of the Esports World Cup in our first matchup between T1 and Weibo Gaming.
And as we do get into this first game here with myself, Barry Baden and Tamura, we're looking at the meta. We didn't touch on it in the pre-show, but we can do it now as we've got into this first game. What are we expecting to see? Because there's one particular comp, Tamura, that's going to shine ahead of the rest.
Yes, and that one particular comp is going to be playing around the Gangplank. So we know that this is a very, very dominant 2-cost. We're going to be looking for that stretchy arm so that we can get a ranged GP. And you don't even need to have artifacts in order to enable that. It's going to be very dominant, even as a 2-star.
Yeah, the artifacts just elevate it to the extent where you're looking at a potential lobby winner. I do think in this particular meta, we're going to see the GP2 used to tempo on, and then it's going to be pushed towards those level 8s, level 9s. It's going to be very rare we see GP3, but like you said, if one of those artifacts comes along, that's when the lobby winner is almost determined.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see, you know, how much they're willing to push levels, because we've seen, you know, they can roll down a little bit on 6, but they do want to get to level 7. It's very, very important they do pick up that rise and get the 4 mentor online, because this is what really just enables the team comp. It's not just Gangplank, like the other mentors are really strong as well. We've seen a lot of dominance from Kobuko, as we do see Crazy Moving picking up a Katarina. Another 2-cost reroll comp that I think we can see a bit of. It's just a little bit hard because players will be denying the Katarinas.
Yeah, it certainly will be. It does, with so many people potentially playing GP, it does mean you can potentially get that Katarina 2 really early. We saw it picked up there with the Midas instantly as that power-up, so leaving the potential if the items do come through, maybe you can temp off the back of it and pick up a bit extra gold, but we're going to see so much gold in these particular lobbies. These power-ups, for anybody new and hasn't played this set particularly, these power-ups can just accelerate your econ to an incredible extent.
Yeah, and they're going to be using that as tempos. It's very easy to just play around units and then remove them. We are, you know, taking a while to choose our augments, which makes sense in a 4v4 environment. You can't be hasty about this. You can't just lock something in because it might ruin your teammates' abilities to shine. So I don't see Executioner Crown getting picked up, but we do get rid of a little bit of a randomness there. We don't want to be playing around the Wandering Trainer if we think that someone on our other team needs to be playing a specific line, as this could really ruin 2 players' games in one bad decision.
Yeah, worst case scenario, you end up contesting your own teammate, and we've seen this before in 4v4. It can cause a real big problem. Crazy Moving here, picked up that early Katarina with that Midas touch, clearly talking to the team there and decided, Executioners, this is my line. The rest of the game, we know what everyone else will be going towards, but I have my direction.
Yeah, that is actually quite interesting. I'm eating my own words there. It's not a standard line that I've seen too frequently, but maybe they've had some success with it. Maybe they just want something to lock themselves in, because we know that a lot of these other players are going to be contesting similar lines. And honestly, I thought that Katarina was just going to be used as tempo to farm a little bit of gold. But maybe we're going to be playing a standard line there, as we do see a Jinx picked up here from what I do believe is the unexpected expectedness. So maybe they want to pick that up early and then see what they get from it, then the other players can decide. That's one of those augments that might have been selected a little bit earlier than the other decisions.
Yeah, you talked about the randomness aspect potentially not being as favoured, but if you do have the one person on your team go first, and then they potentially take something like that, and then they have the Jinx come through, you have Star Guardian as an option, you can also potentially lean into the Snipers line with Juggernaut's front line, which has been very successful. So a few ways you could take this.
And SCSC, we can just see on the other side, has managed to pick up the Flicker Blades there. So the Living Forge picked up means that we are going to be seeing multiple artifacts on that end, but that's just such a dominant artifact. We've seen it on the GP, especially if you can get onto the stretchy arms, the range. We've seen it on backline. If you can manage to get into Crystal Gambit, then the Ashe dominates with that item especially, but a great pickup, and if we're winning rounds early, then that's just going to scale out of control.
Yeah, Flicker Blade's incredible on GP, the likes of RFC as well, Sniper's Focus, any of these things just accelerate the comp so much. Flicker Blades is, I suppose, a little bit more flexible in that we know how strong GP is, but the likes of TF, incredible on it as well, so potentially even in the late game, it could use that on another carry if additional artifacts do come through.
Yep. And we can see Blue Buff being slammed over there by Salpimi. He's got the Buried Treasures, which is a very, very good 2-1 augment pickup. It allows you to be strong in the early game and just start slamming items because you know you're going to have an abundance of them. With previous changes to items, and I do believe it was the last set, we saw players favoring some of these item augments earlier just because you're not guaranteed to be able to get 3 items for your carry, 3 items for your tank, and then having utility on top of that.
Yeah, and I think in 4v4 especially, when you know your matchups coming through, if you have one of your teammates, Shimmer Scale Essence, you can have a long fight. You can go, okay, let's remove our damage from this fight. I want to stack this Moguls and get 2, 3, 4 gold potentially. So it does mean you can really tailor that and get extra econ coming through.
Yeah, and the econ is especially important as players are going to want to leverage that, especially in the mid game. Early game, you know, they can hold on to it for a little bit, but because we're going to be playing a denying game in the late game, sometimes these players aren't even going to make it that fast, though. Want to make sure, and I just want to hold that thought for a second because we do have a Sterix slam there with the Flicker Blades, which is a little bit unconventional there with the Ezreal, but I mean, it's an item, it's a slam, it will make more sense as we get further late into the game.
Yeah, it certainly will. I think in general in 4v4 as well, you look, okay, which is our win streak player, which is our potential 5-loss player, and if you looked at these slams and thought that could potentially get me there, then it's always worth trying to have this. We do see on the other side, we're going to have the Zac Hero augment coming through, so we actually touched on this a little bit backstage. We were talking about how viable this will be. Obviously, coming in here, you're going to hit it for free, and you can temp off the back of it. And I think Zac can certainly cause quite a lot of problems, especially in this GP matchup. This Mentor line has so much CC. Zac doesn't care about that at all.
Yeah, and I think that protagonist, you know, it's something that's just picked up by a lot of players in solo queue because they feel that, you know, if I can guarantee my carry, you know, I get the right items, then I'm going to be put into a really, really comfortable spot to play for a high placement. And, you know, in a 4v4 environment, that kind of allows them to be the player to start denying units earlier. You know, they don't have to worry too much about holding onto a lot of gold to hit their units because they're guaranteed it anyway.
Yeah, certainly the case. Just as a quick overview here, we can see exactly what everybody does have coming through. As you mentioned, that Buried Treasures for Salpimi. There's so many of these compositions. I think if he's leaning towards potentially something like the Yuumi line, you can even, if you get those extra AD items, compare it with Caitlyn. So we do see that particular composition really liking extra items.
Yep. And we see some of the other options. We do see a lot of favor towards the Shimmer Scale. We've got multiple players who've picked that up, seeming to favor the econ. I wonder, you know, are they able to stall out some of their fights if they have matchups against their own teammates? Can we try and stall the fight? Can we get it going longer and farm even more gold? The only downside that I would say towards that style of playing is if you have something like a Gargoyles, the Moguls on the front line, is if they can't kill that unit, they're going to be doing devastating losses to their opponents.
Yeah, you don't want to be in a position where your teammates made themselves weaker so that you can scale that Moguls and get as much econ as possible, and then you're just getting 4 or 5 board. So that would be a bit of a devastating result from it. So I do think some of these, we've already seen players here shifting, selling some of their carries, keeping items on the bench. They're already thinking of potential matchups. They don't want to be doing massive damage to their own teams.
Yeah, and on top of that, talking about sacking boards to try and make their board weaker against some of their teammates. Be interesting to see, you know, how flexible these players are playing around their fruits, because when you do pick up a fruit that matches your carry or your front line really well, you want to hold on to it so you can be stronger for the entirety of the game. But sometimes you might want to actually just remove that so that you're not dealing out horrible losses, especially in the early game.
Yeah, I do think coming in as well, in the past, magnetic removers were always really powerful in 4v4. You can make yourself weaker, you can give that round to your teammate. Now with the power-ups coming through, it does even give the potential, another way to make yourself weaker, as you've said. So I don't think we'll be getting to the point in stage 5 where people have 4 or 5 power-ups remaining. I think they're going to be more frequently popped on, popped back off.
Yeah, and I'd say that we have quite a lot of standard augment selections. Nothing's kind of jumping out to me too crazy. We'll see a little bit more variance when it comes to certain players maybe having one player taking something like the Wandering Trainer and then the others deciding. But it honestly seems like for the first game, maybe they're just playing a little bit more comfort-based. They don't want to be throwing too many things out there and then just sticking to what they know for now.
Yeah, and like we said, it's the first game of the first series, so there's a lot of time to experiment and show extra things as the days goes on. Don't want to be in a position where you've played your hand and you've revealed something that you've been keeping close to your chest in scrims and you don't want to come out swinging with it straight away. I do reckon we'll see something come out at some point from one of these teams that basically none of us expected.
And we actually just saw a pre-level there from Dooney Zuni, maybe trying to look to find some higher cost units. A lot of the times when you're playing around Zac as your frontline, they're duo carrying the Kale, of course. However, with the protagonist hero augment, we don't need to stay on level 4, we don't need to roll lots. We're going to be collecting a lot of copies of the Zac anyway. But speaking of rolling, we do have a crew game lined up here for LBTZ. Looks like they're going to be popping a few rolls here and just trying to get the most of it. Really, really good setup here. I like the fact that they've got the moguls there onto the Malphite. It's usually a solo frontline unit in this comp, so it's good to see.
Yeah, this comp, Shimmer Scale Essence coming in for crew is really, really good. That when you get that Gamblers, Ziggs loves this item. So early game, you can run it on top of Sivir potentially. We already see a Ziggs pair coming through. We kind of thought that there'd be a crew game potentially every lobby because it's just reliable. It's something that can get you into that top 4, potentially even a 5th place, which in 4v4, solid enough.
And it's really hard to deny. When you're talking about 2-cost rerolls, such as the GP, and trying to go for it, a lot of the players, even if they're pushing to level 8, they are going to be holding on to the copies of the 2-cost. 3-cost especially as well. However, when you're talking about a comp which relies on hitting your 1-cost early, it's really, really hard to deny it because you're not going to have the ability to hold on to that much econ. You're going to be really griefing your own game if you're holding on to lots of Sivers or Malphites. And especially with the extra econ from the moguls, they're going to be doing so much of their rolling on 3-1 that they should be getting close to their 3 stars by the second carousel.
We do actually see here just there's potentially one on each team. So looking on the other side there, LBTC and Bintium both look like our crew players. So both still pretty likely to hit. It is a composition that can support 2 players, but potentially one of them is going to be a little bit lower cap. So whoever does get this crew rolling early, gets at least 2 of them 3-starred, will be in a much stronger position.
And it's interesting that they have the exact same augment selection there with the Shimmer Scale, so they're going to be playing a very similar game. I wonder if it's kind of like a defense thing. If someone has that options to the Shimmer Scale in a 4v4 setting, and then they scout and they see that someone else has taken it, and they're going to play the crew, they go, okay, well, you're on defense. You have to play against that, because if we just give it to them for free, then they're going to get a free crew game. Yeah,
and if you determine that someone else on your team has a really, really good spot, you could be like, okay, I can deny someone on their side that has a really good opener. We can hold hands and go potentially 5th, 6th together. The other 3 players on my team have a better spot than their 3, so it could have been a factor for you.
Yeah. And yeah, you do have to at least have some copies of it, otherwise you're going to be falling way too far behind and then you're just going to be throwing your own game. So you do see Dooney Zuni in a very, very powerful position here. Does manage to pick up extra Ionic Spark there as well. So it's going to be very, very powerful with this Zac here, as we've seen, a lot of HP preservation here. 93 HP, not on a massive win streak, but definitely saving a lot of HP, and it's going to be putting himself in a very good team spot as he can now start to look to deny as much as possible.
Yeah, and you touched on it before about how off the back of this protagonist, you're just going to guarantee that 3-star, you keep pushing levels. With Zac especially, you can potentially have the second Zac 3-star as a tank, which sometimes the comp is missing. We know how good Kale alone, once you get to 9, even at 2-star can be. So this is a really, really good one for just allowing you to tempo. It provides a tank while you're waiting for that 4-star. It allows you to just go 9 with Kale. Should be in a really, really good spot.
We did see Dooney Zuni holding on to the Spark just to make sure in case he versus one of his teammates. However, he does have access to 2 removers, so maybe he's been bullying his team a little bit in the early game, or maybe the losses weren't too devastating. As we do get a look around the rest of the boards. We did predict this earlier when seeing the Flicker Blaze there was going to be playing on towards the GP. So slamming the Sterix there didn't make a whole lot of sense towards the Ezreal, but save a little bit of HP. And now this is a very fine item because it's decent on GP. And then if we do get access to something like an Edge of Night, or we want to go for something else like an IE to get a little bit more damage, Sterix is a great slam because it can go on Koboko, it can go on Yasuo if we get to Yasuo 3. There's so many other options.
Yeah, really good tank item. Just looking already has a rise to mirror. So econ-wise isn't looking too good. has so many pairs that I assume SCSC decided, okay, I must hit one of these, and looks to have dug pretty deep, and that hasn't been the case. Does have a pair of pretty much even Rise at level 6. Holding that Rise is going to be really, really important. It's going to be such a contested unit. As long as he can get 1 or 2 of these upgrades coming through in the next few rounds, he should be fine. If not, his econ is looking a little bit suspect.
Yeah, the good thing about GP is at least he can farm some of that econ back, but he really needs to be getting this 2-star online, because that's when you're going to start to farm and have a lot of money income throughout all of Stage 3. It looks like he's rolled down very, very deep. Not sure if he was willing to sell the Rise pair to maybe bring up his econ a little bit more. It's not a unit that's, traditionally itemized too much in that line. It can do well if you get towards the late game and you have items on your Kobuko, your GP, and then finally you can start to get some for your Rise. But even Yasuo is often favored as well. So it'll be interesting to see if he can hit that and then still tempo, because his items are really good. It's just the rolls he's not hitting.
Yeah, we talked about Rise being a potential hold in pretty much every game. But like you said, when his econ's in such a rough spot, that maybe isn't going to be the case.
See Bintim there picking up a belt on the Leona, as we see a few other things going past, but I don't think we've seen too many players in a position to be playing around that line. It's like relatively standard, but a lot of the times when the Sorks are heavily contested, players do like to default towards the Yuumi and the Leona. It's very, very good synergy, and it's nice way to build a board. And there we do see finally the GP2. Now this board is looking very strong, and we only have 10 gold to work with, but I think we can start to build up our econ again.
Yeah, it's such a cheap board to be able to stabilize. We know how good it can be. GP can just start farming you so much gold, should be really strong. We do check in here with one of our crew players who is rolling really, really deep here, is trying to get ahead on this line, ahead of the opposition. Is in an okay spot, but has rolled pretty deep and has yet to hit that Sivert. You just need to get to that two crew 3-star point, and then you can really scale off the back of it.
That's absolutely brutal, especially when you have to play up against someone who's doing exactly what you are, and they're going to be taking all of the same units. And we can build up a little bit more money with this Gambler's Blade. The Moguls is going to be proccing for quite some time, but unfortunately we do get sniped out by an Akali. Having our carry in the corner means that it's very easy for Salpimini to position that Akali, and Akali, a very strong unit, especially picked up with anti-heal and a Rabadon's, is able to snipe backline.
Yeah, and in these particular compositions where you have that solo frontliner that is just massive, Akali absolutely eats these up. The backline is just a free hit. Even if you position around it a little bit, you're still going to be, eventually she will find her way on top of your carry. And in this particular comp we touched on, it's very solo frontline heavy. We do see is closing in on potentially some of those 3-stars, but as you've said, not in the strongest position.
And Salpimi showing off his skill, showing off why he's one of the best players in the world. He's got the buried treasures as well as Savage. Like, he can do anything from here, anything that he sets his mind to. A very interesting board kind of set up here. We've got double Steric slammed as well, and very unconventional line, I would say, but it seems to be working as picking up a couple of wins. Go back to the exact polar opposite with Dunizuni, who's got a very standard game, hasn't had to cook that much here. I'd say this is a very standard way to play Zac.
Yeah, 2 completely different spots. Someone that's left themselves very flexible, which we didn't think would really be happening too much in this particular meta. So Salpimi doesn't have a lot of HP to work with, so I'm a little concerned of if they're able to stabilize off the back of that. But as you've said, a player here that is in a perfectly good spot, has that Zac. Unfortunately, we'll be losing this round to the Katarina player, but Katarina, we know how strong they are in Stage 3.
And managed to pick up the Healing Orbs as well for Katarina. Very, very powerful. Healing Orbs as an augment is very strong when you have a super tank, and then all of your carries are killing things like Leona, and then Leona just keeps picking up the Healing Orbs. Or you do the alternative route where you have a melee carry, and the melee carry unit is going to be getting the kills, getting the HP back, and especially when you have items like Hodge in the execution line, they're going to be getting so much extra damage by staying full HP.
A fairly early Cassante picked up here, so does have the Akali and Cassante. Could lead towards that all-out. The extra items is really good in this composition. You do need to itemize 2 full carries, and then you want things like Protector's Vow on top of Jarvan. So it does have the core of the composition already. Would be relying on hitting that all-out, and needs a few more items for that Cassante.
He has a lot of swords. You can see the Sterics. You can break them apart. Yep. The only thing that I think he's missing is the gloves. You really want IE on the Cassante when you're playing the all-out variant, as well as the fact that Akali really likes the Hodge. So we're going to, need a couple of those to come through, but we can get away with what we have for now. And if you hit 2-star Akali with Rabadons plus those items, then maybe you can just deal with that and get the, true Biss onto your Cassante later.
And the expected player here coming through actually looks like they're pivoting towards this Soul Fighter line. So it's something we thought might get played a little bit. Potentially this variant where it's more so leaning into the Volley Bear carry. We've seen Volley has a really good matchup into the likes of GP. A little bit of rolling down here, and has picked up the core of that composition.
Yep, and we can see over there on SCSC, he's managed to pick up an RFC. So yeah, there's the range. You know, he's got the flicker evades. He doesn't even need stretchy arms if he didn't want it. He's going to have infinite range here. Interesting with the RFC though, some people still sometimes go for it. I do believe there's a slight difference between takedowns and kills when it comes to RFC, as well as the stretchy arms. So maybe he'll still go for it just to get that guaranteed range extender. However, regardless, his spot's looking really, really good. He just needs more money.
Yeah, and it does mean that position-wise, it's so easy to keep this GP safe. You can put them on the second row straight away. There's no risk that you're ever really wrong side. GP is just going to be untouched for the entire fight.
Okay, this was a hard game to play before this, but now we've picked up that bronze for life. I think he even had a really easy option. I think there was a last-second save, another really strong augment selection that people really like to pick up because they know it's just guaranteed healing. However, Sarpim he's showing up. This is going to be either a masterclass or a disaster class.
Yeah, we'll have to go back to them a bit later on to see if they were able to stabilize that. The one thing that potentially they do have in their favor, some of these salvage bin turns, and when you're doing this massive pivot, you can take a really big loss. If he does come up against one of his teammates, it might be able to just help him a little bit, just take one of those smaller losses, stabilize somewhat.
Yep, and we can see there's the Prowler's Claw there picked up for the Yasuo, so he's going to be dashing around a little bit more than usual. We've got some really nice items there on towards the front line. The utility there from the Koboko is going to be getting a lot of extra HP there. It does have access to the Sunder, and you know, keeping your GP safe, yes, true. However, we did just get charged by Cassante and then jumped onto by an Akali. So GP is running away, and it looks like he's going to be getting towards the back line, and Akali is not able to get back onto the GP anytime soon. And he is able to heal all the way back up, and wow, what a dominant show from a team built from 2 stars.
Yeah, and it just shows how powerful that GP is, because the positioning, as you said, was quite good. Cassante and Akali did both get onto GP. GP was just able to kind of de-aggro. Akali left. GP went to the back line and just cleaned everything up. Checking in here with Bintium, one of the 2 crew players in the lobby. It's level 6, 10 gold. Not the strongest position to be in, but we did expect both these players will be having a fairly low cap.
And if you look over there towards the right side of the screen, we can actually see the color of the jerseys is quite a nice indicator of where our team's standing. And as you start to get into stage 4, it gets a little bit dicey. Having multiple players below 50 HP means that as they do finally stumble their way into stage 5, they're only going to be on 1 to 2 lives. It's going to be very, very dangerous, and you do have to verse your teammate at some point. And if any of those 3 bottom players verse each other, then they're going to be in a lot of trouble, whereas it looks like T1's got a lot more HP to work with.
Yeah, and for T1 here, they'll be aware of this. They'll be looking at that and thinking, okay, we will have 3 players currently in the bottom 3. Maybe now we roll. Maybe now we go a little bit earlier. It might be you were considering holding back, waiting 1 more turn. If you're potentially putting a player into kill range, you pull the trigger 1 turn earlier. As we saw there, SCSC, we know they're going to be in a really good spot. Bintium was happy to take this loss. Bintium's aim is just to try finish 5th, 6th place, just get some points on the board.
Yeah, they're really going to have to go hard on a couple of the players, because if you know you have a player like SCSC who's most likely going to be winning out, Bintium was in a pretty comfortable position, but then just dropping down to 64 HP, it gets a little bit scary as they will have to verse each other, and it doesn't look like many of these other boards are able to contend with the GP just yet. I mean, that's just the absolutely dream setup when it comes to artifacts. So we're going to have to see, you know, how can some of these other players survive. It is good to see Dooney Zuni up there, quite a lot of HP as well. So, you know, maybe if SCSC can play for the win out, Dooney Zuni can just bleed slowly for them.
Yeah, I think at this point, SCSC, they'll just be like, okay, don't sack for people. You just play your own game. You don't want a turn where you potentially give the other team a free round because you're trying to make yourself a bit weaker. You're our win-out player. The other 3, it's time to figure out how we can get as many points on the board to get to that 19-point threshold. And potentially with SCSC being on the win out, they're only going to need 18 to mirror to potentially win this lobby. They're in a really good position.
I also didn't even realize, but he's picked up the portable forge as well. So having that living forge just isn't enough on items to go with. I mean, I'd say it's a little bit more of a risky option, as I do believe that the Prowler's Claw was the last one that was picked up. So that means that the RFC and the Flicker Blades was already secured. He had exactly what he needed for the GP, but maybe he was looking for something for Koboko. I mean, Prowler's Claw, you know, it's fine on the Yasuo. Or maybe he just didn't have many other good options.
Yeah, we don't know exactly what they were offered, and Prowler's Claw, as you said, it's just going to make Yasuo a little bit more of a nuisance. It's just all about CC in that backline. We do see Saupimi coming up against LBTC, and Saupimi just does have enough, it looks like. So Weibo players, both that are pretty low. Saupimi staying alive off the back of that pretty hard transition, but is in a really, really rough spot now, 11 HP.
Yeah, so I said this was going to be a masterclass or disaster class. He's got you know, so many tools to work with. He's able to show up, and he's able to put himself together a really nice board. But he's run out of money here. He needs to buy the Cassante and the Rise, and it looks like he's going to make his board Stronger but weaker at the same time a little bit, having to sell some of his front line there. But I don't think it really matters when you have the core of your board built up there. It does get the Rise too, but unfortunately isn't going to be doing too much for his board right now. However, with access to the salvage bin and his main carries having the items pretty much done, just Akali needs one more component. Then we can start to itemize this Rise and have a triple carry threat.
And only had to sell off that Darius as well, which wasn't doing an awful lot for this board. Is someone that you would attempt, essentially get out of anywhere, so should be in a pretty good position. Has now hit that important point, but 11 HP, there's people in this lobby that could potentially kill you. He is going to be really strong for the next few rounds, but when we have that GP matchup again, that's when we're going to be scary.
And Crazy Moving, you can just see that has 6 copies of the Katarina with the double dupe augment, which means that it's really, really unfortunate because sitting on only 33 HP, the team leader, as we saw in the previous video, he's going to be trying to keep calm, keeping his team calm. We say, okay, guys, we just need to knock off Salpimi, and then if I can go 7th or 6th off the back of this Katarina, then, well, we'll be okay. Looks like we are going to see another position from it.
Yeah, I'm just wanting to point out as well that Crazy Movement's HP hadn't actually fully updated, so it is 21. Bintium's now 23, so suddenly, a few turns later, Weibo picked up some wins, and now all of a sudden T1 have these 2 players potentially in a rough spot. The difference is for T1, they have 2 players that look like 1-2 is very possible. If you go 1-2, you win the game. It doesn't matter what else happens. So Bintium, Crazy Movement, they just need to pick up a few more points, potentially avoid that 8th place. But yeah, as of now, the HPs have closed in and Weibo have stabilized slightly.
Yep, and we do get a few Reforge coming out here on the sword component, not as favorable, but sitting on potentially 1 life here, we're going to have to get 1 final roll down, and we desperately need to find this Katarina, and that Yuumi is going to cost so much money here, and it's still unlikely to actually hit, so probably going to have to send it all the way down, and 1 life, you sell the Yuumi, yeah, you probably have to, and still misses. That's incredible. We're going to have to see some of these other players if they're holding onto the Katarinas, because we mentioned this before, the 2-cost reroll line is so risky for situations, and there you go. We can see Tianlong's holding onto a 2-star Katarina on the board, and that's very, very common in a 4v4 that you're going to have a rough time playing reroll.
Yeah, we expected that. Going up against Saopimi on the other side, so it is a team v team matchup. Tianlong should be able to take the loss here. Saopimi needs this win and does have a really strong board for the time being. Tianlong on just a fairly standard line. It's that Star Guardian flex where you're playing around Jin. You don't necessarily go for the full vertical Star Guardian, but Jin is the main carry for that composition, and we know how strong snipers can be.
Yep, as we can see, some very lethal fights coming out here. Bintium is going to be knocked out down there as well, so it's really going to be up to his teammates there. We'll have to get a look at Dooney Zuni soon later to see if he's actually in a position to play for second, because, worst case scenario, if these players are knocked out, we're going to have potentially have to see a 1-2 out of T1, and that's perfectly fine because they've got half of that secured, I think.
Yeah, and it's just crazy, to be honest, Tamira, that how quickly a game can change, because 4 rounds ago we were thinking, okay, Weibo are in a really rough spot here. Suddenly T1 are potentially going 7th and 8th, and as you said, that doesn't mean they can't win this game. They do have 2 very, very strong players, but they were just hoping one of them can finish with Saopimi, but Saopimi hit that all-important turn, everything came online.
Yeah, and the structure of T1 in terms of the game plan they've gone for a team environment looks really, really solid here, because so they've got the protagonist, they've got Dooney Zuni who can save lots of HP, be as healthy as possible, and then bleed out into, 2nd or 3rd position. You've got the win-out player who took a bit more of a gamble going for the Living Forge, really trying to play around some of those risky artifacts, but if you get the ones that enable the GP, then you put yourself in such a good position for only a 2-star. And then having that combination means now it's a lot more breathing room when it comes to some of the other players. They really just need to fight for any sort of placement. They don't need to necessarily play for top 4, just trying to avoid those 8s.
A crazy move in there, picking up a really big win, also important round, but feels like his days are numbers at this point. Katarina just hasn't arrived. Too many people have been playing that denial game, and we know Crazy Movement has managed to pick up these 2 wins, but in the next few rounds, maybe even next round, will be dropping out.
Yeah, and actually insane that they're sitting there on a 2-streak, I do believe. I mean, the Rakan's definitely doing a lot at the front. I like the Augments selection. The first 2 are really, really good for this setup. However, not being able to use the duplicators on towards the Katarina definitely has to hurt a lot. 3-star the Rakan, sure, that's great, but players aren't going to be denying Rakan. They're denying Katarina.
Now, coming up against his teammate here in SCSC, SCSC benched the itemized GP. GP with no items was on this board, very aware that this matchup was possible. Potentially even they knew exactly what was coming through and knew that, okay, we can keep Crazy Moving alive, but Katarina has already died there, so it shows even though SCSC's made himself a lot weaker, still wasn't necessarily the most convincing round. And maybe even Yasuo is going to clean up, which would be a disaster for T1.
Oh no, it actually is looking really, really close. Yasuo, are you able to take out the function? And there's no more damage on the side of Crazy Moving, and despite the fact that they had no GP, Crazy Moving is going to be getting knocked out, and that's that's really, really, really tough to see. But it goes to show the level of confidence in terms of, I can bench my GP here because I'm winning this game anyway.
Yeah, and unfortunately it didn't work out, and that does mean Vintium's dropped out, Crazy Moving also dropping out as well, so T1 suddenly in a pretty rough spot. We know SCSC is the player that's probably going to be winning this lobby, so all the pressure on Dunizuni now to get into that top 2.
Yeah, and unfortunately, there's a couple of players, Tianlong, sitting on a little bit more HP than Duni as well, so there are multiple players who can rival this second, because that's what they're going to be really chasing. If they can take him out of second place, then there's not really too much more we can do. We do see SCSC actually does have a decent amount of GPs, all those Katarinas before, and it looks like we're only one off GP. Okay, so Rolling Down does hit the Yasuo 3, so that Prowler's Core now is actually going to be coming online. Rolling Down a little bit here, not sure how deep we want to go, but I would be willing to predict that SCSC definitely has a lot of matchups which are going to be Weibo right now.
We see the GP3 does come through there, so it looked like he potentially skipped over one of them. It wasn't the case. The roll down was just a little out of sync there, but GP3 finally arriving.
Yep, going up against Guan. So, standard Soul Fighter line, unfortunately the TG has rolled some pretty defensive options there for Samira. This is the dream scenario for the Mentor GP build, so I'd be very surprised to see anything come even close to it, as we do see at Bramble, Warmog Samira doing her best to stay alive, but the GP has so much attack speed, and that is going to be putting Guan into lethal range, as we will start to see a lot of the Weibo Gaming players fall. All eyes are going to be on Dunizuni, who does pick up a win.
A really important win there for Dunizuni. So close to dropping out. Saupimi, though, is on that win streak. And as you said, the difficult thing now for T1, okay, Dunizuni does have the HP potentially to work with. But Weibo will be doing everything they can. They know SCSC, they're going to lose the matchup. They're going to do everything in their power to just try sneak one of their players. Saupimi is the one that's on the streak at the moment into that top 2.
This is absolutely brutal, because Weibo, they pretty much have to decide who's going to be the challenger. Who is the one out of us three, all sitting on all sitting on one life this late into the game? We can sack for each other and send our best contender forward. However, if we send our best contender forward and the matchmaking RNG gives us SCSC, they're going to get squashed like a bug anyway. So it's a really tough decision here, and it looks like we are going to be getting a team kill coming up here. I don't see too many sacking, so maybe they're just playing strongest board. They go, you know what, whoever wins here is the strongest, and they should play for second.
Yeah, and I do think Saupimi is so strong, because this composition, we know how good it is anyway. It's quite expensive, which is sometimes the thing that prevents you getting to it, but Bronze for Life coming through. We see we've got a +1 as well on the Wraith, so that allows us to maybe flexibly play even more trades. Saupimi should be really strong.
And look at the items. We've gone from some very, very good tempo slams, despite the fact that they were quite low HP, to pretty much getting true BIS. And it goes to show that at a very high level, if you do play around this salvage bin, you can produce boards like this. You might not start with them, but that's actually a better case. You don't want to be starting with these items.
Yeah, it's certainly the case. The slams that came through were just enough to keep us healthy. He didn't actually full streak off the back of the slams. He just winned enough rounds to be able to get to this point where the final turn hit those 2 stars. We do see SCSC had just sacked around there to Dunizuni. So SCSC lost. There's no way he would have lost to anybody in the lobby unless he was trying to. Dunizuni picked up that win. So Dunizuni, an extra HP pool coming through. And that does mean SCSC knows for the next few rounds will be fighting Weibo, so it can just go full strength.
And that's the perfect scenario for T1. Having the matchmaking, knowing that SCSC is going to be going up against Dunizuni, means that now they have 40 HP. Definitely 2 lives, potentially 3, depending on how close the matchups are. And now it's going to be really difficult for Weibo Gaming. They're going to have to get really lucky with the Ghost RNG if they are managing to take out Dunizuni, but I just don't see it happening.
Yeah, we see SCSC there just trying to get those fruits and snacks coming through for that Kabuko. Coming up against Saupimi, this is the player they want to eliminate. This is the player that could be top 2. If SCSC wins this round, I think that's it for T1.
Yep, and a great showing there from Saupimi, building a beautiful board, but when going up against the absolute nuts on GP, there's nothing you can do. There's so many carries on this board because no one could even rival it. No one was in a position to contest the GP. And you can hear it, the excitement in the background there from T1. They are going to play out the game, but a 1-2 finish is exactly what they needed. They had a 7-8. It looked a bit dicey, but all along they had the HP, and they also had managed to have onto the really good artifacts on GP.
They came in swinging with these big claims that we are here to win this title, and they started off the tough way. They went 7-8 and went, okay, that's fine, we're one of the tournament favourites, we'll just 1-2 this lobby, no problem. And coming in here, they gave themselves a little bit of an uphill battle, but we knew SCSC early on was going to be in that top 2, and really well done from Dunizuni to just tempo off the back of this, get to level 9, and now we're going to see who will be winning this lobby. Let's be honest, is anything taking down this GP?
I don't think so, but both, really good boards, capped out quite highly, despite the fact that, just playing around that Zac to save HP. We do have the Zyra 2-star there into the backline, doing as much as she can, but man, this GP, I don't know if anyone could build a board that could rival this. And, interesting to note that they mentioned the fact that Crazy Moving was a great team leader, a great pickup into their new team. And the fact that he goes out early means that he actually would have been, all eyes in the sky for the remainder of this fight. They orchestrated it perfectly towards the end, saving a little bit of extra HP just in case things didn't go their way. And it looks like they've secured the victory with flying colors. They had so much leeway, so much extra HP, so much to work with. And it looks like they've just played their mid-game perfectly.
Yeah, as soon as SCSE gave Tunisia that free round and had that extra life to work with, we knew pretty much then it was a wrap. And as you said, the players that drop out, they have such a big role to play from that point on. They need to keep an eye on what units people should be holding, potentially what denies we can have through. And having Crazy Moving, the team leader, falling out Bintium, the veteran player, not two bad players to have in your ear, and just making sure you're fully focused.
And it was so unfortunate there with Bintim and Crazy Moving getting knocked out relatively early. We saw the Executioner, the Katarina, trying to come full circle, but even with the extra dupes, still couldn't hit it. The players on Weibo did such a great job at denying it, but unfortunately, it looks like they kind of put all their eggs in one basket because they kind of gave up on SCSC. I'm sure there was GPs taken out of the pool, but they knew the 2-star GP was enough. Then they have to start denying Yasuo's. Even Udyr 3 was picked up. There's just too much to deal with. And the players are starting to fall like flies in stage 5, so they don't even have the econ to really play full denial there. So it was a really, really tough game to play, but I wonder if the priority is going to be shifted moving forward. If we can just allow someone to play GP, even if the other GP player contests and they don't go top 2 or top 1, it does slow it down a little bit, just a little bit, so they don't have that advantage of HP. Hey, I can sack around here, Dunizuni, don't worry. I'll lose this one because I'm so far ahead.
Yeah, and SCSC, early on, we knew this was just the win-out player. And as you said, Weibo basically decided there's nothing we can do about that. And to an extent, you understand why. I think they had a good game plan of if we can just knock Dunizuni out, especially once the T1 players went 7-8, I think the game plan completely shifted to, okay, they can have one win-out player, we just need to deny this one other. So I can see why Weibo, I think they had a solid game plan. Unfortunately, though, both these boards are just so strong. And as you said, even on GP2, it would have been too much. Yasuo 3 coming through with perfect items. And we do see SCSC there picks up the first win, and what a result coming in for T1.
Game number. Going over to T1 here for our match number 1, the first best of 3 on our group stage. What a fantastic showing, playing 4v4 on hard mode.
Yeah, 4v4 on hard mode. We thought this would be a close series. We predicted 2-1s across the board. We didn't think it would be a wipe either way. And 18-18 is as close as it gets, needing that first place to win out. So I think it shows that we're going to be in for a really tight series. I think Weibo Tamura had a good game plan. It just, unfortunately, the cards didn't fall their way.
Yeah, and I think they showed up. I think we saw, with especially with Salpimi, the board that they were able to construct towards the end showed up why they're here, why people should be paying attention. The boards that they managed to build, the way that they got there, was very well played. However, I would argue that the top 2 players for T1, SCSC, they had things kind of given to them, and they had a very easy directional game plan. But the other teams, they did well to try and rival that.
And this is where we knew that this match was decided, right? When Salpimi goes out in 4th place, which is the win-out player on the side of Weibo, that's when T1 knows, okay, we have a really good shot of winning this game. We have 2 very powerful boards, one centered around tempo and one centered around artifacts to scale throughout the game. Now we know T1 has that winning moment.
Yeah, and Salpimi had a really strong board, but to be honest, the fight wasn't even close, which just shows how far ahead SCSC was. And Salpimi, they needed an extra life to work with to be able to get to that top 2, and they just didn't have it.
And we saw pretty slow augment selections at 2-1, especially when they're prismatic, because it's so important with these players. You have a team of 4, you have a wide range. You have one player click Living Forge. You have one player click that augment, which says, if things go my way, I can actually play for first here. And that's really important. You don't want everyone doing that. You need to have, defense. You need to have control. As we saw with the Zac protagonist, that's perfect control. You need to have a nice balance between all of your 4 players, and T1 did that perfectly.
They sure did. And I know for Weibo, this could be a little bit demoralizing, right? You get a 7-8 position, which is the perfect way to start a game. You knock out your opponent to 7-8, and yet here we are down 0-1 in this first match. But T1 knowing that they can scale any mountain here already early into the tournament is a great sign for them.
Yeah, as you said, T1 played the game on hard mode, but just getting that win over the line in the first game of the first series, you want to make sure that you've traveled all this way, you've had so much prep time, you just want to get that first win under your belt. And potentially some of the line selection, that Katarina, we could have worked out, unfortunately did not. But now they've got that first win, the pressure's really on Weibo here, they're up against it.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see how high they carry their heads, because honestly, I think that was a beautifully played game. They had a really tall mountain to climb, and if you can see here the standings, they're looking at the final boards that were constructed. Is not every game are you going to get a Flickerblades RFC GP, so that it's hard to to play the win out game when you know that that's there. Not every game you're going to have Protagonist 2-1, who's pretty much guaranteed to have 80 HP late into the game and be in a really comfortable position.
And yet, having all of these 3-stars still, while everyone's holding and contesting you, knowing your timings for rolling when people die, and all these different things, SCSC played his line, even though it was a high roll 1 perfectly. So, well done to them. But looking down the scoreboard, we did see a lot of different lines. We did see 2 crew players, which I found was very interesting.
Yeah, I think Tamura mentioned it on the cast, just having somebody contesting that crew line, just knowing that, okay, we can't let someone have this for free. Weibo, it did work out for. They contested that and sent Vintium into 8th place. I think the mistake was not having someone contest GP. I do think moving through the tournament, teams need to be aware that, okay, we need to have somebody contesting these lines. We can't give people a free composition that's really, really strong. So 2 crew players we might be seeing again and again.
Yeah, I think it was a decent strategy. The fact that they kind of had to forfeit the fact that GP was probably going to be playing out for first. The only problem with that strategy is when you have someone with Protagonist who has enough HP to kind of bleed out slowly. So they had a good game plan in theory. It was just a few missing pieces, and I think that they can readjust and bounce back for the next game.
And that's just game number 1. This is a best of 3. These teams will be going up against one another one more time, maybe even 2 more times if we get to that game number 3. But don't go anywhere, because game number 2 is just on the other side of this break.
Counting up coins from a soda can, and there's nothing going on, no game plan, no plans. So I'm jumping out the fire, back into the frying pan. I'm trying to disconnect from the stats and the spray tan.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
This land is calling.
Game number 2 of TFT at the Esports World Cup, and we already have a leader in T1. What does Weibo need to do to come back?
I think Weibo's key mistake here, they just can't let this GP line go uncontested. Yes, SCSC had the stronger spot for it. They're in the position to win this lobby, but you can't just let them hit the entire board 3-star for free.
Yeah, so we did see that with the, they were able to go after the crew line. They were, take a punch there, and lose a few placements, but it doesn't matter because we're taking out Bintum in the process. So do you think that that's what they're going to want to do for the GP line?
Yeah, I mean, coming into this, we thought we might even see 2 people on GP per team, but just 1 in the lobby completely free hit at it. I don't think we'll be seeing that again coming into this.
Yeah, and I doubt it. And I think that Weibo needs to do a better job of getting their win-out player to that spot, right? That is the big thing. If you're able to get that first place, you win all the tiebreakers in 4v4. So working with your team to be like, okay, who can actually win out even after a 14 roll down, not just from the beginning of the game, knowing who can be in that spot.
Yeah, and we saw Salpimi was that player. They were really, really strong and probably were the second strongest in the lobby. I think would have been able to get ahead of that protagonist player, but just hit on 1 life. So it was 11 HP. At some point was going to fight SCSC. That happened, and then from then the game was over. So they need to at least give 1 or 2 lives more to the players that have the win-out spot.
And when we have things like these artifacts, the players are going to recognize that they can play for first from a very, very early stage. So maybe not playing for a win-out player, maybe playing for HP preservation and having more of your players finish in the top 4 as opposed to just going for that first, because sometimes it's just not possible in a game of TFT.
Yeah, and one of the things that influence that a lot is these encounters, right? When we load into game, we see what kind of lobby we're going to have. Is it high resource? Is it prismatic start? Is it any of these other things that make our game change a little bit more and be unique each time? And so playing around those win conditions, knowing that, hey, I might have a higher cap because we've got more prismatics or have more gold or any of these things, what it might look like. But both these teams are very good at the game of TFT. Now it's about putting it together in a team of 4.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, those encounters there, so many of them give extra resources. Pretty much all this set to give you something to accelerate those compositions. So something that may be really good on live and maybe able to get you into that top 4. These players know how to deal with those extra resources, and the caps potentially are going to be even higher than you might expect.
And even just the baseline of some of these comps require the extra resources. You talk about being able to cap and get to level 9 off of the back of something like Protagonist. However, even just getting to that Cassante board required so many extra resources, and we only barely hit having to sell some of our frontline to get there.
And here we go with game number 2 of our matchup between T1 and Weibo Gaming at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, and we are getting into this second game here. We thought it potentially go to three games of this series. I do think that's the case. I think Weibo are going to come back swinging here. But T1 now, they had the big talk before Hantamura. They were confident about coming into this event and picking up that first win, although just barely. They've started off really strong.
And speaking of extra resources, we can see there the crabs at the front, so we're going to be getting a lot of extra gold here. As we can see, 2 frontliners there, the snipers maybe potentially keeping the crew out. However, we have seen only favoritism towards the crew if we have access to those copies of Malphites, as the crew will do a lot of damage from the backline, but it's more important that you have that frontline secured. And actually, SC holding on to all of his units as opposed to making 10 gold, recognizing that he's in a position that he's going to get a lot of gold anyway from these crabs, and is willing to hold on to more outs, because you need to be a little bit more flexible before you pick your lines on 2-1. You are playing in a team.
And there's some really strong pairs here as well. Garen 2 early game is almost unkillable, and early GP coming through there for Tien Long, so no surprise that'll be getting held on to. And it does mean that, like you said, sacrificing the 1 or 2 gold and making 10 potentially, if you're able to put together a streak, that gold comes back instantly. It's so much more important.
And it looks like to be a gold opener. That's 20 gold there sitting for Tianlong, playing around the GP. We're going to sell the units. We're making 30 gold on 2-1. So, and has access to the calculator loss as well. So if we want to lock ourselves into the GP, we can sack stage 2. It doesn't really matter. We're going to be putting ourselves into a really good spot. Has the Caretaker's favor as well, though. We have a lot of gold. Maybe we don't think we need any more gold and might opt into getting some more items, although the comp is usually stuck on level 7.
Yeah, the comp can be stuck on 7 for quite a while, so you're not getting full value there. I think, as we can see, the augments are pretty slow to get picked up here. A lot of talking amongst each other. Who's the player that can potentially 5-streak? Someone that maybe held pairs and didn't make 10, 20, 30. You see a player here that, as you said, Calculus could just put you in a position where you're so rich that 3-2 roll down, you're going to be able to hit that GP2 and multiple other things.
And it also has access to the tier, so if maybe someone in his team has a better position to play GP, could actually go into the calculator loss, but actually decides to roll that and now has access to extra items. The replication is available, however, does go with the caretaker, so this gives a little bit more breathing room. Gets access to a double Katarina as well. We didn't see success with Katarina in the last game, but having half of a hand of justice there, whilst also being able to push levels, does look quite promising. Although last time Katarina, stuck on level 6 trying to get the 3-star, is that going to be not so favorable with this caretakers?
And coming through against SCSC on the other side does have that worth the wait, and I believe it's either Rel or Garen, but either way, it's one of that 4 core, that reroll Prodigy line that's so good. Any of them from Worth the Wait is in a line that we didn't see last game, but I think will be really strong this time around.
Yep, and we do see a look at some of the other options. Multiple rolls coming out here, so we do have crazy rolling available to that Epoch. So everyone is playing off the back of this extra gold, and they're going to be pushing levels, going to have access to a lot of the rolls. Doesn't really need to use it yet. We have a decently strong board that can kill a few units, but access to the lesser champ dupes. So we've seen previously that playing around the reroll lines is very difficult. However, a champion duplicator is very important, a lesser champ duplicator, if you do want to play reroll, because you're not really going to be hitting it naturally, unless like we saw with the GP where they're just completely given up.
Yeah, and a few extra rerolls coming through from Epoch, the extra econ it saves you as well, does potentially, you may think, oh it's an augment that allows me to push levels. It does allow for these reroll lines, and same as we said with caretakers, you might think, okay, I'm not getting the value till level 8. Again, if you hit quick enough and then you're able to push on, it's just even more power.
Yeah, we can see there a Sunfire as well as a belt, so most likely replication belt being picked up there from Salpimi. Very flexible frontline. You can play multiple back to front comps, as you never really go wrong with a Warmogs and a Sunfire on your frontline unit anyway. I do believe we did see treasure rolls picked up by someone else, as we saw previously, just a quick flash of their screen, and so that is a very strong augment. Players going to be playing reroll lines and looking for the win out, because you just get so many extra resources, and we're playing on an Econ Galaxy, so it's very easy to invest money into these rerolls.
Yeah, this composition is this augment is so strong. Had the 2 on Smolder as well, so Smolder is something that I think we'll only see if it's really early picked up, but this Smolder Juggernaut line is really good. You do have the potential of a Radiant item coming through that could accelerate it even more so. So LPGZ may be on a line that you won't see too much throughout the day, but this is the one time it could be viable.
Yeah, so Treasure Hunts there actually picked up by him, and the thing about this reroll line is a lot of players, they want to proc the rolls, they want to get access to those chests, but playing around, as you mentioned, the early Smolder means that you are more likely to play into that fast 7 and then using a lot of your rolls on 7. You can roll a little bit on 6 as well to try and increase your tempo. Looking for the standard line might be the Protectors, and playing Protector frontline with him as, of course, the backline Smolder carry. But you can go, a little bit more flexible. We've seen a couple of other variations. But something that's interesting to note is that because we're in Scuttle Puddle, we have access to those extra rolls to get to level 7. Otherwise, taking this augment and then playing for fast 7 is very difficult in low econ.
Yeah, we see a lot of the time it's potentially something that's paired with one of the 1-cost rerolls, maybe even 2. But this augment's so strong that even if you're not playing a reroll, we still see sometimes people click it when they're going for that fast 8. So as you've said, with the extra econ coming through, it should be really nice for this Smolder line.
Yeah, and a lot of these players are going to be very flexible because we had the Econ Galaxy, the Econ opener, which means that we have a lot of money to work with. We can, open, we go into different lines. But on top of that, they only really have 1 item component to work with, so they're super flexible, which also can be a little bit scary because you want to play into a certain line, you don't know what your opening components are. You might pick something up to play AD, and then you just get dropped a lot of rods on the first couple of neutrals. So we'll have to play a little bit more flexibly, but we did see some players pick up generic item augments, such as the replication belt, because they know that they can play a lot with that.
We do see a lot of the time as well, the slams that come through are things like strikers, things that you can play on pretty much every line. We do see a very interesting +1 here though, Tamira.
Yeah, so this is great to see, the Crystal Gambit. So Bintum most likely probably would have taken the Wandering Trainer, the tower defense, pretty early, letting his team know, hey guys, I'm going to take a gamble. I know my gamble last game didn't go so well. However, if I can get something good here, I can be the player to play for first, and I can put you guys on my back and secure that first place. And what a +1 to get that. So we don't really have the setup for it now. Honestly, quite unfortunate, because even if you don't have that strong board, you can still play Lost Streak with this, but it doesn't look like it's going to be the case. So Bintum's only priority here is on saving HP. because playing around the Crystal Gambit +1, they do want to get to strongest board and start killing units, getting as much resources and rewards as possible. But that's fine. Bintum has made 50 gold. He can just do that later. He just needs to save a little bit more HP.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to not have at least one of the Crystal Gambit units. You'd expect, okay, maybe for the first few rounds I don't find them, but it is a little unfortunate to have not had any of them picked up yet. But as you said, Bintum can just look for a 5 loss and then potentially roll on 3-1 to pick up some of those Crystal Gambit units.
Yep, and we do see Dooney Zuni's managed to pick up a GP2 there with the Edge of Night, so he's going to be looking to farming a little bit more gold. However, it does look like he's picked up Max Arcana there towards his Katarina, and Edge of Night, we know a lot of GP players do like to favor it, but the fact that he's holding on to all of these extra units makes me think that he actually is going to pivot potentially back in towards the Katarina. Players have favored the GP, but maybe he's keeping his options open. He does have access to the mech there if he wants to play that as well for strongest board, but he has so much flexibility. Maybe it just comes down to what he hits.
Yeah, has so much flexibility. The only slam being Edge of Night leaves you super flexible, can play either line, is holding the core components of either of them as well, so just holding every unit on the bench. Has so much gold to work with, he's going to have so many rerolls. It makes it difficult for the other team as well, because they can't instantly look at the board and go, we need to deny GP or Katarina. For the time being, it is Scuttle, so they will have the econ to do it. They might need to be holding both until he makes that decision.
Yep, and when playing around the 2-cost reroll, you get so many extra rerolls for fielding those 2 costs, and he has so much money. Pretty much every single player by 2-6 has made 50 gold. They all have lots of money, and they're only going to keep increasing that. We do see over here Salpimi holding on to a couple of the Gangplanks, so not denying anyone on his team just yet, but the replication on towards the Warmogs looking very solid here, and the Bramble Malphite pickup is very, very, iconic, I would say, just because of the way that his ability scales with the armor there, so he's going to be doing a lot of damage, and we do have access to a Zeeks 2 on level 4 whilst playing the reroll.
Ziggs 2, Shen 2, 6 copies of Malphite as well, so in a much better spot than any of our crew players last game, obviously not contested as well. As we had a quick scout around there, the amount of people holding these Crystal Gambit units, there was a swing on a lot of these benches, going even just random Syndras being held, so players very aware of that. But Guan here on this crew line, as you said, will be a big roll down here, I imagine, and is in such a good position to hit pretty early.
Yep, and is he going to get bench locked, or is he going to have to rip open that anvil relatively quickly? Yes, he will. He has access to decent amount of frontline and backline. His item components are a little bit more backline heavy there on the side, so he does pick up the Warmogs, which is perfect for the Malphite there. And we're getting so many of these units, quite a deep roll down here, not able to hold on to absolutely everything. Nah is not going to be as high priority because we do want to be getting those crew 3 stars online as possible. And speaking of which, there is the Malphite. Can we move it back in time? Looks like we were going to prioritize leveling a little bit, which is a bit awkward because the Malphite's off there towards the right side. Is the Viego going to be able to wrap and get onto the front line? It looks like it. Oh, it is. And on a 3 streak, that's not what you want to see, but looks like the crew might just have enough damage to deal with the Viego 2. Just doesn't have the setup yet there from Bintum, but interesting pickup there, getting the Crystal Gambit plus Viego.
Yeah, it wasn't the smoothest of positioning there. Didn't get that Malphite over, as he said, but the Shen was 2-starred as well in that roll down, so was in a position to just stall for long enough there, and the reroll instant just about avoided. We thought maybe they'd be getting bench locked, but did have to sell off that but as you said, the key hit for this composition is that early Malphite.
We do see Bronze for Life available again, not as strong of a pickup at 3-2. We saw success with it at 4-2 after the pickup, usually just because you can't get as many traits early into the game, but we are going to be getting to quite a high level soon, as picking up just more items, more and more items, that's all we really need. We do see over here Tianlong is going to be playing towards the reroll line. Level 6 rolling down quite deep, is holding on to GPs as well as the Coppercoes, so going to be denying multiple players. But I do believe we saw more flexibility previously by seeing holding on to GP as well as Katarina, but it looks like they're going to be helping themselves but also tearing down the other players by holding on to all of the 2 costs here.
Yeah, selling off a few there. Most importantly, just hitting some of these upgrades. I think just when it knows that Katarina is so strong through stage 3, just needed to hit these upgrades around it so Katarina can clean up these fights. LPTZ on the other side, we see the player with that treasure hunt, already level 7, making 30 gold, had that early smolder. A striker's coming through, which is just one of the best items in the game, period, right now, is in a really good position.
And actually didn't opt to slam the item straight away. We are going up against our teammates, so didn't want to be too strong. Made the Guard Breaker, which is one of Katarina's best items, and then the Spark later. Actually slammed the Spark a little bit later, which, it kind of makes sense because I think we do want to start winning a few rounds here with the Katarina. However, I would suggest that that smolder position, just based on the augments that were picked up, as well as the fact that he has a lot of econ to work with, is potentially the win-out player. So maybe in team communications, recognizing, hey, look, I know you'd like to win this round, but I'm going to be the player that's playing for top 4. I just need to save a little bit more HP here.
Yeah, certainly the case. And now actually doing a bit more rolling, so after fighting his teammate there, he's deciding to dig a little bit deeper and knows that can pick up a few wins here. And this treasure hunt is just so good. I mean, after 2 stages, it's equal to a gold augment, and then you have more stages even coming through of value. It's so powerful. And as I said there, just getting that extra proc coming through, doing that rolling to unlock one of those chests, is just going to scale infinitely at this point and has one of the best scaling compositions to pair with one of the best scaling augments.
Yeah, and it's only 3-3, and he's able to go to level 7, roll down, hit the Smolder 2, hit the front line. I mentioned that Protectors is often favored as the primary way of playing this comp. However, Juggernauts is perfectly fine as well, especially when we have access to combat augments, picking up that extra healing there. This front line is not going to die anytime soon, and we do have access to the Guardbreaker Slam there, and he is doing the trick where he has the component anvil here. So I don't know how much carousel pick priority he's going to have. It looks like quite a decent amount. He can then rip this component anvil before he goes into carousel, and then he'll be able to get almost guarantee a Smolder item. He does have access to a tier there, so if he prioritizes Shojin, then he could have potentially been a bit stronger before, but he was going up against his teammate. He didn't really need to do it then.
Yeah, and Bintium on the other side there does have that Rageblade Viego coming through. Really didn't hit these Crystal Gambit units and is suddenly in a pretty rough spot, to be honest. Like, in 4v4 especially, you don't want someone that's super flexible and can pretty much anything. Does have that item collector and the Rageblade coming through, so you wouldn't imagine it's a Viego game. Could end up throwing on top of Ashe. I think Bintium's the one player on the team that, as of right now, doesn't have any clear direction, and that's never great in 4v4.
And Bintim actually just denying the sword there from the LBTZ. One obviously would have liked to pick up that extra sword because you can go for the Shojin Slam on Smolder. You can also work towards that IE. I think it's, very crucial to be picking up those swords, but interesting, sometimes the players who are in the weaker positions actually have to play defense. I don't know if Bintim necessarily needed that extra sword, as usually when you're playing towards the Crystal Gambit, the Ashe line, you put a bit more priority on the bow. He does have access to a cloak as well, so sometimes, it would have been a little bit better to go forwards the Kraken, but when players can play for win out, sometimes we need to do a little bit of damage control, although I am very worried for Bintim because he's in a position to play for win out, but you need to win those initial rounds to actually get to a snowball position to then play for win out.
Yeah, and he did finally get that Crystal Gambit in, but hit it pretty late, and he's in a lobby where 4 people are just going to be completely holding Zyra. They're not going to let you get this unit for free if any of them find it before you, and considering he's had to roll a little bit to find some of these units, on the other team, they're going to be level 8 faster than you, they're going to potentially hit that Zyra, so Bintium is in a bit of a spot where, unfortunately, he might be just playing more defense, but he does have the potential to be the win-out player, so it's certainly a unique position to be.
And he did get a really nice wrap there from the Viego, managed to go around all the way to the backline, kill a couple of units, and, Viego does quite well as a 2-star in Stage 3, and look how much gold he has to work with. He's still playing defense. He's holding on to a lot of other units, and he does manage to get his first proc there of the Crystal Gambit. Obviously going to opening that chest, there's no reason to double down when we are trying to play the vertical, and does have access to the Ashe as well. We'll see how he wants to play this, but yes, didn't pick up the Kraken Slayer there, but instead just opting to slam the DB, so he's slamming the DP, denying swords, holding onto the extra Smolder. He's doing his best to try and put his team forward.
Yeah, and does have that 5 online finally, as he said, picking up that fairly early Ashe, so Bintium's maybe the hardest worker on the team right now. He's the player that could potentially be the win-out, could be the one that caps the highest, and he's also playing defense on about 3 different lines. So he's certainly the veteran player, potentially the team captain. He's very busy in this particular lobby.
Yeah, he's got so much to do. I am interested to see, how much of a difference it makes the fact that you have this +1, but it's not actually on a unit. If we do manage to get towards the 7 Crystal Gambit, which is, it's possible if we get the Zyra on the level 8 roll down, having that extra spat to put onto another unit, giving them the extra bonuses from the 7-piece straight is quite nice, but having it on a dummy, not quite as important. But it doesn't matter, as much if we can still build a strong board around this Ashe. This is usually the premier carry. And if we do get towards 7, then you can just carry the Zyra as well, who I'm sure is going to be strong if we can get extra items.
Yeah, it gives him the potential to just splash in some of these more supportive traits. Maybe he has a way of getting strategist on the board, a unit like Jarvan, which can just be really, really important. So, and also, those are units that you really want to deny. So if you end up fitting it into your composition, it adds even more value.
And those are big rolls. We saw the Udyr picked up the double shop there, as well as an Ashe on one of the earlier rolls. So still playing defense, holding on to some of the extra options there. We have a few options here being picked up. Do get a nice fruit there on towards the Ashe, but still, has a lot of gold to work with. But I feel like Bintim might have to start playing a little bit more selfishly here. and is opting to roll during neutrals just because he has so much to do this turn. And sometimes rolling in neutrals, especially when you have lots of extra money, is really good in a 4v4 environment, as we do pick up the Ashe 2 there. So now all we really need to do is sort out our front line, and we're going to be in a really good position to start winning a couple of rounds. Look, if Bintium can win even 2 out of the next 4 rounds, he's going to be getting so many rewards.
Yeah, really early Ashe hit here. As I said, managed to pick up them strategists as well, so we've got 3 strat on the board, managed to pick up a Jarvan, so should be okay for the next few rounds. Bear in mind, we'll be potentially facing one of his teammates who could give him the win. Picking up Kahuna Huna there, one of the best options for Ashe. The items are looking good. So all of a sudden, Bintium's spot, considering how late he hit this, doesn't look too bad at all.
I just realized that, you know, it's so much to do, that he has so much to do in one turn, but then he also has to consider, I don't want to be as strong as possible, because what if I burst one of my teammates? And that's going to be the case. We are going up against a Karma too, though, so does have access to the Lotus Augment as well as the Guard Breaker there. So very, very strong there, Stride Breaker for the SCSC. So decently strong board, and I'd say that's a pretty decent loss to give your teammate there. You don't want to be winning too hard, but also you need to guarantee that you're getting these wins now.
Yeah, and SCSC there could take the hit as well. Bintium, to be honest as well, didn't make himself too weak. He didn't remove any items, so it was just the case that he was too focused on making his board, and the matchup ended up working out pretty well. Checking in here with SCSC, a player that looks like is angling towards this Sorcerer line, but flexing it with Star Guardians off the back of that worth the wait. We didn't see Sox touched at all in the first game, but this option with Rel being a pretty unkillable front line and a really, really early Karma too, should have a little bit more success.
Yeah, so slightly different variation, as you mentioned, playing around the Star Guardians. Usually what this means is if you have access to the Rel and you're playing Swain as your primary frontline, it's great to get in that Bastion Star Guardian and just boost up the Ahri, but who needs to play around Ahri when you hit a Karma 2 on your initial roll down? So very, very comfortable position, and effectively has almost a 4-item Karma here, because normally you would go for the JG, but if you have access to the Lotus anyway through your augments, then you're going to be in a very comfortable position. As we do see no more defense needed for Smolder, because it's 4-2 and that's a smaller 3.
Yeah, and has the Keepers coming through as well, so even more stall on the front line. Still has extra power coming through from Treasure Hunt, a player that maybe didn't need the support of getting this Smolder 3 this early in the game. Coming up against SCSC here, we do see Smolder actually does drop down, so it's going to be a pretty good loss for SCSC in the end, all things considered. But LPTZ in a really, really strong position now. Just needs a little bit more upgrades on the front line. Leaving himself open to Mundo 3, set 2 would be massive. Those are the things that he just needs to get even more time for Smolder to go crazy in these fights.
Yeah, but it's looking quite scary. Although Bintium can potentially play for the win out, SCSC playing for that, that standard line. You look at the right side of the screen there, you can see all the T1 players, unfortunately, playing out of almost no HP, so it's going to be very, very dicey as we move forward. As we see another Cassante Akali board from Crazy Moving here, really, really well-constructed board, and off the back of the Bronze for Life. So mentioned that it was really powerful at 4-2. Usually players don't like to pick it up as much earlier into the game, but if you know that you're going to be rich enough to do a 4-1, then you can get a lot of value out of it.
Yeah, we know how powerful this can be. You need a lot of items sometimes to make this work. You have those full 2 carries coming through. Even 2-starring a Karma in the backline, something you could potentially 2-star. We see Crazy Moving though, has a copy of Zyra himself. SCSC actually hit Zyra 2 as well, so the potential for Bintium on their own team to find it suddenly becomes a little bit lower.
Unfortunately, Sapimi hasn't hit the Karma and is playing absolutely stellar defense there on towards the GPs. I think I can see 5 copies there on towards the bench. And so you would think, as long as we can kill off Salpini, then we'll be in a good spot, because he's not going to be able to hit his Karma 2, and then the GPs will be back in the pool. But he's sitting at so much HP, it's going to take a long time, and he's most likely going to be making it to stage 5 at this point.
Now, I had noticed when we were going around there, a few players do have access to full duplicators. So there's a few lesser dupes on shore, but these full dupes are being held for the entire game. And then some of these legendaries, the likes of Gwen especially, we see Bintium leaving it for SCSE, guarding it almost, so willing to take it if someone in the other team was going to deny, but just making sure SCSE picks that up. So the potential for the full duplicator coming through, an early 2-star Gwen, something like this, it can just absolutely spike your board to a point where you're suddenly the win-out player.
Yeah, and it's great to see the bounce back here from Weibo after a very heartbreaking close loss in the first game of the series, but showing up that, if the cards fall a little bit differently, we can play our strongest version of TFT and put ourselves into a very comfortable position. As you do see here, Guan playing around the crew. We saw the early Malphite there, just off the back of that Bramble augment there is so powerful on Malphite, guaranteeing that you have enough frontline to stall out. And they just have so many different unique lines, but all have been played very, very, very well. And you can see, look at this Keeper's front line, the last second save. These Juggernauts are not dying.
Yeah, and just to keep an eye on Weibo overall there, just a grand picture thing. Guan coming in off the back of that crew, is a really stable composition. Is probably not going to be finishing the bot 4. LPTZ just hit the Mundo 3 as well and is in such an incredibly strong position. Saupimi's got HP to work with. They're looking much stronger this time round.
Yeah, and look at the defense that's being played there from Weibo Gaming with the GP. See, Katarina 3 was managed to pick up, we can see there 4 copies of the GP on towards the side, and this is the kind of thing that we expected. We saw last time, not enough GPs were held, clearly. GP3 was managed to pick up, but they just kind of gave up on that line, recognized that they were going first with GP2 anyway. However, now, when GP is not in the best position to win out, it's going to be full throttle on holding onto as many copies as possible. And it's so hard to play a reroll line. We can see another GP there on towards the bench. And Dooney Zuni, he's done well. He's done well. He's gotten really, really close, but unfortunately does not have access to another duplicator. And he had so many rerolls to work with as well off the back of making 50 gold and having all of those extra rerolls from his Orkman.
I think that's Trifecta coming through as well, so something that's not really providing too much power for your actual primary carry. Doesn't have stretchy arms as well, which would have stabilized him a little bit, which is maybe why he's so low on HP at this point in the game. Double strike is okay for the, but it's not the highest cap. If he's able to survive here and manage to get the Biss fruit on top and the Biss GP setup potentially, but taking the loss there, a big loss to his teammate in Bintium. Dunizuni has 1 turn to hit here.
The only silver lining there is that Bintim is in a position to scale, so him getting an easy matchup against his teammate who's not able to win out, and most likely at this position is going to be going 8th, means that Bintim really does need to be playing for first, and we've seen some very powerful boards from Weibo, and being in Scuttle, a lot of these powerful boards that are able to convert are going to be going level 9, capping out, getting really, really strong boards, so it's going to be up to Bintim to be farming those extra rewards, because that's the only way they're going to be able to outcap these very expensive boards.
We do see here has the Spirit Link one, so an augment that is really, really good, especially with this giant Malphite in the front line. The problem is, especially in Scuttle Puddle, Crew's cap is, it's never really a lobby winning composition anywhere, and when you're potentially carrying these 1 costs, until you get to that Ziggs 3 and find a TF. So Guan losing these last 2 rounds, and does have a lot of HP to work with, so he's kind of doing his job, he's going to finish in the middle of the pack, you imagine so, but is on a line where it isn't going to be too strong come the end of this stage.
And I don't even know if there's any GPs left in the pool. We've scouted basically every single Weibo player collectively has over a GP 3-star, probably if you put them all together. And final roll is going to be coming out, and no, unfortunately doesn't quite get there. Does have a very powerful Kobuko. We saw a couple of them getting denied relatively early, but I think the players recognize, look, if we can just take out all the GPs, and that's going to be enough to slow him down. He didn't have anything that screamed win condition, so they really just had to slow him down as opposed to, really make him lose the game entirely. As we do see here, the GP2 going up against the Rakan, and unfortunately is not really going to have enough damage to get towards the backline. The Katarina is stuck on towards the Kobuko there, as Kobuko is doing well to CC, but Katarina is going to be able to heal all the way back up to full, and now the 1v1 against GP and Katarina is not even going to be close as all the supporting units come through, and unfortunately GP denied, GP down.
And rolled 1 more time for that power up, tried again for stretchy arms, this time just unflinching, so missed the entire game, never found it, which is obviously a possibility. We've seen it play out in this case. Didn't find the GP3, didn't find the stretchy arms, and GP is now down. And that also frees up a lot of the bench space for some of these players on the other team. They can finally sell these off and start to hold the units they actually want.
We've actually got 2 Sork players, I believe, on some of the other boards, but we saw that Bintim actually managed to pick up 3-star Swain. So Salpimi had a very, very strong HP lead, played around the Karma 1 for quite some time, managed to get to level 9, has a lot of gold to work with, has built a very beautiful board, but no Gwen, no Brom 2, no Karma 2. It's really, really difficult to compete when all of these other units are taken out of the pool. As we go up against we see SCSC, who's managed to hit everything.
Yeah, SCSC had a really early Karma too, and it just meant that that other Sorks player was in such a rough position. LPTZ has basically been doing nothing for the past 5 rounds, has just hit everything and is slowly making his way up, has level to 8, is playing some denial, you can see those ashes on the bench, and LPTZ is really, really strong, but we see the power of this Sork board. When you get to level 9, when you finally get that Gwen online, so powerful, and even though this unkillable Mundo normally would be enough to stall, there's just too much backline access with the Sork composition. Smolder went down early, SCSC picks up a big win.
Oh, I was just about to say that all eyes on Crazy moving, but Bintium taking a loss. I thought it was going to be SCSC in a very comfortable position to play for top 2, maybe second, and Bintium could be the one to bring it home, pull out at first. But he's still kind of playing defense. How long does he hold the line?
Has reached that 7, so is still playing the most defense. He's basically making Ziggs 3 on bench. It is something he could potentially run himself on the board, but all to deny that crew player. And Bintium has been the hardest worker here. if he's able to pick up a win here, it'll be so important. We'll get so many rewards coming through off the Crystal Gambit, just whether or not he'll have enough.
Oh, he's going up against a very, very strong Smolder setup. You see there with all of those all that extra treasure that's been dug up. You got the last second save as well as the keepers. You can see the Mundo is going to be tanking for quite some time, and doesn't look like Swain actually has enough to tank it. And managing to hit that Mundo 3 means that the Ashe is going to get stuck on it, and we just don't have enough shred to get quite through it. Still stuck on level 9 with the Zyro 1, and it's not going to be enough to deal with it. And Ashe does manage to get on towards the Smolder, but unfortunately is not enough. And it looks like that's going to be 3 out for T1, unfortunately. Well, fortunately for us, it looks like we're going to be going to 3 games.
Yeah, we are going to 3 games there. It was really close in the end there for Bintium as well. That Ashe, if you just got onto Smolder that 1 second earlier, that probably would have been the difference. But we heard the reaction there instantly from Weibo. They know they've done their job. They've came back in swinging and sent T1 8-7-6. And now it's a position for Weibo. They're on their victory lap. They get to see which of them can make the strongest board, which of them can win out in this particular lobby. But that will tie the series at 1-1. And we predicted this would be going to 3 games. We did think these were 2 sides that were pretty evenly matched. First game coming in, it was 18-18. It was as close as possible. This time round, Weibo reacting. We're going the distance in this one.
Yeah, and it's such a shame because SCSC's done pretty much exactly what he needed to do for his team. He's played off the back of that early roll 3 and has managed to push levels, play a little bit of defense, and then just get to level 9 and have a very, very strong board. Maybe not play for first, but put himself into that second position. Bintim probably calling out that he was going to be playing for first, and that's exactly what he was going to do. And before he took that second last loss, I was thinking, you know, Crazy moving, unfortunately, most likely going to be going out in 7th, and Dunizuni already out in 8th. This is going to be a really close finishing, but then going up against some of those really, really strong boards enabled by the extra econ from the Scuttle Bottom just means that even, you know, you just couldn't compete with them.
Yeah, and there was the rough spot. We talked about how it depended how quickly Bintium would get to that 7 Crystal Gambit. And unfortunately, SCSC got into a position where he found Zyra 2, and it was around 4-2, I believe. There's no way you're going to pass that over. It's so strong for your board. It did delay, though, your own teammate getting to that 7 Crystal Gambit. And if you got there at the end of stage 4, could have been also different. So an awkward spot to be in. I imagine the comms were going, I can't pass this up. I'm going to be so strong. Bintium probably believed he'd be able to get to the win-out position anyway. But unfortunately, the cards didn't fall that way. And we do see Guan slowly whittling their way down to where we expect Crew normally finishes. Does have the TF online, but it's going to be finishing around 4th or 3rd place, which is the uncontested Crew spot. So we saw last time around, Crew was 2-way, didn't have its best potential, but we can see how reliable it is this time around.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see a lot of this treasure hunt. It's such a powerful augment, elevated by the fact that he had extra econ, but I'm sure we'll see it played reroll with the 1 or 2 cost, try and enable some of that treasure a little bit earlier. We do see that Katarina does manage to get on towards the backside there, on towards the Smolder, so, you know, it is possible with a little bit of positioning to take this board down, but the way that they were positioning their board, just keeping that Smolder in safety, meant that when going up against the likes of Ashe was just stuck on that front line. There was just no feasible way to get towards the Smolder, especially when you're not playing around Assassins.
Yeah, and ultimately Weibo in this game never really had somebody that looked in a dire spot. So potentially for Bintium early on, we thought that was the case. But Tianlong was the player that was low down in HP, but they had the clear direction. They found the early Rakan. They were always going for this Katarina line. And they just very clearly had 4 players early on where they knew what they were doing. And I think for T1, especially through stage 3, there was a few players that had left themselves a bit more open. The likes of Bintium, we didn't know if he would end up going Crystal Gambit or pivoting off because he found them fairly late. So Weibo just had clear direction, executed it perfectly, and have came in here with a really strong showing. But SCSC, worth noting, strong performer coming into this tournament. The player that, after Bintium with the most crown appearances, had a really good game 1, is the standout player again here for T1. So the player that they're putting all their eggs in the basket of SCSC.
Yep, and I actually did have it wrong. It was Crab Rave, not Scuttlepuddle. So that could have been an interesting way to end the game if we had gone the distance. I am looking forward to casting a game where something is decided or something pivotal. Yeah. Some major shift happens, because sometimes it's not their fault. Sometimes you play a back to front comp and you just don't have those melee carries online yet, which means that you can't actually you can't take out the Crab, and it could be very, very interesting, especially when you have players who have that HP advantage and they're going to use that to sack for the win-out player, but then they can't afford to anymore because they've lost a life to the Crab.
might have to give your player a free round so that they can survive the crab, which would be a weird spot to be in. But we do see Katarina here, just how much success it has against this crew composition. Just goes over the top, but does actually go down there, so Yumi will not have enough to clean up here. Crew actually just about really, really close matchup. I thought Katarina was going to clean up for sure. In the end, it was as tight as it could have been, but two compositions, we know how reliable they are. We know they can finish in that top 4.
Yep, and we've only got our final couple of matchups happening here. And just wanted to mention that they did actually opt in towards taking the Caretakers despite playing a reroll line. I think that's something that's interesting to note about this Katarina line is, sure, Katarina 3 is a good carry, but you do want to eventually get to the rest of the Battle Academia, because if you can have a Katarina 3 supported by the Yumi Leona comp, it's kind of like having standard Yumi Leona, but just that extra threat. And so maybe Tianlong recognizing, you know, I'm not going to get full value until I get to the final board, but hey, it's Scuttle Puddle or Crab Rave rather, I'm going to get there eventually, and my board's not going to play for win out, or it's not going to be that strong until I get there anyway. So I might be a little bit weaker in the early game, but I do want to get there eventually.
Yeah, and with it being Crab Rave, you almost have to make these higher version caps of these compositions, because as you've said, Yumi Leona on its own is fine, Katarina on its own is fine, but when you have so many extra resources, it's going to be the position where you need to have basically 2 comps finished, and not just having the Katarina, having the Rakan, 2 reroll units that you wouldn't normally be in a position to grab, and then just finishing it off with a 4-cost composition. You wouldn't be able to do if you didn't have extra resources, and Tianlong realizing this, knowing that, okay, my first augment, not going to get value for quite a while, but once I get there, I have so many units I can itemize.
Yeah, and one thing that I wanted to point out that we haven't seen too much of is any of the Destiny augments, especially in solo queue when taking, you can take all of them, Silver, Gold, Prismatic, Destiny. In a 4v4 setting, it gets a little bit more complicated. However, we've seen that some players are willing to take the gamble first and then wait for their teammates to adjust to what they've decided. So if they take one of these augments, they'll be in a really, really good econ position, and then they can just wait and the teammates can adjust. So we haven't seen any of that yet. Maybe because the first time it was Prismatic, they didn't want to take that risk. Maybe second time on 2-1, they didn't want to take it because they already had plenty of gold. They had a gold opener, they had Crab Ray, they had so much money to work with. Why take a risk when we know we can play for something more safe?
Yeah, those risks didn't need to be taken in that instance. We do see here, at the point for Weibo, they're just determining who's the better matchup, who's the quicker, who can pivot the fastest. All about swapping sides here, and we're just having a little bit of a showdown between the Weibo players to determine maybe who's got the fastest fingers.
And just keeping warm and ready because they know that they have one more game to play, and that is going to be the most important out of the 3. That's going to be deciding the final result for this first best of 3. You see the players picking up, they're still playing the game, they're picking up their items, no one's going for any half components. I don't know, maybe they want to pad their stats, you know, at the end of the tournament, who's finished the best, who's gotten the most firsts in their team, who has the bragging rights internally into the org and can say, hey, I brought us this trophy, I was the one that was getting all the firsts.
Yeah, it's a team game, but in this particular instance, it's all about that personal glory. Which of these players, as you said, can turn to the management and say, hey, reminder, I was the MVP of that series, I was the guy that won that second game, even though the whole team absolutely crushed it and swept T1 aside. Guan here did get to the point with that crew board where you do get that TF2. It did finally hit Ziggs 3 because Bintium was holding almost a complete Ziggs 3 on the bench the whole game. So this is the absolute highest cap version of crew. Whether or not it can compete with the infinite scaling Smolder, we're about to find out.
Yeah, and we saw a very similar setup here where a lot of the damage on the right side was targeting this Mundo, but it just absolutely wouldn't die. And LBTZ had a very, very strong Smolder setup here, is able to get through pretty much anything as long as the Juggernauts can survive long enough, but now has access to the Zyra 2 on the side as well, so lots of damage coming out, but man, this crew board has a lot to work with of its own, and unfortunately the Keeper Shield is not going to be enough, and looks like Guan is going to be able to take him out, and that is going to be the end of the game.
Guan with a double elimination in the end there.
All tied up. All tied up now first. All tied up now is our series between Weibo Gaming and T1. 1-1 here in our best of 3, heading to our 3rd game. This is the perfect way to start off with an exciting series.
Yeah, it certainly is. And for Weibo, they've got to feel pretty good about this, because I think in the first game, T1 had 2 players that ultimately just had such great lines instantly. They had the Artifact GP, they had the Zac player, and you knew these lines were so solid that Weibo couldn't really do anything to stop those. But as we've came into this second series, Weibo have really stepped it up.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great showing from both games. I'm curious to see how momentum plays into this going into the third game. I definitely would be more comfortable in Weibo's position. You'd want to come off the back of a first and, try and get those 2 in a row. But T1, they came out swinging at the start. They told us about how they were going to crush the competition. They talked about their new recruitment with Crazy Moving is able to lift the players up, and he's a very good, strong lead. So let's see if he can actually do that now, because that's what they need.
Well, and they're actually kind of being crushed right now. Weibo does not have a bottom 2 so far, which obviously means that T1 has filled those spots. In this game, it's a 6-7-8, which makes them immediately lose this 4v4 matchup. But Weibo is being much more consistent, having much higher placements on average, and now T1 really needs to figure it out. They identified a win-out player, but again, just didn't work out in their advantage this time.
And I think with T1 as well, they've had players that have had the win-out spots, but they need to play some of these more solid compositions.
Right.
Something where you can just finish 4. They've not really had players angling those. Everybody's do or die, and you need somebody that's just going to be perfectly stable.
Yeah, it was a really awkward to see when they had 4 of them, I believe it was, somewhere in the middle of the game, all just down at the bottom of the HP standings. As we do get a look at the standings, we can see, who came first wasn't as necessarily that important towards the end, but the crew, very powerful composition if left untouched, and it can finally get to all of the 3 stars. It is able to win lobbies.
And I think most importantly, it's 1, 2, 3, 5, which is just an incredibly big win for Weibo Gaming here in game number 2. But I want to talk a little bit about Bintum. Bintum very much had that start from the beginning. Hey, I have Crystal Gambit +1. That's going to give me a lot of extra resources. I can win this game. And then faces the strongest in the lobby right as he hits and dies out in 7th place.
Yeah, it was in a really rough spot because I don't believe hit Crystal Gambit until 3-1 or 3-2. Didn't find it in stage 2 at all, which when you have the +1, so many of these Crystal Gambit units are cheap. The likes of Vi and Syndra, you just expect to pick up. I wonder if with it being Crab Brave, there was the potential to just roll early, which you wouldn't normally do, knowing you'll get the econ back.
I think one thing that's really important, he didn't have it, and as you mentioned in Crab Brave, is if you start to fall behind a little bit, you're playing Crystal Gambit, you can open, you can dig really deep on 4-1, you can go down to 0 gold, maybe make back up 10, but as long as you're winning those rounds, it's okay. You can't do that in Crab Brave because everyone already has a strong board. The other players, the Sork players, were able to roll down to 20, 30 gold. They had Karma 2, they had Swain 2, and so you're going up against these boards that are already strong enough, and they didn't have to go all the way down to 0, and you don't have that kind of like last stand, do or die, okay, I'm in a bad position, I'm going to send 0, because it doesn't change anything. Everyone already had strong stage 4 boards.
Well, now it is last stand in this matchup for both of our teams. Whoever wins this game moves on in our group stage up to the top end of the bracket. Whoever loses will be in a decider match tomorrow as well. So it is going to be an incredibly exciting day, and we have an incredibly exciting game number 3 right after this break.
Skips a beat and now I'm falling deeper than a fly. I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space to really fill my place. I wish she'd sing what I had dreamed. Before these darker days, I thought I found my way. Quickly it fades, losing the race, closing just keep going. If all they've been saying is true, there's a war before your eyes. Tell me, can you see right through? Right through, right through. Down through the wires and the pipeline. We go disconnecting from the city and the skyline. This is the numbers game. The fights, the fear, the fame. This is the numbers game. Counting up coins for a soda can. And there's nothing going on, no game plan, no plans. So I'm jumping out the fire, back into the frying pan.
Welcome back to TFT at the Esports World Cup, where in our first match, we're already going to 3 games. It is 1-1 between Weibo Gaming and T1. Gentlemen, all comes down to this.
We kind of predicted 3 games for this one. We looked at these two teams and thought these are really, really strong contenders. But Weibo have looked the better of the two so far. As you pointed out, have not yet had a bot 2 finish. And Tamura, T1 have got to make up for that in this next game.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like with T1, they've always got one player kind of at the front, or if they've given the augments to the spot, then they can put themselves into a very comfortable position. But as you mentioned, Weibo looking on fire here. I really, really like the Salpini playing around the bronze for life boards, showing up the flex gameplay and being able to really construct these boards. And honestly, I feel like we came into this thinking that the meta would feel a little bit more stale, but we're seeing some, like a wide range of comps because players know that you have to play defense, and that enables some of these other comps to come online.
Yeah, and reminding us about the format, we're currently in the group stage of TFT at EWC, and so our teams will play 1 match today and then 1 match throughout, but this one does not send anyone home. It moves them up to the top of the bracket, or if they lose, down to the bottom, and then you get into those win or go home brackets. You see our stages here. Both teams being played in Group A right now, and it looks like we're getting close to getting in game.
And we will be, and we've heard the excitement from the players come through. T1 let out a massive roar off that first game. Weibo like so in following it through on the second. So these players, we know how much it means to them. You can see Weibo down the expressions that they're looking pretty confident. They're feeling good after their first 2 games.
Yeah, and that's exactly how T1 would have looked after their first game, but unfortunately bouncing the other way, going the wrong way, and taking a loss is definitely going to hurt, especially in a best-of-3 format. But, the players have been here. The players of T1, they were here last year, and they know what it feels like to win. They know what it feels like to drop a match. And so it's all about how they can bring that energy in.
And this is going to be one that's going to be exciting. Man. We have the Lulu encounter, Trainer Golems. I'll leave you guys here with 3 emblems on everybody's board.
And I think CLA is a little bit jealous that he's not actually joining us on the cast for that one, because these games are crazy. It means that already everyone's going to be scouting around and thinking, okay, what line is this person probably playing? Which denies are going to be extra important? Does anybody have something like Crystal Gambit where you have the potential for just these absolute crazy caps? I mean, Tamura, this might be the craziest game we'll get across the entire tournament.
Yeah, this is nuts. We can already see that a Crystal Gambit, and we saw previously Bintim getting the early Crystal Gambit. Unfortunately wasn't able to get it online that early, but already having access to a Syndra there. As we do get a quick scout around to see some of the different options there, we are going to be looking to see who can make the most of it and get in towards those vertical lines. But this makes things so much more complicated. We saw the players doing really well at playing defense now, but now defense becomes a lot more complicated.
And Sniper's Wraith, along with Strategist, which you can fit on pretty much every composition, Jin Mundo's really, really powerful. And already you've got people thinking, okay, that is a line that's open for me. But as you said, as soon as you have a Crystal Gambit player, they will be keeping that open. It's SCSC here already picking up the copy of the Syndra.
And has access to the Sorcerers as well, so you can even play, just a standard Crystal Gambit opener, lose a couple of matches and then rounds and then go into the Sorcerers as well. Or on the Crystal Gambit side, now you don't even need to pair a Sorcerer to pair with that Swain, who's going to be a solid frontline. Or you can maybe play 4 Sorcerer, splash in a Gwen, because she's another good way to cap your board. Crystal Gambit boards usually getting to level 9 after they get a lot of resources and they stabilize, so that will be very interesting to see. As we do get a Silver Augment selection 2-1, so a few quick rerolls coming out here as, some options they just deem unclickable. So if you're going to be having that communication with your team about what you can and can't do, it's better to get those out of the way.
Yeah, the Silver's coming through here early. Does mean we're less likely to see some of these +2s, which can really elevate some of these compositions. And as you said, just tend to have a little bit lower stakes on the lobby. But we do see here, when you're getting the Zaki augment coming through, when you have +1 Wraith already, I imagine the conversation was going, okay, yes, I have Crystal Gambit, but we know how powerful this composition can be. Surely from this spot we must be playing it.
Yeah, and already has access to, the Zac 2 and a little bit of extra damage coming out there from the back line. It'll be interesting to see how much defense these other players are willing to play, because we've seen a lot of 2 costs being hold, but how much can they really deny the 1 cost here? Because he's going to be rolling down relatively early, and it's very, very important that you make your breakpoints. So holding on to extra copies of Zac in the early game, if it means you're missing out on Econ's, not usually worth it.
Yeah, as you've said, makes it extra difficult to deny. Does get the over 9,000 coming through as well, so one of the best units for it. You value both the AP, any of the defensive statistics, anything coming through for this Zac is going to be pretty good. So I think over 9,000 here, not often picked up. You have to have something like an early Smolder, early Viego, but with this Zac augment, really solid pickup.
Yep. And we do get a look at a... that makes sense. Okay, taking the branching out when playing around. Honestly, this looked to be a relatively stock standard Qianlong, stock standard line. So taking the branching out here, a bit of a gamble, because you already had the Juggernaut and the Soul Fighter, which makes perfect sense. When you're playing around the vertical Soul Fighters, you want those Juggernauts in anyway. You can probably quite easily fit in 4 Juggernaut, or you can even drop out of the Neferi if you feel that you have better units to play. And then the Duelist, that's great, because you can just play the Viego. Viego, getting a little bit of extra items, will do a lot of damage if you're playing around the vertical Soul Fighter. And something else that's interesting to note is that if we are playing around this vertical Soul Fighter and we get the board online relatively early, it's one of the easier prismatic traits, I would say, to get towards.
Probably the easiest. I think some of the others are just so difficult. And in 4v4 especially, you can guarantee wins. So if it gets late enough in the game where you have somebody that's 8 out of 10 wins on that Soul Fighter, they're hunting for the prismatic. In 4v4, that's almost guaranteed. You're going to get those 2 matchups against your teammate. So I'm surprised by the risk, as you've said, because you feel like this is a pretty standard line. Does allow you to still go for Soul Fighter, though. It's not the end of the world if you're playing essentially down a Silver Augment. And getting 8 Soul Fighter without needing to find a Gwen at 4-1, really, really important.
Yeah, and with that Crystal Gambit, if it doesn't tie in well to the Soul Fighter, which I don't believe it does, maybe we can get a Reforger later. There's always a chance you can get that dropped as well. But I think potentially at this position, Silver, it's not a huge gamble. Maybe we're just trying to play for that guaranteed win. Because if we got Soul Fighter +2, then we know that 8 could come online very, very quickly. And as you said, it is probably the easiest one to get. We do have a player going AFK on the world stage here. And as we get another look at the map fight, you mentioned the Wraith Sniper is very, very powerful. But something else that's interesting to note is that in this new set, or I do believe it was introduced towards the end of last set, is that some of the emblems actually give special bonuses. Yeah. I don't know all of them off the top of my head, to be honest, but I know that the Strategist one gives attack speed. So later into the game, when you're playing around these snipers, which benefit hugely from it, you can backline your dummy, it'll have a little bit of extra range, and it'll give your team a lot of extra damage.
Yeah, this is just one of the most solid all-round dummies. The Wraith Sniper overlap is a lot. Strategist, as you said, the emblem's good on its own, but then you can just splash a second Strategist in there. You can run a unit like Jarvan, which, to be honest, you would love on every board. So really in a strong position. And as you said, Tianlong here still will play that Soulfighter line. We just had a quick glance at them picking up those first 3 wins. But a player to keep an eye out for a potential Reforger later on.
And did only have access to some of the 1-stars on their board. Soul Fighters is a comp that everyone can do a lot of damage, so it's important that you're holding on to as many pairs as possible. As getting that Callista 2-star is a very sure way to be able to get to level 8 if you have enough frontline, and then of course getting towards the Samira. The comp can feel a little bit awkward if you don't have everyone upgraded. You might have to do a little bit of rolling earlier into the game, because it's important that you're winning some of those rounds, because you need a lot of money and a lot of HP if you're going to be strong enough to capitalize on playing towards that Prismatic.
Picking up an early Xin Zhao will certainly help with that. And as you said, a lot of these units do surprisingly output quite a bit of damage. Even the likes of Nefiri early on can help you kill a unit. So, but a really strong position there. Picking up 4 wins and then getting the Xin Zhao upgrade. If you can find that 6th Soul Fighter anytime soon, in a really, really strong position. But Sao Pimi on the other side here, also a player that had picked up that early win streak off the back of that Zac. Sunfire coming down, which is just always going to be fairly reliable, and is in a really strong position as well.
And he's actually having to play around a tank variant of the Zac, just in the early game potentially, because we are sitting on 100 HP, so not going to get any carousel priority. And you can see that their teammate Taolong in second as well, so they lost the coin flip there with the pick priority against Dooney Zuni, meaning that nothing's going to be left there. And so, you know, we can play around a tank Zac, but hopefully eventually we can start to get some of those more damage-orientated items online. As we saw previously, it looked really, really strong when playing around that JG Hodge combo.
Yeah, could have just held off on the Gargoyle Slam a little bit there just to allow your teammate to kill a couple more units, but Tianlong's in such a strong position that maybe already thinking this is someone that can 10-streak. But a player here, GP, stretchy arms already. We saw the GP player last time round, completely missed it all the way through. 5-1, the last Hail Mary attempt for it, and didn't find it, but here, early already picked up.
And something interesting to note is that they actually had access to some really other good Battle Academia and Bastion, and another player's got it as well. Bintium can pretty much ignore that Supreme Cells, but these are 2 very well tailored options to go with on your Trainer Golem, and what better way to capitalize that than on playing around the Garen Hero Augment. As we can see here, we have so many, was that 5 copies of Garen already?
Yeah, I mean, this dummy is just Garen, and then straight away loaded in Garen Hero Augment on top of that. The composition with Leona later on, so easy to splash in a 4th Bastion or just go for the vertical Academia. So in such a strong position, and I mean, Supreme Cells, it's fine to ignore it. I think a general rule with a lot of these totems and these dummies coming through, you feel really good about 2 if you get 2 of them. If 1 is okay, if you completely miss, obviously it's a disaster. But you're always happy to give up a 3rd. So having 2 that fit a comp perfectly is just perfect spot to be in.
And isn't even slamming his items. He has so much flexibility that he's win streaking while staying on level 4, making 30 gold, going up against oppositions, but still doesn't even matter. If we can pick up a nice 3 streak, then we don't have to slam any items. And he's opting to roll a little bit here, potentially knowing that other players might start to grief a little bit. Look, might miss out on a couple of gold of Econ, but we're definitely going to be hyper rolling in this position anyway. It does pick up 1 more Garen copy there, and wow, rolling really deep. I think Bintim's in a position where he knows he wants to hyper roll.
Yeah.
And it doesn't look like we're going to be getting any Econ interest here. We just don't want to get denied.
Well, there's hyper rolling, and then there's Giga hyper rolling. We went even earlier here, and interestingly, the units he was picking up on the roll down, he was like, okay, I'll buy these Zacs just in case I can deny a little bit longer. As you said, just wants to get this Garen online as quickly as possible, and then can transition this into an even bigger streak. Yeah,
Bintim really is that player who will play for the team. We've seen every time we scout Bintim's board, he's denying as many units as possible, and it makes sense. Look, Salpini, he's rolled late. He's rolled way too late. And look, he's got 2 copies of Garen, so he's able to deny some, but he only has, 4 copies of Zac because Bintim's done such a good job of playing defense.
Yeah, and Salpimi here is now in a position where we'll, I guess, just be slow rolling throughout stage 3 and just hoping it arrives in decent time. Items, not great coming through. You need AP for this Zac, so for the time being, it'll just be kind of running some tank items on top of it, hoping to kill a few units. Bintium on the other side. We talked about him being the team captain and potentially the star player. I think they've really lent into SCSCs being the person that they're maybe more confident in capping out their board, and Bintium really is taking this veteran role on and taking the hits for the team while also playing a really good line himself.
And Salpimi holding off from slamming because he's going up against his teammate. Mentioned you do need the AP items. Does have access to 2 gloves, so we've seen Hodge and JG being quite common on this variant of the Zac. So maybe with a lucky Reforge here is holding out because, you know, we never really know what you're going to get at your 3-2 augments. But 1 lucky Reforge, 1 carousel pick priority, and we could be in a good position.
Yeah, as you've said, the glove may be the highest value right now in the game in general. JG Strikers or JG Hodge on top of most units is base. So in a really, really good position, potentially if you can get that online. We'll be interested to see when Bintium does hit, because he's committed so much gold to rolling, he kind of needs to see, we need to see that Garen 3 popping up within the next round or 2.
Yeah, so just denying all the Zacs and then also playing towards his own Garen 3 star, of course. But I think that's really well done from Bintium. I hope it works out for him because I think it was a very smart play. We were looking at it and going, oh, he doesn't really care about his gold, he's rolling all of it. But it makes so much more sense when you look at the full picture of a 4v4 environment. As we do see, we're only 2 off and, you know, relatively healthy, but has managed to pick up a little bit more gold, has Raining with gold. Now, this is actually a really nice pickup because Raining with gold, usually not as good, you know, not as good when you have lots of econ. It's really good when you have no econ. It's great on 2-1 because you can start to build up your econ intervals as you're getting that +1 every single turn as well. So the fact that he's playing defense means that this is a really nice pickup. I do worry though it's going to make it harder for him to kind of win out if he doesn't hit this Garen 3 early because he's lacking combat.
Yeah, we saw going up against the Weibo player there that was also on Academia line, so maybe another reason why he rolled early. He thought there's going to be so many people holding Garens, not even holding Garens, just running a Garen on the board for the whole game. So maybe that was a factor as well in just deciding to roll down even sooner. But as you said, does need to hit in the next couple of rounds, has committed really deep and taken a big loss there. Bintium potentially put himself in a position again where maybe the defense just did a little bit too hard.
Yeah, and let's see, how much more does he really want to roll here? Because he can get stronger with the Garen, but if he's 2 off, then the incentive to drop below 10 gold is definitely a lot lower. And as I say that, he does manage to find that. So does unfortunately have to hold on to a lot of these other Battle Academia units, which means that he can't roll too deep here, but at least he's in an okay position where hopefully it will come online soon. And he's playing really good defense there with the Zacs. If the Zac 3 does ever come out, then he can sell that and he'll actually make a lot more money.
Yeah, exactly. It's the case. He's just denying it for the time being, but potentially it is going to be able to free up those funds later on. And we saw that other Academia player had the red buff spark coming through, so probably just leaning towards that more standard Yuumi line. So maybe just thinking as well, if I can roll and find an early Yuumi or an early Leona, which often we see with these reroll players when they're rolling on 5 or 6, they'll just pick up one of them, and that can just slow down the other player as well.
Yeah, as you can see there, SCSC playing very, very strong tempo off the back of the patient rolls, pretty much full open, and then has managed to build himself a good board. But this is a really, really well-constructed board here from Dunizuni. You said playing around the snipers, but actually has slammed some AP items because he knows that it's strongest board, and maybe he wants to play in towards more of a strategist line.
Yeah, he leaves himself quite open there. Obviously, potentially something where you can just go towards some of these legendary units, and the Sniper's Wraith allows you to just run a Varus on the board in the late game, and you're activating some of your traits. So we haven't seen too much like Fast 9 flex, but maybe one of the players that, when you look at his items, is in the position to do so.
Yeah, and if you get something like Bronze for Life, it is 4-2 augment, then just playing that random Varus. Varus is one of those units that if you throw into your board and he has a couple of utility items, such as the Morello there, can do so much damage without really needing too much setup. As long as you have enough frontline, he's going to be doing a lot of splash damage, even as a 1-star. We've seen some of these Cassante boards, they itemize the Akali, they itemize the Cassante, any leftover items from the carousel, if they have enough frontline, will just go on towards the Varus, and he'll actually pop off and do a lot of damage.
Yeah, Dunizuni really can play almost anything from this spot, which every set there's always at some point the position where the Fast 9 legendary soup thing is a viable option. And we may be seeing the one scenario where either Fast 8 or Fast 9 is the case, but Dunizuni is certainly setting the tempo, Bintium here falling behind slightly.
Yeah, so we'll have to see how well he can do there. I do believe that we got to see the matchups there of Bintium. Looks like he wasn't rolling because I think he was actually guaranteed to verse all of his teammates there. That's what it looks like. So he'll be calling that out in communication, saying, guys, you know, I have a decently strong board, but maybe I can kill a few more units here because I'm in a bit of a awkward position. And yep, does go up against SCSC. You can see is going to have the Kai'Sa on towards the Garen, which is either a good or a bad thing, because if we can't kill the Garen, it means we're going to kill almost nothing, and that looks to be the case. So a little bit of a miscommunication there if Bintium knew that he had high likelihood of going up against his teammates. Doesn't look like they're positioned in a good spot to capitalize off that information.
Yeah, it doesn't look like that was the case. Obviously, we don't know exactly how the positioning for the other potential matchups did line up, so I think Bintium needed that win. We saw over 80 gold coming through on the flip side and off the back of that magic roll. So a player that could take the hit, whereas Bintium, every life right now is important. And staying at 80 HP, considering how deep he rolled and didn't 3-star, he has managed to really stabilize off the back of that. As I said, he's running out of time almost to find this Garen.
As we do see Syndra board here playing off the Rising Chaos, something that we haven't actually had the pleasure of mentioning is a very, very powerful pickup there for the Syndra, especially when you have access to a blue buff. Blighting Jewel means that it's just going to be continuously casting, and it is one of those fruits that you can rip on 2-1. If you have a 2-star Syndra in frontline, it's something that you can take until level 8.
Yeah, and interesting, it was one of our AFK players as well, so they basically transitioned into a very stable board after that point. So able to start winning rounds off the back of that. As you said, it's normally something you see holding those 1 costs from 2-1, able to still find the Syndra pretty early, and those items are just so good. Potentially you can play Karma off the back of it, you could even look at Yuumi. A few different AP carries can itemize.
Wait, this is high-key genius. The Nico somehow managed to zoom its way unstoppable all the way into the background, which means that the snipers on Doonizuni's board are going to have maximum value. Unfortunately, it is going up against his teammate, but I like the idea. I wonder if we're going to see more of that, because that was either very lucky or genius positioning.
I've seen it before. Unstoppable can actually fix a lot of these snipers' value and can get that a little bit extra. And T1 won't be too disheartened by that. Doonizuni is their player. They wanted to get this 10 streak. Yes, it could have been a better loss for Bintium, but is still... Bintium, I think, has won maybe 1 or 2 more rounds more than he would have expected to, so is still healthy enough. And Doonizuni now putting together a 10 streak. We haven't seen a player streak this much in the first 2 games, so certainly really far ahead on tempo.
Yeah, so Doonizuni in a amazing position. I don't know if his dummy is necessarily the one that will allow him to play for first, but he's definitely going to have the HP to get there. A little bit awkward there with Bintium because he's had to play so much defense. Feel like he's going to fall a little bit behind on tempo, especially as we saw other players playing towards that Battle Academia and will want to pick up copies of Yuumi and Leona, so it's going to be harder to cap. And then if we look at the other 2 T1 players, SCSC and Crazy Moving, do not have much HP to work with.
Yeah, and checking in with Doonizuni, a player that definitely has a lot more flexibility in how he can play that out. We know how strong just Jin 2 is alone. Checking back in here with Bintium, though, however, finally gets that Garen 3, which I'm pretty sure he was getting to a point where he was worried he maybe wouldn't hit. There was so much defense going on the other side. So just finally getting that out of the way and allowing you to push on and hopefully find Leona, hopefully find that Yuumi, will just be such a relief.
And we talked about that SCSC has low HP. However, similar to how Bintium had the Crystal Gambit +1, we know that it is potential, you can play for first, but is playing off the back of Star Guardian, so playing an AP variant of it. So it'll be interesting to see, because we did see that the Ashe got stuck on a lot of the front lines, and that's inevitably what caused Bintium's downfall, not being able to kill off some of those juggernauts like Mundo. But with the AP board, you have a lot more spread damage from the back line.
And checking in here with our player on the Blighting Jewel, Karma, absolutely the best user of it. LPTZ finding an early copy coming in here. Up against the Windstreaker, Doonizuni with new Bis Jin, just being splashed there, just getting anything he can on top. But LPTZ has rolled down really deep, so it will be the end. Potentially no, actually Doonizuni just keeps that streak alive. So LPTZ, considering how much he'd committed, would have really liked to win that round, but unfortunately the front line's just not quite good enough yet, still itemizing that cannon.
Yeah, and as you said, committed a lot, but didn't actually get the board online, ran out of money, went, okay, great, invested, 4-2, perfect. This is exactly what I need to bring back my tempo. Now I can send all my gold. Isn't going to be getting any value out of the extra free rolls that invested typically gives. Just using that as a boost of econ, and is honestly rolling quite deep here, but hasn't really found much. Does have access to the Karma pair, but we still have a long way to go in order to get that online. I do like the frontline pickups though. Jarvan too is looking very, very solid. We just desperately need that Karma too, and the Rise is just a bit of a waste of money when you're playing vertical sorcerers.
Rise is really, really expensive and doesn't have the items to go on top of it. These items are just perfect for Karma. Potentially will skip over the top. As we saw, Kennen 2 was the frontline last time around. Finally manages to get that Swain upgrade. As you said, the Jarvan coming through does upgrade the Rise, so is confident they can find this 1 extra Karma, and has made that decision. I don't think he's in a position to panic too much. Isn't too low on HP. I think potentially if you're 1 or 2 lives here, then you would think, okay, we'll skip over this Rise. But coming up against this Garen here, who has just spiked.
I wonder if it's because he's actually in the lowest position in terms of HP for his team. So his job right now is really just, okay, we just need Crazy Moving or SCSC to go out. SCSC in a really good spot. If he manages to hit the entire board, maybe he's winning out. So they're just in communications with him, say, okay, you took invested, you're not winning this game, you're in an okay position, but we really just need you to go 7th here, send Crazy moving 8th, and then we'll be in a good position to play to win out this entire 4v4.
And Dooney Zuni here, that TF getting itemized, really, really strong. Another flexible argument in Ascension, just hasn't restricted him to playing any one thing. Is rolling quite deep here on level 8 just to get a board together, but look how flexible he's playing this. He's just, TF's gone for, now, it was just in there for the one round. He's switching carries every other round. Is leaning towards this all-out Akali line, though, based on the units that are getting picked up.
And now that we get a look at Crazy Moving's board, I can definitely see why other players, you can see why LBTZ is being so aggressive with his rolls. They've both taken invested. They both have sent it for Karma 2, and they've both gotten stuck on Karma pair. So it's just going to be a matter of who has the better front line. And it looks like, unfortunately for Crazy Moving, he's going to be knocked down to one life potentially, yet 2 HP, so he's definitely in full lethal range now. And most of the Karma is going to be out of the pool at this point.
And it's a similar spot for T1 here. We've seen it before. They have a player that can potentially win the lobby, but they have 2 people facing down 7-8. And in the first 2 games, yes, they just got away with it the first time round. Second game, it cost them massively. And ultimately, if you 3 series in a row have the 2 people in the bottom 2 places, your chances of winning are so incredibly low. We'll see if either of them are able to manage to transition this into a win-out spot. But HP-wise, once again, it's not looking good.
Yep, and it looks like SCSC unfortunately took a loss there. So sitting at 9 HP, potentially can play for first, but it's a tall mountain to climb, and I feel like you're going to need at least like a Zyra 2 or something to really start winning these rounds. And the crazy part is that it's only stage 4. You usually would think, oh, okay, stage 4, that's fine, I can build a decently strong board. Oh, it's just the front line that's lacking, isn't it? We've got most of the back line online. We've got the Star Guardian board, and unfortunately has had to pivot out of the Crystal Gambit, which means that SCSC isn't even in a position to play for first, I would say. So I don't really know what T1 can do from this position, because it looks like we have 3 players who are pretty much can't play for anything more than a 5th, I'd say.
Yeah, Crazy Moving here on this Karma line. There's another player in the lobby that's just playing the same board as you, but is much stronger, has the artifact to come through. So you're going to lose that mirror potentially. And as you said, Star Guardian's normally just fairly reliable. It's a solid composition. But if you haven't been able to pick up wins at the start of Stage 4, which is really when it's at its best, you're not going to be able to cap anywhere close to the other people. We do see Crazy Moving picks up a really big win here on Guan. There's actually a lot of damage down on top of that. And SCSC here is also going to be staying alive. So for the time being, they're both clinging to life.
Full calm and collected from Bintium there, going up against his teammate SCSC. Yeah. And didn't even really sack his board too hard. I was thinking, oh, this is a bit risky. You know, you could kill off your teammate here, but hanging on by a thread. I guess Bintim doesn't even have much HP to work with as well. So if he didn't go up against his teammate and he was sacking rounds before, then he'd be in a very, very bad position. We do have Dooney Zuni still winning rounds and off the back of TF as well. So that means that he can scale really, really well into the late game. You don't usually get to be in a position this fortunate where you can scale as far as Dooney Zuni is going to be able to go. The only problem is, can we get anyone else up into the top 4?
I think Dooney Zuni actually pivoted off into the Akali line, and we see here a really good matchup for Crazy Movie. Dooney Zuni has benched those carries. Both those powered up units are on the bench. It should be a win on SCSC's side. Crazy Moving here coming up against the Garen, which we've seen since it's been hit has not been performing too well, but Garen is tanky enough to take a hit there, but unfortunately does fall down. And T1 expertly done on the flip side. Dooney knowing that I can take this hit, I'm 100 HP. Crazy Moving picking up a really big win. So suddenly Bintium though dropping down, so they do have 3 people potentially in elimination range, and everybody on Weibo's side at least has another life to work with.
Yeah, Weibo has so much HP to work with, and Dooney Zuni not taking any chances, benching multiple carries, just guaranteeing that. But unfortunately, the fact that they were able to play that one-on-one against each other meant that Weibo was doing the exact same thing, and I'm sure they would have positioned their boards in a way that they're not taking out too heavy losses. So they're in a very comfortable position now. It really just comes down to, I think T1 need to figure out who is their player that can shine and push to the final of this game.
And Bintium in the last 2 rounds for SCSC and Crazy Moving, so lost to both the teammates, does keep them alive, but has put himself in a position where he's probably going to be going bot 4. Would have to hope to find Yumi here on the roll down and Leona 2-star. A lot of these units have been held, a player that you can pretty easily deny, and we know there's another player on that Academia line. So fortunately for Bintium, losing out to his teammates there, his teammates might have a better spot, but Bintium, another player that's played so much defense in all 3 of these games, but just needs better placements himself. And now we have our 2 players once again in elimination range. And now they'll likely be going up against some of the Weibo players. They've fought their own team multiple times already.
Yep, we see Crazy Moving going up against an all-out Cassante, but only has the 1-star there, with STSC on the other side going up against a very strong Sork board. And is that Gwen 2 on the other side? I do believe it is. So the invested player, despite spending a lot of money on 8, has managed to get to the 2-star 5 cost, and looks like the Gwen Sorcerers is going to be able to take him out. And looks like Sorcerers are doing well on both sides.
Yeah, on the other side, coming up against that Zac player who just never found the AP items. It is Tank Zac with the hero augment, just not able to do anything at all there. It was a really convincing win from Crazy Moving. So potentially the Zac player not going to be capping out anywhere near as high as we have seen it in the past. Crazy Moving picking up a big win there. Bintium importantly got a win. I think Vod maybe went up against Dunizuni on the other side there, because I couldn't see Bintium actually picking up a win against any of the Weibo players if they were full strength.
But LBTZ managing to pick up the Gwen 2, despite the fact that they're on level 8, means that it's going to be very, very hard for Crazy Moving to really do anything in this game. He's kind of capped. He's stuck on level 8. Bintim's already sacrificed as much HP as he had to be able to give to his teammates. He does have access to the Garen here, but he's going to be going up against a very strong Sork board. And you can see these Sorcerers are positioned on the left side, so they're going to be absolutely blowing up all of the front line there. And now it's going to be up towards the Garen, who doesn't really have the tanky stats to deal with so many Sorcerers at once. And it looks like Bintim is going to be taking a loss here and is going to be knocked out. Is Crazy Moving still alive? I do believe he is.
Crazy Moving has won one more round here, so it is sitting at 1 life. And is in a position again now. T1 have to 1-2. They've been in this position before. They did manage to pull it off, but Crazy Moving has to completely win out from this spot. Dunizuni has to essentially assemble himself a top 2 board. And Weibo just consistent again. They've not bot 2'd in any of these games, and T1 came in here swinging, and they still have a chance here, and we know they can do it, but when you're giving yourself the hardest way to win a series, you really are up against it.
Yeah, and I wonder if people are actually playing defense on towards this Jace here, because this is a slightly more unconventional line, playing around the Caitlyn and the Jace. The Jace doesn't even have 3 items, but this is another way to play Battle Academia off the Chaotic Evolution and has access to the extra gold. But it would take a miracle for Crazy Moving to win out from his position, because he just doesn't have the resources. But he's doing okay for now.
He is on a win streak there. Going back to the Jace Caitlyn player, notice Shadow Clone on top of Caitlyn. You're never going to be taking too many bad losses. Caitlyn's always going to snipe something in the back line, at least kill a unit. Sometimes you see these get stuck on a big tank and not kill anything. That Caitlyn Jace board's at least going to pick up a few kills every time, and just again, we're both had a player that's playing a 6th or 5th place composition. They know that maybe they're not going to get denied on it too much because it's not a win-out spot, but it's solid, it's reliable, and it's going to get them some points on the board. As you said, Crazy Moving is on that win streak. Dunizuni is still healthy enough to get in that top 2. LBTZ versus Crazy Moving will be the big matchup whenever it happens.
Yeah, we just see Guan actually denying the Gwen. So not only is there 3 Gwens out on another player's board, but we're taking all of the Gwens out. So the only real hope for Crazy Moving here is getting to level 9 and then getting to that Gwen 2. And then, you know, if we get there, then the board is looking absolutely solid. We roll some slightly better items here on towards the Rakan, and then maybe we can actually play for first. And Dunizuni has enough HP that maybe he can survive to second. But I think as soon as we start to take a couple of these Gwens out of the pool, as you can see there, LBTZ is holding on to one as well. There's just so many out of the pool now, it's hard to cap out with Sorks.
It feels like LBTZ in the mirror as well is just the better version of the same composition, has that artifact coming online, and does have that Gwen 2 coming through, so you'd imagine that would be the end of the road for Crazy Moving. See here, coming up against the all-out player, and the all-out Cassante was on the right side there, did get on top of that Gwen early, but the Edge of the Night just providing so much value. Crazy Moving though, will he just be able to stay alive here? Just barely picking up that win. Saupimi drops down to 1 life as well.
So it's looking really, really close. Honestly, I thought this was going to be absolutely over, for sure. We had 2 players from T1 out 7-8. I thought Crazy Moving, like everyone else had so much HP, there's no way we get down towards it. Now looking at it, it's looking kind of close. The only thing that I would say is a little bit scary is that not only does LBTZ have 41 HP to work with, but they're sitting on a win streak as well. You can see them on fire.
I'm curious about our Soulfighter player, about how close they were potentially to that quest at any point. I know they've just been stumbling along, picking up wins here and there. We touched on it at the beginning that potentially in 4v4 you have an even better chance. Saupimi here,
full sacking.
That there is no room in the top 4 for him, and is willing to give the round over to the Soulfighter player especially as well, so another stack coming through, something we'll have to keep an eye on.
Yeah, and if they can guarantee that they get the Soul Fighter proccing as well, and it denies the first place, then they're pretty much guaranteed they're pretty much guaranteed this win as well. So definitely the right call there, as it didn't look like the Zac Cassante board was winning out or going to be that strong anyway. But having two players in Weibo go out in 5-6 does make this a little bit more scary. And Dooney Zuni is actually on 26 HP, so LBTZ had a very, very strong board, but to take a loss.
And LBTZ's did actually lose the streak there, so Crazy Moving showing that they are potentially the player that's the strongest in the lobby and does have the ability for Dooney Zuni to take the hit when they match up against each other again, which is going to be really, really helpful. So T1 do have a chance. Maybe this is their comfort zone. 7-8 every game, okay, can we top 2 this lobby? And it's possible.
And this is a really, really strong comp. We've seen previously playing around the Akali and the Cassante only really lost out to the augment or the artifact enabled GP. It's just a board that you really can't beat. So T1 actually have done very, very well here, and it looks like they're gonna have a chance to bring it home. But Jianlong, we can see that the 8th Soul Fighter does have a very, very strong setup. Has got everyone, and the Lee Sin 2 comes online at the end as well. But we talked about this before, Crazy Moving is able to get to level 9, but there's no more Gwens in the pool.
And the Soul Fighter player is the potential out. We don't know how close they are. If they're 1 or 2 away, they potentially even could guarantee it. LBTZ here, the player that could potentially knock out Crazy Moving and give T1 the no chance. It is the team matchups here, so we expect Crazy Moving to beat Dooney Zuni. He's made himself weaker. We see Cassante on the bench. But on Weibo's side of things, they're maybe just kind of seeing who is the strongest body. It doesn't look like either of them have made each other weaker. It's just which of us is the strongest, and we'll leave them in the game.
Still a little bit scary though. Dooney Zuni getting knocked down to 5 HP. I mean, we are only on 6-1, so it's okay. It's calculated, but it looked like Crazy Moving had a much stronger board anyway. You know, obviously Dooney Zuni made their board weaker, but it still looked like an absolute blowout. If you've ever seen a good Soul Fighter board, this is the one. That is a good frame of reference. That is insanely strong. And Dooney Zuni is going to be doing a few more roll down here as we go into potentially, well, it is going to be the final match that determines the outcome of this game.
TF2 coming here for Dooney Zuni could be an important hit. We've now been running that TF on the board for quite a while. Soul Fighter, maybe this is the end of the road for it. You did say if you're going to play it, this is the spot to, but comparing with some of these more meta comps, these S tier compositions, the likes of Orlok Cassante, the likes of Sox, maybe isn't room in the top 2 for this composition, but there doesn't have to be. They know that they just have to deny T1 getting 1-2.
Yeah, so they just need to get 1 win of either of the players here, and it looks like is going to be the case. The Soul Fighters, it's 1 HP, and it looks like it's going to be a blowout for both of them. So very, very well fought out towards the end. T1 did such a good job of getting towards the final ending, but unfortunately, just right at the end, a lot of their units were denied, and it looks like Weibo's done very well to cap out with these 5 costs.
Picking up both wins there, you could hear the reaction from the players. It meant so much. Getting this first win over the line is really, really important. I thought potentially they wouldn't have both people in the top 2. I didn't think that was going to be the case. I thought Crazy Moving looked like the player that could win out, but just making sure there's no doubt in their mind. Weibo picking up the game win and the series win here, and T1 bot 2 in every game so far. They've got to change things up coming into tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. And interesting to see, I wanted to comment on the parallels that we've seen with a lot of these players. Kind of a tit-for-tat exchange of things. You see, you know, in the first game, we saw someone, they take the crew line, they take the econ augments, and then another person has to match them. Here we've seen Invested with the sorcerers. They had to do the exact same thing, because if one player takes Invested and they use all their gold on 4-2, they roll down to pretty much 0 gold. The other player has to do the exact same, and I don't even know if they were quick enough to see that. If one player took Invested, started rolling, and their teammate screams at them, go, 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 go. The other player's using all of their gold as well, but it looks like it's the strategy of you have to deny. You have to deny.
You're not going to greed out that extra econ. Like you said, you're just going to roll down and try to deny the other team as well.
And we see the winners here on stage. Weibo Gaming able to take the upset over T1. Fantastic showing by them. And now looking forward to seeing them in the upper bracket tomorrow while T1 drops down.
Yeah, T1 dropping down. This is the team that finished 2nd last year in the TFT tournament. And coming into this one, they've made a change in the roster. They brought in a team leader. We thought potentially they would be one of the favorites. But we knew the series would go to 3 games. We were all pretty confident about that. We know both these sides are really solid. And T1 wouldn't count them out just yet. But these bot 2 placements, they're going to be an issue.
Yeah, I think they had a really good strategy. A lot of their lines made clear sense and the way that they played it. But I think Weibo adapted really, really well. And given the fact that they started off the day, with a loss, and it was definitely hard to come back from that. But for example, with Bintium denying on the Zac, taking out all of the Garens, taking out all of the Zacs as well, just kind of switched things up, played tempo, preserved HP, slammed some tank items, and then got to a strong board in the end, and that's all you really need to do in a 4v4 environment.
And the hero augments obviously commit you to a line, right? And that's one of the problems with those hero augments, especially in 4v4, is now they know exactly what you're going to play. You need Garens and you need Zacs, so everyone hold them on the bench if you can and stop them from hitting. But one of the things that did define this game is those who ended up playing Sorcerers and with that extra gold on level 8, able to hit their whole boards.
Yeah, Sox is so incredibly strong. A player I want to shout out here, finishing 6th in this lobby, Guan, playing that Jace Caitlyn line, just thinking, this is what my dummies presented to me, this is what I have to play. It should be fine. I'm not going to get griefed on it too much. From T1's point of view, they were never really going to prioritize holding Jace because it's not going to win out. So you kind of got a free hit on it and just finished 6th place, and that was perfectly fine. I think they've done a really good job, Weibo, of just having these players that are on maybe C or B tier compositions and just finishing middle of the pack.
Yeah, and it's quite expensive as well to be denying those Jason and the Caitlyn. No one really wants to be holding them. Sometimes if you can deny units and then fit them onto your board a little bit, then that's better. But no one really wants to be playing these units unless you're actually playing towards that line. I did see the Hodge slammed relatively early, so I was a bit confused thinking, oh, maybe they're trying to play towards Yuumi and then get a JG Hodge combo, or they just put the Hodge onto the Cassante later, something like that. But no, ended up switching it up, and as you mentioned, did a really good job at just playing for their placements.
And one reminder about our format as we get to the end of our highlights here is that T1 is not out of EWC in the TFT. They will have the rest of the group stage. But thankfully, we get to speak with our winners. We get to speak with Weibo Gaming. And so we have an interview ready for you guys here on our stage.
Thank you, gentlemen. It's Puggy here down on the floor. We have Jin, our translator, and of course, Guan from Weibo Gaming. Congratulations on the upset. Guan, what were your thoughts coming into the matchup?
我觉得是因为我们更有凝聚力吧，我们打得像一个团体。
I think it's because we simply have much more unity and we are more cohesive as a team. So we played with a lot more cohesion and a lot of chemistry than our opponent.
A lot of people are saying this is a major upset, that T1 was the favorite in Group A. Now you will play the winner of Vitality or Alcacia for a spot in the playoffs. Who would you rather play?
就是下一个你们要对战的是，要么是Vitality 战队，要么是那个 Alcacia。就想问你，你更想挑战哪一位战队呢？
我觉得我们的目标是冠军，所以对手是谁我并不在乎。
Well, our goal is to be the champions of this tournament, so it doesn't matter who we're going to face, we're going to beat them.
Okay, I don't want to ask about strategy. We'll let that stay secret. But tell me, who is this?
这个是什么是吧？
对。
这个是我们战队的吉祥物，它能给我们带来好运。
This is the mascot of our team. It brings us good luck, so we bring it with us for every tournament.
You guys are looking great so far. Keep that good luck on your side, and good luck in the winner final matchup.
Thank you so much for that interview. What a wonderful team dynamic they have. Guan is obviously a pinpoint of that, and obviously their mascot is more important than all of that.
It's more important than we assumed because it clearly worked. They lent heavily into the team dynamic about how close they are with one another, and having that team mascot, so far so good.
And I love to hear the confidence that we are a cohesive unit. We played better, as a team. It's because they're actually talking a lot about how T1 was the team to look out for that cohesion. It seems like they were going to be the one in constant communications and really bring that to the stage. But it's great to see from other teams that they have that confidence and that cohesion as they've been prepping together for a long time.
Yeah, and T1 just didn't have what they needed today. We do see our end screen on board. LBTZ did end up taking that first place with that Sork board, but we see a lot of different compositions coming out into the light today. Not as much GP as we thought there might be heading into this tournament. But again, T1, tomorrow, they're going to need to bounce back. We will have them on here for our stream, and they got to figure out these bottom two placements.
Yeah, they certainly do. They're going to have to shift up something, whether or not it's not having Bintium playing as much denial. You need a player that's doing defense, of course, but he's just really heavily leaning into almost not playing his own game at times.
Yeah, and especially when they, need to play for those higher placements, it's got to be what they got to do.
And here we see Group A, the update for you all here. Weibo Gaming moving on with that 2-1 victory and also going to Game 3 on the A. Stream is Team Vitality and Alcacia. So it's going to be a great matchup to see who's going to drop down and face T1. Probably not who they were expecting to face if they were to lose. But it's going to be a very, very interesting day 2.
I mean, if Alcatia pull the upset there and we have Vitality T1 in the losers bracket straight away, then that is a crazy upset early on, because those are two people a lot of us had in the top 3 potential winners.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. I'm really excited to see how they work together as a unit and just see the different team dynamics, because they've had so much time to prep together, and it seems like that's what's been brought to the stage so far, and I'm expecting to see more of it.
Well, thankfully, this was just the first matchup of the day. We have 4 matches coming for you guys here. 1 is completed, but we do have our next one. Our players arriving right now. We have a banger of a matchup between 2 of the top 5 in the club championship right now.
Yeah, and VP coming in here, the Vietnamese roster have a lot of pressure on themselves because they've caused an upset almost by qualifying. A lot of people thought the roster with YBY1 would potentially be the representatives out of Vietnam. As you've said, the club's performing well, the team's performing well, but coming up against the big hitters here.
Yeah, Team Falcons, they've got big shoes to fill. They've, a big organization, high stakes, but also the fact that VP is kind of the underdogs, but also at the same time, you'd think they have less pressure because they're the underdogs. However, they actually have the most pressure because they're looking for that win for their club. They've got so much pressure behind their organization, so hopefully they can show up for that.
And Falcons obviously having one of these CN teams that we look at and we're like, okay, these guys are really good at the game of TFT, but now, do they have the team unity they need? Do they have what they need to make it into further on in EWC and make it into that higher prize pool, higher club points that you're talking about? But we won't know yet until we get started, and that'll happen right after this break.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
Welcome back, one and all, to TFT at the Esports World Cup. So excited to have you alongside for our second match of the day. My name is Sia Lee, hosting for the B stream, now joined with Crowan, and back once again is Tamura. So excited for this matchup number 2.
Absolutely. Excited to be here. It's phenomenal being here at the EWC for TFT. 4v4 is such an exciting format. Already had such a banger of a Series 1, and I'm just waiting for Series 2 to match that hype.
Yeah, hopefully it can match that hype because there's just so much going on, so many moving parts and, ups and downs, and we really thought for multiple of the games it could really go either way, and the players are showing that even if they, lose the first of the series, they can bounce back.
And here is our matchup brought to you by SNB, the head-to-head between Virtus.pro and Team Falcons. Both teams in the top 5 of our club championship. Virtus.pro also seeking their only win, which they're needed to win the club championship, and so TFT could be incredibly important for them.
Absolutely, and Virtus.pro, I think, has a solid shot to do it, right? They're not one of the favorites, but they have some very heavy hitters. They're responsible for players like Tidal, right, not being here. The greatest player in TFT, some might say. So definitely looking at Virtus.pro some high expectations.
Yeah, and they're going up against Falcons, who've brought together back 2 players who are champions from the previous team, playing for Wolves previously. And so it's going to be interesting to see, can they bring their experience from a previous year, from a previous tournament, and bring it towards these other 2 players as well.
Yeah, Virtus.pro is one of those teams. They are from the APAC region, headlined specifically by Maris, who has made the Tactician's crown twice. One of these players we look at from this region that is incredibly good. But again, this team, do they have that team cohesion that is needed to really excel in 4v4, not just in solo TFT?
Yeah, like you're saying, Mara's kind of their star player, the most consistent out of this team, like throughout all of the sets, but all of them have Tactician's Crown experience, so all of them are going to be very heavy hitters, right? There's a reason why they upset people in the APAC qualifiers and are here now.
Yeah, and they've been working together. They've been working hard for a longer time. They did have to go through the process of forming their team based on their qualifier points because they've all had Worlds experience. So, they brought together and under the headliner of Maris, they can really bring together a strong team because they've showed it in their qualifying games.
Yeah, but their opposition is one of these teams that we would say favorites, which we were wrong in the last matchup. But in this matchup, maybe we're a little bit more confident with Team Falcons, who is a team coming in from the CN region that, once again, is this team of really good CN players from a really, really good region. And we see some of them here on our screen as they get ready for their matchup and had these awesome hero shots of their team. What do you think about Team Falcons? Are they gonna perform well?
Oh, I think so. Just like you caught a little bit ago, Tamara. They have Li Xiao, Shelty, the winners of last year, EWC 2024, and they're joined by Ning Li and Li Tuchuan as well. Very strong competitors who missed out on EWC last year by just a little bit. This is their first EWC, but with players like Li Xiao and Shelty kind of leading them, I expect them to really just get in the swing of things very quickly.
Will be interesting to see what kind of role they play in their team because we talked about that previously with T1 picking up a new player. However, sometimes the new players, they can actually be the team lead as well if they think that they fit that team role dynamic.
Yeah, they've been studying 4v4 for a long time, but the thing that makes Team Falcons different is that they have 3 players that have made final lobby at the Tactician's Crown, which means they are some of the best of the best. When they're able to make it to the biggest stage, they're able to perform, and so I expect them here on the EWC stage to do the same.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of very high expectations, I think, especially out of Team Falcons. But I'm one of the people who are like, even though Virtus.pro weren't as, the contenders or the favorites, I think they are a very strong contender. I do expect this series to go to 3 games, I think, while Falcons is a favorite. I think we're going to see it go the way.
And let's see a little bit of that journey. We have a video of Team Falcons and their road to EWC.
Team Falcons and TFT, as in with many other titles, are the tournament favorites.
Falcons 加油，我们一定会拿冠军。
It's been a long time since the Chinese dynasty in TFT has lasted, and this is the new age, their best players.
Castle in the middle. Camille already down for Bobe. He's lost the carry. He's lost Nasus. The front line falling. Looks like the Smolder gets hold on. The Smolder taken out by the Cassidy. Cassidy still alive. Cassidy takes out the last hope for T1. And my, what a performance it was.
在去年 EWC 我在狼队，然后夺冠之后，对我的人生也是就是让我进步了很多。
关于战队的定位，我觉得我更像是一个寻找上限的选手，就是在需要我站出来的时候， 我觉得会站出来。
这次来到电竞世界杯，我还是觉得我们需要稳扎稳打吧，就一步一步来，不要太好高骛远吧。
In all honesty, if Team Falcons does not make the finals, it would be a massive letdown. That is how high the bar is for this team.
A team with high expectations, but will they live up to it here in the group stage of EWC? So far, it's proven to be somebody that, if we're saying that they're a favorite, we're saying that they're really good. We'll see here in matchup number 1 if they can bring it.
Yeah, we're saying that for a reason. They seem confident as well. And actually, I really liked Li Tuchuan saying that their role in the team is they look for the ceiling, right? So maybe going to be playing for some high rolls, some first place positions. Maybe that alludes to that specific play style.
I wonder if they'll take more risks with their augment selections.
Yeah.
We haven't seen many of the Destinies being picked up. Maybe they'll be willing to take that. We saw Wandering Trainer get skipped by a couple of the players. They didn't want to take that risk, even though they can take it and then let the others flex around it. So who knows? Maybe that was foreshadowing for that.
Yeah, I wonder how some of these teams prepared, right? Maybe they just didn't prepare for many Wandering Trainer spots and they're kind of have set game plans, or maybe a couple of players said, okay, I'm going to be a specialist in this comp, right? And so they're more comfortable in these positions.
And we see our players getting comfortable on stage, getting their monitors set up, getting their volumes right, getting ready to absolutely dominate here in TFT at EWC. So fun to have them here in person, to be able to turn around and look at them. It's a very unique thing for TFT, and so not something that we're taking for granted. We hear like when people win, like they pop off, they start clapping, they know that they won their matchup. It's really fun.
I already know we're going to have good synergy today because you stole that point right out of my mouth. I was about to say that. It's so great being here in the arena, right? Seeing all the emotions of the players too, like the high highs, the low lows. It's all esports, baby. This is what we live for, and doing it here for TFT, right? There's a lot on the line, a lot at stakes.
I love to see the different setups as well. You see a lot of competitive, shooters and things, they have to kind of lean in and have their own sort of. TFT, sometimes you have a little bit of downtime where you can really think, communicate, and talk. So you see some of these players kind of, lean back a little bit more in their chair, get comfortable, because it's all about the mental.
Absolutely. Not as much as Soju, hopefully. Right? Hopefully we see the players more than their forehead on camera here. But no, I even saw Soju earlier, pretty locked in, sitting up in his chair.
I even just looked to my right where they're playing over there, and he's sitting completely straight up and locked
crazy.
in.
First time.
I know. I guess he's paying more attention here than he does on stream. But it's going to be a great series. Gentlemen, do you think this one's going to go all 3?
Yeah, I said earlier I do think it'll go all 3, and maybe I'm going to have a hot take here in saying that, but Tamara, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm going to go with the 2-0 for Falcons. I'm going to make a bold prediction, because if I'm ever going to make one for the 2-0, I feel like 2-1's a safe prediction for most ones. This is why I'm going to go for the prediction of 2-0.
And here we go into game number 1 of match number 2 of TFT at EWC. We have Virtus.pro versus Team Falcons, the favorites versus the underdogs here. Who will come out on top?
Absolutely. Getting on here into game 1 with Team Falcons versus Virtus.pro. And Tamura, based off of what we've seen in the first series already of the day, is there anything that's standing out to you that's different than what you've expected?
The first game, there wasn't as much priority on Sorks. I just thought that the Sorcerer line was a common standard one that more people would go towards, but then they completely, brought me back to where I thought it would be in the next game. We saw multiple people contesting it. We saw multiple people taking Invested to just roll down all their gold and guaranteed deny, because if you can deny the other Sork player from hitting Karma 2, it slows them down a lot.
Yeah, absolutely, right? Only having 10 of those units for the 4 costs in the pool, right? It's so easy to deny 2 stars. We've seen a lot of denying across, I think, this whole tournament we're going to see. As soon as a player locks into a line, it's like, all right, how can we prevent them from reaching their ceiling? Exactly what we're going to see here in these games.
Yeah, and these players are very dialed in at playing defense. Some would argue a little bit too much. We did actually see that be the case. Some players were holding on to a little bit too much of the units, and it meant that they couldn't hit their own.
Yeah, exactly. I don't forget who it was, but there was a player who was holding like 8 Nars on the bench and then just immediately got eliminated in 7th or 8th place. And it's like, all right, you only had a 1 star on your backline as a carry, so maybe you should have sold some of those units, try to go for the win out. But if they weren't in a position to win, right, you want to pull up your teammates who are in a good spot, right? And just deny the ones from the enemy team who are in that best spot to contest.
Yeah, we saw in the first game that player was actually, SCSC was able to run away with the GP, but we've seen multiple people get dropped the GP in this game here. So I definitely don't think anyone's going to be getting an uncontested GP line. Unfortunately for Shelty only picking up the over 9,000, I do believe for a split second we got to see Stretchy Arms picked up by a different player.
Ooh, okay. Stretchy Arms obviously going to be the line for GP, the best in slot power-up. up there. Jin 2 was presented to Shelty, but going to just sell it for 10 gold econ, right? Very, very important, especially if you're going to get to those breakpoints to reroll a composition.
And there we go, Maris, as we've talked about, the headline of the man to watch out for VP. You can see there, not only has access to the stretchy arms, does have the IE slam if they want it, and then just needs a lot of bows. Now, the awkward part about this spot is you need multiple bows. If you can get the IE online, then you can go for Rage Blade as well as Kraken. But if you slam items now, you might be a little bit too strong, and you know that the bows are going to get denied.
Yeah, exactly, right? The IE potential was there, but you gotta, take that risk maybe if you think you're going to get those items, but if not, just going to leave them on the bench for now. See Li Tuchuan here with a Midas Touch Jin opener. Nothing too crazy, potentially a Kennen 2 in the shop there as well. But we do have a trainer here with a Wraith emblem. Mech as well.
Yep. Soul Fighter, Wraith. Yeah, that one's got Wraith, Soul Fighter.
Yeah.
So we did see actually Soul Fighter do surprisingly well. I didn't have Soul Fighter on my meta card. I didn't think that too many players would default towards it. But not playing for first, but decently strong line as well. But with Wraith as well, a little bit awkward because the benefits to both of these traits is that the damage that they contribute with Wraith works towards the extra damage you're going to be getting. With Soul Fighter, they're going to be getting a lot of extra AD and AP. The problem is when it's stuck on a dummy, it doesn't do the same thing. So a lot of times when you get the dummy, you'd prefer something else.
Yep, absolutely. So maybe some players could just ignore the dummy entirely, right? We do see some games sometimes where you get that Wandering Trainer from just the encounter, right? And it's like, okay, I don't really have a good line to go along with this, so I should just go what I'm offered in my shops and where the game is naturally driving me to.
And it looks like Lichao's tried to play around a Katarina line, which we've seen do well and also fall flat if you get denied, which we know is definitely going to be the case. But unfortunately, picking up the Portable Forge didn't manage to find something for Katarina. There's a couple of different options that you can actually go towards. So that's a little bit unfortunate. Maybe the Tricksters onto the Rakan will be decent enough. As we've seen, Rakan 3 is usually hit more frequently than Katarina because they don't play as much defense on Rakan.
Yeah, definitely. Katarina really the one that people want to deny, but Rakan is kind of the unsung hero of the composition in some ways. Rakan definitely such a solid frontliner for a 2 cost. A lot of value in that unit. Li Xiao, however, for now, just going on a bit of a loss streak, even though we have the power up on Katarina with the Hero's Arc, the items already slammed, right, with that Hand of Justice, but it's not going to be good enough. Maybe to save some HP, right? I think that's what Li Xiao really wants to do right now.
And actually had really good leftover components, as we've got an item component opener, which means that players have a lot more flexibility, a lot more things that they can slam. But he had, Hodge, half of Guardbreaker, and then he also had half of Edge of Night. So he was in a good spot.
Absolutely. Hopefully getting one of those items on this coming carousel. But going to be facing up against their teammate right now, Li Tuchuan. Actually had found a Jin 2, another Jin in the shop. Going to be seeing if a round win comes through, maybe can pick that one up. But it looks like Jin is just going to be an item holder for now. So just having it as a bridge unit to get into that mid game and make that swap work.
And with these items, he's telling a very clear story. We've seen that the Cassante Akali line has been very, very powerful if you can get to it. And by slamming these very, I'd say, unconventional Jin items, it kind of lets us know, okay, he's going to be trying to kill units and then getting to that position. And then you don't necessarily need to find the Varus, and you effectively get a +1 when playing that flexible board.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of players will underestimate the power of slamming these early game items, right? They're not best in slot by any means. In fact, they're not very good, but they might just be the difference of saving some HP or getting some extra round wins, right, to bridge that gap once again. And we do see one spatula on this stage 2 carousel, Tamara, and it's picked up by Li Xiao.
Yeah, okay, so that is a way to potentially cap out a little bit higher. And something that's really important to note is that when you do pick up the spatula in the earlier game, it can be really awkward because if you don't get your true best in slot on your items, having that extra spatula doesn't really do anything. It's more of a luxury. However, if you have an item opener Galaxy, now you have a lot more flexibility to be able to pick up that spatula.
Yeah, a lot of options here. You don't want it to be just a dead component there. Maybe a high roll on a carousel and you're able to make it into a Tactician's Crown or something of the sort, but we'll have to see in the future. We're now looking at Kian here, Virtus.pro's win streaker here along with NCC1. They're not facing each other yet, though, and these rounds are very important, right? Getting these streaks up until the PvE round.
Yep. And slightly more conventional items, I would argue, there towards the Ezreal as well as the Mundo. So going up against this Jin 2, there's a lot of frontline to deal with, but I think Kian's come to play with a lot of his own. So we're going to be able to take out the backline. That Edge of Night is going to give Jin a second life. However, there's just way too much frontline on the side of Kian, and it has taken an Econ Augment in order to play tempo. So very, very powerful, and I think even better in 4v4 because now you have that one player with the HP advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. HP advantages, you can do so much with it. It dictates kind of the pace of the game and how your team wants to play around that. We have a player level 6, right? Milo from Virtus.pro. No item slammed though, which is interesting enough. Just sacked the first few rounds and now maybe looking to make this into a bit of a win streak here.
Yep, so a lot of flexibility taking that time skip, so not really able to play the early game, but it does mean that you're going to come back hitting harder, especially towards the end of stage 2, but mostly in stage 3, once you can actually figure out what you're doing. And yeah, not slamming those items means that once you come out of the time skip and you start to see some of those higher value units in your shops, maybe you might want to make a different decision, or once you see your Krogs components.
Yeah, absolutely. Stretchy arms on the Volar Bear here for now. Probably not going to be sticking with us for so long, but does run into Mars, who is sacking these rounds. So an easy win there on the tail end of stage 2. Kiana as well, these items looking for this AP direction, right? Maybe Sorix, you were saying didn't see too much of Sorix early on, but still a very powerful composition. In fact, the same exact items on the other side there from Ning Li as well.
I did make the prediction of the 2-0, but I am honestly quite worried about this spot because VP's looking to be in a phenomenal position. I do believe we got to see the treasure hunt as well picked up, which is a great way to play for first. Yeah. And then they also have players like Kian, NCC. They've got 2 players who've managed to streak the whole way. And it's not like Milo's in a bad position either. They're all in really good tempo spots. And then you have a win-out player as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say every single player is in a good spot on Virtus.pro, actually. 2 win streakers, 1 full loss streaker, and then Milo, who went the time skip, right? It's exactly kind of how that playstyle wants to go, is now going to be very ahead, even though they're kind of middling in the HP right now.
Yep, and not only is Maris able to play around the treasure hunt, he's also playing it with the GP. So GP gives you even more money. So as long as you just 2-star the GP, you can get more money, you can spend it on more roles, and you're going to be continuously burying up that treasure, and you're going to be in a very comfortable position. And honestly, sitting at 71 HP, I've seen worse.
Definitely have seen worse, right? It's when you get into the 60s that you kind of want to be worried. But it's all about the GP, like you say. I think we're going to be repeating that phrase all throughout the weekend and forward right into this competition. Here's a GP2 from Shelty here. It kind of just has a smattering of random items, right? This looks like it's not going to be what's on the endgame board, but it is going to be preserving a lot of HP for now. Unfortunately, Shelty wasn't able to fully win streak out, right? Ran into either Kian or NCC1 in stage 2, but still in a solid spot here. Just got to see what the pivot's going to be.
Yeah, it does have access to that salvage bin, so is going to be able to change up those items a little bit later. I think we did see a spark there on towards the bench on that Viego. Which is great, you know, you have the rod, you can make the Rage Blade later, but unfortunately no bows. And so that's really, really crucial because you need 2 of them for GP. And then getting excess, you can make some other items. So that's definitely what his priority is going to be when looking towards carousels. But I'm sure that VP is going to be looking at his spot and going, okay, guys, I know your spot might be bad for a bow, but you need to be taking it on carousel.
Absolutely, right? It's that, got to play for the team at some point. It's got to play for the team. And we get our second augment phase coming through. Another gold here. We re-roll into high voltage. Epoch, quiet quitting as well.
So quiet quitting, a little bit awkward when you are playing around this Katarinas. You probably want to be as strong as possible right now. Yeah. Roll down a little bit. You could take it, maybe play for the win out. I've seen that a couple of times, and then you have a lot of money to really roll and hit. But by that point in a 4v4 environment, a lot of the Katarinas might be taken, and you're going to be rolling with much worse odds.
Yeah, in general and TFT are used to, okay, maybe you'd be AFK in the first few rounds of the game, but on 3-2, it's a lot more awkward because that's really when you want to start, you know, making your composition be able to last in that mid game, and to be sacking a few rounds right now is a little awkward.
Yeah, as we get another view of some of the other options, Healing Orbs. Now that is a much better pickup there for when playing around the Katarina.
Oh yeah, perfect.
Exactly. We mentioned this in the previous game, I think, someone was playing around the Healing Orbs, the Katarina, just because she's going to be so close to a unit that dies, she gets the kill, she gets back up to full health, and is actually going to go for the Tricksters on the Katarina, so really would have liked that to be something else, but for now, it's decently strong.
Yeah, and we have that +1 unit coming through from Li Xiao as well, right? Was able to make that spatula into a completed Tactician's item. And we see the power of that Katarina right now, right? As Tricksters, for now, it will already have procced the Edge of Night, though, and it does go down, so still not stable, still 7 losses in a row.
Yeah, and a little bit awkward, sitting on 3 components. There's a decent amount there sitting there, but just you couldn't really make any more Katarina
Yeah.
items, couldn't make any utility, didn't have that duo carry set up because you really just want extra tank items for your Rakan, and the combination of items just wasn't what you want to see.
Yeah, especially going into the middle of stage 3, right? You're not going to want any of those item components on your bench. You're going to want to be using them to get value. But Kian, still the only player 100 HP and win streaking. We see Shelty here unflinching on the Gangplank, but a few really good items. No Edge of Night, though.
No Edge of Night, but I've talked about having no bows, but then has managed to pick up the lucky magnetic remover as well as the extra resources there, and has managed to convert his items into some pretty nice looking ones there. So having the unflinching, having no Edge of Night, especially in the mid game, can be a little bit awkward. I do believe once you get towards the stretchy arms, you can have this set up and avoid the Edge of Night if you think that your GP will be safe and the rest of your front line keeps alive. But a little bit risky right now, but I think this is still a decent spot to play tempo. And it's going to be denying the other, I believe it was Maris who was looking to play GP as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And a really good spot, 5 wins there. We see that Rage Blade, Kraken's IE, just a ton of damage output from that GP right now. The front line is, not the most amazing right now. It's going to just be an Udyr 1 with a few items, but get an end to stage 3 carousel here. Jan still winning, but Maris and Milo having first pick here.
Yep, and looking at the forecast, nothing's really standing out to me. The Soul Fighter's has been out of flavor after the B patch, so we've seen a little bit of it, but definitely not the craziness that we've seen previously. And the bow is there picked up from Milo, so didn't look like the GP player needed to get too many bows, so that wasn't an issue as much. As we even see one forecast making it all the way towards the end. Ash, another unit where it's only really picked up in that very niche line of, I have a Crystal Gambit +1, I need this Ash.
Yeah, absolutely. That is going to be a very strong composition, right? But like you're saying, need a specific spot to get into that line. You'll see that Boulevard being the item carry for now on that previous board. For this one, Maris is going to be rolling down, has 4 Gangplanks right now, 3 Kubukos. But this is going to be the commitment. This is the line. Rolling semi-deep here for not that much, it seems. Diz going to get that little bit of reward from the rolls.
Does manage to finally proc that treasure hunt and gets themselves a little bit of extra items, I believe. So,
yep.
But he was trying to play defense a little bit, to be honest, but it's so hard to play defense in this line. You have so many mentors that you want to 3-star all of them. Picks up a couple of the GPs, but is going to be contested. Look, this two players can hit GP3 theoretically, but it's even harder in a 4v4. If one player hits GP, then the rest of their teammates are going to be holding on to it after he hits the 3-star.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you say, right, that composition wants it a lot of 3-stars ideally. Wants it the Yasuo 3, wants it the Kabuko 3, but it's going to be a lot of gold to do all of that. The GP, right, gets you through stage 3, maybe some of stage 4 with the GP 2, but what happens after that, right, when everyone's rolling down for their level 8 boards, their sorcerers, their Yumis, right, these very, very high power stage 4 comps, you might just be kind of left in the dust.
Yeah, and a lot of these players will actually opt into going level 7 before 3-starring their 2 costs, which is great because now you can start to pick up rises, and you only really need 1 before you can get the comp online. The only problem with that is this isn't a very high econ galaxy. Sure, Maris has decent econ, especially from some of his wins, but to push all the way to level 7 and then still use money to proc your treasure hunt, it's going to be using a lot of money there for Maris. So a little bit awkward, but we know that this is an augment treasure hunt that can play for the win out.
Yeah, definitely. See Unstoppable picked up for the power-up for the Udyr there, right? It's one of the best ones, right? Just the CC, the HP, not being able to be CC'd as well. It's just so much power. Going to be seeing that one picked up a lot throughout the week. Kian as well, still 100 HP. May be able to make a 10-win streak here happen.
And he's still carrying an Ezreal as well, so
yeah,
he's waiting to do his most likely 4-1. You can see he's pumped all of his gold into the levels there, but he's going up against a very powerful GP board, and even has the Edge of Night there, so the Ezreal has no hope of ever killing this, and he has to deal with the front line of an Udyr as well. So decent run there from Kian, so still going to be in a very comfortable position and has a lot of money to roll down with.
Yeah, absolutely. If that win came through there, it's like, okay, maybe this is like a for sure, like I can go level 9 perhaps, or I can have so much gold to roll on level 8 to stabilize my board. It's still in a good spot though, even though that loss did come through. Already going to 8 and rolling before everybody else on neutrals, I think is really, really good, especially if players are going to be contesting those lines. See, same thing with NCC1 there, going to level 8 on the neutrals.
Yeah, just having the luxury of having first pick when you're rolling down for your 4 cost, as long as you don't miss out and your shops are full with too many of the other units. But even then, you're going to be picking up units that other players might want. You can deny them as well. So it really just comes down to that luxury of having excess gold. As we do get a look at Shelty's board, who's managed to go to level 7 and does have 50 gold, so is able to roll down quite a lot. Is still playing the 4 duelist variant, so it's going to be continuously rolling until we can get towards that rise. We do have the Yasuo 2 and the Koboko there on towards the sideline, as we do see Milo's rolling down quite a bit here.
Yeah, rolling down a lot, but for what, right? We've upgraded a couple of units here. Kabuko 2, Udyr 2 on the bench. But it's a Volibear 1 still with the stretchy arms carrying these items. Round 2 on the set 1 as well, which is a great power-up, but set 1 just might not be enough. And CC1 going the Sorcerer direction. Did not find a Gwen yet. This is very key for this comp.
And he has 2 Sorcerer spats, so manages to get another fan there, so he's picked up that and has excess rods. And the strange thing about the Sorcerer line is you don't actually need that many rod items. You can see the Karma's actually getting away with just 1 rod there. And so he can use them, and he actually has 7 Sorcerers. So Sword plus 1 is good, but you get too many, and a lot of the Sorcerers are crucial anyway, so you don't really want to drop them.
Yeah, it's a very interesting spot here, having those emblems. In fact, that's probably like too much of a good thing, honestly. When Gwen finds its way onto the board, that's going to be 8th Sorcerer, right? Where's the Prismatic Sorcerer, right? We need a chase trait for this.
Exactly, and you can see he's finally rolling down here, and as I mentioned, that did actually miss out on the JG because he made that Sorcerer, so maybe it was a little bit too quick here. As we can see some final options here. Keepers potentially picked up later. Okay, so Keepers just to provide a little bit more shielding. A bit awkward, I would argue. The only good thing I'd say about Keepers with the Sorcerer line is you really want to be blowing up that weak side, so you can kind of position your Sorcerers to have that Keepers value and then clump them, try and kill someone, but usually Keepers is favored more towards the melee matchups.
Yeah, we see Milo here has picked up a Twisted Fate, so looking to play around that unit right there, right? Volibear 1 wasn't quite cutting it. Still middling in HP with 47, but here we go. Li Xiao hits Katarina 3, 1 away from Rakan 3 as well. A lot of power that just got found for this board.
And we also saw, so it had to actually take the extra dupes from the 4-2 augment selection there, which makes sense because I think we saw every single player on VP was holding on to as many.
Deny.
Everyone was holding on to Katarinas, and unfortunately that meant that had to use the dupes there on towards the Katarina despite being very close to Rakan. So hitting the Rakan 3 would have been very, very nice, but of course in a 4v4 environment, you don't really always have the luxury of playing to win out.
No, unfortunately you don't. Sometimes you gotta be the sacrificial lamb of your team, but that's a good thing to recognize in a team format, right? Is your position relative to the rest of your team, let alone the lobby, does change throughout the game, and you gotta be willing to adapt and able to adapt on the spot.
You see that Shelty's actually managed to take the GP2 and push it all the way up to a fast 8. So we do have access to the 4 Mentor now, and has completely given up on trying to contest Maris on playing for GP3 because that's just not viable. So now he can tell the rest of his team, okay guys, I'm not going for GP3. You guys need to hold on to as many copies as possible, and we can try and slow down this Maris player who can play for a win out because of his augments.
Yeah, and here we go. We see the direction that this Wraith on the dummy is going. It's going to be all-out Cassante here. It's just going to be tier 1. The items are not quite best in slot, but they are still rather good. But not having a lot of HP to work with and on a 9 loss streak, Li Tuchan is going to have a long way to go before they're able to stabilize here. But does it start now?
Yeah, and also managed to pick up the hemorrhage there for the Akali, so very, very powerful. You see Milo's actually playing towards that solo TF backline. However, if you can have the Akali positioned right, she'll get onto the TF, and then you just saw there, ulted once, jumped back, and then it was dead. Yep. Really good item to pick up there. Doesn't have access to something like the Rabadon, so maybe if they had like a 2-star 4 cost, you wouldn't be able to kill it as quickly. But the thing about Akali is she'll just keep casting, drops aggro, and just does so much damage that she will be able to take out the backline.
Yeah, that composition works so well, right? Cassante is just this absolute beast with all out, and Kali is jumping around everywhere, getting all this damage in the backline with hemorrhage as well, like you said, a fantastic tool to do that. As both 5 costs in this carousel were picked up, it was the Zyra, was the Varus as well.
Yeah, so Milo's transition unfortunately mustn't have gone that well because we were looking at this setup before, and Maris was the only one from BP who really looked to be in a risky but, win-out position. Everyone else seemed to be in a very comfortable either win streaking or just had a lot of resources to work with. But Milo's gone fast 8. I do believe that he rolled quite early just to play a little bit of defense, but has had to play a slightly unconventional line, and it doesn't look like it's working out that well.
Yeah, unfortunately not. Li Xiao, however, right, even after hitting that Katarina, has not stabilized, still losing out in some rounds, right? And Rakan is a big tool for that. Doesn't even have 3 items, right? Just has the Tricksters and the Ionic Spark to enable a bit more Katarina damage, but that Rakan is not nearly as tanky as you would like to see out of a lot of other compositions that feature this same kind of style.
And not being able to 3-star both of them, despite the fact that you've taken double dupes, just makes the cap that much lower. So,
yeah.
I mean, that's how you have to play 4v4 though. So playing these 2-cost reroll lines when you're locked in and you have to hit the 3 stars is so risky, because we've seen it. The Katarina players, they almost always end up taking these extra champion dupes, but what if they miss that? What if they don't get that on 4-2? So many of the Katarinas are already out of the pool.
Yep, then it's like absolutely doomed. You're just kind of wasting an augment at that point, and even the augment seems to be getting, just kind of half value here, because like you're saying, right, the Rakan wasn't found. There's another Jace, right, but not going to be looking for that to be a massive carry for the team. As players' HP drops dangerously low, it is going to be Team Falcons, right, first to perhaps fall here. Li Xiao and Li Chuchuan on 11 and 14 HP respectively. Team Falcons, one of the favorites coming into this event, are perhaps looking to be upset already by Virtus.pro.
Yeah, the position's really not looking that good. As you see, they do have someone up top of the front, is preserving a decent amount of HP, but 2 players down the bottom means that they're going to need to start winning some of these matchups, and it looks like we are going to be, I think, sacking. There's a Karma 2 there. Ningle is taking off his items to make it easier for this Akali 2 to be able to take out the rest of the board. Is still stuck on Cassante 1. However, okay, does put the items on towards the Karma at the end. Manages to maybe get an extra kill or 2, but obviously a little bit too late. Wasn't able to take out too many. But with Maris being in such a strong position playing around the GP,
Li Xiao's out.
Yeah, it's getting quite scary for the Falcons here.
Yeah, Kian just a bit too strong there with that Yuumi, and took out Li Xiao. Milo, 6 HP, right? It would be fantastic for Team Falcons if Milo would be going out in 7th. That leaves a lot more wiggle room, only perhaps needing a 1st and a 3rd at that point to win out on the game.
We do see some of the other players. We did see that Milo was playing around the TF, so potentially could cap quite high, but Shelty, from a very early position, recognized that he was going to G2 and then push levels. So he's not playing around the reroll line. So we'll have to see, Maris. It's good to get a look. And Maris has already hit the GP3. So playing around not only GP3, but also the treasure hunt means that Maris is it's going to be all eyes on him to try and go first this lobby, which means that, honestly, Milo could go out in 7th and VP would still be in a very comfortable position.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's great recognition, right? If you're contested, it's always a conversation of like, okay, do I just roll down to try to hit the unit as well, right? The GP in Shelty's case, but no, made a very strong decision to say, all right, I'm in a good spot. I can just push these levels and has so much gold, right? Just last round on the neutrals had like 70 plus gold to work with and be able to push to 9 and make that composition capped out in just a large board sense.
Yep, so all eyes on Milo here, who is only going to be on 1 life as well as this run. Going up against GP, so that's most likely going to be one more fallen member there for Falcons. So we'll have to see. Milo, it looks like he's losing this matchup, is going up against a very powerful Sork board. However,
popping off.
They don't have enough damage to get through the volley bear, and that's going to be 1 extra life there for VP. So VP now in a very, very comfortable position.
Absolutely. A lot of healing on that Volibear, right? The BT, the Sterix get that extra shield and HP as well. And yeah, Li Chuchuan goes out in 7th, so now we are going to need to see Ningli and Shelty get 1st and 2nd place if Team Falcons is going to win Game 1. This might just be the day of upsets, Tamura, but it's a bit too early to say for now.
Yeah, I just don't think anyone can rival Maris, and so having 2 Falcon players go out in 7-8 means they need that 1-2, and if you have a player, if you have a player like Maris, I don't even know if they can, if they're going to be able to get even close to the points. It's looking like this first match is going to be very, very heavily favored towards VP, as we do see that Milo is going up against Shelty. Shelty's got a decently strong board there, but unfortunately is not playing around. You see GP2 still doing quite well, but got a little bit confused there, honestly. I think the volley bear was jumping all over the place. He didn't know where to go.
Yeah, oh, there we go. Jumping to the right targets now. That's going to be Milo winning the round up against Shelty. And yeah, Virtus.pro just looking in such a good spot here. Here's some players getting hyped up behind us as well, right?
Yep.
These are the pivotal rounds of the game. And oh, that's it. It's going to be Virtus.pro, right? Taking game number 1 as Ningli falls.
We got a little bit of that in the background, yeah. The clapping from the VP players. They're quite happy with that. Yeah, okay, so definitely not a 2-0. Maybe a 2-0 from VP. Honestly, they looked pretty solid. They chose good lines. It looked like the Falcons kind of just gave up on Maris, though. I don't know, maybe Maris just got really lucky with his GP rolls, but it feels like every single player, when denying Katarinas, you look around, they all have like 2 or 3 each. When it came to GP, I feel like he was fine because he didn't have a lot to begin with. He only had a couple copies.
Which must have just high rolled, right? Sometimes that's what that's what happens. You just kind of roll down and say, oh, GP in the shop, oh, 2 GPs in this shop, right? And all of a sudden you just have the GP3, even if a few are denied, right? That's TFT for you. It is inherently a game of variance at the end of the day. Milo does go out there, but this is interesting, kind of just looking holistically at this game, looking at Team Falcons coming into this one, right? The stars were, players who won EWC last year for the TFT portion, right? Li Xiao and Shelty. Li Xiao went 8th this game, even though they had a very strong set last set. They've had such just good runs in general. They got 4th at the Inkborn Fables Tacticians Crown, right? Just such good results, such strong players out of this team. But Virtus.pro, right, there's a reason that they're here, a reason that they've already denied such strong players from attending this event. I think Virtus.pro is going to have a lot more to say even after this series today, regardless of if they win or lose this.
Most definitely, and they are the team that is playing for the first for their club. They need the first in TFT for the club championships, and they've showed up. I wonder how many of these other teams are watching these games unfold, because we already saw in the first series that GP, he got a good augment, he got the God set up, and then they just kind of let him get GP3. They gave up on him. They went, okay, well, he's obviously going to win the game, so let's just let him win the game. But they can't afford to do that. They need to maybe try a little bit harder to roll deeper earlier. We've seen so much emphasis on the 4-1 roll downs, trying to deny other forecasts and getting first dibs at that. But GP seems to be left untouched when they know that they're going to be able to win the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we see some very capped out boards here towards the end of the game. Shelty taking another loss there. Maris, right, still win streaking, still with that gangplank, right? Such a key unit, such a strong unit. See exactly the power of it right here. Kian with the Yumi, right? 5 Battle Academia, 5 Prodigy, right? Having that Seraphine with 3 items. Not Seraphine 2, but still, does not matter.
Yeah, still a very, very strong board, and I love the use of tempo. We talked about how taking the Stars Are Born, you can choose your opener pretty much, as long as you get a couple options in your shop, and you can make sure that you can win streak, you can be healthy. Look, even if you don't get that 5 streak, just having that extra HP and econ advantage to work with is very, very crucial in a 4v4 environment. So you don't need to be the win-out player, you don't need to be the one that's taking treasure hunt and then losing a lot of stage 2. That's perfectly fine, but you're still playing your part in the team.
Yeah, absolutely. Kian here versus Shelty. Shelty of RS2, Twisted Fate 2, right? Such a strong board, but maybe not strong enough. Oh, it is going to be barely a win there as Kian takes a hit.
And that's level 9 with all the 5 course upgraded as well. That's a very, very powerful board.
It was closer than I would expect for that board to be, as strong as that board was. It's kind of crazy. And we do have a Ginsu's Reckoning here on this gangplank as well. Edge of Night. It's just such a good-looking gangplank there.
Did take a loss, though, down to 38 HP. So not win streaking the entirety of the rest of the game, but almost a 1, 2, 3, 4 for the VP team. So very, very strong. Yeah, very, very strong showing. Not too sure exactly what happened towards the Falcons at the end. They just they looked like they were in an okay-ish spot, but once they got to their level 8 boards, it just wasn't enough to compete, really.
No, it kind of looks like it was just like they weren't in as good of spots as Virtus.pro this game, right? Everything kind of just came out Virtus.pro, and they're able to pilot it very well, right? Which is going to be the mark of a very strong TFT player. And right? Like I said earlier, a game of variance. Not every game is going to be one that you can win. Sure, it eliminates the variance when you are playing in this team format. With 4v4, you can control a lot more. But Virtus.pro really coming out to play here, really showing that they can capitalize and recognize these game spots very well. It's a key thing that I think they did phenomenally this game.
Yeah, and if we look at NCC's board, actually, I wanted to talk about playing around the keepers there with the sorcerers, which is a little bit more unconventional because you are playing a back-to-front comp and solo frontline with the gargoyles there, but just getting a little bit of a keeper shield. I guess it's good against the Akali. If she jumps towards the back line, you can keep your karma a little bit more safe. But definitely some stronger frontline options available. Maybe it was just they just need combat, and that was the best they could get.
Yeah, even with the Gwen, right? You have the Gwen in the front line, it's a little bit of extra shield for the tanks and for the Gwen as well, right? Once those tanks do fall over. But I think it's a good point as well, like you were saying, with that Akali dashing around, it's just a little bit of extra shield. It might be the difference between, you know, your unit living and dying in just 1 or 2 Akali casts. Gonna have keepers as well here on this board. Keepers pretty popular and really strong for this one, right? Look at this setup. It's going, even Ryze being in the second row doesn't really matter, and it's just gonna be providing so much extra shield for the whole team.
Yeah, this looks a lot more solid. This is the kind of board you'd want to see the keepers on. And Maris did take a loss earlier, but now is back on a win. And I've gone on and on about this treasure hunt augment just being so powerful because of the scaling. And once you get towards this GP board, then it's going to be getting stunned for quite some time. So maybe we can take out this Gangplank, or we can take out the Jarvan there. The Gangplank gets a kill and does have access to the stretchy arm, so is going to be able to start one-shotting all of those backline units. And look at that Radiant Rage Blade. The thing about the Rage Blade change is it starts ramping the attack speed, right? It's not the same as the Flicker Blades that we've seen in previous sets. Yeah. So even if he gets stunned, it doesn't really matter. He's going to have so much attack speed once he comes out of that stun, and then he can activate the stretchy arms and just go infinite.
Yep, going infinite. That's exactly what he does. That Edge of Night as well to, you know, reset just in case he is in any danger ever. Going to have that second life. As we're probably only going to be around here for another few rounds before one of the Virtus.pro members does claim first place, right? Going 1-2-3 is such a statement in game number 1 versus Team Falcons, right? This is just still so crazy. I know we were talking about predictions, like you were saying, oh, maybe 2-0 Falcons. I was like, oh, I might go to game 3. We might both be wrong. There's a world where Virtus.pro could 2-0 this. Might be speaking way too early, but, you know, such a strong showing. I can't not help but kind of have that option in my mind as a possible route forward.
Yeah, we did have the bounce back there from Weibo Gaming, so it'll be interesting to see, you know, if the Falcons can mimic that. Can they turn the tides around? And then if they win that second game, then they'll have the momentum for the third game in the series. So it's always interesting to see how that dynamic unfolds, but we did get to see VP very ecstatic and quite happy once they realized that they had won this first game.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing that we hadn't talked about too much yet, at least during this series, is the mental of a team, right? Who on a team is going to make sure, like, right, if you're Team Falcons, if you're the favorite team and you lose game 1, who's like, all right, no, it's okay, guys, doesn't matter, right? Let's just reset. We know we're strong. We know we're good. We can bounce back. That's hard to do, especially when you're so used to playing TFT as a solo game. You can keep your own composure. But how about the composure of 3 other people on your team, right? It's going to affect you in a lot of different ways.
One thing that's interesting to note is that in the first game, in the first series rather, when Weibo did that bounce back, you notice that it was hard for them, right? They had to verse a GP with infinite range. They had to go up against a protagonist Zac, who they couldn't do any damage to them. So they could have, you know, kind of come off the game, had comms go, look guys, this happened, it was hard, not really our fault, let's go for the next one. Here, it just looks like VP is clearing them across the board, not just with the GP, but the rest of the players are doing really well as well. So how can they bounce back and go, okay, either one, it wasn't our fault, sure, maybe they got some low rolls, or do they need to rethink their strategy and bounce back a different way?
Yeah, I could point to actually like every single Virtus.pro player here and be like, oh, they played this specific spot of a game like really, really well. And I think that's just speaks to how great this team is looking, right? There's, again, I've said it, but I'll say it again, and I'll probably say it even more, right? There's a reason that they upset such strong teams in the APAC qualifiers, and they're here now upsetting one of the favorite teams in the whole event. A lot of eyes, I think, looking towards Virtus.pro, like you called out as well, with the Club Championship needing this TFT victory. I'm being convinced slowly but surely here. I guess quickly, but surely.
I mean, it's possible. We did actually see there that Maris, very, very strong GP board, but did actually lose up against Kian's board because the GP got stuck there onto the Leona. However, I mean, they are teammates, but if Kian wants to try and get this victory, it's very easy for him to move his Leona. Whereas you look at this Keepers board, sure, they're playing on land. They probably have next to no ping.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's hard. They have to move a lot of the units. Maybe we can kind of group the front line and then just swap GP last second. The only downside is you do have that anti-heal provided there from the Udyr, as well as the Even Shroud's Sunder there from the Koboko. So you do want GP in this middle position. I don't think Maris cares too much.
No, you see the players having fun with their little legends of the board right now. They're doing their little victory lap. And yeah, historically in TFT, if you have a keeper's board, you're not moving that thing last second unless you have the quickest hands in the world. It's just going to be parked there, and maybe you can make 1 or 2 little adjustments. But as we get into Not perhaps the final round of the game, but the penultimate round, perhaps, as it's a close one. But even without moving at all, the GP, this composition does take the dub as we move forward into neutrals again and then into stage 7 before we wrap it up here. Been a long victory lap for Virtus.pro, but no, they deserve it. They deserve it.
I wonder how that plays into the mental. Honestly, if I had to sit there watching this victory lap from the opposition's team.
If I was Team Falcons, I'd be tilted.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want a long victory lap. But then again, maybe it's a good thing because they can be in communications, they can talk with one another, they have a lot more time to debrief. There's not that long of a break before they go into the second game.
No,
so having every extra minute definitely matters. They can go over all the mistakes, everything that went wrong, and then try and bounce back stronger.
Yeah, I'm sure as soon as Ningli, right, fell in 6th, already like, all right, how can we bounce back, right? What a strategy is going to be? What went wrong, I think, is so crucial to identify. If there is anything, right, identifiable, and there always is in TFT, right? In any single game that you can play, there's always like, oh, I could have done this, I could have done this, could have done this. There's always so much you could have done better. So I think a team as strong as Team Falcons, which as much competitive experience as they all do, they've probably already addressed those weaknesses, are going to be looking to come back swinging into the second game.
It's a shame that Maris didn't actually get to play this out as a nail biter because you saw him frantically rolling there towards the end, and I thought, oh no, he skipped the Lee Sin. Like, he could have played that for Executioner. But instead, what he wanted to do was guarantee that he got the rolls for his treasure hunt.
Yeah.
So he couldn't buy it. He needed to actually sell it. Sells his center, rolls one more time, and then it prints him a Lee Sin too. So that would have been really hype if it mattered, and that was the difference between making the strongest board. But no, good to see his APM still in check. So if he needs to do it again next game, he can do that.
He's gonna be ready. Here we go. Morris takes the win here in game number 1 of Virtus.pro versus Team Falcons.
1-0 Virtus.pro, and once again, our team that we say is the favorite is down in the series, and now one game away from moving down to the lower edge of the group stage. So, man, there's so much they need to do in this game. They got absolutely stomped. Those bottom 3 were way gone early into this game.
That's crazy. It is happening in the reverse order, though, as last series, right? T1, the favorite team, did come out ahead to start, but now the underdog, Virtus.pro, is coming out ahead, so maybe that dynamic is flipped a little bit. Maybe Team Falcons be like, all right, it's our turn. We got to focus up. We got to reverse sweep this.
Yeah, and you mentioned stomp 3 players in the bottom 3, but also none of them were really in like a Crystal Gambit win-out position. We saw multiple times in the previous series that 2 players that bot forward, they had the potential to win out. Like, their board, if it just gone a little bit way differently, or if they just gotten a few more extra kills, maybe they could have gotten the resources to win out, but that didn't even look close.
Yeah, sometimes your spot's just doomed. In 4v4, if you don't have that clear win-out player, if you don't have the clear players that like have high HP and can flex around and figure it out, you don't have that, there's not much more you can do, there's not much you can ask for, and so they're just hoping for some better spots, some more luck in game number 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Taking a look at some of the highlights here, right? Really tells the story of how Virtus.pro is so dominant in this game, right? There was so many good spots that were well played by Kian Maris with that GP line. Maybe high rolling a little bit to hit that GP3 as early, right? But having such great items, such good rolls, and to be in second place alongside Kian as well, who was win streaking for the first 9 rounds around that Ezreal as well, right? That was just such a strong opener, played it super well, and was able to top 3 with Virtus.pro.
Yeah, and it looked really good there from Shelty as well, contesting the GP for a little bit, but only able to push levels, get to level 8, and then play for a 4th. And, you know, that's perfectly fine in a normal scenario when you have other players who are in that win-out position. But maybe he needed to rethink the strategy because you can't just have one player playing for top 4. You need to have someone playing for first as well.
And one of the interesting things was the game was decided at 5-3 and we went to 7-1. The victory lap was crazy. The vibes are so incredibly high for Virtus.pro, and we see why here on our screen with the results. All top 3 going to Virtus.pro, playing very different compositions as well. We haven't seen Yuumi do too well so far in this tournament, and getting that second place with Kian and almost the first place was a great showing.
It's also interesting to see that the best performing composition from Team Falcons was around the 5 costs, right? It's around the Varus, the Twisted Fate, that Braum as well from Shelty, but it fell very early, right? We saw the top 3 play for several rounds, right? The victory lap was very long. I think that Team Falcons, you know, had maybe some decent starts in the early game, decent direction, but were not able to convert on that at all.
Yeah, and you know, it was just a really strong tempo line, made sense getting to level 9, but normally if you don't have that strong tempo at the start, getting to level 9 is quite difficult. You can take those econ augments, but if you take an econ augment, play very lost streak orientated, and then get to level 9, and roll it all the way down, you still lose to a lot of these reroll lines that are just too powerful, especially when enabled by augment or artifacts.
And we might give it up to luck and say like, my spot's not that good, but ultimately their decisions are a part of this game. They control their own destiny. And so going into matchup number 2, it is do or die. Here in this match for Team Falcons, are they able to be the favorites that we projected them to be? We will see right after this break. Welcome back to TFT at the Esports World Cup, where our favorites, the Falcons, are down 0-1, and Virtus.pro is not trying to let them come back. Game number 2 is on the way.
Absolutely it is, and our predictions might already be in shambles about the Team Falcons 2-0 thing. I thought it was going to go the distance, but even I'm not even convinced of that anymore, as Virtus.pro just looks so strong in game number 1.
Yeah, they looked absolutely solid. All of their lines looked super clean. They had the win-out players. They had other players who were playing for HP preservation. They were denying units really, really well as well. So, you know, it's really hard to play up against a team like this because they were doing everything right.
And this team is a solid team, right? Obviously, we're talking about how Team Falcons is really good, but this team has all players that have made it to the Tactician's Crown, which is the highest level of TFT gameplay, and now they're putting that on display here as a team.
Yeah, I think although Team Falcons, right, maybe looked a bit disappointing as to people's expectations game 1, I think they're going to turn up the heat here in game number 2. I think, right, what Tamara and I were saying, they had so much time in the end of last game to identify their weaknesses, right, what went wrong, and I really do think that they're going to come out swinging because, you know, they just have such star power, such good players on that team, right? 2 winners of EWC 2024 for TFT, 2 players who are so close at making it here, but are just strong in general, and this is kind of, you know, a big super team kind of Chinese players.
Yeah, I mean, the super team will show up, and we've seen a lot of really good gameplay, especially from Weibo before, representing their region and showing how that they can construct really, really niche boards. The Bronze for Life has been picked up quite a lot by a lot of these players, and you know, it makes sense when they have their final board, you go, oh, I could have done that. That's a good board. But getting there is really, really hard because not only do you have to construct a board on the fly to make use of it in your transition phase, but you're still having to deny units. I don't know, like, if their team planners just got all of the units to deny, but even that's hard because you have to sell sometimes. You can't always play defense.
And that's one of the awesome parts about TFT as a game is there's some of these compositions that are pretty straightforward. If you get GP, you can just play the GP comp. You just find it on one of these websites and plug and play. You'll be good to go. But sometimes the game hands you options and augments and all these things that make this an incredible puzzle. Bronze for Life being a perfect example. And I'm curious to see how Team Falcons can use some of these puzzle mechanics, some of these different things to help propel them up the leaderboard.
I thought you were going to have a little hashtag ad in there for a second.
Oh, no, I'm good.
Not there.
Like, oh, careful. No, we're doing good, though, here. And Team Falcons, right, what can they pull out, though? Because not a lot of these teams have equal experience in a 4v4 format, I think, which is a very, very key thing. Team Falcons does have a decent amount of experience, so you would expect them, right? That's one of the reasons that they're one of the favorites of the event. But during every single tournament, right, the meta does change, and you got to be able to adapt on the fly. And I think that's something that we're going to be seeing even into, you know, the game 2 and maybe game 3 of this series, let alone tomorrow and in the next few days of competition as well.
Yeah, and it's easy to look good when things are going well, right? When you've got the GP, you've got the treasure hunt, and you're playing your stock standard. You've done this 100 times on solo queue. It's when things, you know, it's when you get pressure, when you get your back against the wall, and you're playing in a 4-man environment, and it's not just your game. You've got your 3 comrades right next to you, and they want to make sure that you're doing well as well. So that's when you're really tested. And so maybe we'll see at the start of this game, VP might not get the best openers. They might not get clear direction, and we'll see if their experience shows through.
And the way TFT works, it is a game of variance at its very core. There are shop odds and odds that you see different things that make your boards better. But in this format, it's a best of 3. And 3 games is not a huge sample size for these teams. It's not that maybe this team is significantly better than this team, but in these 3 games that they had, or maybe even 2 games, their spots were significantly better.
Absolutely. And I just remind myself, I should look at my own notes more because I wrote down a very key thing for Virtus.pro. That's that they are the Giant Slayers, right? In the qualifiers, they beat such a super team, and they are the Giant Slayers, right? And going up against Team Falcons, they are doing the exact same thing yet again.
I wonder if that's like a club thing, because I remember I used to watch a lot of CSGO VP, and they were always known as the Giant Slayers. So maybe when they put on that jersey, they become, you know, off. Yeah, exactly. It's I don't know. It's a scary polar bear. Maybe they're just it's built into their brand.
No, I mean, one of these things, being a competitor, right, formerly myself in both TFT and other titles as well, if you're the underdog, you got no real pressure on your back. It's like, okay, I'm expected to lose the series, but what if I win, though? Yeah. Like, that would be pretty cool. And you don't have that pressure of like, oh my God, we're the favorites. We have to live up to expectations or it's going to be such a big disappointment. You're kind of just like playing with house money if you're Virtus.pro, and you get that buff from being, you know, under that club as well. It just got everything right going for them at this point.
Yeah, and it seems like their signing matches their team's morale, their team history, and so excited to see them here in game number 2, which if they're able to get off to a good start and really 2-0 them here, they'll make a huge statement. But here we go, loading into the game for game number 2 between Virtus.pro and Team Falcons with a Braum encounter.
Ooh, Brahmin counter, let's go. Thank you very much, CLE. Here we go, Tamura. Game number 2. Can Team Falcons bring it back and send us the distance into a game 3? Or Virtus.pro going to do the same exact thing here again? We are on board with Maris, the game number 1 winner. Gangplank to victory was the story there, but surely that can't happen again 2 times in a row.
Unfortunately, got dropped the Jin. Maybe it could have been that could in a different world. Yeah, that could have been a Gangplank. It does get some of the supporting units there. We saw a Jin 2 actually skipped up in a previous game just because if you don't have the front line, you're going to be spending a lot of money on a strong back line. You're going to be losing rounds, probably go win-loss, and then you're going to be really broke. And money's super crucial, not just in regular TFT, but when you need to play defense as well.
Yeah, some newer players at TFT make that mistake all of the time. They're just like, oh, my carry, right? That's the really cool unit. I want to upgrade it. I want to itemize it. And then your front line falls over, and then it's like, oh, where did my backline go? It just got eliminated instantly.
There was a Jin pair as well there, so they might be faced with the same decision, but was holding on to a Zac and an Aatrox. So if you can 2-star either one of them and then get some items onto them, then the Jin 2-star makes a lot more sense.
Absolutely.
As we are going to see, Zac and Kale. I don't think Kale's used too much as a build-up, but is often kept because if you do get the option to play Kale reroll, then that's a line. And we've seen a lot of Zac reroll, but more with the hero augment. So the perfect form, it's a little bit different. You play it a little bit of a different way, but Kale definitely can show up if you have the right items.
Absolutely. Personally, I was playing Kale a lot on the PBE right before I went to live, and I was having a lot of fun with the composition. Kale, one of these very cool units that scales if you go up levels, right? Level 6, that big first breaking point, and we get more gold augments here, right? That's been the story for us the past couple of games, but we have Warpath potential coming through. You think that's going to be clicked on? No, reroll.
Didn't want to go for it. It's a little bit too risky. You'll be kind of telling your team, guys, you need a sack now. I need to win these rounds.
I need to win. It's me. I'll me.
Play a little bit too selfish, but no, we've seen a lot of these players. They're playing in a team-orientated way, as we saw 2 very risky options taken away. The ranged Mundo as well as the hefty rolls before was rolled over quite quickly. Picking up something like Raining Gold is very, very safe. You can do a lot with that. You can push levels, you can play reroll, you can play offense, you can play defense. There's a lot to go with. And when you don't have any clear upgrades or clear directions, this is something that you kind of take, try and kill as many units as possible, then figure out your direction later.
Absolutely. And we get Unstoppable here, probably going to be the pickup. And there's going to be a Gold Collector, a Rage Blade. Not Stretchy Arms yet, however. It is a double strike, but perhaps that could be helping out to farm some early gold here for Li Xiao.
And hasn't actually opted into using the fruit remover yet, so is going to just be sticking with the double strike. So not necessarily locked into that GP, as we know that some players potentially might want to just use it straight away so they can get one earlier chance of finding that. You can play into some ranged options here if you push levels and then eventually get towards your Ashe. I'm sure that's something that's entirely possible, but for the majority of players, this position is looking like a very standard GP line. As we do see Maris is picking up the double dupes because we know that if you're going to be playing reroll, you need these extra dupes.
Absolutely right. Econ still decent, making 10 gold that round. Have the extra dupes. When we have a Mundo in the front line, Mundo, such a strong tank unit at that 2 cost with the Juggernauts, right? Mundo is able to stand the test of time, it feels like, in a lot of these compositions.
And it looks like Maris has actually sold the GP. I was just about to say we haven't seen too much of this Mundo Jin line, but if you play it, then you're rolling a lot of the 2 costs. You're in a great spot to deny GP and Kobukos, even Katarinas if that's being taken as well. As we have Kian, who's taken a GP line as well. We already saw the 2 cost reroll. Oh, okay, so not having access to an extra 2 cost means that we're going to be staying on level 3 and not getting as much value as potential because only sitting on level 3.
Yeah, sitting on level 3, right? Having that one reroll. Lightest touch as well on the GP. Some extra gold perhaps being generated through that. Not going to be looking to win streak anytime soon, however.
Yeah, so too much value there. You need to be fielding pairs of 2 costs, different 2 costs, and then you'll be getting a free roll for every pair. But only having access to 3 means that we'll be staying level 3 and building up econ that way. However, usually with the way you play this augment is by the time you get to 3-2, you're going to be stacked up so many extra rerolls that you can just use all of your free stuff. And I think we just did see a Warpath, so someone is game enough to take it. Or maybe that's why we didn't want to see it picked up previously, because 2 players with Warpath?
Yeah, that's scary. That's scary, right? If you're the one that loses out on that trade, it kind of takes a big bite into your whole game plan there, and you're not going to want to be in that position. Very, very hard to recover.
And that is exactly the type of 2-cost that you want to be picking up from Warpath, the Mundo 2-star. So an absolutely unkillable beast. Unfortunately, not able to slam anything and has actually taken a 2-unit loss here, sitting on level 4. So is going to be pre-leveled up to level 5 after this first carousel. So maybe we'll get ourselves a Warmogs. Maybe losing the first couple of rounds is perfectly fine because you don't deal that much damage in the early stages of the game. As long as you have a game plan and you can start dishing out more damage later, you proc Warpath a lot more quickly in the later rounds when you're killing and winning by more HP.
Yeah, absolutely. This round as well, looking like it's going to be a loss, but not wanting it to be the case for that long, as you were saying. Is able to kill out 1 unit there, which, you know, hey, it's a little bit of HP. That could be the make or break later on, but pre-leveled to 5, as you were saying. Not first pick, though, but I don't know who's going to be grabbing a belt here unless it's just on like a 3-cost unit, and it's on a 1-cost with the Rel. So perhaps we'll see that Warmugs come through. But there are some good components here on some 3-costs. The sword, tier.
Yeah, and did have access to the sword as well, sitting just there on the bench. The bow already planted on towards the Kale, which meant multiple different outs. So Warmog's great for the Mundo, but we still need other items to be able to slam anything additional. Didn't see any GPs there on towards the Carousel, so not as high priority. Kian does pick up the Kobako there with the bow.
Yeah, for the GP comp.
Yeah, exactly.
So
usually
perfect.
Very high priority, so you know, that's great that you're low HP, which makes sense. If you're playing GP, you're not really playing to be super strong in early stage 2 because the items are quite important. You bounce back in stage 3, and that's where you farm your money.
Absolutely. So if you're able to bounce back in the end of stage 2, that is even better for you. And this is a very similar position that we've seen here for the last game. Not with Milo specifically, it was going to be Kian, who was in a similar spot last game with that Shojin, with the dual gauntlet as well, around the Ezreal, around the Prodigies, and it was a 9-win streak last game. Unfortunately, not the same situation. The front line's not quite as good for Milo here, but still a solid opener nonetheless.
Yeah, and this is great because now you can flex between both playing around the Sorcerers and the Yuumi. Yuumi, a bit more of a backup after slamming that Shojin, as it's a bit more viable to go towards Karma. The only thing that I'm a little bit worried about there is the lack of frontline items. Usually in TFT, if you have 3 items in your carry, that's great. However, in the early mid-game, you want to split up your items. You want to try and get some frontline, try and get some backline, so that worst case scenario, if your Krogs or your Wolves aren't too ideal, you're at least going to be having a couple of items on either end. If he gets only damage components from his Krogs here, it's going to be really scary.
Yeah, rough stage 3. If you got no tanks, right, that Ezreal is just going to be falling down like some wet paper there. And not going to be looking good. Ning Li, one of the players, right, 100 HP, along with Li Tuchuan as well. So last game we saw 2 members of Virtus.pro win streak into the first neutral round, and it might be Team Falcons doing it for game number 2 here.
And this is awesome positioning here from Ning Li. So similar to the Katarina, how we have those kind of vertical lines on each side to split the carries. Instead, he's not doing it for Katarina, he's doing it there back for his Kalista. So Kalista has that snipe and she can hit the backline. However, if something big like a Mundo stands in the front of the way, you're not able to snipe that corner carry. So by splitting up the frontline units, you can create that little gap and then really throw the spear into the backline.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great call, right? It's these little positioning differences that make a big difference in the grand scheme of things, right? That could just win a round, keep a win streak going, just have such good impact into the stage 3 of the game.
Doesn't look like it's actually worked out here because we can see there's the Syndra in the backline, but because there's a Xin Zhao, and a Rel too as well. So
unfortunate.
Yeah, not able to snipe out all of the backline units there. So did well to get a 4 streak, but unfortunately is going to be broken there. But at least, you know, the Falcons have brought 1 5 streak home. I do think it was quite lucky previously seeing with VP getting multiple, because that's quite rare, let alone in a 4v4 having both of them be a 5 streak.
It was close in this game, but not in the cards. Li Tuchuan, the only member of Team Falcons, only person in the game to be at 100 HP so far. We have a little bit of crew there on that board. Checking back in with Li Xiao. We have 3 items on this gangplank. It still is double strike, but we might be seeing that re-rolled here soon for some stretchy arms. Going to be contested potentially by Kian there as well.
Yep. And we do see another Prodigy player picked up there. Also Trade Sector there for the crew, so that's really good at enabling getting those early rerolls. And the great thing about Trade Sector, normally you don't want to use it on every single roll. You can save it for crucial points where you think you need to roll. However, it's great on the crew because you can roll early. You don't even have to wait until most time you do your roll down on 3-1 right before you are forced to go to level 5. However, you can just roll on the low levels, and look what it's rewarded him with.
Yeah, we already have a Sever 3. We got 5 Malphites, have a Ziggs too already actually on 3-1. one. That's
I feel like they always have the Zeeks. Every time we've had a crew game,
there's like no Shens there.
Yeah, they just spawn in.
All right, now we got to see. I was actually listening to some of the talent backstage, and some people were saying, all right, as soon as you hit one of those crew units, either Malphite or Sivir, just push to level 6 and you can roll there. So I'm curious to see if some of the players agree with that strategy, or if they'll just keep rolling on level 5 until they hit both the Malphite and the Sivir as well. I have to check back in soon to see which route has been gone there.
Yeah, especially with the trade sector, you know, they can kind of just chill for a little bit, maybe use the free rolls, so even if they're not level 6 because it's too expensive, they can just use a couple free rolls on 5, then push to level 6, and yeah, with the crew odds not changing after they start to get those 3 stars, that's going to be perfectly fine because you can just 3-star everything. I would argue it's a little bit more awkward without the Malphite 3 because hitting the Sivir 3 not as crucial. If you hit the Malphite 3, then you can start to push levels and be strong, but we'll have to see if they're going to favor trying to get that 3-star online first.
Absolutely, makes sense. The Prodigy's here. Portable Forge is going to be a tempting offer, right? Could get some very crucial items like a Mana Zane. That's not going to be here, though. Mogul's Mail for frontline, Mittens as well. But what do you think about these options here tomorrow?
Yeah, Mogul's is pretty decent. I mean, we have enough backline items. We have a nice mix, right? They've done very well to go frontline and backline. However, Snipers is going to be picked up. This has a lot of outs to be really powerful in the Sorcerer line, usually. We play towards that Gwen, it makes a lot of sense.
Oh, yeah.
However, with the Prodigies, I'm not entirely sure. I know that it'll be okay on Yuumi, as Yuumi does have a lot of range.
Yeah,
and as the fight goes on...
reach very far, right?
As the fight goes on, it might be decent. But then it feels bad because you're missing out on a third item and having triple damage items on towards your carry. In fact, Yuumi sometimes doesn't what?
Game playing 3? Where did that come from?
Oh, man.
Wait,
So
what?
They don't even get to play defense. The too much value from Kian has given him so many free rerolls that on 3-2 we just send all of our rolls, pick up a double dupe, and boom, we have a GP3. We can push to level 7. Give me 1 rise, please, and I'm guaranteed top 4.
What is that high roll? Virtus.pro, they are just finding themselves in such good situations. Now, it's not like this will just guarantee you, win the game. It can be beaten, and maybe perhaps even if Kian goes first, right? If the rest of their team goes into the bottom 4, it's not a guarantee, but definitely in a very good spot. Right, looking at NCC1 as well with that early Sivir. Still losing the last round because the crucial unit with that Malphite has not been upgraded yet. But we do have Mogul's Mail be generating some money, give some extra tankiness there for that front line.
Yeah, so this is a great display of why splitting up your items is so important because having the backline items there on towards the Sivir and then having the Declaw and the belt there on towards the Malphite meant that now when we get this option of this gold generating item, if we had triple Malphite items, we could have taken a backline. However, if we have too many backline items, we can take a front line. And that's perfectly great here for the Malphite. Unfortunately, it does have Declaw, so not the armor that he usually would have liked. Yeah. And it looked like he stood still for a little bit there, so the splitting there from Ningley's is not going to work the way he might have wanted. The casts are still going to be going on towards the Malphite, but looks like has managed to pick himself up a Samira, and all of these mostly AD units are still getting stuck on this Declaw Malphite.
Yeah, I believe Ningley had Unstoppable, so the unit charged, and then so Malphite didn't move, and it's like, okay, the positioning doesn't end up mattering, actually. Which is a little bit of a funny interaction there. But NCC, right, maybe because of that, maybe because of not, is going to be winning the round. There's a Yuumi there. These AP players could be picking that one up here.
Yeah, and NCC was actually already playing defense with the crew rolling and then passing up a Yuumi, taking a Yuumi there. As you can see, Shelter, he does manage to pick it up, but we'll have to have a look around here. Does pick up the Xante, that makes perfect sense. Does get the Warmogs there towards the Malphite, and so going to be getting a lot of stats, defensive stats there from the Moguls, and any little bit of extra econ helps because it's all about getting those 3 stars online as soon as possible.
Definitely. That's where you hit those really, really important breakpoints, the really important power in that crew composition. We're just a little bit away from another one, perhaps, because there's a lot of gold to roll here, and there's already one more Malphite, a Shen coming through as well. Got a couple more rolls potentially. Warmogs has been slammed. Where's Malphite 3? There it is. Levels to 6 immediately. Getting to put that Gnar in for 2 Sniper. And all of a sudden, NCC looks to be in a great spot to win streak into Stage 4 and perhaps beyond.
Yeah, so we kind of answered our question before about whether or not these players are willing to stay on level 5 and keep rolling for both Sivir and Malphite. And yeah, I guess I would argue that it's the context around the Malphite. And it seems that NCC agrees that you really do need to make sure that you have your frontline sorted before you have the luxury of pushing levels, as we do get a close-up of Kian's board, who has 4 free rerolls. And the thing is, normally when you hit your units, when you play the too much value and you you get your rerolls. You go, okay, great. Now I have a couple of extra rerolls. Doesn't matter. It does matter because now he's going to be playing towards all of these mentors. And how are you supposed to play defense against a GP comp when you have to hold on to every single mentor?
You don't, I think. I think that's the simple answer. Maybe you can hold one, but it's just going to be, okay, the one you hold, I'm going to hit the other ones. Having so much gold, so many rolls, and this composition really does excel and hits that crucial, hey, I can win the game break point when you get things like that Yasuo 3 as well. Kobiko 3 you don't really need, but it is nice if you can land on it. But the amount of gold you get if you can just level up to 9, right? Maybe 10, just cap out your board that way as well. Just in such a strong spot there for Kian.
Yeah, as you can see, Ningley's playing around a very standard Soul Fighter opener, but is obviously leaning in towards the Sorcerers. We've seen the AP items. They do well on the AD units. That's a great thing about the Shojin Slam, is you can actually use it on towards the Callista, play towards a lot of AD units, but then picks up the Spark and then starts holding on to outs like the Jarvan, and you really want to be getting into Sorcerers from there.
Absolutely. We see Li Chuchuan here having the units on the bench for a Yuumi pivot as soon as that does come through. As soon as she's found, we have the Prodigy emblem right onto that rail for now. And Yuumi items on the Malzahar.
That makes a lot more sense. The snipers focus on towards the Malzahar if you can get through the front line.
True.
You kill a couple of units, it's going to spread. If you are on correct side and they don't have a solo front line, then a lot of times you can kill off some of the right side and then spread towards the back line. And then maybe if they bunch their units a little bit, you can tick it over and you'll be getting a lot of value.
Yeah, speaking of value, look at the value on this Mogul's Malphite as well. It's just popping out gold left and right as long as that round keeps going forward. NCC generating so much economy with that. That's the power of Malphite 3.
I mean, it's doing really, really well, and you know, decent kills there with the Malzahar. Having the Storm Blender, you can see all the Storm in the background, just kind of killing everything. As we do get another look at some other GP boards, the favoritism of rolling down on 3-7 as opposed to 4-1 is very, very common. I'm sure we're going to see more of it. We do see a complete pivot, because if we're going to be rolling early or we're going to be doing a full transition, we want to make sure that we're not holding on to any clutter or garbage on our board, so we can try and make maybe just that one extra econ interval.
Yeah, absolutely. An extra econ, which, Lulu comes through, so we get that 30 gold break point. But these next few rolls are going to make or break Ning Li's game. And we see Karma pair. We see Karma 2 in just a few rolls. That is exactly what Ning Li wanted to come back in this game. Only thing that could have been better is finding a random Gwen on one of those rolls. Maybe a Jarvan pair as well, but these items are going to be pretty solid as well as a power-up. What are you looking at here?
Yeah, he gets efficient. That's exactly what you want to see there on towards the Karma. And this is crucial because Ning Li's didn't exactly, I wouldn't say have the best augment. He had the most flexible ones. Like, he had the Raining Gold. He can do a lot with that. They need a win-out player, and so the fact that he's able to stop rolling now, sure, it means he's not going to be able to play as much defense as he would have liked to, but it means that he can push forward, and from his position, he has to get to level 9. He's going to be able to get to level 9, make sure that hopefully Gwen is not denied too much, and then he's going to be in a good spot to play for first. Maybe not against the GP, but at least the top 2 finish.
I was going to say, that's kind of the name of the game right now for Team Falcons, is who can surpass Kian that board, because Kian's already on level 8, has GP, has the stretchy arms, has Rage Blade, Edge of Night, you know, perfect items. It's going to be really hard, but we get a Prismatic Augment to end off here at 4-2. Invested Mess Hall as well, potentially. 1 buff, 2 buff not really being looked at here.
Most of the pros really do not like this augment. If you're ever going to take it, it would be in this setup for sure. You do have that infinite stalling there with the Mundo, so if you get the Mundo 3 online and then you have all of those snipers handing out
keeps ramping them up.
Exactly. So yeah, an augment that most players would pretty much just instant skip, but to be honest, I didn't really see too many other great options, so it definitely makes sense in this spot. This is one of those times where you have to kind of weigh up, are bad augments good enough in the right spot?
Yeah, absolutely. I think everything in TFT is contextual. You can look at one and be like, oh, it's a bad augment, and just skip through it. But you're like, wait, you got to assess where you are in this game, where everybody else is in the game as well, and be like, hey, it's actually not that bad. My comp does, you know, as you were saying, the Mundo is this everlasting tank, so it gets a lot of value in that composition.
Kian's taken an interesting stance there. He already had the GP3. I saw the double dupes, but I think he took Invested to play defense because there's no way he needs extra rolls. There's no way he needs extra money. But he's taken it, and look, he's holding on to 2 Yuumis.
Holding on to 2 Yuumis, playing that big defense game, right? That denial. It's what composition, Kian's probably asking himself, what composition can outscale me, can, take out this GP. Yuumi is one of them, a very strong capped out Yuumi board. Can just rip through the Edge of Night with one cast and then take him out with a second one. So I think kind of doing due diligence here. Maybe there weren't other good options for combat power either to lead into this decision.
I would argue it's a little bit scary because everyone's looking at Kian as the win-out player. The VP's kind of written him off as, okay, guys, we just need to play the best we can because we have someone locked in for first. This definitely makes it a little bit more risky. So Kian's obviously assessed all of his opposition very well and go, okay, how high can they cap? What can I do to slow them down? And has decided this is the best way.
Yeah, Maris hitting Mundo 3. Maybe that's the new win-out player, right? We're all looking at Kian. But Maris was like, oh, no, it's going to be me, guys, actually. With, right, we're talking about that mess hall augment. Still a long way to go for this composition to get into maybe lobby winning form because we're at level 6. We only have 7 gold to work with right now. But, hey, look at the bench there. That's another Yuumi being held here. So Virtus.pro all doing their due diligence holding these Yuumis.
Yeah, they're all working really, really well together. And we are going to be able to see the mess hall coming out. So Jin actually locked with the attack speed there, but great because the Rage Blade just gives him that converted attack speed into AD. So I don't know how well it works with the mess hall, but honestly, if you have an unkillable Mundo, any extra damage is healthy.
Yeah, it looks pretty good, in fact, there, just from that round witnessing. We'll have to see it against some stronger comps a bit later as we get into the Stage 4 carousel here. Nothing too exciting in this carousel. There is a Seraphine for perhaps these Prodigy compositions, but what good is it if you don't even have the Yuumis, right? All these Yuumis being denied.
There's a tier there for the Jarvan. It's a very good pickup for any Sword players. Leona 2 was already hit. We saw before on the roll down, so Leona Chain usually would be pretty decent as well. But yeah, as you mentioned, like no Yuumis. I'm sure that would have been picked up because they're playing so well on the defense there. Any extra Yuumis is going to be very, very valuable. But this is looking to be, I would say, a relatively lower cap lobby. We don't have any crazy,
looks like
any crazy artifact interactions. GP triple econ, so not going to be as strong as possible. And Maris is hit, but still is level 6, so I wouldn't say he high rolled in his position. It did take him a little while to get there.
Yeah, definitely took a little bit longer than perhaps anticipated. But the good thing is that Maris was able to stabilize in terms of the HP loss, right? 79 going to be in first place by a 17 HP margin. And their teammate, Kian, right, is in that second place. So still looking good there. We did get this red buff and blue buff for the Ziggs as well. 3 items on the Malphite, 3 items Ziggs, 3 items on the Sivir as well. And of course that power-up is now on the Ziggs as opposed to the Sivir.
Yeah, this is actually a really decent pickup here, having the red buff and the blue buff, because the blue buff with the changes to this set is now it can really go on anyone. Realistically, before blue buff was one of those very greedy items where if you wanted it, you really wanted it. Otherwise, it was pretty much useless. But now just getting that, a little bit of extra mana gen, although a little bit unconventional there on towards the Ziggs, as he's usually a bit more of an attack speed based unit, less of a caster. He does a lot of damage with his auto attacks, so not as favorable, but, hey, if you need the red buff, you need the red buff.
I mean, the power-up does come into play there. It was the hyperactive power-up where takedowns grant 90% attack speed that decays over 3 seconds, but hey, that's a lot of autos coming through, right? Getting value there for that Ziggs unit.
Yep, and as we do see another Bronze for Life playing into it, playing into all-out Cassante. So this just must be the standard. It's written in all their notepads. They've done this. They've done this 100 times. I'm sure of it. So if they can play towards it, but honestly, quite scary. I do believe it was the Gold Collector playing off of the GP, then bullied off GP as a potential line. And if you get towards this position and they must be playing good defense on this Cassante and Akali because this hurts to watch.
Yeah, I mean, depending on how much gold Li Xiao had to work with, maybe you just naturally miss, right? A bit in my, solo queue games, right? Just rolling in this spot. You roll level 8 to 0 every turn. You're like, where's the units, man? It's just can't hit. And Li Xiao is in that position in a team format where players are probably denying anyway, just making it that much more difficult. Not going to be falling this round, but dropping dangerously low to perhaps be eliminated when we get into stage 5. Shelty as well, level 9, trying to stabilize. That Kale is doing a lot of work, but it is just a tier 2 Kale. So Shelty as well drops to 3 HP. And this is Team Falcons in perhaps 7th and 8th unless they can make a miracle happen here.
And Li Xiao did manage to find the Rise too, but honestly at this point it's just a waste of money because he really just needs some of those other upgrades. As you do see Shelty taking the Warp Path into forward thinking, so that's like, that's gambling on the, well, my early game didn't go so well, so maybe if I just take this, I can proc it on stage 4 and just win all of those matchups, but unfortunately the strategy is not working out super well as we do get another look at Kian, who's rolled down all... Okay, yeah, that makes perfect sense. He's rolled down all of his gold to hold on to a Cassante 2 on bench, which makes sense. Not going to cap aside his GP, but you can see why it's so crucial, because playing all-out Cassante 1 is not good.
Yeah, no, you're just going to lose the game with that. And I think it was exactly what I was mentioning earlier, that Maris is now the, hey, I'm the one-out player. Kian's like, I'll take a step back. I will use my gold as a resource to propel you forward and take out these players of Team Falcon, to send them out in 7th and 8th. I think Virtus.pro is playing so well as a team to recognize these specific situations.
Yeah, it feels like Falcons just can't play the game. They're doing standard lines. They're doing what they know. They're doing what they can. But it seems like the VP players are just putting themselves in a good position and then really capitalizing on it. And they're showing up with a 4v4 mindset, and it's great to see because these are the things you wouldn't think about in solo queue.
Team Falcons isn't necessarily doing anything wrong, but Virtus.pro is doing everything right.
Exactly. We do see Lixiao managing to find the Cassante 2 eventually. And look what happens when you get the Cassante 2 online. Absolutely unstoppable.
It's strong.
Yeah, it's strong. You have bronze for life. Everyone on the team is doing work, and there's just so many different carries, and even just a TF1 on the backside. I'm sure this TF is outputting a lot, and now he's starting to buff up the rest of the team, giving extra resources. And to be honest, the Akali 2 doesn't really matter at this point because we don't have items for it. Maybe we could move over the TF items as well, but for now, at least he's found someone else to hold on to them.
Yeah, it can look like a TF power-up here, perhaps Storm Bender. We do already have some of that. Oh, it's Sky Piercer as well. Okay. See here's some people getting real excited in the arena here. A lot of hype happening.
It's great to be in this environment. Even on the games that we're not casting, we're hearing background noises because everyone's going absolutely crazy being at an event like this.
Yeah, and they're going to perhaps in the next couple of rounds here, because this might seal some fates here. Lixiao on the left is so dangerously low, but is that all-out Cassante going to be able to hold on for another round? It looks like it is versus Ning Li. And on the right, Shelty's Kale is trying to tear through NCC, but there's the Sivir, there's the Ziggs in the back, and it's going to be able to hang on as well, while NCC1 drops to 5 HP, while Ning Li and Li Chuan, though, fall low as well. There are 3 members, once again, of Virtus.pro, at least currently, sitting in the top 3. But look at these HP totals. They are so close here, Tamura.
This is terrifying from Falcons, the way that they're playing the game. Shelty is playing so risky. We got bronze for life here from Lixiao. But these boards, once they come online, are insane. And this is what I was talking about when it's a little bit scary there for playing with players like Kian, who've used their invest to try and deny Cassante for as long as possible. And effectively what he's done with that is brought down the HP totals of Lixiao all the way down to 1 life. However, now he's thrown his chances of having a guaranteed first out the window because it's done well. He's done well to put them in this position, but he's not really going to be the player who's guaranteed to kill them. And I would argue that the Cassante board would have a chance to go up against them. As I say that, is struggling a little bit with the front line of Leona, but is going to have enough.
Back line.
Yep. This Cassante is so powerful. It has so many buffers. And look at the GP. Yeah, GP is struggling.
GP could do it. Well, no more cast and does. And Shelty falls in 8th place here by just the slimmest of margins. Team Falcons is going to be going out first here.
Yep, and you can see that NCC is just on 1 life as well, but we do still have 2 other Falcons players who are potentially on 1 life. Maris still very powerful. Kian as well has done well to preserve as much HP as possible. So it's really just going to be up to, I guess, Milo to just try and hold on for a little bit longer as well.
Yeah, it has to be, right? Each round could be decided by the thinnest of margins, right? It could be, oh, can I sack against a teammate and maybe preserve a little bit more HP? It's some positioning differences. It all comes down to this, right? Being knocked into the loser's bracket after day 1 is not where you want to be, especially as a favorite. Can Team Falcons send us to a game 3? But Virtus.pro just keeps getting stronger and stronger. Udyr 3 there picked up for Kian. Maris as well is still upgrading, slamming some more items, right? Virtus.pro in such a good spot as there's just 5 seconds into the next round, Tamura.
Yeah, as we see a lot of these boards all looking very capped, and it's really just funny looking at Kian's bench just holding on to so many of those 2-star forecasts, even still denying the Akali 2-star. So, you know, itemizing the Rise. We've even got items onto the Rise now. We've got TF, we've got Rise. That's perfectly fine. we're not going to be playing around this Akali anyway. Huge J4 ult into towards the backline there. All of the sorcerers getting stunned there.
That's a win for Li Xiao.
Yep. Oh, no, still looking really close.
Almost jinxed it.
Karma's got through the edge of 9 there on towards the
NCC
Cassante.
falls.
NCC out.
What about Li Tuchuan here? Yes, this is important. It looks like Li Tuchuan is going to fall as well. Is it going to be falling harder than NCC? No, it's not. And all of a sudden, it's still anybody's game here. That was such an important 1 HP difference there.
Yeah, every single tiny positioning mistake in the early and mid game, you'll be thinking about that if you lose out by 1 HP, because this is where it all comes down to. As we do see, look at the Miller's board is decently strong, but I'd say the front line's lacking a little bit. It's obviously going to be denied a lot of the J4s from some of these other comps. That's the thing about these players contesting all of the same forecasts.
Yeah, all eyes on Li Xiao here. If Li Xiao falls, Virtus.pro will have won 2-0. It's going to be going up against Kian, and Kian's board just keeps getting better and better. Can this Gangplank go toe-to-toe with the Cassante? The Edge of Night does proc first for the Gangplank. Cassante finds him again, and Gangplank goes down. It looks like Li Xiao can hold on for at least one more round, dropping Kian down to potentially 1 life remaining as well.
Yeah, we just saw that Cassante got onto the GP first, which meant the Edge of Night procced, and then Cassante still had hit. So then when they get onto the 1v1, Cassante has the advantage.
Huge difference.
Yeah, GP goes knocked out. And he doesn't have access to a fully capped out board because he's used so much of his gold invested into taking out the other players. And it did well. Like, it looked like he was going to send the Cassante player out. However, Li Xiao's been holding on very well, and it was good for a moment, but now it's very scary.
Super, super scary. 6 Sork board from Ning Li, but Ning Li just took a very, very big hit as well. So now it's 2 players. If Li Xiao or Ning Li fall by a lot of units, the same situation happens in Virtus.pro 2-0s. They are going to need Kian to fall, and then both Ning Li and Li Xiao to hold on. This is a rough spot to make that all work, however, as there's some roll downs, there's extra items coming through from the neutrals, but not too much here. Milo not able to find that Gwen too, but still very good items throughout this whole board.
Yeah, and did have access to the duplicator, but would have had to use it relatively early. Ning Li's having to make I'd say suboptimal Gwen items, stacking the Titans there.
To say the least.
Yeah, interesting that I actually picked up the Lucky Gloves, and you can only see 1 Lucky Gloves. However, it's interesting because they've used it for the crit chance there on towards the Karma. So actually using some of those extra gloves, I do believe you get 1 more extra copy. And it looks like
this is Ning Li going up against Li Xiao. So it's Team Falcons on Team Falcons. One of them is going to fall here, and it is Ning Li. What happens to Kian? Is Kian able to hold on? It might not even be enough because it's minus 10 HP for Ning Li as well. And yes, it looks like Kian has held on. So Virtus.pro will win 2-0 versus Team Falcons tomorrow. What an upset.
Incredible showing here from VP. We actually got to hear a little bit of clapping in the background there because
they're excited.
Yeah, a little bit of matchmaking RNG, and before the fight even started, they knew it. They knew they had to go up against each other, and there was nothing you can do when you both have 1 HP. And so I said it was a bit dicey with the way Kian played this game, but it ended up working out perfectly because he slowed down their HP preservation. He made sure that it took forever for the other players to be able to hit things like Cassante, was even denying Yumi's, things like that. It meant that he wasn't as strong. Look, Kian is probably not going to win this game now, so he's going to lose stats, but he's going to get MVP for playing defense. Incredible defense there from Kian, so very well done to them. And what a great performance from VP as a whole. As you said, it didn't look like Falcons have been making that many mistakes, but man, VP have been playing well.
Yeah, no, that's crazy. I think that's exactly it, right? Team Falcons wasn't doing anything wrong. It's just Virtus.pro is doing everything right? I'll say it again and really want to highlight that. Just, I've talked a lot about Virtus.pro, right? Just making really good decisions when they are presented to them. And it's just kind of a flawless execution here.
Yeah, I mean, they've done absolutely well, and they've showed up, and I like that narrative of VP, not necessarily the underdogs, but the giant slayers. It seems to be the way that they go, and they've done exactly that. Incredible showing, and I feel like they've high rolled like a couple of their positions, but they've just played it so smoothly, and so it just looked really difficult for the Falcons to do anything, and so be interesting to see how they bounce back or how they kind of assess this game. And same with VP, are they going to reassess their game, or are they going to go, okay, it went so well for us, let's just keep doing what we do?
I think you got to do both, right? If you're Virtus.pro, you have to be like, all right, that went really well, but what happened and how can we make sure that happens again, right? There's maybe a formula to this. There's not just something you can always just fall in on and be like, all right, hey, we're going to just do it again. Just do it again. It takes some effort. It takes some work. A lot of hard work to find themselves in this spot.
Yep, as we do see Xante going up against the Rise. We're going to get our final fight here. We do see Maris knocked out in third, Kian in second, so yep, gave up the first place, but that doesn't really matter. Played excellent teamwork, and what a great showing there for the Game 2 2-0 sweep.
Oh, absolutely beautiful.
Virtus.pro moving on in the group stage to the upper bracket. And surprisingly, Team Falcons down to the bottom. So they're not out yet, but will have to fight back tomorrow. They cannot drop another series and stay in this EWC.
And now I can confidently say that we were both wrong in our predictions. It not only didn't go 2-0 the Falcons, it didn't go to Game 3 either. The unexpected has happened, and Virtus.pro proves to, I think, most TFT fans who are watching this pretty closely, they're like, oh yeah, Falcons, no, they're probably going to be the ones to take this pretty handily. It might go to Game 3, but still Falcons are going to take it, but no, a 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, I said 2-0, I just had it backwards.
Yeah, you were closer.
Yeah, close in that sense, but yes, no, incredible stuff, and it's great to see that not necessarily the meta evolve, but the strategies kind of come out full circle. We talked about how these players have had a lot more competition, a lot more practice, a lot more preparation leading up into this event, and it's really showing because they're bringing out strategies that weren't maybe not as fleshed out in the earlier days of 4v4, but now we're starting to see it full throttle.
And we see here displayed on screen with our highlights from this game, a lot of the early tempo or early econ being found for many of our teams. And the interesting part was Falcons were able to correctly identify their win-out player. Li Xiao was able to take the first place in this game, but the problem was if you get 3 in the bot 4, it's game over.
Yeah, it was so close though, right? I think, again, they played well. It just things didn't quite line up. It was, matchmaking RNG perhaps that into the later portions of the game, but they did so well. They were so close, just a couple of rounds off, and maybe it was a little bit of those, high roll spots that Kian found, right? It was 3-2 where GP3 was found, able to pilot that into a win streak there on out.
All right, and here we go. As we see the highlights come to an end here on the screen, we do have an interview ready for you. Puckett is on stage with Maris.
That's right, I'm here with our winners, Virtus.pro's Maris. And Maris, congratulations. Coming into the groups, everyone thought Falcons, with 2 world champions, returning champions on the lineup, would be favorites. You just took down the top squad in the group. How do you feel?
I feel so amazing, and my teammates feel so.
So there's a lot of discussion on how do we choose the MVP. We're looking at in-game stats, but who would you give most valuable player to from this performance?
I think there's a part of a team, so everyone can do a good, so we can beat him.
Absolutely. You guys all contributed. We see that in the win. Talk to me about the new set. We're seeing some new gameplay. It was hard to prepare for this. How is your team so good so early?
I think with this set 15, we practice so much in PPE, and when it's come out to the main server, we practice so much. So this is the reason why we come here and play well like this.
You're making Virtus.pro fans proud. Around the world, you guys are in the club championship running in the top 5. Do you think you can go all the way and win another 1,000 points for the club championship?
We're here to be champion.
They're here to be champions. That is enough from Maris and I. Let's send it back up to the desk.
And they are champions today. Thank you, Puckett. I see on screen just how that happened here in this last game. Team Falcon versus Virtus.pro. And we see the 3 in the top 4 there. How did it happen?
Oh boy, just taking a look at this board, right? Li Xiao did win this game, right? It was such a good spot to get in there. But we got to be looking 2, 3, 4 Virtus.pro tomorrow. That's just so consistent for this squad.
Yeah, they did absolutely well. I want to point out that Li Xiao was the one that won the game, but he was also the one that was getting, attacked the most by Kian, I would argue. It was so hard for him to try and get towards this Cassante. He looked like he was on one life, but was getting denied. Finally hit that Cassante too, and then I think once he got that, it just evidently didn't really drop around. But yeah, obviously from VP's side, they were playing a lot more defense. They did really, really well. They had multiple players who could have potentially gone first this game if they had played in a more selfish manner. However, playing that defense and just sending all of the Falcon players into the bot 4 is very, very more important.
Yeah, and we see Virtus.pro really leaning towards these reroll lines, at least for this game as well, right? NCC1 had that crew reroll. We see Mars, right, with the reroll, Kian with the gangplank as well. So just a lot of prowess, a lot of skill, right? And we heard in that interview from Mars that they're very practiced, right? As all teams, right? They've played just a ton of games, but it seems like they're familiar with so many specific situations, and be able to capitalize on those just separates a good team from a great team.
And one of my favorite things from that game was taking mess hall, which is just bringing my food fight tactics dreams to life in the game through an augment. And it's not something that's super popular right now, but in that spot, it was wonderful with the amount of stall they had in the front line. So such an exciting performance and an upset to start our tournament here in Group B specifically.
Another one.
Really shapes up how this is going to work out. And on the A stream, the rest of Group B is finishing up. But now we're looking towards Group C. It's gonna be a good one.
Oh yeah, I'm excited for that one. But just real quick, I wanted to return to the words of Maris and that they're here to be champions. And after that performance, I don't doubt him at all.
For sure. I mean, I think the way that they chose their augments, I want to highlight that before we close up on the game. Where right towards the ends, it was just so solid that they were picking things to deny, but also things to make their current spots so powerful. And it shows that they can be champions because they have to have that winner's mentality, that mindset. And as we get a now look at some of our next up in Group C, I do believe.
Yeah, Fnatic arriving, as well as Citadel Gaming, who is new to this EWC stage, recently signed a TFT team, so not much of a club pedigree, but are really building something within TFT, while Fnatic is an org that many people know, have a storied history in League of Legends and across all of the games. It's very interesting to see where they'll end up, especially as one team that's not really competing for the club championship, and then Fnatic, who really wants to put themselves on the map in that way.
Absolutely, a lot of pressure on Fnatic, and especially a lot of expectations coming from last year in WC. Fnatic went dead last, and they are going to be moving to an EMEA squad instead of Americas now.
Yeah, and we will be seeing this matchup next up on our stage, starting with Group C, but we're going to have a quick break before we do that so the players can get all set up. And on the other side, we have the matchup between Citadel Gaming and Fnatic.
If all they've been saying is true, there's a war before your eyes. Tell me, can you see right through? Right through, right through. Down through the wires and the pipelines. We go disconnecting from the city and the skyline. there's nothing going on, no game plan, no plans. So I'm jumping out the fire, back into the frying pan. I'm trying to disconnect from the stats and the spray tan. Just another piece of data. Is this the numbers again? The fights, the fear, the fear. Is this the numbers again? It's just another
Welcome back to TFT at the Esports World Cup, where we have our third match of the day in Group C between Citadel Gaming and Fnatic. It is the classic Americas versus EMEA. Who will come out on top here in Group C?
Well, coming into this with Fnatic, last year they did have that Americas roster, and they decided, no. EMEA's where I'm going to put my faith this time around. They came in with this full French roster. I'm feeling pretty good about this one. Clamou, being the standout player, has had such an incredible last set, finishing second in both cups. He's the standout man, and Fnatic decided for them it was EMEA over at NA, and I think that's what we're going to see today.
Yeah, well, from the Americas, we got Citadel Gaming, right? We have some of the most decorated players in TFT with Robin Songs, right? Coming off of a top 8 at the EWC last year, coming off of a 6 in the Tactician's Crown last set as well, leading Citadel's Gaming hopefully to a win here, because I gotta be earning some points for the Americas here versus you, the enemy, EMEA.
Old foes, but it's a love-hate relationship. The regions are sometimes quite close together.
Absolutely they are. But now talking about Fnatic as well, right? Dropping that America's roster, going for EMEA one. I think it's actually kind of scary for anyone that they play against, right? Because EMEA, especially France, has a lot of experience in playing LAN tournaments, playing 4v4s as well. So that's definitely a very, very big kind of boon in their favor.
Yeah, and I think coming in here as well, Bensak is a relatively new name to the scene, only been playing for the last 2 years, but is so good. Already has that crown appearance, you can see him there. Yep. He's confident, and he's maybe the young blood, but as he said, France has always produced these top players.
And Clemou is the other person from Fnatic that has Tactician's Crown experience, definitely the other headliner for this roster. But with an all-French roster, and this is something we've seen across this, is that the language barrier can be an issue, but when you sign everyone from the same country, it's a good one. We see Citadel Gaming's roster here on the screen, headlined by Robin Songs. But Dankmeme specifically is someone that I want to highlight. He's someone 2 sets ago went to 2 Tactician's Crowns in a row. Definitely one of those young up-and-comers alongside the rest of this roster.
Yeah, definitely. Dankmeme's kind of came out of nowhere, it feels like, and had such strong performances. I'm a little worried Dankmeme's kind of had a shaky set last set, but hopefully can recover here, right? Maybe it's just focusing a lot on the future, focusing on EWC, right? As I think a lot of players absolutely did. So looking to be, I think, helping out Robin Songs, right? Some newer players, right? Kai Wang, right? Doesn't have that much competitive experience, so it's be interesting to see how Kai Wang does fit into the mold.
But a player with a lot of experience, but maybe not the performance that you'd expect from them, is Solus. This is a player who has been around for so long, but has never made a crown, and is maybe one of the best Americas players to have not got to that stage. So there's someone that's maybe got a point to prove on such a big international stage like this. They'll be sure to come in swinging.
Yeah, if you've been following TFT for a long time and you're paid attention to the Americas, you're going to know the name Solus, right? Competing since set one, very, very strong, but didn't produce the results that maybe some of his peers like Robin Songs ended up doing. So still a lot of expectations, but this, I think, even though they're maybe not rated that highly, is a squad with a lot of potential.
Yeah, Kai Wang is also this player that people don't know too much. He's always top of the ladder, but he doesn't compete in a lot of these cups because he has a full-time job.
It's hard to do at that point.
It sure is. And so now he took some time off for EWC. He's fully prepped. He's ready to go. And so kind of almost a debut for him on this big of a stage.
Yeah, absolutely. Kai Wang does have one regional finals appearance, got 12th in Remix Rumble, so he at least has that under his belt. But I think mostly everyone else in this tournament does have just objectively more competitive experience there.
I think both these teams as well coming in. Fnatic's second seed out of EMEA, third seed for Citadel out of Americas. It means neither of them went to that global qualifier. They got their business done early. They've had a longer time to prep. I think any of the teams that are coming in seeded, we should not underestimate at all.
And it looks like we do have a video prepped for us as well. We have the road to EWC for the Americas team of Citadel Gaming. So go ahead and check out that video now.
Last year at EWC, I was with Toronto Ultra, and I think we were pretty underrated and dark horses coming into the tournament. We had 2 Latin players and 2 American players. People probably thought like our communication skills weren't that good, but we proved everyone wrong. We were able to beat the #1 seed Falcons and make it to top 8. During our American qualifiers run, we lost our first match against Jay Dolinsky's team, and they were a pretty strong team, but I think we were just like warming up, maybe like a little bit of jitters. So we got bumped to the lower bracket, but surprisingly, none of us, I felt like we're nervous about it. We were all pretty locked in, and we managed to beat a bunch of great teams. 100 Thieves, we beat the old TL NA team, and then going into the last match against TLBR, we were kind of checked out already because we already made it through. So I think we had a really good run at qualifiers. We beat a lot of good teams. Our odds of doing well in this tournament, I think, is pretty high. We have very, very good team chemistry. I think a lot of people overlook that. They just think about like the solo players, like individual skills, but I think our team has very, very good chemistry. We have all different play styles. Most importantly, we're all very unselfish players, and I think you have to be unselfish in this format. So I think we'll do very, very well. We've beaten a lot of very good teams in the qualifiers, and our scrim results are looking very good. So we're pretty confident that we'll do good in this tournament.
And we've seen team chemistry really be the difference maker, is that if you're able to play that unselfish TFT, able to play as a 4-team unit, which is not usually how you play TFT, you're able to find some success. And so for Citadel, if they're saying that's the case, we should have high expectations for them.
Absolutely. I think Robin kind of nailed it on the head there with saying that they want to prove expectations wrong, especially with Robin's run last year at EWC, right? Upsetting a lot of very strong teams. I think it can very much be a roster like Citadel Gaming doing the exact same thing. And you can't doubt the experience that Robin brings to the table, the amount that he is going to be able to, help his team be that, wise old man kind of, and provide all of that insight to everyone else on the roster.
I think having a designated team captain, someone that you can just look at and go, okay, we don't want to be clashing on comms, we want somebody that is kind of taking the lead forward, and they certainly have that advantage. And I think already today we've seen some of these rosters that have superstar names in every position. It's not always necessarily the way to go. This is a team format, and we've only had 2 series so far, and we've already seen that play out.
Yeah, and let's hear more from this team. We do have an interview of the character building with Robin Songs and Solus.
What does it mean to me to be at EWC for the 2nd year? I'm able to prove to people that I'm able to make it multiple years in a row. I plan to come back next year as well. Yeah, I'm excited to be here. The chemistry for our team is very, very good. We like vibe really well. There's no like one person that's like very selfish trying to become like MVP or something. I feel like some players are very, very good on paper, but then they always want to make the decision that makes their placement the highest, when overall it's probably not best for the team. So it's like a completely different mindset. I think you just have to be unselfish, and I think all of us are willing to give up our lines for our teammates, and our teammates will do the same for us.
When I look at my team, I felt really confident because those are the players I've known for a long time and played with on ladder. So I was pretty confident that there's a team that has potential to make EWC.
Yeah, Solus is a household name in NATFT. He's been playing since set 1. He was one of the earliest players to be signed onto an esports org. Even though he doesn't have a lot of like competitive results, everyone like kind of underestimates him. But I feel like if he's like super motivated and super passionate about something, he'll do really, really well. And I feel like he's like completely locked in for EWC.
My expectation for this year EWC is quite high. We have been competing for a long time as individuals. What it takes to make through bracket for sure, and we are pretty confident. We are here to win.
If Solus, the Lion himself, is locked in, I expect nothing less than them being here to win.
Absolutely. It's as short and simple as sweet as that. Solus said we are here to win. And it really speaks a lot of confidence in these teams, right? Obviously, everyone's going to say like, oh, I want to win. But you kind of get a different vibe of if they really mean it. They really feel it. And I think the preparation that this team has gone through, especially a lot of, again, that experience that Robin has, and just how he views his roster, right? There's no selfish players. They're all playing it as a team. That's so important here that maybe was missing on Robin's roster last year. Who knows, right? Maybe that's why he kind of has that insight. But Citadels, they're looking pretty good, I think, and they're feeling very confident.
And it must feel good to know that your org is very focused on TFT. They've made it clear that this is something they're taking very seriously, and they're willing to give you the time, they're willing to come back this year and build this roster even further. And on the other side, though, Fnatic, they're coming into this. I think this French team is so much more well-rounded. I don't think it has a clear weak link, whereas Fnatic last year had the superstars, which, as we've already seen so far, can cause a little bit of a problem at times. I don't think there's anybody here that's a big personality that's going to stand forward. The one thing is I'm wondering who will be that shot caller, who will be that team leader, and we'll find out very soon.
And one of the things we heard repeatedly in those videos too is it's all about unselfish TFT in the 4v4 format, which is, again, in the ones format where it's 1v8, right? You have to play selfishly. You're playing for yourself. So in a format like this, if Fnatic has selfish players, also a great sign for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's like you said, Barry, right? If no selfish players are there on the team, and Robin's the biggest personality on that team, right? He's going to be the one with the most accolades, right? The most following. And if he is like, no, we're just here as a team, there's no selfish players, he's not going to be the one that's looking for these win-outs, then, hey, I'm feeling pretty good about their odds.
That could also relieve the pressure on some of the players with a little bit less experience. Someone like Kaiwan coming in here,
true.
All the eyes are going to be on Robin a little bit, and Robin will be happy to take that on. He'll be happy to hit the Robin walk if he does pick up the win for the series. And I do think it helps the players with a little bit less experience to have someone they can lean on.
I need more TFT players to have signature moves.
Yes.
The Robin walk is super cool, and I fully expect it if they win the whole thing. He was refusing, though, during the most recent Tactician's Crown to do it before it was time. And so we didn't quite get to see him Robin walk it off for the Tactician's Crown, but he was pretty dang close. And so very recent success for Robin, fairly recent success for Dank Memes, but for the EMEA squad, they've had success, but maybe not as much.
I think Clamu's the player with the most recent success. Bensack did have the recent Crown appearance, but Clamu last set, twice he finished second in the 2 cups, and then at regionals he finished 5th place. So just so consistent across the whole season. And I think having someone that has shown that their floor is really, really high is one you can rely on. There's the question marks with the rest of the squad. I think Armatruck and Uriah are definitely the players that have a little bit more to prove. They don't have as much Crown experience, but they've been consistently around the EMEA circuit for a long time. So overall, no real clear weaknesses, but potentially not the superstar name like some squads.
Yeah, not the superstar name, but like you're saying, right, there's still a lot that goes into their favor, right? It might be their first time here at EWC as well, but also kind of alluding back to just being French players. They got a lot of experience in the team formats at LANs as well. And, land jitters are a real thing, so being able to dodge those, absolutely a big point in their favor.
And we're seeing the beautiful shots of our stages back here. The 2 games happening simultaneously. We see both of our teams loaded on to the stage. Citadel Gaming on the left and Fnatic on the right, getting ready to go. Kaiwang's got a notebook. What's in there? What's in there?
Ooh, all the strategies, all the compositions. That's a lot of pieces of paper there. And absolutely, you got to be prepared, right? All comes down to preparation, but also execution on it.
That shows you how much prep these people have been doing coming into this. These teams some of them have been boot camping for up to 6 weeks at this point. We've got the binders out, we've got the folders out. Every single possible scenario has been calculated. But with TFT, especially with these destinies being added, there's so much more variance in some of these augments. So you might have the spreadsheet, the master document, but who knows what's going to get thrown at you.
Yeah, and we see one of these teams does have a coach. Citadel's Marcel P is also a fantastic player in his own. We see him on stage there. I'm sure he's the one that put this book together for him. I'm sure they were busy grinding TFT. So excited to see if there's a coach diff in this matchup.
Yeah.
Fnatic, though, does seem quite locked in, ready to roll.
Absolutely. I think a coach is one of the most important things that any esports team in any title can have, right? Absolutely. In my, days playing as a competitor, not having a coach was like, okay, yeah, we feel like we're good enough, right? Everything's cool. And then you get a coach, it's like, oh, I understand the difference now, right? It's just someone to always keep you aligned, always keep you focused, and provide a little bit of that, extra info, right? Getting that booklet together, getting that packet. Absolutely. He's got a good shot of those Secret Lab shares right there as well, making sure to get that on the camera as well. But no, Marcel P, like you're saying, also a phenomenal player. So a fantastic addition as a coach to that Citadel Gaming squad.
Yeah, I think initially there was maybe a little bit of pushback when 4v4 first started, when we first started to see some of these community 4v4 events. People were like, well, it's a single player game normally. We're normally in these 1v1v1 scenarios. Now everyone's realized the value of that coach coming in, especially this year. Most teams have came with one to field.
Yep.
Some of the coaches are players that could absolutely be here on their own right, so they've got the highest caliber they could find.
And we do see on stage part of the trophy that everyone will walk home with. That is the heart of the key. Those get crushed if you do go home. No one going home today, though, with our format. This is the group stage of TFT at EWC. And so on display, though, that is their own heart, and they will carry it with them throughout this competition.
We're watching some other titles here at the EWC, and that, key crushing, it's loud, it goes, and it makes a big impact. It really kind of signifies everything that EWC does represent and how much is on the line and the stakes. TFT is just one piece of that puzzle, but it is an important one, especially right for orgs like Citadel Gaming. And, Fnatic as well, it's important for everyone, but still a lot on the line.
Yeah, for Fnatic coming in, obviously such an established org. In every single game, they've always got a team that can compete. And I think same again coming in here. You mentioned Citadel, much more focused on TFT. Fnatic, you can see both years that they've went in swinging, though. It didn't work out last year, but that's not for a lack of trying on their part.
Absolutely.
They put together a really good team on paper. And this time around, the same. So I think Fnatic taking it very seriously as well. And you're just not wanting to see your hopes and your keys be crushed at the end of this group stage.
Yeah, but do Fanatics have books?
They have the booklet.
They all Citadel has this book that's sitting next to them. They do have
one
a
sheet.
One sheet
compared to a whole booklet. I don't know. I think America's has an advantage so far.
So much tech.
Coach diff, booklet diff.
I think
it's not looking good.
They've narrowed it down. There's a little less info. They don't want to confuse themselves too much. More precise, I would say.
The game plan is simpler on the side of Fnatic.
Easy to execute.
Yeah, that's
more limited.
Oh,
maybe
less
you don't get
options.
presented those lines, and all of a sudden it's like, what are we doing?
Yeah, well, if you're trying to switch to flick to page 7 of the booklet, you're running out of time. You've got to do your roll down. Fnatic, they've got the one sheet. They know what's happening.
Their sheet just says GP. And click the Midas touch, click all the stretchy arms, get all the gold, and you'll be good to go. But we do have a few technical issues, so that's why we are waiting for the game to start. But it is just a wonderful tournament that we get to be a part of. 16 of these 4v4 TFT teams competing at EWC, and this is a 5-day tournament, the longest of the tournament structures for TFT.
Yeah, I think in general, right? There was 4 days last year. There's 5 days this time around. It's a whole gauntlet, right? And talking about this just being day one and how the tournament will kind of evolve, how the meta will evolve, and how players adapt to it. 5 days is a lot to have to adjust and adapt to, and it always happens in tournaments, right? There's going to be things. There's going to be meta shifts.
And here we go into game, which immediately is paused. But we do have the Zyra encounter, meaning that it will be a first Prismatic. We will have this battle between Citadel and Fnatic as soon as we get on pause.
Got to make sure everything's working properly for these players, right? High competitive integrity.
I do think just taking a step back here and looking at the Club Championship overall, I want to touch on that Virtus.pro win that just went down. They're a team that in the Club Championship are doing really, really well, but they don't have the win. They need to win in a title, and taking out a lot of people's tournament favorites straight away, it's a long competition. But I'm sure Virtus.pro are looking at their roster and thinking, oh, we have a chance here.
Yeah, I think just from the first 2 series on this stream today, right, anything could happen. It feels like at TFT at the Esports World Cup with T1 falling and then Team Falcons falling. I mean, this match is, I think it's a little bit closer. It doesn't maybe have as direct of favorites, but still, right, it just shows anything could happen.
And we've been wrong so far on some of these predictions, so we're saying this time round it should be close. Maybe it's not the case at all.
Yeah, it's just a stomp. Who knows?
We're so early in the set. As you said, the meta's been evolving so much. In the past week, things have just changed drastically.
Oh, yeah.
So I do feel like one of these teams especially has got something to pull out that we just won't have seen at all yet.
And for those who are unfamiliar with Teamfight Tactics, it's a game that changes basically every 4 months, a lot of it. The core mechanics stay the same of how it's played, but new champions, new traits, new different ways that the game works. And so this version of TFT, Set 15, has been out for 2 weeks now.
Yep.
And so these players have been absolutely grinding to get ready for this tournament to be at their very best, playing so many scrims, so many 4v4 matches, so many solo queue games to even rank up that way.
Absolutely. There's so much to have to adapt to, and just zooming in more, right? It changes in a big way every 4 months, but every 2 weeks, right? There's patches. There's a lot of things that change. You always have to adapt to. I know if you're like a casual TFT player and you come back after a few weeks, it's like, it feels like there's a whole new game, right? It's still within the same set. So these players, of course, all going to be prepared as we're getting into game.
Past success, past patches, don't matter. It's all Set 15 now, and it's all EWC Citadel versus Fnatic here. Game number 1 of match 3 here on the B stream.
All right. Thank you, CLE. Here we go, Barry.
Here we go indeed. And just touching, these players had to qualify in the previous set. So they've not just had to master potentially Set 15 if they're going all the way to win EWC. They had to get here, and especially out of Americas and EMEA, the circuit this time round was just a complete open qualifier. A massive amount of games has already been played across 2 sets, Crowan, and it just means that these players have had to, we say it changes every few months, but these players have to stay on top consistently.
Yeah, they have to stand the test of time, and there are players that consistently have proven that they can do that, right? Robin Songs, right? Solus, right? Players who can. Dank Memes, at least recently, certainly has, right? Last set was maybe a little bit shaky, as I said earlier, for him. But still, right, I think there's a lot of expectations on some of these players who've proven that they can stand that test of time throughout sets.
Yeah, and looking over this Fnatic team here, I touched on how it has 2 really recent strong performers in the likes of Clamu and Bensak, but Armatruck and Uroi are always consistent. And the French circuit, I think you mentioned it a little bit, they've had a lot more tournaments than most of EMEA. There's been 4v4s already for multiple years.
Yep.
So no surprise that we have, as is often the case, sent 3 full French rosters from EMEA. And it's there's the German representative, of course, but
absolutely
it's expected that we do see some of these French teams pull up, and there's just so much depth from the country coming out that it's no surprise that they've got so many competitors.
Yeah, so very strong. Probably the strongest, per capita of all the TFT regions across the world. There's the very, very strong German team as well, right, with Maus. But so many French players, and they're all so very strong. Going up against the Americas here, right, with Citadel Gaming, as we do just get a little silver augment to start things off here. What are we looking at on this one?
I mean, team building must be tempting in this particular meta.
Absolutely, a lot of great 2-cost rerolls.
It's reroll heavy, and just even if you can use it to get the 2-star early and just temp off the back of it. We've touched on GP, but there's also the likes of Katarina that's been really, really strong. And when there's so much denial in 4v4, this time round doesn't opt for it, but it is definitely something that will be considered.
Yeah, getting a little bit of extra HP, right, with Dank Meme selection there. Does not want to go for the team builder. And that's right, it's just going to be something that might get a little bit of value for a little while, right? You end up getting 2 duplicators, but just not thinking that that's quite worth it. Not knowing what direction you want to go yet, not wanting to commit to that reroll line.
And Dank Meme's actually just going for the complete full open. So taking that Titanic Titan and going, okay, I'll just 5-loss. And not even playing 1 or 2 units, because in 4v4 you risk getting griefed so much more often. Just being the player that commits to, okay, I will 5-loss. Especially once you've played 1 or 2 of the Fnatic players, then you can start to field a little bit of a squad yourself. So Dank Memes will probably be the player that goes for a 5-loss, and having someone already committed to a full streak, really nice.
Oh, we see Armatruck here with what looks like a Juggernaut plus a Smolder composition here. This can be so strong, especially if you're able to get that Mundo 3, that Smolder 3 online as well. It's just so much frontline buying time for him.
And Smolder feels in a unique spot where players just won't play it unless they have Smolder at 2-1, 2-2. This is the case where getting that team building coming through,
Yep,
having the Smolder this early does make it a lot more viable. We've seen it be successful. It's never really going to win a lobby. It's going to be around that 3rd place potentially.
Yeah.
But as we've seen through the day already, having people on reliable compositions is very valuable.
Definitely. It did top 2 one of the games earlier today, and I was watching a little bit backstage. So maybe there's a world where it could get to that 1st place. If it does high roll right, maybe another Smolder comes through on stage 2, use the duplicator early, get that tempo kind of game plan going, like you're saying, get that early upgrade, and then still be pushing that forward. But taking a look at Solus's board here, we see some AP slams, a very common slam opener with that JG and Shojin.
Yeah, JG Strikers play basically every AP carry is base right now. And in terms of tempo, Rising Chaos Syndra is not as strong as it was at a week and a half ago, as we touched on how quickly things change. But this is a unit that you can absolutely just push all the way to level 8, potentially play the Saw Climb, potentially play Prodigy, leave yourself fairly open. Yeah. But the best in slot items for a lot of these AP carries are very similar, but there is the Midas Touch.
Absolutely. We didn't have to look too far to find the Gangplank, of course, and it's on Robin's board here. We even have an early mech online with the Aatrox 2 and Lucian 2 here, although Robin has lost the first couple of rounds. Going to be trying to earn a lot of gold there with that Midas Touch.
Yeah, and getting one of either IE or Hodge coming through from the grab bag there. Whichever they got from it, they had the best slam to pair alongside that. We're looking at open components. Edge of Night is a possibility as well. So just in a really, really good position.
Oh, yeah.
And we've seen GP really favor this. Instead, you go for Rageblade and Kraken, which he could still angle towards here, but you would think the Kraken would get slammed down if that was the case. So maybe a slightly different build to what we've seen most of the time.
Yeah, it could be just the Rageblade, the IE, and the Edge of Night as well. Probably what Robin is looking for from that situation, right? There is the option to slam the Kraken, but going to be not quite going that direction as we take a look at where some other players are landing on this board as well. To get into the carousel, there is going to be a Rod on a Gangplank, actually, and Robin, his first pick, is going to be running away from
Fnatic guys are defending.
Oh, yep. Robin wanted it. You see, he runs into the middle. He's like, all right, what's the second best thing that I can grab?
I don't think necessarily the Fnatic guys were not necessarily the component or the unit they wanted, but it defense. You saw Armatruck had a look at it and thought, you're right, can you grab this one for me? And he does pick it up. You have to deny that. If you got the early 2-star, it's just, you already have a player angle in that top 1. So defense, well done by Fnatic there. A player on clear direction here for Kaiwang, the Mundo Jin line. We've seen it have a lot of success already, and these items are looking really, really good.
Yeah, and just the last game of the last series, Virtus.pro piloted it to very good success, top 4 in that game. Getting into the top 2, I believe, even as well. Kaiwang, one of the players that maybe has one of the biggest question marks above his head in terms of how is Kaiwang going to perform, right? Sealy was mentioning Kaiwang has a full-time job, can't dedicate maybe as much time into competitive TFT as he would like, right? Has to make a living, but always is on ladder, has made it to a regionals before and had a respectable 12th place there, so Kaiwang can show up. It's just the question of, is he going to here at EWC?
And you can see how well respected he is by his fellow professionals, because we saw Robin talking about how the team was put together, and he basically reached out to Dank Memes and said, who do you think we should pick up? And this was his first name. So that shows that they both agreed on it. Dank Memes was, as you said, this guy isn't someone that has the time necessarily in the past, but I know how good he can be. And they've all committed the time to this one, with so much prep going into EWC. Already hitting Mundo 2 on the side there for Kaiwang as well. Yeah. So it is in a really strong position. And as you've said, it's almost quite nice to have a player that's a little bit more of a question mark, because if we don't know entirely how well they're going to perform, that's the same for the opposition.
Absolutely, right? A lot of question marks. You do plan around players, right? It's like, oh, how do they typically play, right? What's their play style? And you kind of have that in the back of your mind, and you're going to be able to make decisions around that. It does get into a kind of new territory when we're in that team format, because, players like Robin, perhaps, are going to be playing with a little different play style, right, than maybe what they usually will. But still, it's going to be something that's hard to adapt to, at least at the start. Solus here, only player at 100 HP, looking to full streak into the neutrals, but maybe not. No, it is going to barely be enough here. A close one, but a great start for Citadels, having someone full streak into the neutrals.
Yeah, really well done there. I thought maybe that with that declaw coming through, it might just actually swing the fight the other way.
Yeah, it's close.
Perfectly executed there. So a player on a 5 streak, and obviously Dank Memes went for this 5 loss. So that's 2 players that have got the complete streak. So just econ-wise, Citadel really far ahead of Fnatic here. Fnatic, unfortunately, not having anybody streak, but they do have some clear direction early on. We've seen the likes of GP coming through.
Yeah, absolutely. Taking a look at Eroi here. A player with not too much happening on the board, and really, honestly, not too much happening with the econ as well. Was just under 40 gold there. Has to make something happen. Looking into stage 3. Of course, Armachuk has those 2 duplicators on the side, so needs to make some use out of them at some point here soon. Dank Memes as well. Not too much working on that board. Has a lot of items to make happen here. Didn't slam anything yet, but it's 96 HP, having 5 lost, right? And that's the power out of that augment.
Switching up straight into Crystal Gambit here as well. So off the back of that, has the best potential cash out rate, has an extra HP to work with. So you may think normally after a 5 loss without running Crystal Gambit, it's a little bit risky. He's sitting at 96 HP.
Yeah.
Should be more than happy to do that. Kai Wang here, picking up an early Jinx is going to be really, really nice. Until for so long, this is going to keep him stable. The Mundo is pretty much unkillable. He was just lacking that little bit of damage behind, and that's going to be solved. But you'd imagine most of stage 3 off the back of this Jinx.
Yeah, looking like rerolling a bunch of 2 costs for the Jhin. Going to be pivot that. You're going to keep the Jinx anyway, just because she'll fit on that board. The Sniper is a bit later on, but item remover, right? As soon as you find a Jhin 2, maybe swap those items over. There is a Xin Shao 2 being rolled there, so as soon as that's a Jhin, like boom, that's already 3 copies that you found.
Yeah, it can very quickly spiral out of control. You can suddenly just find one Mundo roll on that bench, and suddenly it's Mundo 3 in stage 3. Obviously in EMEA we have the term French bench, which is when the Pandora's bench just works almost perfectly. So they'll be hoping that the blessing doesn't reach over the pond.
I like that phrase, the French bench. Absolutely. Golden Quest, fun augment, probably not being clicked here. However, very, very difficult in a 4v4 format. Yeah, it gets re-rolled. Adaptive style, interesting decision, but it is going to be all that shimmers. And going into a Gambler's Blade for the Ashe in the backline, just going to try to generate a bunch of gold for that comp.
Yeah, and we saw clearly wasn't too convinced by the option. Did take a little bit of time to lock in that all that shimmers, but with already having the Rage Blade, makes a lot of sense. Having the Ashe as well, one of the best holders for it. We do check back in here with Robin, who's just in such a strong position. As you said, the Krakens now came down the edge of night, sitting in such a good position. And you can roll pretty deep when you do take this option, when you are leaning towards GP, because you're going to get that econ back just passively anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. Solus is still streaking here. Is level 6. The front line isn't amazing, but the back line is. However, Armachuk has 3 items on this gangplank, a Bloodthirster being one of them. Not a typical item that you see, but probably just here for now, and it's going to be doing a ton of work here. Look at these stacks coming through, not dropping any HP. The Syndra tries, and it drops to half there, but the rest of the board is already gone. Even with GP falling, it is just not going to be enough for Solus. The streak comes to an end.
Does have explosive growth though, so is the player that's going to be pushing on really far, has so much HP to work with, is content with losing the next couple of rounds, has Biss Karma basically coming through here, and in terms of if you're playing towards Yuumi or Karma, with the Shojin, I think Karma is definitely the best route to go, and it's also the highest cap. We've seen Sorks do really, really well. The one problem with it is sometimes if you're unable to find the supportive units, the likes of Jarvan, with those GP players. However, Solus is just going to be level 8 so much quicker than everybody else. He should still be able to put together the board.
Absolutely, a great econ augment there, but we do see on Solus's bench, there's going to be units for both situations there, right? We have the Battle Academia with the Rakan and the Ezreal, just in case Yuumis are found in the shop on the level 8 roll down, then you're not just going to pass them by, right? You're going to pick them up. If you hit a Yuumi too, right? It's just, okay, this is my direction. I have a bit of suboptimal items, but still is going to be better than being on a Karma 1 forever.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll definitely build both comps on the bench. At some point, you'll have to make the decision, and it's basically whichever carry arrives first, but no surprise that both will be picked up here. And I think Solus now, his task in stage 3 will be defense. He's in a position where he's lost the streak, he's pushing levels, he's sitting really healthy already.
Still strong.
Still strong as well off the back of this Rising Chaos, so he's in a position where he can just look around the lobby and think, okay, guys, if there's anything in particular you want me to hold, I'm the guy to do it.
Yeah, and I'm looking at players like Solus and like Kaiwang that are putting themselves in the position to have that high cap board and be able to go for a lobby win. The next up, at least in HP, is Clemu and Yoroi. But not quite sure they're in as good of positions as of yet. We'll have to check back in with them, right? A lot of things can change after, you know, this whole stage 3 in terms of where these players are going to be projected to land by the end of the game.
Especially with Citadel having a player that has Pandora's Bench, that does give you even more potential, because once you 3-star those 2 costs you're looking for, you can start to angle these 4 costs potentially.
Oh yeah.
And we see here Mundo 3 really early already hit. A GP2 has been rolled on the bench now. Yeah. It's denying potentially your teammate for the time being in Robin, so maybe we'll just sell that off.
Oh yeah, actually just sells it there and it just re-rolls a bunch of the 1-stars. And it's going to be a Mundo 3 before even a pair of Jins, which is kind of funny. But still, there is a Jinx with these items, and it is strong, right? Kaiwang on a 3 streak, I think, is doing a very good job at playing to what the game is giving him, right? Isn't rolling too low, is going to be on 40 gold after this round, still has his Pandora's Bench throughout the whole game, and this Mundo is just an absolute unit.
Yeah, I think sometimes with Pandora's Bench, you can end up being quite poor. You spend a lot of your econ on holding the best 2 stars on the bench.
Yep.
We saw that's not the case, still is relatively rich, especially off the back of his collectors. And I do wonder if Robin was actively rolling potentially that round, because he is the player that's leaning towards GP.
Yeah, I think so. That's probably why the sell came through.
The sell makes a lot more sense if your teammate is potentially rolling a little bit. And we do see here is sitting below 40 gold, so that maybe was the case.
Yep, it's going to be having 5 copies of the Gangplank right now. And this is not Pandora's Bench, even though the things are quite glowy there. That's the backup dancers, right, I believe. So they're going to be giving some extra stats to that team.
But does have the 4 Mentor, which is maybe why Robin was rolling, actually, because already had the GP2,
right.
But if he found a Rise, that makes a lot of sense if he was like, okay, I'm going to roll for the missing piece here. So finding that level 6 Rise, really, really important. Great team synergy there to just have the communication to say, okay, I'm one of 4 Mentor, please sell that GP in case I find anywhere rolling.
Yep.
Now Robin is in such a great spot.
Great communication, and speaks to exactly what Robin was saying in the interview of playing well as a team. That is evidence of that right there, and just that very small decision, but it's kind of big. It's very impactful.
Yeah, it can be very impactful. And another player here, Dank Memes, has ended up leaning towards this potential Soul Fighter line. Does have a copy of Samira and a copy of Set already. Does have salvage bin, so could still take this in any direction. It's Soul Fighter is just reliable, and when you have players that are leaning, the likes of Kaiwang and Robin, on potentially contesting the top of the lobby, maybe they were just thinking, okay, if you can get Samira 2 and Set 2 early enough, you're not going to go bot 2, you're going to finish around the middle of the pack.
Yeah.
That will be perfectly fine.
Yeah, right. It's all relative to where you're at in the game. You can't always play for first and second, especially in team format as well. It's like, how can I just like dodge 8th, honestly, is like the biggest win you can get sometimes. And Dank Memes is the lowest HP in the lobby, so it doesn't have a lot of time to stabilize. And if you're just landing on Soul Fighters, right, finding Samiras, finding Sets, it's like, all right, I have decent items for it. Might as well go that direction and just try to play for that stability and not going 8th.
Yeah, we saw that be a problem earlier in the day for T1, where they just had too many people angling towards this win-out compositions and didn't have people leaning into stable C-tier comps. And as you said, Dank Memes, really big loss streak, considering he's lowest HP in the lobby off the back of taking additional HP to open with, does need to stabilize fairly soon.
Yeah, Solus rolls coming through here. We find a Gwen, and that's very important for these Sorks, but where is the Karma? The rolls are coming through a little bit slower than I would like to see typically for a player like Solus, but all the pieces have been found. It's really just going to be upgrading them now. At this point, we have Jarvan 1, we have Gwen 1, Karma 1. Some great items, however, I think. That's really what Solus's big step up here is. There's kind of perfect items in the Karma. There is that Protector's Vow for the Jarvan, allowing him to cast here. It looks like, yeah, before falling, getting a bunch of that CC through, so Solus can continue this tweak and win the round, potentially, but the Ashe is on the Karma. It's close, but no, actually going to get taken out there. And maybe that's the difference of a few rolls finding an upgrade or not.
Yeah, Solus had a lot to do in that round. We saw actually had 7 out of 6 Sorks, so could have dropped the Ari and got another supportive unit in there. Could have made the difference. He did have enough HP to take this transition over 2 turns there, but unfortunately didn't get the cleanest execution, but did get that efficient coming through for Karma. So best in slot items are one of the best power-ups by far. So in a really good position. And now Robin, GP3. which GP2 is probably capable of winning a lobby, let alone the GP3.
Yeah, GP3 comes through. We got that upgraded Radiant Ginsu's here now, and that is such a good item for the Gangplank, just ramping up that attack speed so much more. Armor Truck as well contesting, but they've both hit Gangplank.
Yeah, I had to double check.
You could do it.
So did have the 2 duplicators coming through, and they're both gone, so that must be the reason why. But we thought maybe it would be very hard for anybody to hit GP3 in this particular meta. However, for Armor Truck, the items aren't as clean, does not have stretchy arms yet either, so and doesn't have the HP to work with compared to Robin, so definitely not in as strong of a position.
Yeah, it is going to be less HP, no Edge of Night, no Radiant for the GP, and no stretchy arms. That's the biggest one, right? So there's a lot of reasons that Armor Truck is behind, at least for now. That still might be able to change. Gold as well, actually. I just keep finding reasons Armor Truck is just, it's you versus, the comp that... Oh, man. But Robin Song's on that full streak there at the top of the lobby. 81 HP. Solus right behind. Kaiwing as well. So Citadel Gaming at least appearing strong right now, besides for Dank Memes. They're at the bottom. But that's going to be perhaps where that stabilization with Soulfighter comps maybe doesn't come into play.
Yeah, with Soulfighter, you really want to play it from ahead. It's solid, it's reliable, you get it early enough. And I think he potentially thought with the early set coming through, with the early Samira, but we see here Clemu's playing this Juggernaut frontline, has a set to himself, so with the Ashe behind it, which is another fairly mediocre board that can just stabilize. But because he's got the set too, it does mean Dank Memes potentially can't find that. And Soulfighter, especially if you don't find an early Gwen as well, which is very, very difficult to do in this particular meta, you see it struggle, and maybe Dank Memes hasn't been able to stabilize like he thought he would.
There is a Samira in the shop for Clemu, and while it's a small thing, rather, could be picked up to deny from Dank Memes unless Clemu is thinking about making Econ here, but isn't going to sell a pair of TFs, isn't going to sell a pair of Ashes as well, and actually does not deny the Samira.
What if Dank Memes did stay on that line? Or
maybe not, right?
Because you'd imagine the hold would come through there if that was the case. But in terms of HP, it's closed up a little bit there. Uri dropped down, Dank Memes picked up a win as well. And in the middle of the pack, it's pretty tight. We've seen in some of these other series we're already at elimination potential for somebody, but Dank Memes has been able to stabilize somewhat. But Fnatic right now, it doesn't look like they have the players that are going to be able to win this lobby, and that's the concern.
Yeah, Kaiwing took a loss last round, it appears, as well. And Kaiwing, I believe, ditched the Jhin potential. Found the Mundo and was just like, I can't just keep rolling for a Jhin here. Have to go for some other units. Bensak, a great hit onto that Yuumi too. The Cassante in the front line, the Leona as well. Maybe not the most standard way you'd see that comp come through, but still a very solid one to land on.
So Dank Memes, off the back of the salvage bin, could have pivoted into truly anything, and that is the case. Went for this all-out Cassante, paired with this Akali as well. So has managed to stabilize. Akali is pretty reliable at killing a few units every round, so you're not going to take the biggest losses. And this makes more sense. We've seen all-out be really successful. As soon as you get presented, it does have the full duplicator, so if you can survive a few more rounds, then potentially you can get that 2-star.
Yeah, good find. Just has to hit one in the shop, and we'll be in a very good spot. But the Kali will be dealing so much damage anyway. Cassante 1, while it is going to be just a shadow of power of the Cassante 2, yeah, that's the difference right there. Unfortunately, a teammate with Solus taking him out, dropping him to 11 HP. Roy, however, dropping dangerously low as well to 7. Clemu getting a hit on him by Bensak with that newly upgraded Yuumi.
Clemu, unfortunately, is just in a position where he's just lacking so much damage because, yes, he has the Gamblers and the Rage Blade, which is generating him Econ, but this Ashe isn't doing an awful lot. Just the TF1 with the Gunblade as well. So it feels like there's just a lack of damage in this backline. Needs another item on top, potentially Kraken, maybe.
Moving items around there, it seemed like, before we are on this board here. And oh, there is a Cassante actually is just going to wait until the last second to make that upgrade come through. I like it. Just a little bit of tech, right? If someone's not absolutely going to be looking at this board. And now Dank Memes is in a good spot. It would have been nice to have that last round to, not be on one life. And so if anything goes wrong, you're out. However, still, now a strong comp here for Dank Memes.
Going up against Clemu, we just said potentially is lacking a little bit of damage. Akali does really well into these matchups where you just have one backliner. She's going to get herself there eventually. Already onto the Ashe. Ashe will be falling down pretty quickly, and then there's just no damage on this Juggernaut board. And as you've said, Dank Memes hitting just in time to stabilize.
Absolutely. Not a moment too soon. Roy as well. holding on for now as we reach stage 5, right? It's going to be players kind of falling left and right. Besides the top 2 with Solus and Robin Songs, everyone else is under 40 HP, so just a few losses and they are going to be out. But Citadel Gaming, right? Robin Song, Solus, both of them have several losses before they are in danger. This is looking pretty good for Citadel from this spot.
It's going to be difficult for Fnatic if Yoroi goes out in 8th place potentially. Bridging 2 people into that top 2 positions, as you said, the HP difference is just massive. So Fnatic really need to at least have Yoroi edge out ahead of Dancreams to have a chance here. Unfortunately, though, for the Fnatic squad, Dancreams is looking in a much more stable position.
Yep, that Jarvan upgraded as well. Just putting some BIS items on him. Going to be shredding both MR and that armor as well. And the Akali, right? Items aren't going to be best in slot by any means, but they're going to be serviceable, right? They're still going to be dealing with plenty of damage. They're going to be spreading that anti-heal around, and Cassante is just going to pop off, right? It's the power of the all of Cassante. It's just so good.
It is incredible, and it just the spike from 1-star to 2-star is just massive as well. It makes the Cassante fairly tanky, even though it is this all-out build. But we do see on the right-hand side here, Yoroi ended up on this Volibear line, which we've seen players talk about because they think it has a good matchup into GP. However, not into GP3. So yes, it can bully these GP2 boards, but it's coming up against his own teammate here in Armor Truck.
Yeah, it did win against the GP board there. I wonder if Armor Truck sacked or anything like that, perhaps. Oh, Dank Memes does go out in 8th, and Fnatic can be breathing a sigh of relief, but the road isn't over. The rest of them are still all in danger. Armor Truck now below 20 HP, as well as Klamu and Yoroi on 1 life. Meanwhile, Solus and Robin Song still very strong up there at the top, so the work is not over yet.
This upgrade will be coming through. We'll sell off the Jarvan last minute. Yep. Same tech we've seen before. And this Volibear, it did do well into that GP3 matchup. I'm wondering if Armor Truck had made himself a little bit weaker. We didn't exactly get to see the full board come through, but players have talked about they like Volibear in this particular meta. They think it does have a place. We haven't seen too much of it today, but coming up against Solus, who's in the middle of moving items around, which meant that the Volibear just got a free hit through the front line. The tank items weren't slammed through.
It wasn't even close.
And I think, unfortunately, Solus there was just maybe a little bit too slow. He hadn't got all the items down in time for that matchup.
Yeah, meanwhile, Kaiwang, especially with this Varus too, being at 4 Sniper, 4 Juggernaut, that absolute beast of a Mundo in the front line, 3 item carries between the Jinx and the Varus. Kaiwang has stabilized, and not a moment too soon either. Going to be looking for some upgrades like Lee Sin coming through. But Solus did take the first loss that he has in a while, is playing around this board that front line is lacking, right? It's still a Jarvan 1 somehow.
There's a rise up there. That's tanking a little bit, but yeah.
I think that's the desperation that you're saying if you're going to throw just a random unit into the front line, just to be like, hey, buy half a second maybe at most.
We saw how easily Volley just tore through that, but Solus and Robin still have so much HP to work with that Fnatic, it's still really difficult for them to bridge that gap to the top of the lobby, especially with Kaiwang so strong now.
Yeah, Clemo 4 losses. This could be the 5th and could be sent out here. Kaiwang is in danger as well on the left, but it looks like Kaiwang is going to perhaps be safe into this Gangplank board, and yes, that is the case. Clemu holding on as well. Everyone just holding on by a thread here. Now we have 5 players on single-digit HP, Barry. This next round, we might be seeing multiple eliminations and really see where this game is going to end up.
Yeah, we certainly will be seeing players start to fall here, and I think for Fnatic, unfortunately, no one is in a position now to tank a loss. At some point, they're going to fight each other, and I think Citadel must be feeling really good that the HP alone here, with the matchups coming through, Fnatic are going to go head-to-head at some point. And we saw the power of the Pandora's Bench there for Kaiwang. That Varus 2 coming through really helped get that little bit of oomph. We were lacking damage because we gave up on the Jhin completely.
Yeah.
But not able to stabilize off the back of that and potentially going 1-2-3 here for Citadel.
So many times we see players hit exactly when they need to, and that has been the story of Citadel Gaming here. Armor Truck does hit Kabuko 3, but it might be a bit too late. As you were saying, eventually these Fnatic players are going to run into each other. They might just be having 3 players in the bottom 4 here. It's going to be a lot of very favorable matchmaking they need to even have a chance to win this game, and one of Solus Robin needs to have several losses in a row.
Armor Truck here is up against one of Robin or Solus, so does have the chance to avoid his teammate if he's able to pick up a win. Does get a Ghost matchup against
okay.
Solus as well, so should be okay on Armor Truck's side. But for Yoroi and Bensak, one of them will be dropping down here.
Yep, absolutely. That's the unfortunate part, right? You have to be preserving HP. But I'm just curious in seeing more of this Volibear and Samir aboard, right? The Volibear has been doing a ton, especially with that Radiant Infinity Edge as well. But the Yuumi is just shredding through this composition. And yeah, Yoroi is going to be out. Clemu is going to be out as well in 7th and 6th. Benzak and Armor Truck are holding on for now, but for how long is the question?
It's not job done just yet for Citadel, but very, very close.
Yep.
2 players dropping out here, Armor Truck and Bensak dropping low. We saw that he did get the favorable matchup. He got the Ghost matchup into Solus, which is probably the best matchup he could have got, to be honest. But we saw there for Armor Truck, just had never hit the stretchy arms the entire game. The items aren't too good. So you imagine as soon as he goes up against Robin in the mirror, it should be unwinnable, unless the positioning is just so much better.
Yeah, here we see the matchups here. We're going to be seeing Kaiwing against the Yuumi board, but on the right, Armor Truck versus Bensak. And
that will be it for the Fnatic squad. One of them's dropping down here. Kaiwang gets the Ghost matchup on the other side. But even if Kaiwang fell here, one of Fnatic will be joining them. And that will mean that game 1, Citadel will be picking up this win. We're just going to see which of the Fnatic players has the strongest board. Bensak by far stomping his 2 teammates in the last 2 rounds. So the double elimination there for Bensak on his own squad. And Citadel pick up this all-important first win.
Absolutely. Citadel Gaming coming out swinging here in game number 1. This is probably on paper the closest series, right, of the day that we're having. But I think if we think back to the interview with Robin, right, they were feeling very confident. And Solus is like, yeah, we're here to be champions. And I think you got to put a lot more belief in them after this performance here in game number 1. They played so well. Even Dank Memes, right, who ended up going 8th place, I think he made the proper pivots to potentially try to stabilize, right? But someone has to, you know, take the 8th place. You're not always going to be able to top 3, top 4 of the game like the rest of Citadels. Has to be the sacrificial lamb there.
Yeah, unfortunately he did drop out early, but like you said, it did make a difference to the team. They still got this first game win over the line. And coming into this as well, Dank Memes had the early loss streak you expected would maybe just fizzle out to a middle of the pack finish, but it didn't make a difference because Robin's setup was just so good.
Yep.
We knew early on, if you give the star player on the team, the captain, the win-out composition, then Citadel are probably thinking, well, this is who we'd want to be in this spot. They're not going to fumble it from this position. And I want to touch on that early in the game where we saw Robin hit that early rise and decided, I'm going to roll for the Fault Mentor. And at the same point, his teammate sold off the GP on the bench. So that just showed, it seems obvious, of course you would do that, it's 4v4, but if they hadn't been fully in sync and he was rolling while GP was on the bench, it could have been a disaster. So it shows that they've been on the same page right since the beginning of the game.
Absolutely. If I can, you know, paint a little picture about it, I'm sure as soon as Kaiwing's bench rolled into that GP2 is like, oh, hey, Robin, I hit a GP2. Do you want me to sell? And Robin's like, okay, yeah, I'm going to roll now, so yes, please sell. And then it just sets them up for such success there. We see even more upgrades coming through. Robin Songs hitting the Kabuko 3. No Varus 3, at least yet, is still 2 off, but it is going to be the veterans from the Americas with Solus and Robin Songs holding hands 1-2 to start things off here. In this series, Fnatic gotta be looking to the drawing board, right? What went wrong for them in this game? It just seemed like they were a little bit of a step behind at most places. Like, not that they made any huge missteps, but just quite weren't in as good of spots as Citadels and weren't able to capitalize on them.
Ultimately, Citadel had a player that full loss streak and another player that full win streak, so they instantly had that line. I think even though Dank Memes ended up fizzling out into 8th place, he had the potential, he still put a good board together for an even higher one. So I think they realized if we can have one player strongest board, one player just full open, that's going to be nice for us. And then have somebody, you have to have somebody on this GP. Fnatic recognized that as well, but they were just constantly playing chaser to Robin. Like you said, they were behind tempo. Robin hit the GP2, 2 turns later Fnatic hit it. It was just, they were constantly playing catch up. And GP punishes that a lot. If you're the GP player that's ahead of tempo, he's farming gold. As you said, he's got the Radiant, just too far ahead.
That's a great point. It feels like if one, but probably 2 players on a team are behind tempo, and you have these compositions like GP that hit their spike, you know, relatively early, maybe like early stage 3, perhaps sometimes late stage 2, it just punishes those low rolls so hard, so it's so hard to recover, especially in a team format where you're being propelled up by your teammates, right? It just makes that punishment just go so much further when the low rollers are being denied their units, denied the chances to catch up as well, and I think that that was quite the story in this game, as you were saying.
Yeah, it certainly seems like that was the case. And Solus had picked up a few wins against Robin, but Robin's got even stronger. That Kabuko 3 came through, and we're just seeing the power of this GP composition here. And now for Citadel, it's just on the glory lap, just having the victory lap here in this first game. And they can already start to think of that next game, whereas Fnatic, at least they'll have had a little bit of time here to reassess and think, what can we do different?
Yeah, definitely. Maybe a different approach the next game. Maybe just be like, hey, we gotta just be in better spots. Maybe deny a little bit better, right? It's so hard to deny a player. Ooh, this Yasuo 3 coming through here for Robin Songs. That's
just a treat,
nice
in case he needed that. I don't think it was is the need for this particular board. He can wait a turn as well. He's got the HP to work with. I want the Yone too as well. He wants everything, Robin.
Yeah, being a little bit greedy here, as he can be, right? There's no reason not to. Oh, it does actually sell it off. Wants to take out Solus right now, put it into the game. Just to get on to the next one, right? Momentum.
Yeah, of course, and we said those last-minute picks coming through, those upgrades, that applies when it's Team v Team right at the end still as well. Wanted that surprise on Solus, maybe giving him a little bit of false hope, thinking, no, I'm winning this one.
And there it goes.
We see the power of the GP and just a dominant performance from Citadel in Game 1.
Citadel Gaming 1-0, already up at the top of the leaderboard with a fairly dominating showing, especially from those top two. But I really think the key of the game here was Kaiwing being able to stabilize around that Varus 2, move up the leaderboard, force Fnatic down, and that's really the difference.
Yeah, especially in a game where there was 5 players on single-digit HP, right? There was so much that could have gone wrong for either team. But hitting exactly when you need to, having the exact amount of gold, right? Selling units for your teammates. There's so many small things that come together that have propelled Citadel Gaming into this game #1 win. And Barry, America's 1-0, starting off strong here.
Fnatic were leaning into some of these lines that they're never going to have the highest cap. We saw Clamu was going for this Ashe Juggernaut variant, which it's okay to have somebody that's maybe leaning these middle of the pack compositions, but it just didn't have enough damage. Every matchup we saw it in it didn't look like it was going to take down any of the units, and I think maybe a few of them played flexibly, lent in towards okay, I'll go level 8, I'll see which backliner I hit. That's not really the meta right now. You kind of need to be committed a little bit earlier, so I think for Fnatic, maybe left themselves a little too open.
Yeah, and something that I'm noticing as a trend as well is there's a lot of early win streak players that are playing around specifically Shojin and Jewel Gauntlet, either around like a Syndra or an Ezreal. Just one of these early game, AAP or able to hold AP items. And it often is the player who's able to have that early win streak that their team is able to get the advantage, right? Playing from ahead, playing from tempo seems to kind of be the name of the game here.
Keeping that HP high means you have more HP to work with when it comes to working with your teammates in 4v4-2 of removing items, making your board a little bit weaker, and we see that pay off here. Keeping enough HP for Solus and Robin Songs that they get to go 1v1 for a few rounds to figure out whose board is the best. And at the end of the day, Citadel Gaming able to come out on top and take our game #1. And personally, I'm excited for game #2 because we've seen that those game #2s can be absolute bangers and possibly send us to a game #3. But what do you guys think is going to happen?
I think there's potential for a game 3, as much as I would like to just confidently say, America's 2-0. I think Fnatic did show a lot of signs of life as we especially take a look at the results here, at all the finishes. Barry, what stands out to you from the Fnatic side specifically?
I think you touched on the AP slams coming through the likes of JG. We saw actually Ben Saki stabilized on that Prodigy board. He did have the double death cap instead, but I do think having somebody leaning Karma or Prodigy Flex, that's a good way to go about it. So I think Bensak did his part here, but unfortunately we had Volley, basically the first time we've seen it all day. It's a little bit more niche. Ashe Juggernaut's a little bit more niche. Maybe just sticking closer to the meta.
And one of those boards that I personally love to see was the Volibear board from Yoroi.
It was fun.
It was doing quite well. Did end up falling out in 7th, but one of those that probably wasn't a 7th board. But anyway, it was quite fun. And I'm excited to see more of these boards that get cooked up here in game #2 of our 3rd match of TFT at EWC right after this break. Welcome back to TFT at the Esports World Cup, where we are 1-0 Citadel over Fnatic. And gentlemen, what do we think made the difference? What about that teamwork was shown there in that game?
Yeah, so Robin, in the interviews leading into the series, talked a lot about he felt that there's no selfish player on the team, right? Everyone's going to just be looking for the team success, not individual success. And there were multiple instances of that in just game number 1. Kaiwang, right, selling that Gangplank 2, crucially, where Robin was rolling. Dank Memes just being like, all right, I'm just going to play the comp that, you guys aren't going. I'll try to deny some units as well. And Dank Memes, it didn't able to dodge the 8th, unfortunately. It was kind of close, however, but still, it's that intention that really speaks to, I think, this team's level of preparation, level of team play, and level of success in game 1 at least.
I think on the flip side for Fnatic here, they just need to stick a little bit closer to the meta. As fun as the volley bear can be, and we saw in some matchups it does have a lot of success, did ultimately fall out into 7th place.
It was popping off for like 2 rounds, 3 rounds.
It did, yeah. We were cruising for a couple of rounds and then it all fell apart. But we saw GP and Sorks ended up 1-2. They didn't have anybody contesting Sorks. I think the GP spot was fine. We had Armor Truck, who was leaning into it, but was just playing the worse spot than Robin, so was never going to be able to cap as high. But having Sorks go uncontested, Ashe Juggernaut, I don't want to see that again, to be honest. I'm a little bit of an Ashe hater. I feel like she does negative
damage there.
She does negative damage, so maybe Fnatic just need to go back to the drawing board and just go for some of these meta compositions a little bit more.
And I think one of the big differences there was there just wasn't that good of a tempo player, tempo play from Fnatic, where for Citadel they had 2 players that were sitting very, very healthy, especially into that late game where Kaiwang was able to figure it out from 9 HP, move his way up the standings. And Fnatic was trying that, just didn't work out.
Yeah, it's so hard to recover when you're behind on tempo, right? Again, Arma Truck with the GP was just a little bit behind Robin the whole time, wasn't really granted a lot of, just opportunities to catch up. Same thing with, Ashe Juggernaut board, Volley, Samira. It's like, okay, I can run into these lines that aren't contested, but if you're already behind, they aren't going to catch up. And that's a key thing, I think, Barry. You're identifying it very correctly. You got to just play what's good.
And even if Kaiwang hadn't hit that Varus 2, it ultimately wouldn't have mattered because they had 1-2 in the standings. So
absolutely.
You could maybe look at it and think, okay, Pandora's Varus is a little bit of a high roll, to be realistic. But it wouldn't have mattered anyway. Citadel still had the 2 people competing for 1-2. So a really convincing performance coming in. But I imagine Fnatic, it won't knock them too much. These are very experienced players.
And as we load into our game, which we're seeing now on our players' screens, we know that this is a best of 3, meaning if Fnatic do not win this game, we will not go to a game number 3. And so here we go. Game number 2 between Fnatic and Citadel Gaming. Will Citadel come out on top in 2 games? We'll find out after the pause.
We'll find out very soon, but not immediately. But for Fnatic here, sometimes you don't want that pause between the games, especially if you came in off a pretty unconvincing loss. You just want to get in there and get straight into the action. So Fnatic, I believe in the Samir squad to come back, though. I think we're going to all the way to 3 games.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of potential there, honestly. I think if Fnatic was in similar spots to where Citadel were in last game, right, just like a little bit ahead of tempo, I think they can convert on that one, right? And I think that these are 2 fairly evenly matched teams, I will say. So if you're just in better spots, your team play is there. There's no reason to doubt Fnatic's team play as a whole. I think they just weren't really in spots to maybe showcase that as much as Citadel. But it's still anyone's series, honestly. We could be going to a game 3. We could be seeing a Fnatic reverse sweep. Obviously, I want to see the Citadels 2-0, but anything could happen.
I think it is worth noting that we have Fnatic with the 2nd seed out of EMEA, Citadel with 3rd seed, so both of them did really well in their qualifiers. They didn't have to go to the global qual, so they got here pretty convincingly. So it does mean they've had a lot of time to prep as a team. So both of these squads, they're certainly used to each other, and they should be feeling confident. And one game will never knock your belief in your teammates.
Yeah, they've all played a lot of 4v4 to prepare for this, but we will have our match number 2 now. Now that the audio issues are figured out for Kaiwang, take it away, guys.
All right, here we go. Thank you very much, CLE. Into game number 2, Fnatic versus Citadel Gaming. Barry, we are on board with Arma Truck. That is just moving around a pair of zigs on the bench there. Nothing too crazy, however.
Nothing too crazy, but in terms of something very crazy over here, Clamu already having 2 copies of the best unit.
His head we know what this means.
Yeah, we do know what this means, and having it so early as well just allows you to potentially get the Midas to temp off the back of, because if you pivot into GP, obviously it's still very good, but if you get the fact that the econ that this unit can pump out, we've had metas before. I think a year ago, Syndra was the flavor of the last EWC.
Absolutely.
It didn't also give you a bunch of gold when it killed units. So
True.
GP,
even better now.
GP is even better for sure.
Having the Kabuko as well already found. Having the Aatrox for the heavyweights. Klamu is in a solid spot, but on the reverse side, Kaiwang also GP, but could be Katarina as well. It's not something that we'd seen in the last game. Katarina, another one of those 2-cost rerolls that is very strong.
And we have another player here, Dank Memes, does have the Midas touch, which is maybe why Kaiwang was leaning towards that Katarina. They want one person per team on that line. And with the Katarina, having over 9,000 can be quite good. It's very useful to have one of these scaling and power-ups on these frontline units that do need a little bit more resistance. So the likes of Katarina, Viego, for example, can use that. So over 9,000 does give you the option, but we do have the prismatics loading in here, so we could very quickly have people committed to a line.
Living Forge will probably be the commitment here. I personally love clicking on starter kit, but maybe not in this meta specifically. I just like that augment in general. Yeah, Living Forge does come through. What item will be granted here? Not a great one when it comes for Gangplank specifically, but what are you looking at here, Barry?
If he's committed to playing GP, then maybe Infinity Force is just going to be fine. Blighting has very high potential if you want to go to the Sork route. So
yeah, absolutely.
But then if you are pivoting off GP and you're potentially giving Fnatic a free run at it, that could be a little bit of an issue. Solus on the other side here, going for that Builder Bud. Talk about having a player that needs... You want a win streak on every team at least, you want a lose streak. Bensack also doing the same thing. So they have two people that are leaning to strongest board. Makes a lot of sense.
And there were some interesting units, right? Not one that give too typical of direction when it comes to one-cost rerolls, right? Lucian, not very prioritized. Neither is Nefiri. But what do you think Bensack is going to be thinking with this Lucian 3 specifically?
I think if you're just leading it on into Sorks, it's as simple as that. Lucian's normally the item holder for Karma. You wouldn't be selling off the 3-star. It potentially gives you the option of 2 carries. So we see when it gets to late game, sometimes Sorks have items on an Ari until they find Gwen. In this instance, you're going to have an itemized Lucian and an itemized Karma. So should be perfectly good. And Lucian in the early game as well, just a very solid, reliable unit at killing at least one every fight. So even if he doesn't put a full streak together, he's going to be remaining pretty healthy.
Yeah, definitely. And thinking about what all these prismatic augments mean, right? It's going to be a lot of potential high tempo. And can Fnatic come out this game swinging with that high tempo? I think Lucian is a perfect unit to do that. And for Solus, is Nefiri going to be good enough to do that as well? I think that's a big question. Solus is already slamming an Infinity Edge, has put the belt there just for the little bit of extra stats, but I think it's more likely that Lucian, in that head-to-head maybe has the leg up there.
Yeah, I think it depends on when they do go head-to-head, because I don't think there was a Lucian slam yet through, so Nefiri's at least got items on top of it, so should win that matchup. Klamu here, off the back of going long in that early GP, will be dropping down here to Nefiri, but it is going to be the 1-unit loss, but off the back of that going long is going to be level 5, level 6 pretty quickly, so could just hit that GP fairly soon and can roll aggressively off the back of having going long. You don't mind digging deep at all. Your econ's no longer that important, and so you can hunt for the core of that mentor composition a little bit earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see 3 players of Citadel's already taken a couple of losses, right? Robinsong's a 9 HP, 90 for both Kaiwang and Dank Memes. So if those 2 rounds are anything of evidence, maybe Fnatic is starting off here a little bit of high tempo, but still got the rest of stage 2 to really paint that picture.
Citadel have another player, this time Robin, complete open, fully sold the board. I think that's interesting. So far today, we haven't seen people go, okay, you're our 5-streaker, you just sell the board. We've seen people, of course, lead into loss streak and play weaker boards and try to give each other good losses. But having one person in each game just full sell, it does set you up for the potential to have someone that can have so much extra econ, especially in a prismatic lobby, and then can make a miracle run up the standings.
Absolutely, but you need a little bit of that kind of assurance of some of your teammates kind of already being in pretty decent spots around the top, right? You're saying it's in kind of opposition to having that 5-loss streak and that 5-win streak as well, so you have both ends of the spectrum there. If Robinsong's continues to full open and Solus maybe loses around, all of a sudden it gets a lot scarier.
Yeah, you need a player that later on is willing to give you that HP, that sack the round, give you a few wins. Last time we saw it didn't work out for Dank Memes, but he played defense as he fell away and was able to deny enough units. But they've got a clear strategy here. They're having 2 people that are not leaning streak at all, and then they're thinking of somebody that can potentially win as many rounds as possible, and someone that can play econ. So I think we're talking about a team that believe in their cohesion. They've very clearly got a defined approach to the early game.
Yeah, absolutely. We see Katarina was maybe prioritized here for Kai Wang over the GP, right? Not wanting to contest the teammate. We see already 2 copies. That slam already on the item. So Kai Wang in a solid spot, not going to be win streaking or losing streaking, however.
Yeah, and did already have the Katarina with the over 9,000 in neutral rounds, and then got offered Executioner Crown. So early Katarina pair having clear direction there. We're checking back in here with Clamu, who's coming in. 2 GPs on the board for the time being, is now at that level 6 off the back of going long, so should be finding GP fairly soon. And as soon as you get this 2-star, if you can get it at least before 3-1, will be really, really strong, and is already starting to just roll over some of these boards.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 6 units on the board versus 4. You got an extra one, actually, with the mech, so that's going to be super, super strong here. Same with that Juggernaut GP from Yoroi. Dealing a little bit of damage to Armor Truck there in that round, but is that a Crystal Gambit for Armor Truck, was it?
Yeah, Armor Truck does have that Crystal Gambit. I don't believe he had it in instantly. When we first saw his board, as we're going back to it here, has managed to get it online. For the first couple of rounds, he didn't have it in, which isn't too big of a miss. You can survive off the back of that. We saw earlier in the day, T1 not hitting it for a full stage. That's a lot worse.
As long as you get it by like 2-3, you're still in a fine spot.
So Armor Truck has hit it in a perfectly fine spot. In terms of for these cash out and high potential traits, in the past they've always been very do or die. That's not necessarily Crystal Gambit. You can pick up wins and it'd be fine.
Yep.
So it's even more reliable in 4v4 really, because you can pick up some wins early, then you can pivot into your loss streak, and then you can guarantee some of those losses against your team.
Yeah, that's a good point, because typically, you know, these econ, you know, very high risk, high reward kind of traits are just like, okay, we're going to fully avoid these in 4v4 formats. They're just way too risky, but I think that's a great point. And exactly why Armor Truck is going in this line here, going to be perhaps getting a good cash out, right, I think is set up for that. There's still a lot of tankiness in that front line in the rel right now to maybe, you know, get 1 or 2 unit kills, not just fully lose every single round. You're not going to win, though, because it's not like you're dealing that much damage. So in a solid spot, I believe.
More value from Robin as well, fully selling the board. These Crystal Gambit players want to kill units. That's part of the innate value coming through from the trait. So Robin makes even more sense, but Fnatic definitely have stronger early game for themselves. They've got a player that's leaning GP and is ahead of tempo on GP, and they have a 5-streaker, so they'll be feeling a little bit better about how this early game's gone.
Yeah, exactly. Moving back to the conversation about Robin songs going full open, and hopefully Citadel's one of their members were going to full win streak, but that was not the case. Solus did end up losing even after that Build a Bud Neferi 3. So Fnatic looking to be in the better spot, and at least so far this tournament, stage 2 kind of where the standings have shaken up. It's like, all right, they're heavily advantaged to, you know, pull off that game win, but still there is a lot that could go either right or wrong for Fnatic here, but at least now, good spot.
Yeah, it's so important the early game. It feels like it really can, you can see a player's spot towards the end of stage 2 and think, oh, we're in trouble here. And very rarely players are able to turn it around. Clamu now will be doing this roll down. Really wants to get this GP2 coming through. Had the GP pair as early as possible, and still has not yet hit the 2-star. But Clamu running the Katarina for the time being, playing Denial and also just running it on the board to add a little bit extra damage to his composition anywhere. If you can run defense but also make use of the unit for the time being, even better.
Yeah, absolutely. Solus here did slam an even Shroud as the second item on the Neferi, but look at the rest of the board, right? It's just a bunch of like random units, soul fighters, right? Just a bunch of trait bots. Even going as far as to slam 8 gargoyles on this Neferi. Now, we're not going to see this build Neferi again the whole tournament long, but it's just here for the early game.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be sticking around too much longer, but that's the great thing about hitting something like buildable Neferi. You can just slam whatever on top of it. It's perfectly fine, does a lot of damage, is still ultimately a frontline unit, so it can carry tank items. And Solus is probably just going to tempo this into the Soulfighter line. You see the slams going through, it really likes Gargoyle, the solo frontline set. So if he can make that work, but Isekai picked up here for Bensak. This was really, really strong on PBE.
Yes,
maybe a little bit
too strong.
We've seen it fell away in relevance somewhat, but when you're playing it from ahead, that extra amount of damage coming through, and we're seeing here, instantly picked up, clearly very favored.
It's kind of that perfect tempo augment at 3-2 if you've been streaking up until that point, and that's exactly the position that Bensak was in. So I think great recognition to say, hey, this is my spot. I want to separate my HP as much as I can versus the rest of the lobby to, one, maybe allow my teammates some grace if I have to stack a bit later on, but also just put the pressure on Citadel, right? To be like, hey, if we drop in, 8th place, maybe a 6th or a 7th, right? I'm just going to deny your hopes at first placing this game.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to let the player that's really far ahead on your team just kind of do their own thing as well. Once you get to stage 4 and 5, once their streak eventually comes to an end, then they can start giving up rounds. But I think for the time being, Fnatic will go, okay, Bensak, if you can just keep winning rounds, we're not going to complain too much about that at all. And that's certainly what he's going to be aiming to do.
Absolutely. We see the strength of this Katarina right now with that Fist of Fairness Radiant item coming through. And yep, Bensak continuing this streak, right? Just like we expected. Probably will streak with the rest of Stage 3. I mean, the front line's great too. It's Rakan 2, Malphite 2, Kennen 2. No items on them, but you don't really need items on them at that point. It's just enough HP and a ton of damage with that Lucian, and now the Echo from the Isekai as well.
Yeah, the only reason you would need a little bit more frontline is if you didn't have the punch to get through some of these bigger tanks. Early game, there's not that many big tanks. Lucian has more than enough. We saw there as well, Clamu coming through on the board we just checked out was in a pretty strong position off his early GP. Armatruck here has the duplicator coming through off the back of his second augment as well. So he has the potential on that Crystal Gambit line for an even higher cash, something like Zyra 2 becomes a very real possibility. So Fnatic, they definitely have players that are on a little bit more clear direction. On the flip side, Citadel, yes, we know Solus is probably going to be leaning towards potentially just this Soulfighter line, but that's not something that's going to be contesting the top of the standings. It is just going to be fairly stable. So I think the spots that Fnatic put themselves in this time around feel a little bit better.
Yeah, we got that Radiant Striker's Flail for Solus there. So that's just like a very good item, right, in this set.
It's based on everybody.
Yeah, it's good on AD, good on AP. It's just such strong. So Radiant version of it, right? What do you think? Is it going to be as strong as maybe some of the other Radiant items that you could go?
I think it's still one of the strongest Radiants in the stats. I haven't checked over the past couple of days, but I know at the beginning of the set it was really strong. Sure. As you've said, the core version of the item, the basic version, is just almost best in slot on every unit. The Radiant is just that amplified even more so. And especially if he is going to be running that on Samira, she's hitting the whole team. She's going to be getting a lot of value out of from the item as well. Yeah. And having it on the Fury for the time being, it's going to continue to save his HP. And Solus, the only loss he did take, I believe, was to Bensak in Stage 2. So since then, this build has worked out very well.
Yeah, it's like you were calling out, too. It depends on when those comps run into each other, right? Yeah, It was at the point where Bensak did have just a little bit more damage to push through. The front line, I think, was decent, had some early upgraded front line as well that Neferi maybe had to take, 2 bites to get through instead of 1, and that makes a big difference in the early game.
Checking in here with Uri, who does have the +1 Juggernaut coming through, has an early set here in his shop as well. A little bit of a slightly awkward line. He is still playing GP, but he's contesting his own teammates.
Yeah, what's going on here?
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
I know that some people thought that coming into EWC we might have 2 per team. However, when one of your teammates has such a clearly really good spot for it, I'm not sure it's necessarily the best way to go. However, off the back of the +1 Jug, he does have an out. He could pivot into something like TF, into Ashe again, which we know the Fnatic squad is at least leaning towards. So maybe GP is just the item holder, get himself some econ back with it, and then pivot out.
But then we got to think, how good is that line? Is it going to be able to get into that top 4? A lot of questions here, especially as I think there was a Citadel's player that was playing GP as well. Yep, here it is. With Dank Memes. So 3 GP players in the lobby, at least for now. And I think it's about maybe what we expected coming into the event with just how strong that unit is.
But coming in here, Dank Memes has the Prismatic Ticket, so it's much more reliably going to hit. We can see already 6 copies. Your teammate in Clamu had very early pair playing going long, so it was very quickly level 6. I think Fnatic have to pivot one of their players off the line.
Yeah, and not finding Stretchy, but finding a lot of gangplanks, however, for Dank Memes, a pair of Jarvans as well. And it's really key to hit in a lobby with 3 players, all playing that GP unit, but Dank Memes is on 0 gold, not willing to sell anything else, at least for now. But if you're 1 away and you don't hit, you might as well have 3 copies.
Certainly the case. However, in a meta where it's such a contested unit, at least denying everybody else is incredibly valuable.
true.
And Tank Memes now is just in a position where he should, you'd imagine, be able to hit in the next couple of rounds. And then Fnatic will be thinking, okay, we have to get somebody off this line.
Yep.
In terms of a player for themselves, though, that is more than sitting pretty at this moment, Bensak, we're seeing how strong this Sork board is with that Izakai paired with it. Bensak putting together a full 10 streak. Soulless only dropping the 2 rounds in the first 2 stages of the game. So Builder Bud already having a lot of value, and I think that'll be continuously the case throughout the rest of the 4v4, throughout the rest of EWC.
Yep.
Just, it's a reliable win streak argument. You need somebody with high HP.
Tank Memes finds the Gangplank 3, is now going to, like you said, force one of Fnatic to drop that composition, right? You can't have 3 players with that GP3, or at least very, very, very unlikely. But I think everyone's looking at Bensak as, okay, this is the player that's in the best shape to win the lobby. How can we play around that now, right? How can we maybe send Fnatic out in, you know, like 7th, 8th, or something like that? It's going to be hard to do, especially when there are multiple members of Citadels in the bottom 4 currently, with Kai Wang, Tank Memes, and Robin now. Robin having to make massive pivots happen after that full open. And it's going to lean into some Star Guardians. You know, Ahri is the thing that's being played around right now. This does not look like good stabilization here.
Is trying to pivot into Sorks, has the full duplicator, which I think maybe was the reason. Because Star Guardians, there's nothing really too valuable you can dupe. The 5 costing Seraphine, not too super important. So I do think Robin is maybe thinking, okay, if I can get onto the Sork line, especially with Manazé and JG, Striker's Flail coming through, so good on Karma, and should be able to reliably hit off the back of it, and just knows how reliable this composition is.
Winning this round is going to be big if he's able to, and it looks like that is the case, because there was a lot that Robin had to do that round, had to make a lot of board changes, a lot of item changes, still has some items left to work with as well, and so that was a huge, huge just extra life there, basically.
Yeah, and I think as well, Clamu just doesn't have any more copies of GP. Obviously, we know the 3-stars came through elsewhere.
Yeah.
It's not going to be happening for Clamu, but the 2-star potentially is still going to be strong enough to get himself into a middling finish. And with having Bensak as your potential win-out player, Call to Chaos is something that can really, really accelerate your game. You were leaning Sorks anyway, and you've just dropped Bisgwen. So the one problem that Bensak maybe had was, how do I itemize Lucian 3, Karma 2 potentially? If I find a Gwen, well, there's full items for one of those units.
There's the answer. Gwen with triple snipers focus. Have you seen that in action yet?
I have, yes. And unfortunately for the Citadel squad, if they see it this game, it will be rough to deal with. However, though, doesn't yet have that Gwen. It's going to be fairly solid for the time being, just add a little bit more power. But Citadel's defense, they know exactly what they have to do. They just have to find these Gwens and hope that Bensak, if he gets to the 1-star, that's going to be powerful enough.
Yeah, absolutely. Or maybe the other way to deal with it is just ignore Bensak and hope that, you know, you can just take out the rest of Fnatic. It is one or the other. We got red buff, blue buff being picked up for Soulless here, but just a little bit too strong for Bensak right now, right? With those snipers focuses coming in, one on the Lucian, a couple on the Ahri. That's all you need now to still be winning in stage 4 based off of that build Bud Lucian.
And checking in here with Armatruck, this is our Crystal Gambit player. He's 6 Crystal Gambit, hasn't managed to pick up a copy of Zyra, unfortunately, which would have been really, really stable. The Call to Chaos coming through, just giving you a little bit more oomph in the front line. Does have to go for the Panic duplicator onto Ashe there, so not able to pick up the Ashe on his own. Didn't find a Zyra, which I suppose the ideal plan would have been hit Ashe, can save my dupe for a potential 5 cost. The front line is really, really big though, but whether or not there's enough damage behind this, just on the 5 Crystal Gambit, I'm not too sure.
I'm not sure either. All right, the damage of just a solo Ashe, we saw that last game. Or on the Juggernaut front line, it wasn't enough. This game might be the same fate as we're taking a look at, you know, the highest HP player and the lowest HP player, but on the right, that's the important one. Is Armatruck going to be able to survive another round? It looks like against a Katarina 2, it is likely. Kat is healing up a bunch, but yes, able to hang on. But Bensak also on the left takes the first loss of this game up against that GP3.
Bensak was level 850 gold though, with some pumped into level 9 already.
It's going to happen at that point.
So is more than happy to lose the next few rounds, especially considering Bensak likely got potentially Armatruck coming up in his matchups, Yoroi as well. So is now that the streakers came to an end, more than happy to give them a few wins, especially Armatruck. if you can stabilize him and he can get a few wins on the board with this 5, potentially 7 Crystal Gambit, then you have another player that can suddenly shoot up the standings. We saw Ash struggles with these mega tanks, and the Katarina board, unless you have Rakan 3, just doesn't have one of those at all. So we saw she was able to at least deal with that Cat 2 matchup for the time being.
It wasn't even convincing, though.
Yeah.
It's just like, you know, what other damage is there? There's not going to be any, not even 7 Crystal Gambit. It looks like Armatruck is probably, unfortunately, going to go 8th place unless a miracle happens when it comes to the matchmaking. Bensak as well, just on that reign of terror, it looks like. But Citadel Gaming looked to be in pretty good spots, right? There was one win streaker around, I believe, Dank Memes with that Gangplank. There was another player towards the top of the standings as well. And no one on single-digit HP like Armatruck. That is the key going into this round.
Bensak benched his Lucian on the right-hand side there, so had potentially Clemu and Armatruck. Does get Clemu, but the important matchup we're keeping an eye on here. Armatruck up against Dank Memes. Can this Crystal Gambit board stabilize? Coming up against the GP3, one of the worst matchups we could have seen if you're the Fnatic squad. However, GP has went down pretty quickly there. Ash locked in, and Ash last game did not have the damage at all we saw. However, off the back of this Crystal Gambit variant, we're getting extra items, we're getting a little bit extra econ dripping through. We're starting to scale.
Yeah, that's actually huge. I would not have thought that would go that way, but hey, maybe the triple hull breaker set, you know, that does
a lot of damage as well.
Yeah, it does survive for a long time and does a lot of damage as well. Maybe even, I didn't see it exactly, maybe it procced the GP's Edge of Night.
I think so,
and then Ash was able to just keep on consistently hitting through and taking him out. But Dank Memes, right, still sitting at a healthy HP for now with 40, but Kaiwing now dropping even lower. Even if Fnatic go out in 8th with Armatruck, it's still looking rather scary for them.
But getting Clemu here, Clemu's took the items off GP, so it should be another win for Armatruck here. That Dank Memes round was the all-important one. We know any time Armatruck gets a matchup against his own team, they can sack. However, you would have assumed GP3 would have been more than enough to deal with this Ash board. That's not been the case. Now gets his teammate again, able to pick up a win, and he's starting to stabilize.
Yeah, strange enough, I didn't think it would be the case. You know, we both had some doubts of, okay, how much damage does Ash actually output here? But I think that triple item on the set, right, the Hull Breaker, Hull Crusher, is going to be fairly strong, at least for now. Bensak still has the Lucian on the bench. We see Solus here, right, going towards the direction of those Soul Fighters around that build to Bud Nefiri that we saw in the early game. It's just kind of the obvious direction to go from there.
Yeah, it certainly is. And with Armatruck having that set 2 coming through, that's a little bit awkward for Solus as well. It just delayed the Soul Fighter composition, which really needs to hit its 4-cost 2 stars. And Bensak, it's a little frustrating when you're sacking for someone on your team and you don't tag them, because we saw Bensak the last 2 rounds, Lucian was on the bench. And last round he went up against one of the Citadel players. So you're just giving them a free win. Obviously, it was the correct thing to do, and it's more important if you can keep your teammate alive. But it does feel a little bit rough in that spot where you're sacrificing HP, and it's benefiting the opposition.
Yeah, absolutely. Not quite what Citadel Gaming wants right now. We see Solus.
Yeah, finds a set.
Yeah, finds a set, is going to need to put that into a set 2, but we're still very far away from that. Solus, while they've done a good job at preserving HP throughout this lobby, is going to be taking a lot of losses, it appears, here in Stage 5. And Armatruck, we still get to see how long can Armatruck hang on.
Bensak finally gets the Armatruck matchup 3 rounds in a row, sacking his board. It's finally been rewarded for it. And it's perfect timing in that Bensak is likely going 9 next turn. So I'm not sure exactly how pushed into 9 he is. I think he is fairly committed, and he's going to be selling a little bit of something off here to make 50 gold. But Bensak is there, does make 50 there, so we'll be going 9, I imagine. And Armatruck does pick up a win, but Uri now has been losing for quite a few rounds.
Yeah, I was about to say, I mean, I still will say this is kind of perfect team play from Fnatic, right? Bensak is sacking a bunch, is going to be, right, leveling to 9, finding a lot of upgrades, going to be stabilizing, and allowing the rest of Fnatic the time to catch up. But Citadels, right, they're so stubborn, they're hanging on, they're not losing, and if they are, not by much.
3 rounds in a row, he was Ben-sacking, so he was rewarded in the end, and he hit his teammate.
How could you, Barry?
It had to be done. I thought
no, it's actually perfect. Honestly, I hate puns, but like that was a good one.
Okay, give me that
I have
one.
to admit.
But unfortunately for Fnatic, Uri really feels like has fell away, and the past few rounds has been struggling. We've seen the other three players go head-to-head a few times. Uriah's just been eking down there and comes up against Clamu here, the GP player on his own team.
Armor Truck.
But Uriah does pick up the win there. Armor Truck, though, like you said, unfortunately does tag Robin, who has managed to hit that Karma, does some really good items, and does fall down. Uriah beat Clamu here, which means that Clamu also are now into elimination range, and Fnatic, even though early on it looked like they had quite a few players in decent spots, potentially now facing down the bottom three.
Fnatic have faced each other for a lot of the past few rounds, so it might just be them going now head-to-head against Citadels, and if they're able to get a couple of those wins in a row in Stage 5, right, Solus is like 2 rounds from elimination, maybe Kaiwang and Dank Memes Robin, it might take 3, but they're like all in the 20 HPs there. This is very, very close. A lot is going to be happening. These are very important rounds here, Barry.
Coming up, Clamu is coming up against Bensak on the other side. Unfortunately, Uriah and Clamu both ended up on GP. We mentioned early on maybe one of them would have to pivot off. They didn't commit to that. And yes, Uriah did manage to hit, and as therefore Dank Memes and Uriah both hit that 3-star, but it just meant Clamu really fell away in relevancy. However, Bensak is the dream matchup here, is able to give Clamu that win. Uriah's the stronger of the players. He has that GP3. Solus, who I can't see ultimately winning a round from this point out on that Soul Fighter, is now in elimination range.
Yeah, I think Robin, being the Citadel Gaming player that was the highest HP to take a loss, so it's down to 20 still, 2 lives left. But crucially, Dank Memes and Kaiwang have won, and it is still Clamu and Uriah on 1 life. If both of them fall here in the next round, it is going to be a Citadel Gaming win. This is so intense here as players are, getting some items, maybe going to be trying to cap out their boards as much as they can here, Barry.
Yeah, it certainly is the case. Kaiwang now the only player on a streak. There is, of course, the potential that someone like Bensak could have streaked, but was willing to sacrifice that for his teammates. Whereas Citadel have had a little bit more luxury, where Kaiwang hasn't had to do that yet. Potentially, maybe will, with Solus coming up as a potential showdown here.
Yeah, set 2 for Solus.
Fanny does find that, and it was delayed off the back of Armor Truck. So we mentioned that earlier on. The Armor Truck did maybe delay that Soul Fighter board getting online, and towards the end of Stage 5 is when Soul Fighter starts to fall off anyway. So it does feel like it's a little bit too late. However, we do have the additional carry you wouldn't normally have. We have the Nefiri 3 itemized as well, so maybe the damage it's lacking can be made up for, but coming up against a GP3 from his own team.
Yeah, Solus against Dank Memes here. This is a very important round for Solus and for Uriah on the right as well, going up against Bensak. Bensak is going to be so strong, but is it going to be enough? There on the left here for Solus is not going to be. It looks like Dank Memes, his own teammate, going to be taking him out, but Clamu and Uriah both fall, and Citadel Gaming claim the 2-0 and win out against Fnatic.
And in convincing fashion as well. Neither of these games have went the distance. They've had that wrapped up early on. Robin was confident about the team synergy that they've had here. And Fnatic, this French roster that we expected so much from, I thought it would be going to 3 games. I did think Citadel potentially had the more star power quality names.
Yeah.
But I didn't think it would be 2 convincing victories in this fashion. And I think Fnatic have to go back to the drawing board for that elimination tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. I think in terms of using the word convincing, like at this point in the game, yes, absolutely.
Yeah,
early game,
early
it
on.
was pretty up in the air. It was like, okay, Fnatic actually looking like they're in a good spot. They are doing everything that they need to. But the resilience of Citadel Gaming, playing exactly as they needed to, some good matchups perhaps, some good, sacking against teammates, but they all really hit some key boards. And I think one of the main things of this game comes down to Clamu and Uriah contesting each other and sticking with that decision.
I think Uriah and Dank Memes both had Prismatic Ticket. Fine, have that be your player that contests.
Yeah.
Dank Memes hit very early. Uriah did find GP3 as well, though. But Clamu, did he not have any other out, potentially? There has to have been something he could have shifted this into. The problem is, once you get to the likes of Stage 4, transitioning becomes very, very difficult. When you've committed very specific items, the likes of Rageblade, the likes of Kraken, who can hold those? You're potentially looking for, maybe I can find TF, super unreliable out. So they ended up in a really weird spot where, as you said, Dank Memes hit so early that they were contesting each other. Neither of them were going to have the highest caps.
Yeah, if they were contesting each other, if they were the only 2 Gangplank players, might have been perfectly fine. But Dank Memes was in that equation, was able to hit, and is the highest HP Citadel Gaming's player still left in the lobby. So honestly, I think this game might just be coming down to that decision. I mean, obviously, there's so much more that comes into every game of TFT. There's probably more that could have been done, but there was a lot of very good team play moments around Fnatic, right? Bensack sacking 3 rounds in a row, able to let this team have those crucial stability points, but it just wasn't enough when I really thought for a long time we'd be going to a game 3.
Yeah, I thought Stage 2, Stage 3, especially because they had a Crystal Gambit player and then someone that 10 streak. So we'd seen that have a lot of success for Citadel last game, having someone that was your potentially open forwarder who had the highest cash out potential, the highest cap, a lot of econ to work with, and then someone with a lot of HP. And Bensack, from his point of view, has had a really good game here and has just managed to continue pushing forward. We knew that maybe would be leaning into this Sork line. Unfortunately, Karma never became available due to how contested it was. So I've ended up on the double Gwens, though.
This is fine.
This is perfectly fine. He's finally getting his power-ups fixed a little bit, though, because I noticed the previous round still had one on top of Lucian, which definitely wasn't the case. But it's hard for him to really be too focused on this one when they're already thinking the game and series has gone.
Yeah, just trying to perhaps, strategize for the next series. That's the most important thing. But also, you do want to win the game, play for that MVP performance.
Course,
but you need to get further the tournament for that. And now being dropped into the losers bracket for tomorrow, Fnatic going to be feeling a ton of pressure, not only just off their performance, but representing Fnatic as well. This is what happened to Fnatic last year with this organization. And is history going to repeat itself? I think that fear is in the back of their mind.
I think, as we said last year, they had this super team from Americas that didn't that had a lot of expectations, hasn't performed the way they wanted. This year they went with this French roster. Obviously, still plenty of time for them to turn it around, but not the start they would have expected. And I'm wondering if they'll potentially learn whether or not to stick with a team and give them time, because I think we've seen this work. The likes of Citadel, a lot of their players have been together for quite a while now. We've seen it with some of these other rosters. Vitality held that core together, just made that one change. So I do think some of these teams, maybe it's especially the ones that have stuck together from last year, they're benefiting from that.
Yeah, definitely. I think just a lot of team synergy does come through when you have just experience playing with the players. You know each other communicate, you know what each other's strengths are, weaknesses are, and it's just a lot easier to play around that. And, TFT strategy game, you get to, come in with your game plan, but there's a lot that you got to respond to in the moment, and it's going to be that team that has played together for longer that have the edge there in that situation.
Yeah, and I think we've seen it from Fnatic. The contesting each other on this line ultimately didn't work out as intended. Dank Memes, the GP reroller, picking up the lobby win, which is no surprise, really.
And with that, Citadel, 2-0 over Fnatic. The Americas team, big hugs all around from Dank Memes and Kai Wang there. Robin's songs got left hanging, though, so that's not great.
That's okay. He's propping the rest of the team up, right? He's allowing them to celebrate. He's, Grandpa Robin. He can, maybe his back, maybe it wouldn't be.
That's true. Yeah, and I think for Robin here, he's been to this type of stage before. He's had Crown experience at the highest level very recently, so he's not going to be overreacting too much. But for some of these newer players on the roster, getting this win is just going to feel so good. This is your time to shine on the biggest stage. We can see how demoralized some of those Fnatic players looked. They had high expectations for themselves, and they've got to turn it around tomorrow.
And as we see our replay brought to you by STC on our screen, some very unique play, I think, from the side of Citadel here. Around that Nefiri, also playing around the Executioner +1 was very interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like, okay, what do you do with that Nefiri, right? Okay, it's just a Soul Fighter. Maybe you're going to go to that line. But I was really scared for Solus when he wasn't able to fully streak out in Stage 2. I was like, ooh, okay, we talked about the direct contestation, like playing behind from tempo versus playing from ahead. Bensack had fantastic tempo. Solus just a step behind, but still made it work. Just denied the rest of Fnatic the ability to catch up and come back. And I think, honestly, Fnatic kind of did that to themselves, again, going back to the GP thing, but Citadel's also capitalized on that.
Yeah, I think just you compare these two games. The first time around, Citadel really on the same page regarding that GP line. We saw getting sold from the Pandora's bench this time round, whereas Fnatic on the flip side, similar position where they have two people contesting the same units and didn't end up pivoting off. So unfortunately for them, they will have to come back tomorrow and try to change this around.
And to answer some of these questions about Citadel and their awesome performance today, here in game number 1, we're tossing it to the stage with an interview with Puckett and Robin Songs.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. That's right. I'm here with our winner, Robin Songs, and of course, Citadel. Talk to me about the 2-0 over Fnatic. How tough did you think the group was going to be, and did you expect a game 3?
Well, we scrimmed a lot, and usually you don't scrim the people in your group, so we actually had no idea like how strong they are and like their game plan and stuff. But it doesn't seem very strong. So
you guys look pretty confident up there. Quick question from the chat: is Gangplank going to win somebody this tournament?
I think Gangplank is not that good, actually. You guys should not play it.
Definitely don't play it. Anyone else out there? Okay. And Robin, talk to me a little bit about the team, because Citadel is coming in with a roster. You guys have played together for a while. Is that an edge you have in this tournament?
I mean, we actually haven't been playing for a while. We formed this year. There's some teams that like also played last year, like Vitality, but we have very, very good team chemistry, and we're all really good friends inside and outside of the game. So I think we do have the edge of like being really good friends, and like everyone vibes and matches together. So yeah.
Are you the eldest on the team, or just the hype man, the team leader? Because I see you getting the rest of the boys pumped up.
Dude, low-key, I might be the eldest in the entire tournament.
I'm 39. Can you beat that?
I think I'm 59 according to my chat. So.
All right, chat. Robin Songs is aging in front of your eyes. He's also a winner. Desk, back to you guys.
59, he's not even elderly yet, but you know, he's still out here leading this team in EWC, and we do see our results here on the screen. Dank memes with that GP reroll at the top.
Absolutely. Kaiwing taking a second as well, right? As Barry and I were asking, there's a big question mark on how Kaiwing is going to perform. I think Kaiwing stepped into this mold, stepped into this EWC tournament, and didn't really miss a step.
No, certainly not. He's so far flawless from the entire roster, really. Even pointing out Solus there, finishing 6th place, but just playing a stable composition. Like you said, he had the HP to work with. He ended up on a fairly uncontested line and just realized that, okay, my job's to avoid those bottom 2 placements. And we've seen it at the beginning of the day already. If you go 8th or 7th, it's so hard to recover.
Kaiwing also playing around Executioners with that +1 specifically. It was quite a unique board from what we've seen today. Obviously, Katarina reroll is very good, but able to pilot that to a 2nd and able to come back there. But for Fnatic, we just weren't quite able to put together. Bensak had an excellent win-out position, but again, as the rest of the teams are able, or rest of the players on your team do fall out of the competition, it makes it a little tough.
Yeah, I do want to say that Fnatic have a lot of potential, I think, even though they got 2-0'd. I don't think that really tells the whole story of that team, of the organization. I do think they're going to be a formidable force in the losers bracket tomorrow.
I think Bensak already showed personally how strong he can be. He's the newest player, he's the fresh blood coming in, and on an individual level, he's showed a lot of strength already. The cohesion needs to be worked on though.
And let's see what our group is shaping out to look like with a bracket update. Here we go. We can see Group C. Maybe. Here we go.
There we go.
Group C for our matchup here. Citadel Gaming 2-0. Flash Wolves up over Twisted Minds on the other matchup as well.
Ooh, okay.
Twisted Minds was another one of the favorite picks from the collective of the casters here, and
upset after upset.
Upset after upset, so
maybe.
Well, maybe.
We have seen people come back from down 1 game, and that is commonly the case in these best of 3s, but Citadel will face the winner of that matchup to move on, and Fnatic will face the loser of that matchup to survive here at the EWC. And guys, it's been a great matchup, but we still have another one yet to go.
Absolutely. We got one more matchup here, but just even the games that we've seen so far, there's a lot that we've learned in terms of just how the teams are poised against each other, right? Expectations have already been blown out of the water of the favorites, showing that, you know, gods can bleed, titans can bleed. And I think a team like Citadel Gaming specifically, maybe one of those underdogs can really show up and kind of win big.
And I think coming in here, I'm on the desk twice in a row for EMEA versus Americas, and I cannot see us get 2-0'd again. And coming in for some of the favorite picks, taking those losses that we didn't expect, this TL squad is hyped. This is the Brazilian super team. It is star-studded. So maybe the upset's going to come through.
The aura is strong with Team Liquid here with the sunglasses on in these photos.
Yeah.
EVOS also a great team from Poland. So Poland versus Brazil straight up here in this matchup is going to be absolutely electric.
Yeah, 2 squads of 4v4, 4 Brazilians, 4 Polish players. I think EVOS have done a really good job with picking their coach. We've talked about how good some of this potential is. They got Kabixen in as the mastermind behind it. That's got to help.
Yeah, absolutely, and we're excited to get into that matchup, but we will have to take a quick break while the players get set up and we get ready to roll for our matchup number 4 of the day for TFT at the Esports World Cup.
Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground.
Welcome back to TFT at the Esports World Cup for our final matchup of the day. My name is CLE. So glad to be joined once again by Barry and Tamura here on the desk. Gentlemen, another Americas versus EMEA showdown happening here, and I'm feeling good about this one too.
Well, I've moved along slightly because I cursed EMEA when I was in this position.
Okay.
And this is the winner spot.
That's a good strategy. I like it.
So I'm back in this EVOS squad. I had to go to the winner POV.
Yeah, we'll see how. We've already seen some of the teams, you know, they've got their mascots, they've got a little bit of superstition, so who knows, maybe the caster cursing will work in the reverse favor for your sake.
That's the plan.
Yeah.
And I sure hope so, because it is a star-studded squad going against the EVOS team. And so we're seeing EVOS versus Team Liquid. Team Liquid is the team in this tournament with the most Tactician's Crown experience, headed by Ilso Lucas, who is an absolute Brazilian superstar.
Yeah, so Team Liquid looking really solid. And not only that, do they have a lot of experience, but also their club as a whole at the top of the standings. So they've got a lot to play for, not just for themselves, but also for their club as a whole. And as you mentioned, backed by a lot of talent.
On the flip side, with EVOS coming in, Shredding and Wojtek are the big names for this particular team. But it's a more well-rounded squad, I'd say. I think there's a lot of players here that have been around for a very long time, a lot of history. But this is their biggest stage so far.
Yeah, and Team Liquid, though, with this roster of everyone being at a Tactician's Crown, they are star-studded. They speak the same language. They've been playing together for a very, very long time, and they are here even coached by a Brazilian legend in Slooper himself. And so look at this team. VCLF, I mean, come on now.
I can't help but be amazed. That is one of the best cold poses that we've seen. VCLF showing up and showing up with pizzazz, with some style. What a way to kind of show off that you're here, you're representing potentially the best club in the world, and for good reason.
And you touched on the fact they have Snooper as coach. That is a player that right at the beginning was the first ever Brazilian to make a crown. So in terms of having the most experience possible behind you, that's the best you could have.
Yeah, and Team Liquid currently being in the front in the club championship as well, so they need to get some solid points to keep them in the lead and maybe even push them forward. But their opposition in this game is EVOS, somebody that maybe we weren't expecting to make it through the closed qualifiers and then the global qualifiers, but here they are.
Yeah, I touched on them already a little bit, but they are the 3rd seed coming out of an EMEA, which means they didn't have to go to the global qualifiers. They got straight through the EMEA bracket, and there was a lot of big teams that didn't make it. A lot that, on paper, you would rank higher than some of these players, but the likes of Aki is a real OG in the EMEA circuit. He was at regionals 3 years ago. In the lifespan of competitive TFT, that's a long time. We haven't had too much history, but the likes of Kesman, Shreddin, Wojtek as well, all were respected in their own regards. I think Shreddin's certainly the player to keep an eye on here, really well known within the Polish scene and highly respected.
Yeah, and so it's going to be all eyes on them as a cohesive unit, as a whole, as a team, because they've obviously showed that through qualifications they can perform and compete with some of the best. Might not have as many accolades individually as some of these other players that are here to compete, but they're just showing us that in a 4v4 setting, they're here to dominate.
And this is actually the only team in all of this competition that has no Tacticians Crowns appearances on their roster. And so facing the team with the most. And so maybe not the highest expectations going in, but as we've seen, it's not about the individuals. This is 4v4. TFT has now changed the way it's played in this tournament. It's not about your individual prowess. It's not about how you can perform as an individual, but as a 4-man team. Now, how can we take it? How can we take that win together?
Yeah, I think if there's an underdog story, as you said, no crown appearances versus the team that is crown every single time. So EVOS certainly are up against it here, but it's EWC. Every team here is star-studded. There's going to be no easy fixture, so Liquid cannot underestimate this EVOS squad.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how they play as a whole. I've been told that a couple of them, started off as one-tricks into the early challenger scene, which is honestly how I started.
That's how I started.
Yeah, exactly. It's how most people kind of make their way in. But in this kind of meta, I wonder, is that going to be viable? Because we've seen so much flexible play between all of the other teams. If they get a position to play a certain line, they kind of have to take it. So having that strategy of, oh, I'm really good at this line, I'd like to play this, might not necessarily work out in a 4v4 setting, but who knows? Maybe they can prove me wrong. Maybe they can bring out something that we haven't seen before.
And we've seen that contesting one another does work very well, but it's a matter of, can we find the correct lines to contest one another? Because sometimes you can't just force contesting something like GP. You have to have the spot for it. You have to find the units. And so maybe for EVOS, they can get a little bit lucky, but also capitalize on their spots.
Well, if one of them's a GP one-trick, which is pretty much everybody in the scene right now, then they'll be perfectly fine, and they'll know how to navigate that spot even better than everybody else.
Yeah, and navigating that spot is extremely important to touch up on, because we've seen so many different variations to it. Of course, in solo queue, the standard might be if people back off, you get your artifacts, you get to roll, you get to 3-star, you'll be happy days. But we've seen, GP Fast 8, we've seen GP Fast 7, and then playing around the Mentor 3-stars. We've seen a lot of different variations. It really just depends on the context of not only your spot, but your team as a whole. How can I best support the team? Do I want to push, like we've seen, pushing level 8 and then taking invested and then rolling down and taking away all the units from the opposition?
And we see both of our stages here for TFT at the EWC for today. And lined up on the stage, EVOS versus Team Liquid, the 4v4 format that we all know and love in the TFT scene. Maybe we don't all know it, but we all love it. It's very fun to watch. And they will battle it out here in a best-of-3 series.
I feel like EVOS's side of the stage has had the most success today. Just going off with the way we've seen the series so far, maybe that's another caster blessing that I'm praying for more so than hoping.
Really trying to go into the Jinx line. We haven't seen much of it on stage, so you figured you'd bring it out in the form of casting.
I'm trying my best. They're getting as much support from me as possible.
I do think most importantly, VCLF did keep the sunglasses on.
Okay.
For playing in-game. It is bright in here. There are lots of lights everywhere. But I'm sure that it will give him some kind of tactical advantage, right?
And you're not giving anything away. When they look over to you and they can't see your eyes, they don't know what your plan is. It's just keeping everything hidden.
And as we jump into our game number 1 of the final match of the day between Team Liquid and EVOS, but we have a little break here, but oh man, he's
not the sunglasses.
So cool.
Hey, I mean, when you look over at that, if you're this EVOS squad, you must be terrified. I mean, that is a player that is just maxed out on aura compared to the rest of the competition.
I just want to go shake his hand. That's what he deserves. He deserves a nice firm handshake. Like, gentlemen, sir, you are in charge here. I understand.
A little Easter egg in League of Legends. If you're wearing sunglasses, you take 1 less damage from Leona, right? I wonder if this, does this apply in TFT? Are there any, if you're wearing sunglasses, do you get any advantage against some of the units?
I'm not sure.
We're about to find out.
We are about to find out. So, gentlemen, take it away here for game number 1.
Yeah, we're loading in here. We're seeing Shredding as our first point of view from this player. And coming in here for EVOS, this is the player I do want to touch on the most. in the EMEA circuit, Shredding has been around for a long time, as has Tamura a lot of this squad, but Shredding's probably the player with the most big achievements. He's been to regionals twice along with Wojtek, but just the player that stands out in this team as the most recognizable.
Yep. And it's going to be interesting to see. We did see, just briefly before that, we are going to be starting out with a prismatic augment. I do believe the Lee Sin encounter. So we saw that at the start of the day, actually, when we were casting back with Weibo and T1, and it seemed that a lot of these prismatic augments kind of locked them into a certain line. We saw 2 players lock themselves into the crew fairly early. We've seen a lot more Katarina picking up the execution just to guarantee that you can get those best in slot items quite early. But to be honest, Katarina's been quite scary because so many people are playing defense on this unit.
Yeah, but we've seen Katarina 2, it's never really going 8th. Even if you can 2-star the board, we've seen it at least fail out into a 6th place, which in 4v4 is perfectly fine. Rabzera already has stretchy arms, so we've seen some players have had to fish for a long time for this, and in certain spots haven't even found it. It's 1-4, we've already got stretchy arms.
Yep, and okay, and it's going to be picking up a Katarina as well. I wonder if we were playing defense a little bit that early, but see what this final component is a sword, so has access to the Edge of Night, relatively early slam. They have the open rod. Getting bow is very crucial for this comp, and here we are going to see, going long, we saw that into GP. Also prismatic ticket, we've also seen that into GP, so a lot of different options, and is going to skip over that. Prismatic ticket. Okay, so prismatic ticket is one of those augments that kind of enables you to guarantee you can hit those 3 stars. People will still be playing defense, but because of the way GP works is you can roll quite aggressively, win a lot of rounds, and then build your econ back up. Some people, when they're playing around a prismatic ticket, you usually have to wait a little bit. You don't want to use all your money, but with GP you can be a bit more aggressive.
Yeah, we've seen them basically go to 0 just to 2-star the entire board. You don't care about getting any more copies to get towards that 3-star. You just want to pick up the Kabuko 2, pick up the GP 2. Doesn't matter if you're not even making 10. We've seen with Prismatic Ticket, you're pretty much guaranteed to be in that spot. And coming in here, we have one player who's buildable Zach. It seems popped up on the side there. It's a really solid option to tempo off the back of. I think we've already seen this throughout the day as well, Tamura, that Builderboard really strong in 4v4, just having one player that you know is going to be at least saving HP.
Yeah, you know they're going to be saving HP and they're going to have econ because they don't have to spend so much. As we actually see, a Kaiser over on the other side there has access to the Flicker Blades. So we've seen this augment be, or this item be so dominant throughout the day, and having access to the Kraken Slayer just synergizes so well because you'll be stacking up all of that extra AD and potentially going to be looking to contest the GP. It's a little bit awkward when they have Prismatic Ticket, but honestly, if you can just 2-star it, you'll be off to the races.
Yeah, if you can 2-star it, which is more than achievable even with a Prismatic Ticket player, the one thing that they need to avoid is, as we saw last time round, you cannot be contesting 3-way really, especially when one person on your team is denying you. It can just be such a rough spot. So that is the thing that I think now on teams will be avoiding, maybe just one per team. Yes, you might have the suboptimal spot, but GP2 more than stable enough to get into the top 4.
Yep, and we can also see the protagonist here picked up the Garen hero augment. Already has the early Steric Slam, so won the first round, is in a pretty decent spot to continue winning. Does have 2 components there on bench, so if we can maybe burst some weaker players now, then we can get to the first carousel and then get a double slam on towards the Garen. Is going to be quite important. Obviously doesn't want to make the Void stuff too early, as it's not really going to be useful until we maybe get towards the Yuumi and we start doing a little bit more magic damage. But for now, just greeting, just waiting, and maybe we can try and take out this Zac, but there's going to be a couple of units attacking it, and Zac's not dying anytime soon.
We see the ball coming through for just a little bit of more hope than anything else. Didn't make the difference, but Zac 3 paired with Kabuko 2 was also on that board. That is just one of the biggest front lines. So Kessington unfortunately wasn't able to pick up that win, but having Zac 3 as that front line early on, you don't need to slam the items, you can still pick up the wins.
And as we predicted, the Edge of Night there slammed on towards the GP. Already has access to a pair and is holding on to Chaos to play strongest board, but potentially might sell it and make a little bit more extra econ. I do believe we saw our first Prismatic Destiny picked up, or at least from my experience. I don't think I've seen it at 2-1 yet.
No, I don't think we've seen it so far, at least not here on the B stream. We're not entirely sure elsewhere. Do check in here with Shredding, who's coming through, who has that early Lux 2 coming through. Is this worth the wait Lux that he's got? Yeah, he does have the 4 copies.
Yeah, so that's just going to guarantee some power. I mean, I don't think we've seen too many Lux reroll boards. It's quite an unconventional line. Most of the time, if you get an early Lux 2, you're more just incentivized to play tempo, push towards those sorcerers, so that's perfectly fine. But as you mentioned before, the Builder Bud being really strong in 4v4, I can imagine the same kind of thought process has gone in here. Not slamming, not being too strong, but when you're going up against a Kobuko 2 and a Zac 3, you kind of have to forfeit the round anyway, and securing a nice 3 loss streak is good, as we can see, just holding on to that GP as well.
Yeah, we'll be holding that for as long as possible, but for Shred in there, I suppose the Sork line, he can either play it Soul Fighter or Sork, depending on what's more contested. Potentially Soul Fighter he'll have a free hit at, and then it's just an additional carry, because the composition does normally just lack a little bit of damage. Until you have Gwen, Samira can't do it all on her own. We saw last time Soulless was able to make that work with the Nefiri, so potentially allowing that secondary carry coming through from the Lux. You could also just itemize it in Sorks as a tertiary carry, possibly.
Yep, and does pick up the Shojin there on a Viego as well, so if he does want to lean in towards the Soul Fighters, then that's definitely going to make a lot more sense as well. So we do get another look here towards the GP. Did opt to actually sell the Chaos, I do believe, so making that 20 gold, and then now can't quite make it all the way up to 30, unless, who knows, maybe GP will get a couple of kills here, but that's still a tall order from a board that's still relatively weak.
Yeah, potential that could be the case, but even if you're not making 30, you're still in such a good spot, knowing that at 3-2, you're pretty much going to guarantee that GP2. Kesman here, though, we saw this earlier in the day. It was quite strong early on, the Garen hero augment. We saw it do well throughout stage 3, but then really fall off a cliff, especially in these prismatic lobbies in stage 4. So we'll have to keep an eye on if that is able to keep up.
And did actually decide to level last second, just to maybe dish out a little bit more damage. You can see the Builder Bud there supported by the backline of the Kraken. Kraken Slayer slammed, so now infinite frontline with infinite AD scaling on the backline means that it's very, very hard to lose any rounds here, as it appears that the majority of players are kind of just forfeiting that, and that's pretty common in Prismatic, I would say, is a lot of these people taking those scaling augments means that they're going to kind of have to forfeit to the tempo ones, as we do see the Garen 3 finally being picked up with the Rage Blade. So it looks a little bit odd, I will say. I've seen quite a lot of it, but it's mainly due to the new system changes that have been coming out in this set in particular. So a lot of the units now are defined as having specific roles, and so this means that Garen actually benefits a lot from the attack speed, not just for his hero augment's sake, but also to generate mana to continuously cast.
Yeah, it's a big shift from last time round. A lot of the way the mana works, the way a lot of these roles are defined. For example, the fighters getting the Omnivamp, so sometimes you're like, where's the BT or Hodge on this unit? And they don't need it. So I do think it's great to point that out, that is a big, big difference. Kesman here just benching it, coming up against Wojtek. Didn't want to grief that streak. Kesman was happy to take this loss here. So expertly done by Evos to have somebody be able to keep that 5 streak. We've seen how successful that has been. And being able to 5-streak in a lobby where there has been the Builder-Bud player, you have this Prismatic ticket as well. We've got this Mundo 2 online. This is a really, really good spot for Wojtek. Potentially that Mundo Jin, so powerful.
Yeah, and is actually still going to be holding on towards the GP. So
of course.
having access to the Prismatic ticket means rolling all of that gold, especially off the back of a 5-streak on level 6. You can play some pretty decent defense whilst also holding on to your 2 costs. So you do get a nice little look around the board to see some of the other options. We do have the Shojin Slam there on towards the Lux, is leaning a little bit more into the Soul Fighter, but who really knows. And yeah, I got a quick glance there at the Prismatic, so it's picked up Tiniest Titans, so that's a lot of money.
That is certainly a lot of money, and it will be helping out. And also Tiniest Titan as well, just extra lives to work with. HP is even more of a resource in 4v4, because you want to be able to give those rounds potentially to your teammate. So Tiniest Titan, another augment that potentially even has added value. Do check in here with Lucas, who is our crew player. Makes a lot of sense, Prismatic ticket. If you're uncontested crew, I think there's too much priority as well on denying things like GP. And these 1-cost crew units are harder to deny. You know that you can hold quite a lot of copies of them and they're still going to find it. So Lucas should have a pretty straightforward game here, depending on how many copies Evos are holding.
For sure is going to be rolling down on level 4, the best odds to pick up these one costs, and really wants to make sure that he's 3-starring this Malphite as soon as possible. And then once we start to get those crew bonuses, those benefits, not only are we going to be getting free rolls from the trade itself, but then we're going to be triggering extra Prismatic ticket rerolls, and then we're going to be getting levels from that as well.
Yeah, we see players actually rolling a little bit more than they might normally. With it being 4v4, you just want to hit as quickly as possible. You know that there's going to be so many people playing defense. Shred in here, the Lux 3 has arrived, but just has nothing else to pair with it. And I suppose the real advantage to Worth the Wait is it can save you HP. You hit this 3-star, and then in stage 3, you'll be able to pick up a few wins. But Shredding looks like he's going to be Blue Streak Soul Fighter off the back of Lux 3. The one player on the roster so far that you're looking at and thinking that's not the best spot to be in.
And one thing that's a little bit scary to note for the players worried about this GP3 that is usually kind of hard to get, but playing off of prismatic tickets is quite easy, is that when you hit a Lux 3, that takes a lot of the 2 costs out of the pool. Another player is playing towards the Mundo Jin, so many 2 costs are going to be out of the pool. So it's going to be a game full of 2 cost 3 stars.
Yeah, it does make it even easier, as you said, for the GP player, and that's not what they want to see. Coming in here, Wojtek, our player that does have that Jin Mundo line lined up and is sitting really, really healthy. Babzera already has the GP2. Not much of a surprise, had a very early pair on that.
And has access to the rolling for days as well. So that's rolls on rolls. You can see he's trying to get through all the rolls. You can see 6 left. I mean, he has the advantage of playing on LAN. He can roll with 0 ping as fast as possible, but he also kind of has to consider, you know, who am I denying? What am I denying? Can I even deny? There's a lot going on, and as we've touched on this before, when playing the GP line, it is one of the hardest lines.
Gets the rise.
Oh, nice. Okay, now he's got access to the Formento if he wants it, and does manage to switch it in. Nice. Good pickup right up there at the end. But as I was saying before, it's very hard for him to play defense because his board gets so full.
Yeah, it certainly is. There's certain units you want to hold. I think Mundo is a good priority here. Has decided that I'm not going to bother potentially trying to deny now on the back line, anything like this. Mundo 3 is the big problem in that Mundo Jin variant, and GP is the composition where you can afford to lose Econ to hold these units. As you said, had a lot of rolling to do there, was able to pick up the very early copy of Rise, which when you high roll that spot from when you're playing GP, it's so good.
Okay, we have to get a look at Shredding soon because he's taken Recombobulator after he's taken Worth away, and he's picked himself up a Jace.
Okay.
We have actually seen this. We've seen Jace and Caitlyn. It didn't do super well, but I think it was a Valiant 6 and just played a little bit more defense, but I mean, this makes sense. Risky though.
Yeah, I can honestly see it though, because I just don't think this looks, if you play Soulfighter Vertical, is going to do anything. You would probably just move the items as soon as you find Gwen 1, which is a sorry state of affairs for Lux. Jace is definitely not the best he could have hit. There's a lot of things where you're, oh my god, we're suddenly in a win-out spot. Jace, though, is fairly solid, and as you said, can reroll Caitlyn alongside of it. Maybe will just tempo into Yuumi and just play a vertical Academia, but just have a Jace 3 on that front line as well.
Yeah, and so that Shojin, it works okay there on towards the Jace. Will be able to cast a few more times, but late game maybe moving that towards either the Caitlyn, but most likely won't be playing that reroll variant because we've already hit the Jace. So it'll be pushing levels and trying to get towards Yuumi. It's not as optimal playing around the Shojin. The only Jace tech that I really know of is the one where he eats the Darius, but I don't know if that's going to be the case right now because we're not playing around Darius 3.
Yeah, we'd have to reroll, get to level 7 and start rerolling, which feels like you're not the player on your team that's going to be in a win-out spot already. I can't see this line taking it that way, so you should probably just be pushing levels and try to save as much HP as possible. And we do have another Lux 3 on the way in case we ever want to do anything with that, but I imagine it just will be Tretta's 2 gold around from now on.
Yeah, and we do see there's a Leona with a belt there, so nice pickup if we want to keep playing around the Battle Academia. And is he going to go for it? Still playing, a bit slower, maybe communicating with his teammates to see what he needs to be picking up, but interesting position to be in. It's going to be interesting to follow him because I just want to see what where he goes from it. If he thinks that he can tempo, maybe you don't need the Leona 2 as early because you have Jace as the front line instead.
Yeah, it should help him stabilize that front line a little bit. So as long as you can get the Yuumi behind, because Jace I don't think does an awful lot of damage. We will have a Sterax and can start building other items on top of it, but I still think he'll probably prioritize Yuumi items even with having Jace 3, and Jace 3 will just be a little bit extra meat on top of what has been a fairly solid board anyway. We've seen Prodigy be able to do okay.
A little bit awkward though for Kesman though, because he's going to be griefing the Garen player. So they did have different lines at first. I'm going to play Lux, I'm going to play Garen.
Yes,
Happy days.
Forced on his line. Yeah.
I've been forced to take Recombobulator. Well, I've been enticed to take Recombobulator, and I'm sorry, but this is now the path that I've taken, and this is where I have to go. As we do see the Malphite 3 and the Sivir 3 has been hit. Still have 6 free rerolls, and doesn't even really have the gold to buy anything if he uses them now.
No, Prismatic Ticket getting that crew online as well. They're rolling for days. I don't think we're buying a reroll for the entire of this stage. Maybe not for the rest of the game because he can bank these and keep scaling this up. He's got enough for the time being that way he can start to econ up. So Lucas should be in a solid spot. We know how reliable crew is. It should be one of the players that is not really at risk of potentially going in those bottom 2 places now. It should be more than stable and more than reliable.
Yeah, and I didn't even see that it has the Shen 3 as well, so has so much of that online, just really needs to start getting that money up, and then we'll be able to buy the rest of them. But
we're making Janna 3 as well.
Yeah, okay, we'll go for everything, why not? I mean, the thing is, you're going to have to use these roles eventually. You might as well go for all of these extra outs, and the thing is, once you have that Malphite that just doesn't die, if you have a Janna 3, even if it doesn't have that many items on it, it's going to be doing a lot to help support that. But very interesting to see the kind of switch up of 4v4, players more willing to take these double econ options, these double tempo options, because they need to be super strong in stage 3 and have more agency. Usually if you saw someone, like I'm sure if these players were coaching someone on solo queue, they say, why are you taking this? You don't need this much. But we're in a 4v4 setting.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen people take stuff like Invested and then just instantly spend it all, which is on the ladder, you wouldn't necessarily do that. It's not a lot of value from the augment. We see here, restart mission. Leaves himself fairly flexible. Did hit the Smolder off the back of it, and now suddenly, as you point out on the bench as well, there another Smolder too. So this has worked out potentially really well if he's able to start building a front line.
Yeah, so that is a bit of a switch up. I mean, these silver augments, people talk about, prismatic's too much variance, golds are okay, silver's, who cares? But these silver 3-2 augments have switched up the scene much more than many of the golds would have done here.
Yeah, they certainly have. Recombobulate, restart mission, just completely rip up your game plan and start again. And for Shredding, it has put him on a line now where he's contesting a teammate. On the flip side, though, I don't think he wanted to play Soulfighter at all, so it was at least an out. So there's definitely upsides and downsides to this for this EVOS squad. They've trusted the elements a little bit with some of these more random silver augments.
Yeah, and contesting the Garen, it's not ideal, but at the same time, when you take that Garen line and the protagonist, you know that you're going to be healthy. So even if you're going to be contesting him, maybe you can both try and play for a top 4. As you do have to, worry about players like Babzera going for the win out with the GP. So maybe it's more about getting multiple people into the top 4 as opposed to having one win out player.
Yeah, now Babzera hits that GP in really early, to be honest. 4-1 is more than early enough to hit that, but also had the Jarvan waiting in the wings, so instantly goes 7, is straight away able to get that full board online, has a Jarvan pair, a Ryze pair, no longer needs to worry about Econ because has that GP3, is in such a good position.
And Shredding actually rolling a little bit there, if I'm not mistaken, so wanting to stabilize and capitalize off the fact that we have the Recombobulator, we can be strong now. Only has 4 Battle Academia in, so maybe was just rolling for 1 copy to really get that 5 Battle Academia online. Maybe we'll play a little bit of defense, but maybe recognizing that after taking double econ and being stuck on a Jace as your primary carry, you're not looking to win, you're looking to be as strong as possible now because that's the only time you can be strong.
It's a good 1-unit loss against his teammate who keeps his streak, so that's a good result for EVOS. Starting to make the Darius 3 though, so does have a Darius 2 on the board, holding the pair on the bench. So you mentioned potentially the option of eating that Darius from the power-up coming through. Maybe he is leaning that way and he doesn't want to contest too much on that academy line and is instead trying to get himself into heavyweights with maybe just running the 3 academy, but it is certainly a little bit of an awkward spot.
Yeah, and he's rolling quite deep, holding on to extra copies of the Katarina there.
Yeah,
we've seen
the 5.
Yeah, we've seen the duo carry there with the Caitlyn, but the items just really aren't there, and does manage to find the Leona 2 on 7, so that's quite good. Okay, we're rolling really deep here.
Does get a Kali in there as well, so does get the 2 Executioners. So I guess this is the board we're going for. We're going to try reroll Caitlyn and Darius, and that's going to be our additional power coming through. If we do get the ability to eat a Darius 3, that can be really, really good. Caitlyn 3 can pretty much snipe anything in the back line, so I think it's a really underrated carry. Getting the Leona 2 on level 7, certainly a little bit of a high roll, does help him stabilize that front line even more.
Something interesting to note, though, is if he does pick up that relatively early Leona, it means that for his teammate, it's going to be a little bit awkward because now anyone from TL can just find a Leona and start holding on to it. I don't know how much it's going to matter, though, when you are playing around Garen as the primary. Usually, when you're playing either Garen or Katarina, you do eventually want to get to Leona Yuumi. That's the end goal.
I think EVOS here have made that decision. They've went, okay, if I reroll Caitlyn, you play Yuumi. If we both tempo to 8 and we're both trying to play Yuumi Leona, that can be a bit of a problem. You have to hit Yuumi too. Your board has no damage. I can survive with a Caitlyn instead with this JS3. So I think, honestly, they've made the correct decision there. Checking back in here with our Mundo Jhin player, finally getting that Jhin 3 coming through from Prismatic Ticket. Hitting a little bit late, Wojtek, to be honest. He's level 6, 10 gold. You'd expect to be in a richer position by this point, but on the flip side, Babzera just sitting pretty.
Yeah, and especially when so many of these 2 costs are already out of the pool. Maybe the Lux getting recombobulated had something to do with it, because a couple were shifted up. As we can see, a lot of Ziggs here. We had so many extra roles to work with, but you can.
That's where
see,
the Jins are as well.
Yep, playing defense. Potentially could be playing it as well as the sniper there, but yeah, just making it difficult for. And yeah, we are going to of course sell them because the Jin 3 was hit on this turn as well.
Yeah, of course. Does make sense in 4v4 to be holding those. Did give himself the potential as well if he did hit them, but we see here Crew not really able to contest with this Mundo Jin line now that it is online. Mundo is just so unkillable. On the flip side, Wojtek was holding so many copies of Kabuko. Just the denial everywhere from these players.
Yep, as we do see not only a Spatula but also a Twisted Fate. Don't believe that the Zyra is going to be as high priority. We didn't see too many people who could really go into Crystal Gambit from this position. So not going to be as high of a priority, but who knows, maybe the tier will be picked up by some of these AP-orientated players. As we can see there, Aki's just got so much speed and can really pick whatever he wants, but ends up settling for a belt. It's a bit of an awkward position because if you don't get to play from a Crystal Gambit opener, the advantage of the extra HP it's okay, but if it weren't off the back of the Prismatic Destiny, I wouldn't like the pickup as much.
Yeah, I think ultimately maybe viewing it as I can give my teammate another life, potentially I can trade HP in that regard. So it does have a little bit more value, but like you've said, certainly not the best use of it. Checking in here with our Smolder reroller, who was just forced into Smolder reroll, just restarted mission, and okay, that's what I'm playing. The problem for VCLF here, though, the front line is so contested. There's so many people playing Juggernauts. You're never going to find Udia 2. Set 2 is hard to find. There's a Mundo reroller in the lobby. So was the player that picked up this copy of Zyra, which makes sense because Zyra is one of those units that when you have a random spot in the backline, like Smolder often does, is a great addition. So that makes a lot of sense, but needs to find this Smolder 3 quickly and really needs to start upgrading some of these units. Doesn't even have Vi 2, doesn't even have a Fury 2. This front line just has no sustainability.
It does have access to the Bestest Boy though, so that's going to be quite good because got the Smolder online relatively late, so getting those extra levels is very, very crucial. And actually opted into pushing all the way to level 8 to be as strong as possible now, playing a little bit of defense there with some of the roles, holding on to those extra units, potential outs to play for a duo carry, holding on towards the Volley Bear as well. But a little bit awkward, honestly. Not having access to a set pair means that we're rolling deep here, but we're really just rolling for Smolder to stabilize.
Yeah, I think push levels to 8 because, first of all, just had so many Smolders off restart mission anyway, and then looked around the lobby and thought, well, I'm never going to hit Mundo 3, so what's the point in trying to reroll a Jug front line? The best Jug front line I can go for is can I rush set 2? Unfortunately, though, like you said, doesn't have the pair. So is in a little bit of an awkward position, but a player who has really been struggling, Lucas here, I thought the crew board would be stabilizing, but is still level 6 and has stayed 6 to dig for this Zig. So does have a copy of TF, but doesn't have any of those strategist units in, is still level 6 the whole time, and the only damage we have on this board really is this Janna, and that's not going to be able to do enough.
Yeah, and taking the double econ from the first and the second augment meant that even if we did hit, which we kind of did. We don't really have much to play around. And speaking of double augments, we also have protagonists into reinforcement, contesting their own teammate, playing around. You know, oh, I can't hit Leona 2 this game. They're all gone. Who cares? I got reinforcement, hits the Leona 2 off of that, and then just only needs one copy of Yuumi, and one copy of Yuumi is enough because we're playing around Garen primary.
Yeah, it worked out. As you said, the Leona 2 hit by your teammate. Yuumi's completely uncontested, no one's denying that, but reinforcement, even more value there. We do check in there briefly with Wojtek, who has stabilized quite a bit. BCLF here, Volleybear 2 is potentially now a little bit extra damage, a little bit extra stall. Needs to find that Smolder pretty quickly though.
Yep, as we see a few of the other options here. 7 Mighty Mech. In towards a is that a Yone 2 as well? That's something.
A PBE comp.
Yeah,
right
that's
there.
something I haven't seen since first patch. Yeah. Shredden has managed to get a lot nicer items there on towards the Jace. We did see a lot of Shojin and kind of random items thrown onto him. But is this? I mean, stage 5 is where you'd hope to see that you've gotten everything sorted. And you're getting there, as we do see Yuumi picks up a couple of extra items. The Sterix has moved over towards the Leona. This crew board is looking quite weak. Oh, does have the Ziggs 3 at least.
Yeah, did hit that Ziggs 3, did manage to get up to level 7, so you can get the Rise in. Obviously, we saw that very early TF was picked up. I think potentially rerolling this Janna wasn't really worthwhile. It cost us so much gold. We could have had Ziggs maybe even earlier off the back of that, and we've only just went to level 7. We do see coming up against the Jace player here with the Caitlyn in the backline. Caitlyn doesn't really have a lot of damage to output, but she's certainly going to be a nuisance and just sniping off some of those backline carries.
and those items on towards the Caitlyn unfortunately means it's not going to be doing that much damage. Jace is doing his best, but his best is barely not enough, and still going to be hanging on by a thread, but we can see 2 players with less than 3 HP there.
Yeah, Shredding unfortunately wasn't convinced by this Lux line that he was presented, was given an out that was also not super convinced by. Ultimately trusted 2 completely random output augments here. And the potential was there, and I actually do really like the Recon Bob because I don't think the Lux would have led to any success. Shredding does still have the potential here to maybe eke out a 6th, which if he can make that work is more than enough for the team. Ego though here dropping down to 1 life as well off the back of this mighty mech line. We do have a Yorn too, but Yorn is our only damage source really on that board, and whether or not that's enough to be able to deal with some of these big frontliners, we'll have to see.
Yep, so Yone, a very, very dominant unit in PvE as well as the first patch, so much and so that they had to nerf him coming into the B patch, so definitely not seen as much of him as we did before. The 4 mental line, very strong playing around GP.
Garen's on the back line.
Is Garen getting through? It looks like he is going to be going back towards the Malphite. Zig's doing his best to damage it, but this Garen doesn't look like he's taking any damage from the Ziggs. Shredding is getting through, but we do have that duo carry set up there with the Yuumi, and Garen's doing a great job of tanking. Does manage to take him out, and unfortunately there Lucas is going to get knocked out. Playing a valiant effort there with the crew, and Shredding's just still holding on.
Job done for Shredding. As far as he's concerned, I was playing Lux reroll, I was playing Jace reroll, I don't want to play these lines, get me out. 7th, that's good enough. And ultimately there, Lucas, yes, Garen did end up getting onto that Malphite eventually, but Garen actually chopped through the TF at first, then chopped through the Janna, so was just able to deal with a little bit of the damage output before getting stuck on Malphite, and then Ziggs just doesn't have enough on their own to deal with this Garen. Shredding does now hit Caitlyn 3, so potentially that could keep him alive another round here. We see Aki on the other side, who's just on this more traditional Sork route.
Yep, and did actually play around the Swain 3, which a lot of the times you don't have the luxury of doing because it just requires so much extra econ, but that's exactly what he was gifted to on 2-1 as he took the Prismatic Destiny. But, you know, if you can play towards it, then of course it's great, but you are going to be getting denied on a lot of your karmas if you're rolling a little bit more slowly, which seems to be the case. If you can make it all the way to level 9, that's quite strong. And looking on the left side of the screen here, the Yone is actually putting out a decent work here, despite the fact that he's not as traditionally favored.
Shredding does fall down there. It was a 1 unit loss, so potentially if someone else had fell, that could have been enough, but unfortunately for himself, does go out into 7. As he said, Ego clings to life here. So far, EVOS just edging them out, and we see that TL do have 2 people in elimination range. So EVOS certainly in the strongest position as we head into the latter stages of the game.
Yeah, and it looks like the Garen 3 might actually potentially become a Garen 4. Not super common that we actually managed to get all this way. A lot of the times, if they don't think that they're going to get there or they're not primary carrying, usually from worth the wait, I would say, they're not primary carrying their 1 cost, then they'll just sell it for extra econ. However, we have the Garen 4 online at 5-5. With the setup of the extra Yuumi support, I do believe if Kesman manages to get Yuumi 2, this is going to be a relatively unbeatable board. Can GP deal with it if he's correct side, do you think?
I think as soon as Yuumi 2 comes through, probably not. Having that Gunblade as well, just and the Morello, just provided so much utility for this Garen. I don't think GP is going to be able to deal with it quick enough, and then we've seen Garen in these fights just scale to a point where how can you burst this unit down? And that was when it was 3-star, let alone 4. Did have a few copies of Garen already before the 3-star arrived, which is why the 4-star has came in so early. So should be in a really good spot here. But Ego, off the back of this mech line, has been clinging to life a little bit, but this may be the end of the road for the composition. Yasuo does fall down. Wojtek's Jin is just free-firing away, and I don't think there's going to be enough damage for this Karma to deal with this Mundo line. And unfortunately for Ego, he will be falling down here, as will VC LF, and we can hear that reaction from the Polish squad. That does mean that's game 1 of this series for EVOS.
Yeah, so the double kill there as Ego and VCLF going out and just separated by just 2 HP with them, but it doesn't matter. Unfortunately, both knocked out into the bottom 4. So 3 TL players getting knocked out into the bottom 4, and we can hear it behind us. They're very, very happy that that is the case, and bit of a wild one this game. I say a lot was going on, a lot less traditional, and a bit more chaotic.
Yeah, we've had players that have just been on super unconventional lines. I mean, Shredding stands out, but we've seen the Garen Hero augment not have anywhere near this much success in the other games today. We've still seen our GP and Sorks players do fairly well, and having Aki on that Sork line, you know they're never going to be falling behind too much. Did take that tiniest Titan, and ultimately it did just mean that even though he's fairly weak, he's sitting on Karma 1, he's just been able to stay alive and gain placements that way. So it has done more than enough, but we could hear how much that meant to this Polish squad. And it's been the day of underdogs so far, Tamura, and there's something about that side of the stage, because every series so far, it's working out.
Yeah, just keep staying there, guys. Maybe, you know, tomorrow when the teams come in, if they're playing on the same stage,
you gotta move your chair. That's no, I'm sitting here.
Just start putting all of our mascots and things on the other side of the stage, and you know, even if the names are backwards, say production crew, can we maybe shuffle it around a little bit? We'd like to be on this side. But yeah, I mean, we did get to see a little bit there right there at the end. The Smolder 3 didn't actually come online. So despite the fact that we saw the Flicker Blades on 2-1, we go, okay, this is great. There's a lot they can do with it. They can even just play GP2 in tempo, and they'll probably be in a great spot. After taking the restart mission, made me think, okay, maybe we're just going to tempo in towards an Ash line. We'll get a lot of extra econ and also have a strong board, because we don't have to keep rolling on stage 3 too. But then potentially baited in towards the Smolder. I think it was quite unfortunate that we went fast 8, didn't hit set 2, didn't hit Smolder 3.
I mean, we had, what was it, 6 Smolders at 3-2, I believe, of the restart mission. So at that point, I think it makes a lot of sense. I think they were correct to go 8 as well, because there was the Mundo reroller. So if you're wanting to play Smolder with Jug frontline, maybe could have went for Protectors instead, because it completely uncontested. There's no Cassantes out in this lobby, so that could have been more viable. And I think was correct to go at least for maybe I can get Set as my frontliner here. There's no way I reroll the lower cost Jugs. But I think, yeah, maybe just stay 7, hit the Smolder, and then maybe something like Protector frontline was the way to go. But you can see exactly why he lent into that. When you get presented that many copies of Smolder, it is very tempting.
Yeah, and we also saw just carrying the Mundo for so long because we didn't get Set online. So showing off that 2-star Mundo is a threat, and it actually goes to show why the Jin Mundo comp does so well, because even before you hit these 3 stars, you have a very stable frontliner, and as long as you have the right items and a decent power-up fruit there, then you know you'll be able to kill a lot of units in stage 3. And even if you go into stage 4 and you haven't quite hit yet, as long as you have a strong combat augment, you can compete with some of these other boards. But we have definitely seen these players favor taking the double econ augments, because they'd rather hit and have agency early than be strong and try and play for a win out.
Yeah, it's certainly the case, and especially as soon as you have someone like Babzera in the lobby who Prismatic ticket very early GP, that's potentially a lobby winner. And I know in this instance Kesman does have that Garen 4, so it could be different, but I think EVOS realized, okay, the rest of this TL squad, their spots are nowhere near as good. Babzera, we can't do anything about this. That GP's just online far too early, and we're seeing here Garen's got a lot of work to do. He's going to have to go through the entire team on his own, and I think the long walk that would be needed towards GP, if he did even set off on that route, he wouldn't be able to make it over there. And Babzera is probably going to be winning this game out, but EVOS have took home this win in the first game, and TL, a lot was expected of this squad coming in, and they're going to have to bounce back in these next 2 games.
I wonder what their strategy thinking is, because they have a decent amount of time to rethink their mistakes, what went wrong, what they could have done differently. As they had a condition for a win out. They had the player that can play for first, so it really was just up to those players in the midfield. What could I have done to try and get 1 or 2 extra placements against a team that was taking a decent amount of risks? Maybe we could have done something a little bit more stable. Maybe we needed to take more risks as well. Only time will tell as to what they're going to be doing in the next game.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, this EVOS squad, Shredding took just complete gambles the entire game, and low rolled both times, I would say, and comparatively to what he could have hit off the back of those. So I think Shredding, for example, squeezing out a 7th place, really important for them. TL maybe can think we should have probably been able to finish ahead of a player that was just had no real clear line and was just kind of making it up whatever was presented. We see this Garen here. It's strong. It can nearly deal with this board. However, GP, just too much of a nuisance. And there's going to be a few more rounds, a little bit of a semi-victory lap here for EVOS in just slowly losing out to the one remaining player of TL. But this EVOS squad, we heard the reaction from them. So excited to get that first win over the line. And it's been the day of underdogs so far, and maybe this will continue as we go through the rest of the series.
Yeah, and the underdogs, they've been performing well, and I wonder if that's going to start to weigh in on the next day. Players coming back with a little bit less confidence. If you come into the event and you see the statistics, you see the votes, you see the performances, and you go, "Oh, we're the overdogs. We should be winning these matchups." And then you lose the first best of 3. That's got to put a dampen on your spirits. And who knows, maybe it'll switch up how you play the game, but also potentially just how few mistakes you make or how many mistakes you make, because if you lose that confidence, it can be quite bad, and it can spiral when you're playing in a 4v4 format.
Yeah, it certainly can. I mean, the last series, Citadel Fnatic, maybe people had Citadel edging it, maybe 2-1, so we were surprised at the result of that one. But in this particular series, people were leaning towards TL, maybe being able to 2-0 this, and they looked at the group and thought, okay, if they're going to start with a matchup, this is maybe the squad they would want. And that's not to discredit this EVOS squad. They ultimately are the team with no Worlds appearances on the roster against the team with the most in the tournament. So it's just simple that they would be favoured, this TL squad. But EVOS have made it work, and Babzera just really eking out this game with this GP. And with the GP Garen matchup, it's been pretty much 1 or 2 unit losses in a lot of these instances as well. So they're taking us for the long distance here, but nothing really that Kesman can do to turn this into a first.
Yeah, I mean, the GP does actually scale enough to be able to kill the Garen, and proccing the Edge of Night right at the end of the fight made the poor Garen do a walk all the way to the other side of the board, which is exactly what GP needs, because at that point in the fight, he most likely has max range. He's pretty much a ranged unit at that point, and he can just take down the Garen. So just got to make sure that he's walking all the way over there towards the Rise, and yeah, I guess we'll have to see. I'm curious to hear your thoughts on, do you think that the chaotic nature of the EVOS player has made it harder for Team Liquid? Because it feels like half the time, I don't know what they're doing. Do they even know what they're doing?
As Scara famously once said, if I don't know what I'm doing, then the other team doesn't know what we're doing. And maybe that is applied here. Shredding's like, okay, worth the wait. I'm playing Lux, I'm playing Sox. No, I'm not, I'm playing Soul Fighter. Oh, Recon Bob? I'll Recon Bob, sure. Oh, I'm playing Academy? No, maybe I'll reroll Darius with it. So just completely, and it maybe does mess with the other team, because you're like, oh, should we be holding Yuumi here? Oh, he's rerolling Darius. Let's hold by a Darius, and it maybe just messes up the comms a little bit. So as you pointed out, Tamira, just the uncertainty of having at least one player in the lobby that you don't know where they're going allowed the freedom for the rest of the EVOS squad to have a little bit more of a free hit at their lines.
Yep, and the chaotic nature amplified by the fact that they were playing off of the Prismatic opener. Maybe the strategy will work a little bit less than the Silvers. Of course, as I say that, most of the chaos was caused by the Silvers at 3-2.
Yeah, in this particular lobby, the Silvers basically acted as Prismatics almost in how much variance they threw into play.
Yeah, so I'd love to see something like a Wandering Trainer, throw more chaos into it and see if EVOS, maybe they just thrive in the chaos.
Yeah, maybe they do, and maybe if it's just a straightforward game where you have one person on Sox from each team, one person on GP from each team, maybe they wouldn't have the necessarily the highest cap to be able to match up against some of these TL players, but when they're on these completely unique lines, they've really made it work. Kesman's went to 10 here. See if there's anything he can do. He's getting an additional item through. I don't think there's going to be much that can be done here. We see Lee Sin 2 being added to the board for Babzera as well. So one final showdown here. They've took us the distance. They certainly have. This game's been wrapped. This first game of the last series of the day has been wrapped up for a stage and a half, I believe. So we've been seeing Babzera's long victory lap here, but for the EVOS squad, plenty of time to reflect on what was a great game one.
Yeah, and so far from some of the underdogs we've already seen, they play a very good defense. I'd say with VP, they had a lot of players who had strong showings, and then towards the end of the game,
this looks better. We're already there, but he'll need to do it again. So we're going as long as possible. We've had CLE back here waiting for this game to end. He turned up here a while ago thinking we were wrapping this one up, but unfortunately, we're going even further in this game, and the positioning was good there. We've got the IE coming through on top of the Garen there. Realize the healing doesn't necessarily matter. He just needs to one-shot these units. Has the healing ops to make up for that. Garen's tanky enough anyway. Will he be able to... He needs to do this twice more.
Yeah, and you can see on the other side there, the Braum has access to the Hodge, so that might play a crucial role in, you know, how good are these items? Can Braum get better or worse items? Will that change it? We'll see the Garen here on towards the side of the Koboko, so we'll get stunned for a little bit. 2 Edge of Knights, one on GP, one on Yasuo. GP on the exact opposite side is getting tossed around there by the Braum, so he's getting disrupted and losing quite a lot of DPS. Is going to get picked up one more time and thrown away. And actually thrown off, so finally dealing with that menace of the GP, the Garen for 4-star now has no competition and is able to take him out. We still have one more round.
We're going the full distance. Braum there was that we know that Braum can do this. We talked about more chaos needed in this lobby. Braum on the far side there, straight onto GP. Yoinking GP off the board pretty quickly there, and we're going even further in this one. Garen wasn't the hero we needed that time. It was actually this Braum unit. now we are finally getting to the end of this game. We saw last time round, Babzai with the arms crossed going into the round. He was like, okay, let's just see if we can manage to get this GP alive. A little bit safer now, not on the full outside, shuffling it around, maybe even stepping it back one just to keep it a little bit safer against Braum. And will this be enough? You can see Kesman's face. He's enjoying this. He's enjoying the battle of trying to get this first place. He wants this victory.
Yeah, we can see GP is going to be on the same side as the Garen. So will GP be able to, get enough through him? Because he's not going to be in range to deal with the others. But
as Garen going back, he has gone back and he takes it down. And Kesman, the miracle performance. EVOS had this win wrapped up 2 stages ago, but Kesman said, no, Babzeri, you're not picking up this first. This is EVOS's game to win, and actually takes down the GP player to pick up the lobby win. Kesman, you can see how happy he is there. That's got to feel even extra for good.
And you guys were talking about how the edge may have been chaos, and that end of game very much was that. I turned around a little bit to look at teams, and the team from EVOS, the Polish boys, are having so much fun. Where Team Liquid was like, seriously? We're going to keep going.
Yeah, we're still
going to keep going. We're going to keep working this out, and that's what we did. And then they got the win on top of that. So, fantastic showing by them. Clearly, the crowns don't matter.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't seem to be the case in this particular game, because EVOS, pretty convincing in the end. They had that wrapped up early on. They had the victory lap at the end, and then, as you said, in terms of for the feel-good factor, you could see Kesman was really enjoying himself there. The team was probably just sitting back thinking, okay, bro, you're going to lose this. You're going to lose to GP. Wrap this up. And he's like, no, guys, trust. I can win this. Let me get Braum in. Let me go 10. And he got there in the end and did pick up that win. And as he said, we can see here the Garen line really early on from Kesman just stabilized him so well. Shredding was just complete cart of the card, see what happens, but was able to squeeze out a 7th and avoiding that 8th place, really important.
Very, very crucial. A lot of great TFT played. Yeah, VCLF tried to join in with the chaos there as well with the restart mission, but unfortunately just didn't really go his way. Managed to get to level 8 and actually had a lot of gold to work with, but unfortunately didn't manage to find those 3 stars. And Smolder is a comp that definitely can win out, especially playing off the back of the bestest boy and then getting to level 30 naturally after the case. Then you can switch up your power fruit and then make a board which can definitely win a lobby.
And just some of the weirder stuff that they did really did pay off, right? Was able to propel them into spots that maybe weren't conventional, but were able to do enough to confuse the opposition at the very least and lead them to a first place. We see our results on screen. The 4-star Garen leading the charge.
Yeah, and that's certainly the case. I mean, the 4-star Garen was the star man here, but Wojtek on that standard Jin Mundo line, fairly regular. But everything else, as you said, 4-star Garen, we haven't seen do too much success today. Earlier when Garen was picked up, Aki was on this Sork line, just re-rolled. Swain didn't have much damage, but had enough stall to eke out a 4th for himself. So yeah, as you've said, and then Shredding's just complete carnage game. So ultimately, the EVOS squad, they were just a little bit more unconventional.
The first Destiny augment that we've seen picked up, so Aki taking the Prismatic Destinies, has a lot of extra econ and then playing around the tiniest Titans as well, so not his choice, but was flexible enough to use that. And even if we're not playing some super cash out, in previous sets we've had traits like Fortune, where if you get that augment, you kind of have to play it. You can tech in 3 Crystal Gambit and get a little bit of a boost, but honestly, he had that much money that he didn't really need to play a win-out trait. He could just play defense, he can just push levels, and getting to level 9, as you said, off the back of the Swain 3, it's enough. It's not going to win you the game, especially when you're going up against a 4-star Garen, a 3-star GP, but it's good enough to secure a top 4.
And in game 1, we're seeing a trend continue, right? A lot of the favorites are faulting. They are losing some of these games that they're maybe not supposed to, but maybe EVOS can prove to us that you don't need crowns to contend. Game number 2 will be just on the other side of this break.
tomorrow when we're alright. That's when we forget just who we are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Who you are. Who you are. Who you are. Overthink tomorrow when we're alright. That's when we forget just who we are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Who you are. Who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Who you are.
Welcome back to TFT at the Esports World Cup, where the battle continues versus EVOS and Team Liquid here for our final matchup of the day. And gentlemen, a surprise in game one. Now what's on the stakes for game two?
Well, so far throughout the day, I've pretty much got my predictions wrong. Who I thought was going to win these series. And despite the Amir Pride and Polska Gorum, they're going to do this, I really thought TL was the favourite in this matchup. But this EVOS squad, Tamura, they looked good.
Yeah, a lot of chaos, as we put it. We're taking some very not want to say suboptimal, but interesting lines. Definitely unconventional.
Unique.
Yes,
Yeah.
unique and unconventional. Things that were kind of throwing TL off their game potentially. We've seen in 4v4 a lot of players are playing defense. They're playing strong standard lines, taking a lot of econ, and they're rolling to deny. But when you do things so crazy as they've done it, it makes it hard to track, makes it hard to follow.
Well, they're not just having chaos in-game, though, too. We are on land. They're right behind us over here, and they're staring at each other. While the Polish team from EVOS is having a great time enjoying the last moments of the game where the incredible battle was happening. On the other side, their Team Liquid just watching them have so much fun. They're like, all right, that's going to be our turn next game, hopefully.
Yeah, well, that's what TL will be hoping for, and they had a lot of time to reflect on that because we went the distance. That game was wrapped up at, I think, middle of Stage 5, and we were at 7-3, still going, and I think maybe for TL that isn't exactly what they would have wanted. Sometimes you just want to get into the next game, put that one behind you, but almost stewing on it a little bit can not work out too well. But on the flip side, for EVOS there, they were just having so much fun. Kesman was just having the best time trying to win that game, and did end up winning it as well, so an even more confidence boost.
Exactly like solo queue. After the game goes wrong, it goes poorly. You click, click, click. You want to re-queue, you want to play again, and it must be, a little bit frustrating when the game gets played out for quite some time, and that you've already lost it. You've already got to start thinking about where it went wrong. But that's where the maturity comes into play, because a lot of players after having a bad game would want to just queue it up, want to go again. But when the stakes are this high, you can't think like that. You've got to take every single opportunity you get to reflect on any mistakes, even if you think that you didn't make that many and you just got unlucky. There's got to be something you can think about.
And this team of Team Liquid is one of the most experienced on the entire roster for EWC. So I have no doubt that they have the mental fortitude, the competitive experience to be able to bounce back. But with such a weird strategy coming through from EVOS that maybe they weren't expecting, maybe they didn't prep for, and I heard that they didn't scrim people from their groups, so maybe they just had no clue that this was going to be the case, and now maybe they have to regroup and have a new game plan heading into game number 2.
Yeah, that's been the case for a lot of these teams. They have been avoiding the scrims internally within groups. They've been scrimming with their traditional practice partners from a lot of their regions. I suppose some of these EMEA squads, there are more EMEA teams here due to the global qualifier. We got an extra 2 through, so I suppose that does give you the potential for even more matchups that you can practice against. So EVOS potentially have had a little experiment against some of these French squads. They've tried some of these more wacky styles, and so far so good.
Yep, and especially coming into today, we thought that the meta would be very defined, very linear. We've seen a lot of GP have a lot of success. However, in this last game, we saw quite a unique style of TFT being played, and who knows, maybe that's only just the beginning. Potentially, we have 2 more games with them, or maybe they'll just bring out some new tech in this in the second game and close out the series with a 2-0 underdog sweep, I'd say.
That's true. It very much could be. But we see them on stage ready to roll for game number 2. All 4 players from each side. On the right side, you're saying is the weaker side. I didn't know that blue side was weaker in TFT, but that's seems to be the case.
It seems to be the case. If I'm not mistaken, every series so far has been the other side, the EVOS side, that has had the success. So maybe that will continue here, and I think we can see how much it meant to this squad getting that win under their belts. Meant for the team and for the coach. Kabixon, such a household name behind them. Definitely going to help, as you said, Liquid having Slooper coming in as well. So just so much experience across not just the rosters, but the people working behind the scenes.
Yeah, a lot of experience from the players as well as the coach. And I've just done a quick head check behind me to see that VCLF still has his sunglasses on. He's cool.
He's not
calm.
phased.
No, he doesn't. Look at him. There we go. Absolutely relaxed.
Does that look like a guy that just lost a game?
No.
Not at all.
It looks like a guy who's about to win a game.
Oh, absolutely. And I have no doubt that he absolutely can, but can the whole team? Right now, it's a part of putting the whole team together to get enough placements to win our 4v4 matchup. A very unique format within TFT, taking the single-player game, making it a team format, and it is electric to watch because it can come down to some crazy scenarios in which teams need that first place to win, and we will be having a very interesting game starting off with some crabs that carry some bonus loot.
Yeah, the bonus loot coming in here will just accelerate these lobbies even further. We've seen a lot of this already with Crab Rave coming through earlier in the day, and it just means that some of these compositions just spike even higher there. But as we got a quick glimpse of the cameras coming in, we can still see this EVOS team are in really good spirits. They were still chuckling, shredding there. I think he was just laughing at his last game. He was like, what is happening? guys, if you got this, okay, good. I'm just doing whatever. So seem to be in really good spirits, and that is going to make the difference. Lucian is really struggling with this grab.
You can do it.
It just barely gets that through. Maybe Shredding might have the hardest round of the entire game right there.
Oh, it's just sad to see, because usually he's pretty clean, I would say. There's a few units who kind of miss and whiff their abilities, as we do see a GP already being picked up here for Lucas, so maybe this is a sign of better things to come. Does have access to the Nefiri if he wants to tailor a little bit more. And has he done that? Yes, he has. He's tailored the fruit there onto Nefiri. I don't think we've actually touched up on this too much before, so I'll just go over it for some people watching at home. But you can actually try and tailor, and he does get the stretchy arms as well. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. He's done well. He knows what he's doing. So if you put the fruit onto a unit which shares a lot of the traits, you can't get the same power up twice in a row, right? So you're not going to be getting stretchy arms onto your wards Nefiri. So it doesn't matter what you get for Nefiri, but you can just sell it and then reuse it on the GP, and he's been rewarded for that.
And if I'm not mistaken, Nefiri is actually the best option as well for GP, so it makes so much sense. I think the reason we haven't seen too much of it today is because it would maybe be more relevant in these compositions where you're pushing to level 8 and then you're switching your carries and then you need to find the best power up. But people are just GP at 2-1 and then, okay, Midas Touch will do, or this, or Hemorrhage will do, or whatever you pick up. Just something to able to stabilize you for a little bit. So I do think we haven't seen it as much because it's reroll heavy.
Yeah, and important to note is that although it's a new set mechanic, it's the same kind of theory when it comes to items. Of course, newer players will follow guides and they'll look to see, you know, what's best in slot. What are the best items for the comp that I want to play? However, the players at this level, they can't afford to be that greedy. They need to slam the items and be as strong as possible for the immediate sense. And they're doing the exact same thing there with the fruits. As you said, you know, just accepting what's good enough and sometimes even deciding which one is better for right now, even if it might be a little bit worse later on, because they know they can always switch it, especially if they're playing into a fast 8 line. Yeah,
and we thought maybe the potential of people taking the power offs off, using it the way Magnetic has been used in 4v4, could be seen in the in this particular competition. So far, not so much, but I definitely think that will creep up as a tech.
It's just a bit difficult, isn't it?
Yeah, especially if you have one of your best, you're just not going to give up. It's better to bench the unit.
You don't want to switch it. You can cheese it at the start of the round, so if you remove it and then you put it on start of the round, the only time it gets a little bit tricky is when you get certain augments like, for example, J4 starting with full mana. If you're a little bit too slow with that and you try and cheese that, put it at the start of the round, you don't actually get the same bonus. But some of these other stacking ones that you can use in the middle of the round are perfectly fine. As we do see as that hefty rolls being picked up, so benefit of playing in the Scuttle Puddle, so getting all of that extra econ means that you can actually get a lot more value out of augments like this.
Yeah, I do think it's dazzling on the other side as well for the Sork player, so just clear direction. I'll be playing Karma. I imagine the TL squad would have been talking amongst themselves over who has the best potential line for that, and if you have the early Lucian that you can 2-star, of course that is a great option. So early on, a lot of players they know their lines, they get committed pretty early in this particular meta, and it's kind of the case with some of these Sork and GP lines. You need to know very early on which player has the best spot for it.
Yep, and we see an early Lulu being picked up here by Shredding, so not discouraged by the previous Smolder that didn't do so well off the back of the restart mission. Has the fully adapted Mundo at the front line. That is going to be quite good. Not necessarily if you're playing towards the Juggernaut line, but, you know, if you have access to the Smolder pair, maybe we can push levels and then try and pivot into the Protectors. I imagine this would be quite good on towards the Nico. She has quite good scaling.
Yeah, certainly is the case. As you've said, just a generally safe item in the early game. As long as you have some kind of tank, you can slam that on top of. That's where the most use comes through. As you said, Nico would be a great option. And having the early Smolder, we touched on potentially protecting Smolder last game, not being used. The one thing, though, the Sunfire coming through, if you were fully committed to Smolder, maybe that wouldn't be the case. Could still be, though, if you end up getting a lot of copies and then you just have an extra Sunfire, it's not the worst case scenario.
Yeah, I wonder if it's more of just the tempo.
Yeah.
Just, you know, trying to get a little bit more damage, having it's still a decently solid frontline item. And as you mentioned, could just have an extra Sunfire later, maybe splitting it up. So Smolder on the right side applying the anti-heal, and then maybe a Sunfire on a support unit further towards the side. So we'll have to just wait and see. But having access to extra Smolders with the extra econ is quite good, as we do see Pandora's items to secure the best in slot there for the GP. Edge of Night obviously being a high priority because you want him to keep ramping and you need him to stay alive.
Yeah, Rageblade already, Edge of Night off the back of the Pandora's, as you've said. Half a Kraken, if he does want to keep that cloak, could potentially roll it until he, if he thinks it's easier for him to get a cloak off the carousel. So already in a really good spot. BCLF here, coming in, 20 gold, strong board. This Nars going to be dealing a lot of damage here. Coming against Shredding, who is one of the other 2 players on 100 HP. And VCLF here making pretty short work of this. And it does mean that TL look like they will have the much stronger early game, at least having players setting the tempo.
Yeah, it's definitely got to feel a lot better, especially when they can lock themselves into lines such as the Sorcerer. You know, coming off the back of such a crazy and chaotic game, maybe you want to go back to your roots and stick to stuff that you're comfortable with, because then you can start to worry about what is it that EVOS are up to. What can we do to slow them down? Because we already know what we're doing, so it's going to be about playing defense.
But do they know what they're doing?
Maybe not.
How can you deny them if it's completely up for grabs? But there are a lot of compositions that very early on you know that what they're committed to. The likes of GP, the likes of Sorks are just things we're going to see every single game. Did see an early Viego there was being held on one of the boards. Something we haven't seen anything of at all today was Duelist. I don't think it's going to be the case in this one either. But there are a few different variations. As we see, probably what will be coming through with that mentor open.
Yeah, as managed to pick up their Teachers Council,
yeah.
I do believe. So that's quite good when you're playing around this line, because you don't necessarily have to hit that early rise, which is crucial when you're playing around the 4 of the mentor, and picks up the Thrill Seeker. And we see Viego been a really good item holder for some of these lines. You know, usually wants to have a bit more mixed damage, primarily with the AP side, but we've even seen him hold on to Ashe items and do quite well.
Yeah, and it does give him the potential as well of, with that Teacher's Council, yes, he maybe wants to lead into the full mentorship line, but he could still just, and if he gets a lot of copies of Viego, he already has that Edge of Night, he does have that potential out, and he can just keep adding mentors as he levels up. So definitely is something that we'll have to keep an eye on. Kesman taking a loss there to VCLF as we expect. Kesman going for that early loss streak. VCLF so strong.
And just look at all of this econ that's been racked up. We can see 4 streak here for VCLF, still making 30 gold. On the flip side, we have Aki's actually on a 4 loss right now. And he's playing around Crystal Gambit and has Patient Study as well. So this is going to be a player to look out to in the mid game, maybe the late mid game, as we start to get more of a transition going. And you can see that Rose is dancing there off towards the left. We're going to be playing for the absolute win out here.
Feels like a much better spot than we've seen other Crystal Gambit players so far today. We've seen people pick the +1 and then not hit it particularly quickly, and then you're down an augment completely, whereas Patient Study, you're always going to be getting value from that. And Aki picked up the Crystal Gambit early enough, so it feels like we haven't seen it have too much success, even though we know it does have the potential to win a lobby. Aki's certainly in a good spot.
We actually saw the failure of Crystal Gambit because of the access to all of the crabs and all the resources, because it's very hard for the Crystal Gambit player to be strong and spike and getting all these kills and tempo when all these other players have access to 4-1ing it, and all these players are going to be very, very powerful in early stage 4. However, being able to double down now, I think what they'd be praying for here is either a spatula drop here from the crabs, or if there's a spatula on the second carousel. If they're on the right side and they can get that, they can make their own Crystal Gambit spat, already holding on towards the belt, which means that they can play a very weak board, be relatively low on HP, and then on 3-5 bounce back, hit hard for 2 rounds, and then start to build up that momentum.
Yeah, and potentially they will be able to guarantee a spatula if the likes of Kesman or Wojtek maybe take a few losses here and are first pick alongside Aki, which would maybe be the best case scenario. As well with Crystal Gambit, we mentioned with 4v4, you can guarantee at least getting some kills in some fights, or you can just guarantee a win when you feel like you need one. So does give you the potential, if you can navigate this early game. I feel like its win is a little bit suspect, but if you're able to, as you said, already doubling down, is able to navigate to once you get to the back end of stage 3, it should be really strong.
And Kesman does manage to pick up a rod, which I was just about to say has no Rageblade components. Was looking a little bit awkward there towards playing around the Kale. Is probably going to lose a couple of rounds here. Maybe can get some carousel pick priority, and then they'll be okay. Does manage to pick up the Zac, so we can get quite a few items here on towards the front line, but not having an access to a remover means that sword might be a little bit awkward to use. Might have to burn that in another form, as we are going to be hyper rolling all the way down here for the Kale.
I think as soon as he saw that he was one off Kale, he really committed to it. A little surprised due to the fact that we don't have too many great slams coming through. We do get the strikers coming in, which is obviously a generally good item, but as you said, no Rage Blade, just more tank components coming through. Maybe it was the potential to just take the foot off the gas a little bit, but you see on the other side, Bapzera's already got 2 Kales. Kesman's thinking, I'm level 4 right now, I'm 1 off, why not just go all the way? It gets harder and harder to hit
especially in 4v4.
Yeah, and it definitely feels bad because, as you said, doesn't have access to the Rage Blade Slam, which means that we're not going to have as much tempo even if we were to hit. So rolling deep there is much more about the fact that I need to hit because I'm getting denied. It's not because I'm going to be strong here or I want to be strong here. It's because my back's up against the wall and I kind of have to make this play. And unfortunately, it doesn't actually work out for them. Missing and then still having to take a couple of losses because Kale, unfortunately, without scaling, isn't going to be doing enough damage, especially when stuck on level 4.
Yeah, I'm wondering exactly what he is. Preparation here, he's already hit the Zac 3. Potentially Kale's arriving within the next 1 or 2 rounds. If you hadn't rolled, the preparation is, of course, fine. Gold Destiny could help recover his econ.
Oh, he's going to be getting an extra item component. Oh, I think he was going for the bow. If he had hit a bow here...
Getting the same item.
Yeah, he gets another one. So had he hit a bow here, that would have been double Rage Blade there for the KO would have been perfectly fine.
You just wait 2 rounds then, right? You just sack these 2 rounds, bow off Carousel, double Rage Blade comes through.
Yeah, exactly.
It feels a little rough to have to sack these rounds. Well, you're getting a free win here, so that's not too bad. You're not too bothered about your loss streak anymore. It should be okay. Next 2 rounds, get a bow off the Carousel. It's a really big Carousel for EVOS coming in, as you've said, for the likes of Aki on Crystal Gambit, and then this potential double Rage Blade coming through for Kesman.
Does win though, so we'll have to have a look at Ego soon to see if he's in a position that he can take a bow. He might be in a bad position. He might have to play a little bit more selfishly. But if Ego can pick up a bow at this
it denies you for such a long time.
Yeah, and that's going to be crushing for Kesman, and it's so awkward because he's sitting on 3 components. And I mean, it wasn't really his fault because he took the Destiny the Gold Destiny. So, you know, does get his econ back because he was in a bit of a dire situation, despite the fact that he had a lot of money. He had to roll quite deep for the hyper roll, so potentially can make it back. And Babzera here with a very interesting setup, but is farming the gold.
And we're salvage bin as well, so we're just tempoing. We're keeping our tempo ahead of the rest of the lobby. We're level 7 already, 50 gold. As you said, items have came through. Could just lead this into Prodigy anyway, but does have the flexibility. We've seen the salvage bin pivot is often sometimes the Akali all-out line is sometimes how we see that go.
I would say that the salvage bin into the Akali makes sense given the fact that he has so many offensive item components. So if you look at these components here, he can rip the Morellos and he can take off the Stride Breaker there, and he can make himself a Warmox. That's at least some frontline if he wants to play towards Yuumi. However, Yuumi wants Morello, Yuumi wants Stride Breaker as well. So you're taking away some of her best items and supporting items there for the Malzahar just to start making some frontline items. And I think having that double sword, that Death Blade, does make it a lot more enticing to play towards Cassante. We've seen Cassante and Akali do really well together, and the fact that you're playing in the Scuttle Puddle means that you have so much extra to work with. You have all this extra money. As we've seen a lot of the times when players don't have enough econ, they're rolling down on 4-2. They don't quite get the Cassante 2. They bleed out slowly.
The 4-cost ball was wrong side there, and unfortunately Kesman wasn't even the first pick, but Ego straight away knew the value in denying this. So Kesman, as we've said, is going to be essentially down his augment for an entire stage, which is really, really rough spot to be in. So Ego well recognized there from TL to know how much value denying this bow in particular is, and also on 4 gold, even extra value.
And that's the kind of thing that you look out for with the teams that you say are the favorites to win. Yeah. They're an experienced team, they're paying close attention, and can he even slam anything now?
Because if he slams a Gunblade, you have 2.
You have 2 Gunblades.
So awkward.
I mean, at least you have a chance because he picked up another rod, so he can get the Rage Blade later. But when playing this KO line, usually you're just stacking front line. So the Gunblade's going to be going on to someone at the front line. It doesn't sound great.
His component, if he had just something like a Warmogs, then you'd be like, okay, whatever, or Protector's Vow, just something you could slam that you're not too bothered about having multiple of. But he just has, his components are all offensive, really. Already has the Gargoyle adaptive as well, so yeah, unfortunately we'll just not be getting the value from this augment for the next 2 rounds at least. If the ball doesn't come through here, then we're in big trouble.
I can actually hear a lot of loud excitement from some of the other games that are going on the other streams played next to us. It actually timed a little bit too well with the Gale deny of the bow. I heard a lot of excitement from some of the players as that bow got picked up, which makes sense because honestly, it is that huge. It really is.
Yeah, I think we got some overlap from other streams. I was like, oh, the TL squad are really excited about this bow denial, but maybe a little blend coming together. Checking in with the TL player that is in the best spot by far, Lucas, picking up this early GP off the back of he's got so many copies, he's got best in slot. This is a really incredible position to be in, and
At this point, EVOS can try to play denial, but we're so close to hitting already.
That's insane. That's an insane amount of GPs. Doesn't have access to any dupes, but yes, it was interesting to see how EVOS played their first game. However, what it really comes down to...
2 came through for Aki.
Okay, so Aki has something to work with there. We'll have to go look at Aki soon because he is only sitting on 26 HP and we still have one more round before... Oh, okay, that is the cash out.
Yeah.
Okay, so is he taking quiet quitting because he wasn't going to play a board anyway? There's a lot to do here, but we are going up against a teammate. We don't want to win by too much, but we really can't afford to lose.
Yeah, at least he's getting his teammate here, so potentially is able to make that work. Does have a copy of Gwen coming through as well, so really strong in the early game. Shredding can take a hit. Shredding is the highest HP in the lobby, so even though it's maybe a bigger loss than they would have liked, is still able to make it work. We'll stick with Aki for a little bit here because he's still got a lot to do. Hasn't popped his artifact yet that he's got coming through, and needs to figure out exactly what he does want to run on this board. I imagine we'll just be keeping it, leaning into this Sork line, trying to find his Karma.
Yeah, and holding on to the Cassante as the front line is going to be denying the all-out player as well.
Yeah.
As we do, I mean, this is commonly seen when you play around the Sorcerer line. If you hit the Cassante early and you don't have access to the Swain 2, the Jarvan, then it makes sense because you're already playing that cannon, and so you can really build a board around it. It does hit the Rise 2. We've seen a lot of Rise 2s not do much in the board. They seem to always hit them. And then
they don't have an item.
Yeah, they don't have any items. They don't really fit the identity of the board. They're playing 6 Sorcerer. Maybe we'll get a Sorcerer +1. Then it'll make a lot more sense. You can see Aki actually holding on to his Ornn item there. Not only because he was versing his teammate, so he didn't really need it for the previous round, but also if you rip the Ornn item in the later stages, stage 4, you can't get the gold generating ones, which aren't beneficial this late into the game, especially when you've already hit your board and you have so much money to work with. You'd much rather get some of those other ones that you can play for a win out with.
Yeah, if you pop that end of stage 3 neutrals, you get Collector as one of your options. It's just a complete misplay. So correct just to wait there till 4-1. And as you've said, his front line's looking pretty good. He's got the Swain upgrade coming through and does have the copy of Gwen. Gwen right now has the Karma items. You look at those, it's perfect. Best in slot Karma. Doesn't yet have the Karma though. On the flip side though, we see Igor is also on this line. Also already has a Gwen. Augments are much, much better in terms of just so much raw combat power coming out of these and does also have that Karma.
Yeah, and doesn't need the JG, already has access to the Lotus and has 2 Stride Breakers there. He's going to be able to take out the GP there. The only thing that I would say is a little bit worrying for some of these players going down to low HP, playing for that win-out position is that they have to face the GP eventually. Sure, it's not 3-star now, but if we can get there, we've already seen that it can win out lots quite easily.
And we see Aki here playing defense. He had the potential to buy another GP in the shot, but he's too low at this point. He does still have a pair, so he's doing his best, but he has to start focusing on his own game a little bit.
Yeah, and Invested actually skipped here for Aki. We've seen Invested being picked up so that players can play defense. They can deny, they can roll all their money. But maybe Aki's recognized, hey, you're taking the extra duplicator. Maybe I'm the win-out player. Maybe I need to not be playing defense. Maybe I need to be playing for strongest board. As Lucas does manage to find a Gwen on 7, so can play a little bit of defense there, but no, opts to selling it and holds onto the Karma, which arguably is more important to deny because they're more likely to hit that.
Well, for the time being, has to run it as well because does not have this copy of Rise. So we mentioned that, okay, we've upgraded the Rise 2 elsewhere. We're not even itemizing it. We're at least denying potential Rise being hit. Rise is maybe the most important hold in the game right now because if you could deny Formentor, it's massive.
And we've got VCLF. I mean, who else is going to take forward thinking than a man in sunglasses, keeping his cool, sitting with 2-star Gnar, 2-star Mundo, and look how healthy he is.
Luchador's circlet as well, with it being 3rd, which is normally something you don't see picked up. They have a lot less value than the crowns, but this is going to be a big few turns here for VCLF, so Wojtek, good timing for the EVOS players, getting him before he went 9, before he's rolled. I think potentially we'll sack 1 more, and then we'll go big on that level 9.
Yeah, and if you can roll down all of his gold and get access to the Braum to start winning some rounds, he's going to be picking up those Poro fans, and then he's going to have effectively an extra life, maybe multiple extra lives coming off the back of that interaction. And if you have access to an early Braum in stage 4, by the time you make the distance, we've seen these games usually get decided around stage 5 just because it's a 4v4 format. But if it's a close game and we do go the distance we've seen all the way to stage 7, then Braum is going to be doing a lot for the board. That being said, we do need to still hit him.
Yeah, and only the one copy of Volley Bearer as well, which is ultimately what we're going to be prioritizing here. We picked up the Samira too, and making that into a Luchador makes a lot of sense. Compared nicely on the board is this Edgelord variant, so can make it work, but Yeah, as of now, yet to find Braum, yet to find Volley. It's certainly a big risk. And when you take something like forward thinking, you want to be pivoting into a line where you're a win-out player. And is this Luchador line going to be that for VCLF? He'll have to find a Braum very, very soon.
Does have access to the TF, so he can start to stack up the Rogue Captain benefits. Maybe that'll help out his team. He does have a lot of attack speed items. Was holding on to that Ashe pair as a potential out, just to hold on to some of those Gnar items. But ideally, yeah, you do want to be getting towards the TF2, as they can hold on to those AD items as well. We have seen a little bit of Samira, especially synergizing well with the Volley Bear, but unfortunately capping out that way at level 9 means Samira 2, yeah, sure, she's okay, and you're getting towards, what, Yone 2? We've already seen Yone 2, and it did not do well.
No, it did not do well. It was in a slightly different setup, though, so if we are going for the Edgelord version with Luchador on the Yone, maybe that can have a lot more success. So we'll have to see. Aki was able to pick up a win there, so has stabilized slightly, but Kesman, the player that was desperately looking for this Rage Blade, not even sure if he has found that yet. We'll have to check in. For his sake, I hope so, because if you're not using your Stage 2 augment for the entire game, unfortunately had to pop it on the double JG. Does now have the Rage Blade coming through, so we'll be able to at least get one on top of Kale there, but this is so unfortunate. We'll be able to go 9 though fairly soon, which obviously is so important for this Kale board.
Yeah, and greeting the rerolls, playing, holding on to as much econ as possible. So a lot of the times the Infested is picked up here to play defense. However, yes, as you mentioned, getting to level 9, getting that extra bonus there towards the Kale is obviously very, very important, as she does ascend when you get towards level 9. Has access to the double strike, so going to be hitting quite hard. But missing out on that double Rage Blade was so crucial. And now we've got an extra JG, which is just going to go on towards a Viego. To be honest, in this current setup, you get 2 Soul Fighter in for free, you get 4 Duelists. The Viego 2 will do a decent amount of damage, but you're going up against the likes of these capped Sorcerer players who are playing around 2-star 5 cost instead. Yeah,
and unfortunately, I mean, just imagine how different this game is for Kesman if you get the Rage Blade instantly. You probably win all of Stage 3, at least the majority of the rounds. Is able to get to level 9 here and is now in a position where they have to win out. Aki is also in that similar position. Shredder, we see, hit Nico 3, so this EVOS squad are up against it here, and we need to find something better to hold these items, because I think just get the Braum coming through here, which is also playing Denial. Elsewhere, there is a Luchador player, of course. We often see the Wraith variant played with sometimes with Kale. Juggernaut is the other really good option. Cassante was taken out the pool early on, which does cause a little bit of a problem. So Kesman just going for as much beef as possible and just trying to itemize his Lee Sin as some kind of secondary carry.
Yeah, we can actually see they're shredding, sacking his board a little bit there, not putting the items on towards the Smolder, but does eventually start to put them onto Smolder after recognizing that Kale is level 9, is still a decently strong board, but shredding still doesn't want to lose by much.
No, you don't want to get completely wiped.
Yeah, and the Zac is making his way towards the backline. Kale has more than enough damage. Now that we have the Rage Blade, we are online. And it's going to be just a small loss there for shredding, but look at the EVOS names down there in the bottom 3. If 2 of these players go out, then it's going to be damn near impossible for them to win this match.
Yeah, so Wojtek at the top of the lobby, sitting on a lot of HP. His streak did just come to an end, though, so was the player that was setting the tempo. We do see Aki, though. I think this is 3 wins in a row now. I feel like it's been 17 for a couple of rounds. So Aki is at least somewhat stabilized. We're checking in here with Igor, who's just so strong. Now, this is the spot that is very suspect.
Yeah, and so VCLF has managed to get the TF2 online with those items is absolutely perfect. You're going to have so much stall in front line, especially with the CC that comes there with the Luchador, and is going to be putting themselves in a very good spot. Aki, on the other hand, though, is going to make it to level 9 off the back of the extra econ. And you mentioned that Wojtek was up there with a lot of HP, so if Aki can play as the win-out player and actually play for first, then it's all going to be up to Wojtek to just hold on, play for second, and you can even let 2 of your players go 7-8.
Yeah, I think for Shredding right now, he's just thinking, okay, if I can pick up at least 1 placement, that will do. Unfortunately for EVOS, they are in a position where one of their guys is going to be going in this bottom 2 position. Just off matchups alone. You just kind of have to let it play out. No one try to be weaker than each other. Whoever's the strongest board is the strongest board. You've got to back this Kale composition now that it has made it to 9. We do see it coming up against that Luchador on the other side. We do have Yone 2 finally. So the items have moved over there. The Luchador emblem's moved over there. Should be a lot more reliable than Samira. But whether or not this Luchador composition is able to do enough, Yone is still just really providing nothing at all to this team, and Kale is just providing so much more damage. And there is the double declaw, so there is a lot of stall here, but we're just seeing the power of level 9 Kale. Too much damage is coming through here. Samira's just executed herself by diving in the way of the Kale. And I think that will be enough. Just barely, TF nearly clutched out the kill. However, Shreddin does fall out as we did expect.
Yeah, so Shreddin actually giving up one of his lives to his teammates. Who knows? Maybe he might have actually had the weaker board. To be honest, the Kale board looked quite strong.
Aki streaking as well, and the kill board now looks good. So I think Shreddin, well, it was the best thing to do to just give up that round.
Yeah, most definitely. So now it's going to be eyes on Kesman. Can they maybe eke out one extra placement? Going 6th here would be absolutely huge if we could send VCLF down. As we do get a nice look here at Aki's board, who has 2 of arguably the best fruit there for the Sorcerer lineup. Having the Shadow Clone on towards the Karma as well as the Fusion Dance with the Gwen makes them both very powerful. And as long as your frontline can stall for just a little bit, then the Sorcerers can blow up the other opposition's frontline.
Babzera's coming up against VCLF, but doesn't look like he's made himself much weaker. I think actually items maybe came off the owner, so has weakened his frontline quite considerably. Is still killing a few units and able to keep VCLF alive there, but we're seeing the power of level 9 Kale. It just walked over this ego board. Aki did lose, but was the one player that could maybe just take a small hit. Was able to do so there. Whether or not VCLF will actually be able to pick up a win when it comes up against someone that's not sacrificing their front line, we'll have to see, because this board has been struggling outside of that.
Yeah, the Luchador's a little bit more unconventional, but has managed...
This Yone doesn't look like it's doing too much damage, which I would expect quite a bit more if I was him from the 2-star, but...
Maybe it's the Kale that can be playing for win out, and maybe it's all eyes on Aki to try and just eke out a few more placements. As we do see the Sorcerer board going up against Babzera, so Ego is looking quite strong here. Babzera has a bit of HP to work with, does end up slamming the Declaw on towards the Leona, but maybe recognizing that this Sorcerer board should have more than enough damage to get through it. It looks kind of close until the Sorcerers start blowing up the board.
Aki does drop down there. Is Kesman in danger of going down here? It seems like that is the case, and Kesman falls here. Shreddin already out. Aki fell as well, so that is the Game 2 win from this Team Liquid squad. They've reacted, and we are tied 1-1 in the series.
Yeah, it's always nice to hear the players quite happy after the series ends. Not too sure if that's going through to the broadcast, but we can just hear the clapping behind us, the cheering, the small chants. And so now it's going to be a shift of momentum as we do head into, we're going to be going into the 3rd game. So that'll be interesting to see because we've already seen that when players shift the momentum, it carries through a lot of the time.
Yeah, it certainly can be the case here, and it was incredibly close in the end because ultimately BCLF and Ego were also potentially 1 life away. So very possible that EVOS could have eked out the win here potentially, but not the case, and TL have responded well. This Brazilian Superstar squad has put at least 1 game win on the board, and now we just have to see who will be winning this lobby. Will it be the GP, as we've seen time and time again?
And it was great to see the way that they played defense. This game was a lot more stock standard style of TFT. Team Liquid seemed a lot more comfortable on the lines that they were playing, and they really just shut down everything that EVOS was trying to do. So that was great. And a few unconventional lines, as we mentioned, going the Fast 9 into the Luchador. Maybe it's off the back of the extra econ from the Scuttles. We've already had Prismatic Opener, then we've had Scuttles. So I'm curious to see if we get a little bit more of a tame game. Maybe the strategies will switch up a little bit, but it seems that a lot of these players are taking the extra resources, they're taking what they have, and we do see the Sunnies come off for just a little bit. Had to double check to make sure that, you know, they actually had won the series, had won the game rather, but no, back to cool, calm, collected Sunnies.
Yeah, just quickly they was like, oh, I've just been knocked, the camera's going to be coming. We got to get these sunglasses straight back on. Expertly done, just in time. That Luchador line, though, it did enough, and it eked him out a respectable finish. The wins he was picking up in Stage 5 were against his teammates that made themselves slightly weaker. So I'm still not entirely convinced by whether or not that would have been able to keep up with some of these actual boards, and we saw it get wiped by a ghost in the end. So, but more than enough to just eke out a solid finish.
Yeah, I wanted to say that TL have done such a great job, especially in Stage 5 of sacking rounds up against one another. It really just felt like the HP advantage players were giving their all to the players who needed a helping hand, and that's all that they really needed to do, because if this was solo queue, any one of them most likely would have died in a couple of the scenarios. But playing in a team environment, as we do see a couple more players falling, we are down to our final 3, and what a clean way to bounce back and having 3 players in the top 3.
Wojtek falling out in 4th place there. You heard a little whoop in the background from the TL squad. Going 1-2-3 here is certainly a good way to swing right back in the other direction. And EVOS, the first game was pretty convincing from themselves. TL on the flip side here are really commanding wins. So whereas in some of the other series we've seen tiebreakers be required, going all the way down to the last fight to see who can eke this out. These have been two pretty one-sided wins in either direction.
Yeah, you could have watched either game on its own and not in the context of back-to-back, and you would have just assumed that one team was a lot more dominant than the other. It's just the way that they've been playing the game, the way they've set themselves up. So it's going to be interesting to see this final game and see if it appears one-sided or if it's going to be seem like a close one to close out the series, as we've seen quite a lot of different TFT and a lot of different boards, but we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, there's a little bit more creeping in than we initially thought. I think some people were just expecting 2 GPs per team, a Soccer guy, a Prodigy guy, a Jin guy, that'd be it. But we've seen Luchadors be played multiple times in a variety of ways. We've seen this volley line. We've seen just general flex play in the people have been building front lines, and then whichever carry they hit at level 8, which we do like to see. That is just the core of TFT. The best players always were the ones that can just tempo themselves into something a little bit more flexible. And there's not as much room for it in this particular meta as we've seen in the past, but definitely the case that there's more than we thought there would be.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if everyone's going to be playing defense, denying, you really cannot afford to have having multiple teammates in the same lineup. So players have prioritized, just playing for that 6th, playing for the 5th, maybe even if they can do a little bit of damage control. A lot of emphasis on the econ here. You can never have too much econ when you're playing 4v4 because it's just going to enable you to have agency, which is super, super important. And that being said, though, we still have players like Ego who've managed to pick up 2 combat augments in the first 2 and go, you know what, I might be a little bit more selfish this game. I'm going to be the player who's playing for the win out, or at least being able to rival the likes of the GP. And if you have 2 players who can play for the win out here, you have the GP as well as a very strong, powerful sorcerer board. If there's not enough damage control on denying the GP as well as the Karma, you're going to have 2 players in the top 2. It doesn't matter what happens to the rest of your lobby.
GP got straight on top of Gwen in that fight and one-shot it pretty much straight away, but the Karma board still was able to rise over the top and get that win. And I think one key thing from these 2 combat augments early as well is we saw at the beginning of stage 4, we had Karma 1, we had one of the mirror matchups from the other Sorc player on the EVOS side, and it was just the difference. We had the combat power coming through. They basically had the same board, but it was the difference. And being able to win the mirror when you're playing in a 4v4 competition is so, so good. You just know you're the healthier and stronger version of someone on their team.
I wonder how many fruits Ego had. Was Ego the player? I know that there was a Fusion Dance Gwen. There was a Shadow Clone Karma. I thought it was Ego. Did he risk swapping out the Shadow Clone earlier in order to try and get efficient? Because
yeah, I believe so. I think he did have the Shadow Clone, like you said, but efficient is... Both are very good, let's be honest. It is slightly risk, but obviously he got the Fusion Dance coming through straight away, had 4, potentially 5 fruits to work with, so has got that power up and even went for the highest possible cap. And we've seen here Sorcs is making quick work of this GP board and having that Gwen 2, having that Karma 2. Another matchup at the end between 2 people on a victory lap, taking us to the distance.
Yep, and we saw the victory lap from the EVOS not actually working out for them. They stalled out the game and came back, and unfortunately did take a loss here. So hopefully for Team Liquid fans and for Team Liquid's sake, that it's not the case. They ride the highs, but whilst they're doing this, whilst they're playing the game, they're still talking. What went well? What are we going to continue to bring into the final game? Because that's what's most important. But yes, just Ego's board having double stride breakers, but also the Lotus augment there at 3-2 means that his board is insanely capped. It's almost like he has 4 items on 2 of his main carries.
Yeah, it certainly is the case. I do want Riot to show a little bit more love to this Ryzer unit. Why is our backline carry just a wall? It's a strategist, it can go in the front line, it can stall. This Ryzer unit, we've seen it time and time again, it gets 2-star, there's no point in putting an item on it doesn't do enough damage, and I do feel a little bit bad for him that he's the hardest worker, his traits are great, we need him on every board, and then he just gets sacrificed in every single matchup at the end.
I think he got enough love in the first patch, maybe.
That's very true, yeah.
Yes. Everyone wanted to play Ryze. No one loved Karma. No one wanted to play around this unit. But now look at her. Look at the domination of the Sorcerer board. Very, very powerful and has a lot to go with.
And look at TL. The comeback has begun. Being down 1-0 and now coming back with a Game 2 win means it's just all down to this last game. The first 2 games no longer really matter, but we got to get back for the game number 3, which will be incredibly important to see who moves on to the upper side of the bracket and who will drop down to the lower side of the group stage.
Yeah, certainly will be also important for this team. I think TL maybe were coming in here and were hoping this would be, especially in this particular group, a great matchup for them. They looked at this EVOS squad, but EVOS picked up that first win in the first game, and TL have responded in a great fashion. So ending off the day here, going all the way to 3 games, is exactly what we want to see.
Yep, and just showing that resilience, their ability to play clean 4v4 TFT. They had a lot of matchups in towards the later of the game where they were sacking for their teammates. They played good defense, showing that, you know, what game 1 might not go our way, but we are the favorites and we are a strong side with a lot of preparation. When it comes down to it and we have the position and the setup, we can perform.
And for EVOS, obviously not the game plan that they wanted to execute in this game. They wanted that 2-0. They didn't want to give Team Liquid time to regroup and re-strategize, but here we are, heading to game number 3, and we saw how that happened here in these replays. Kesman hitting a little bit late, still being able to get to 9 because of invested was quite good for this KO board, but once again, the story of GP being able to out-tempo and do a lot of damage to the rest of the lobby.
I think Kesman in particular, if he was able to get that double Rage Blade through early, would have had so many lives to work with. Unfortunately, he was just in a position where, yes, he was really, really strong at level 9. We saw him take down some really good boards, but unfortunately just had 1 life. Eventually would tag that G player, and then it just did fall out.
Yeah, and it goes to show the importance of playing denial on the carousels, having that pick priority and taking away the bow. Doesn't matter how bad it hurts you. If it hurts a Kayle for multiple stages, that is crucial.
And let's not waste any time because we're all so excited for game number 3. And so we'll be taking a short break, and that final game of the day here on the B stream will happen, and it's going to be epic. Welcome back to TFT at the Esports World Cup, where we have the final match of the day. This is game 3 of the best of 3 between Team Liquid and EVOS on the other side. And we kind of predicted this a little bit, that Team Liquid has a lot of experience, especially in competitive TFT, and was maybe going to be able to make the comeback. They did here in game number 2.
Yeah, that experience really shone through in the second game. I think they just shook off that first result really well. They went back to their comfort picks. They just played what they know works, and they managed to make it work in this particular game as well. And these teams have taken us the distance in these 2 games. That first particular game, the matchup, the 1v1, right, that was going multiple rounds, and then again in this one they took us the distance in the second game. So I have a feeling these 2 teams have got a little bit more in store for us, and they're going to take us as far as they can.
Most definitely. Just to touch up on that, with that experience, we saw it in multiple different levels. So sticking to the comfort zones of locking themselves into sorcerers early, playing around GP, making that known from an early stage means that it's a lot easier to start worrying about the opposite team. We saw that. We also saw the crucial turning point, I would argue, of the game was when they denied Bo on the carousel. Just not allowing the Kayle to come online meant that they had enough extra HP to work with, and then we saw that come to fruition in stage 5 when they could leverage the fact that they didn't lose much HP because the Kayle wasn't doing anything. A lot of the other players were weak, so now we can start sacking rounds for our teammates.
Yeah, but the way this best of 3 format works, they're 1-1. It's all going to come down to this. The previous results do not matter because this game decides it all. Who will win it? Team Liquid or EVOS? Here we go, gentlemen. Game number 3.
In Series 4 of the day, we're going all the way to Game 3. It's a best of 1 now, Tamira, between these 2 teams to see which will be moving potentially into the elimination bracket tomorrow, and whereas the other team can having a little bit more breathing room.
Yep, and we talked about how they started off with a prismatic option in the first game, and then they went towards the scuttle puddle, so they had a lot of extra resources. Component anvils, it allows players to, lock themselves into a line and get a decent amount of tempo, but I would argue it does definitely, bode well for a standard, more stock standard way of playing the game, unless we get a prismatic option.
Yeah, which, knowing how this game often works, wouldn't surprise you at all, but as you've said, yeah, often does mean a slightly lower cap, potentially, compared to some of the ones that give you so many more resources. It does make it a little bit harder to guarantee a streak. We've seen some of these setups where someone has maybe 1 or 2 upgrades, and it's just clear that they'll be able to put together potentially a 5 streak. Everybody's going to be a lot stronger when you have component anvils opener.
And a lot more flexibility when it comes to your opener. We've seen that the players are a little bit more hesitant to pick up their augment just because they want to have a bit of communication with the rest of their teammate and go, I have to do this, I can't do that, just because of the items that they're given and some of their upgrades. However, in a position like this, if you have access to a lot of different component anvils, you can kind of really pick and choose. There are a few combinations of open components that would really force you to play a certain way, as we do see Ego manages to pick up a GP, has already the Midas Touch there, has the Kraken Slayer, and 2 component anvils means there's a good chance they're going to be able to get 2 item GP here.
Yeah, really good opener here, and just components are so nice already. Like you said, the chances of the 2 item GPs just went up even more so. So should be in a really good spot there. And as you pointed out, Midas Touch early just gets you so much extra econ.
Has option of the time skip, but unfortunately, if you disable your shop, you can't rip those component anvils, as that is an interaction. And I think he recognizes that. He's played the game before. We've seen Scapegoat picked up a couple of times just for a little bit of extra econ. I honestly feel like this augment is usually not valued super highly in solo queue. However, I think a lot of these players have been just taking econ for the sake of taking econ.
Yeah, it's the same. There's a few options here. Pyromaniac as well. It's okay, but it does guarantee that you have burn, which is also always nice to have as well. Hard bargain. When we thought about potentially how, yes, you could have a lot of value with it in the early game in 4v4, but late game having the no ability to deny, that could be an issue.
Does it work for GP? Because if you're the GP player, you're pretty selfish, I would say. You're not the player who's looking to
We got a Kabuko as well.
Yeah, exactly. You're not the player who's looking to deny
Edge of Night.
access to Edge of Night if he wants it. Does have IE as well if he wants to try and secure a few more. He's waiting till he goes up against, to see if he goes up against someone in his team. He is not, so he's going to slam that Edge of Night. And so yes, he can't play defense as well. He can't deny, but a lot of the times when you have a GP player, they are trying to be selfish and they're trying to play for the win out because it is a comp that usually can win out if they have enough resources to get there. So I think it makes perfect sense. However, it is a little bit scary because TL just came off the back of a win by playing as a team.
Yeah, we talked about this particular argument quite a bit because early game, we both think, yeah, this is probably going to give you a lot of extra power. Late game, though, it could be a little bit of an issue here. Kesman, though, a player that's got direction, really early committed. Edge of Night coming through the Void stuff as well. We've seen Supreme Cells paired with that All Out have quite a bit of success. We've not really seen it played committed to so early. We've seen people pivot into it with the likes of Salvage Bin. But Kesman here just saying at 2-1, the Supreme Cell line is for me.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen in previous games players picking up the emblems or items such as the Sorcerers, which lock them into the line, actually having some decent success because they can focus on the 4v4 as a whole. And so if you pick this up, you know, the GP makes sense. Void Staff a little bit unconventional, but we do know it is a great item on towards the Akali. If we compare this with something like a Hodge or Rabadons, we're going to have enough damage to be able to execute some of the backline. And who knows, maybe that he scouted around and saw that a lot of players are playing back-to-front comps where the Akali can do quite well. Akali can get on towards the backline and really shake things up. And also, if you play around the all-out Cassante, as long as they don't have a super singular frontline tank like the Malphite, or if you're playing in towards the Jhin and the Mundo, then it's quite easy to tear apart front lines.
Yeah, and I do think 2-Trick here coming through as well. It's a lot of direction early on. He's instantly got the crew package, essentially. Janna isn't something you're necessarily too bothered about 2 or 3-starring, but if you get it this early and you've taught the rest of your team, we know how solid crew can be. Often we see 2-Trick not necessarily lent into as a reroll composition, but when you get the crew package, why not?
And we've seen a lot of the times when players play around this crew augment, sometimes they have to take certain augments, which means that they're rolling quite deep on 3-1, and they sometimes just go 8 because they have had to invest so much into this reroll package because of the fact that they know other players are going to be denying them. But Babzera's just chilling, you know, he's streaking even, he didn't even have to level, he's just sitting here with a really strong board. And we've talked about how Malphite is the premier pivotal point of playing around crew. If you 3-star your Malphite, if you 2-star your Malphite early, that's what you're looking for. 2-starring these backline units isn't important unless you have the front line.
Yeah, certainly. And coming in here as well, able to play it from ahead. We've seen crew not be win streaking because just the nature of the composition in stage 2 often can struggle. Having 2 slams on top of Malphite, having that protector in already, just makes it so unkillable in the early game. And TL already have a player here that has a really good setup for GP, another player that's got a crew line which is just quite simplistic to play out and things can't really go too wrong. It's very hard to deny these crew players, other than potentially Zig sometimes later on. So TL early game will be pretty happy with their option.
Yeah, we have seen a lot of players desperately holding on to as many Zigs as possible. We've seen a lot of players even 2-starring it and just keeping it on the bench for quite some time. So we'll have to see what it is that EVOS can do to try and bring back the chaos. We see a couple of upgrades coming in through there. Maybe a pre-level, maybe picking up the 2 costs from the carousels. I do believe we saw the Jhin. Most of the level ups coming through here, as most of the players want to be level 5 and be as strong as possible. We do have Shredden here, potentially not leveling, is playing into a pretty stock standard Sork line, I would say. Although with the way that the items have been slammed, this is quite nice because now we can flex between Yuumi as well.
Yeah, especially Gargoyles. It feels like it's slightly better in the Yuumi line. Leona is the solo frontliner, just surviving a long time. It can work, of course, on top of Swain, but in general, the Sox, sometimes you're a little bit more clumped, you get a little bit less Gargoyle value. But either way, for shredding, both lines are good and both lines are open.
Yeah, and very comfortable. Even playing around the Syndra means that it's nice. You can take in towards the Star Guardian. He does have access to an Aatrox 2-star as well, so maybe you can lean back in towards the Sorcerers and then play around the mech there. So a few different options. Sometimes it can be a little bit awkward when fully flexing between the two lines, especially in a 4v4 environment where you have to play defense and you're holding on to other units, because there's so many different smaller units that you actually do want upgraded on both sides.
Yeah, it feels like Yuumi's definitely going to be the easier to play. There's always going to be potentially multiple Sorc players. The Sorc's general package, the likes of Jarvan, harder to hit, of course. But Babzera here, because they're staying level 4 to play this crew line, the win streak did come to an end. But that is perfectly fine. Checking in here, Wojtek here, another player that's got this Teacher's Council, which we know how strong this can be. It just makes that early game a little bit less awkward. We see it does have 3 mentor units, is just running the 2 of them for the time being, just getting that little bit extra stall from Udyr, but does mean that you're not so restricted to find that early rise.
Yeah, and it very crucially can roll down quite deep on 6 because you're not feeling as bad by not pushing to level 7 and looking for that. And really nice item selection here. Makes sense off the back of the extra component anvils at the start, is playing a lost streak, so he really had his pick of the litter when it came to the item components. And you can see there he's got half of the Kraken as well, and extra gloves in this comp definitely makes sense as you start to duo carry there towards the Yasuo. You can also go for the Steadfast on the Kobuko, as we've seen Kobuko has been an absolute menace in this line.
Yeah, Kapuko certainly is the next big thing to itemize after this GP. Did get the 5 lost streak coming through, so even though they had Midas touch and ended up lose streaking, GP with Midas is just a little bit extra gold, kept the 5 streak going. Didn't look like they were too rich, but actually when you consider they were holding Yasuo and Udyr pair, it means that, okay, yes, maybe wasn't making 40 like you would expect, but coming into stage 3-2 when they do this roll down should be very strong almost immediately.
And I think because Ego didn't actually get to select his augment options, he was holding onto one of these component anvils waiting for the Krugs, recognizing, hey, I might be a little bit weak up until stage 3-2, but I have a lot more flexibility if I can hold on to those component anvils and then see what I get here. As we do see a lot of the options being picked up here. The crew not picking up any natural copies of the Malphite. Doesn't really want to deny, okay, are we going to fall for the same bait last time? We've seen the Janna 3 being played, and it didn't actually look too good.
We do have a lot of copies early on. It is very expensive, and having so many Sivers does mean that Sivir 3s came through already. Is still tempted to go all the way for this Malphite. At least does enough rolling to hit that level of threshold. Should be in a position to go for Janna as well, based on just how many copies they have. I'm surprised he hasn't popped the Shen in here. Maybe thinks the double Janna for the time being is just going to be even more stall. Aki here, one of our players that is just leading the tempo, really good stance going through, and has a really early Leona.
Yeah, and from this position, the Leona is perfect because we definitely don't want to be contesting the Sorcerer line. We'd much rather play towards the Yuumi, as I do believe EVS, the Evos, they might actually have one on each. I think they've got Aki here on towards the Yuumi, and then they can play Leona as the front line, and they don't want to be contesting each other, as I do believe they have a Sorcerer player as well. We're talking about how Team Liquid had a lot of, you know, stock standard lines, and it looked very comfortable. I'm looking at all of the EVOS players, and they're looking solid. Every single player looks to have clear direction and have a nice setup for it.
Yeah, and Aki actually did have the worth the weight Syndra as well, which means it's just so good in that particular composition, because sometimes Yuumi on her own, you see it, the items go on to Mal's 2 as the secondary carry. Yuumi needs a little bit of help just to get through that initial tank, and then she can blow up the backline. Having a Syndra 3 coming through will allow that even more. So Wojtek here, we'll be getting the 2 duplicators coming through, doing a big roll down here, hitting some really key upgrades. Is looking in an incredible position.
And does get the rise in the end anyway. Okay, is actually rolling a little bit deeper and has access to the extra duplicators there. So he's going to be getting another one later into the game. So maybe we can stabilize here, push to level 7, and still manage to hit this GP3. Not slamming our items here yet. Could go for an IE and then move the Edge of Night over later once we get access to the Kraken Slayer. As we can see, Eco over here as well is playing towards the GP line and is opting into holding onto those extra duplicators from the Augment, going up against a Dumbify.
Yeah, and Ego, the one difference is, doesn't have the Teacher's Council. Yes, they've hit the rise regardless, so they would have still had it, but now is in the position where you're playing the one mentor for the time being. Udyr you want to hold on to. You want to make sure you have them all ready to go for when you do hit. But the Dumify on the other side for VCLF there clearly wasn't too satisfied with his early game, just had a way of developing a much bigger front line here, and can now actually, off the back of having a copy of Ari, a copy of Jinx, could just play the Star Guardian, which should be a solid middle of the pack finish.
And something that I hadn't even really considered for 4v4 that VCLF has picked up is Pilfer. So now this is an interesting augment. If you scout a lot in solo queue, you can try and pick up an extra few dollars here and there. You go for the 3 costs, you go for maybe the 4 cost that isn't quite upgraded, you can kill it and make a lot more econ. However, in a 4v4 environment, not only, like, if you kill the GP, you get a free GP, you can hold on to that, you can deny them, and on top of that, if you know you're going to be versing your teammates, say, hey, I know I'm versing one of you guys, could you maybe leave some of those units to the side because I really would like one of them?
Yeah, you could guarantee yourself a 4 cost to just make a little bit of extra gold, or if it's something running on your board, or if you said, if it's something you want to deny in general, you look at the likes of a Jarvan in the front line, you could guarantee a kill onto a Jarvan, which is just such a good hold. You're probably going to run it yourself for a little bit. Really, really good. And then, yeah, going a step further than that, if you're denying GPs that way, then even better.
Yeah, for sure. As we do get a look at Shredden, who is also playing towards the Janna, so maybe it's going to make it a little bit harder there for Babzera to maybe hit that Janna 3, but isn't really itemizing it anyway. Does have the IE slam there on towards the Sivir, so he's going to be playing around that. And VCLF actually managed to build a very strong board here with the Dumify. Managed to roll just a little bit, and usually you don't have to roll deep when you take Dumify. You're going to have a really, really powerful dummy, so all you need to do is get a little bit of backline. As I say that, though, going up against the restart mission, Shredding's board is looking very powerful. And that's kind of like Dumify-esque, except in the form of upgraded champion.
Yeah, you got a pretty good restart mission in the... There's a little bit of overlap there. You got the Rakan, you got the Garen coming through, the Shen as well. So sometimes you see it and you just get like a lot of backliners and you don't have any way of stalling. But as far as restart missions goes for Shredding, really, really solid here, keeping that streak going. And now EVOS do have 2 people setting tempo with a lot of HP to work with. The rest of their players look like they're in pretty good spots. So, as you said, EVOS, from early on, it looked like potentially TL had the 2 players that had really good line recognition, but EVOS, everybody settled into something.
Yep, and you see Lucas picking up the bow, very crucial there, but a lot of the 4 costs, I would say, not high priority, a relatively tame carousel, and it looks like Ego's actually going to manage to get a 4 cost there because he's taken the augments, which kept him in prison. He's not allowed to move. He's not allowed to choose which item or champion that he gets, but he's going to be picking up the highest cost, and he's going to be quite happy with that, as it's cloaks, extra cloaks in GP lines are definitely not bad.
Certainly not bad at all. As he said, that Kabuko just getting itemized with extra defensive components is so tanky. He's in a position where it's not guaranteed by any means you hit GP, but has a relatively good amount of copies. Econ is still fine, hasn't rolled too deep, and does have 2 full duplicates coming through. Very likely to at least, very likely in this game to find this GP3 potentially.
Yeah, you see there Aki's managed to pick up an extra Thieves Gloves there for the second augment. This onto the Rakan, not going to be doing too much now, but the standard way that players are playing around these Prodigies as well as the Leona frontline in the Battle Academia is usually the Cassantes on the board some way or another. And so I would expect the TG to make his way onto towards the Cassante. Relatively flexible unit, can use a lot of items.
And that's a great result for EVOS in this particular matchup. They hit the 2 people at the top of the lobby, Shredding versus Aki, but Shredding is the one on this win streak, so they would rather maintain this position, and it was just a 2-unit win in the end. So really good as well, because Shredding's probably the player with the most work to do. Aki's playing this Prodigy line with the Worth the Wait Syndra, so a little less pressure at the beginning of stage 4 to stabilize the board, whereas Shredding is potentially going to be pivoting into Sorksy, you'd assume, so has a few stages, a few rounds where they could be weak. So having Shredding be the player that is win streaking is really, really nice.
And having this much econ to work with definitely makes me think that it's a position where you want to roll down, stabilize, and then play for the win. You want to be getting to level 9. We know that if you can get to the Gwen 2 online, that's really the win con for the Sorcerers. You can get the double fruit on towards the Karma and the Gwen, and then that's how you're going to be winning lobbies. Does have the extra item components. Taking restart mission means you're going to be a little bit weaker, down 1 combat augment, but it's obviously worked out well, because if you can win streak with the restart mission, you're putting yourself in a very comfortable position going into stage 4.
Babzera still doesn't have that Malphite on the other side, so is level 6 10 gold, so has done quite a little bit of rolling. Enough rolling to at least push to 6 to try find this Malphite, and you can see the gold is absolutely non-existent pretty much, so unfortunately wasn't able to pick that up, and as you pointed out, that's more important than any of these backliners.
And the Janna, the 3 still not coming through, and unless Babzera gets dropped a whole bunch of Janna items here, it's a little bit awkward because we have the IE Slam, so usually you want to try and stack items, so get multiple items on towards the Sivir. So we will potentially get a Janna 3 online later, but it's not really likely to have too many items here. But just holding on to it because that's the only thing that we're really hitting. Already has access to the Cassante as well, can potentially fit the board, but also can be used as to deny.
And Wojtek here has essentially hit GP. So we check in here with Ego, 5 copies. The same situation with team building coming through, so it was a race between the two of them. Which one can hit first? Because as soon as you pop those duplicates, then it's so much harder for the other person to hit. They might have the 2 dupes themselves, but we actually see here that for the EVOS player, as soon as the second duplicate arrives, they have it ready to go. So really, really strong position to be in. Wojtek does pop that, exactly, gets this upgrade coming through, and that's going to slow the tempo of the TL player that's angling the same line as you. Really, really solid position to be in. The player that I do want to keep an eye on, though, Kesman, committed to this Supreme Cell line really early on and has a lot to do. We saw the board, barely had any of the components.
Yep, and does get that GP online on 4-1 considerably early, and now he can tell the rest of his team, hey guys, hold on to GPs. You're going to be slowing down the opposition so much, and that's exactly what you need to do in the 4v4 setup, as we do see there over Ego. Down to 20 gold, doesn't really have too much to work with. He's playing a little bit of defense there. We can see Akali and Cassante, and I don't know if Ego is really in a position to be playing defense. His rival's taken all of the GPs. It's looking quite scary for him. Doesn't even have, I would say, true biss on towards the GPs, having to settle for an LW for now.
And losing this particular matchup, if it is the case with Ezreal sniping all the damage dealers in the back line, that is going to be the instance. But losing this particular matchup, Shreddin's just playing the restart mission board. It's just a jumbled mess of whatever he got given. He was almost pre-leveled completely to 8. He's about to do a really big roll down. This was a round where you could potentially expect to pick up a free win, and not able to even do that is definitely a rough spot to be in.
And 4-2, we do have our Augment selection here. It's going to go for the Spirit Link. Makes sense. You got a lot of frontline to work with, a lot of HP totals. Still playing pretty strong defense, I'll say, but we talked about this. GP is one of the worst comps to play defense on because you have so many units that you want to... Okay, that makes it a little bit easier.
Yeah.
Only having to hold on to 1 unit spot there for the Akali. As we do see the roll comes down for Shredding. As we talked about, his item slams definitely looked like he was leaning towards the Sorcerer line. Okay, has open sold here, so needs to roll quite deep here because we need to hit that Swain 2 if we're going to replace it with drop the Rakan.
Kesman, I just saw, made a GP2. So as you've said, the freedom now from this team to be able to go ahead and pick up those copies themselves. Kesman looking elsewhere and seeing his Akali 2 is being held. Lucas did have a pretty fairly free hit on this particular one, but doesn't get the Jhin upgrade through in time, though. And coming up against Shreddin, who's the player on the streak, you really wanted to punish him this round.
Oh, that feels really, really bad because he's obviously used the too much value to roll so many times, but still felt the need to take not just 1, but 2 lesser champ dupe augments. So he's rolled down quite deep. The other oppositions must be playing decent defense, but I would argue that having to invest this much means that something's gone horribly wrong with your rolls.
Yeah, and unfortunately as well, not able to hit it quick enough for this particular round. If we had Jhin 3 and we win this round for sure, it's fairly close. Mundo lived a long, long time. And Shredding 4-1 hadn't even transitioned yet, got a matchup he could keep his streak going before transitioning his board. 4-2 when he's like mid-transition, has some parts of it, still keeps the streak going. The matchmaking's been really good for EVOS.
Lucas is going to be super unhappy about that because he knows that every extra round that the EVOS players get means that they can just sack later in Stage 5.
Yeah.
And you look up there at the top of the scoreboard, they've got 3 players above 60 HP, means that they're in a really, really comfortable position to play towards the Stage 5, and they have the GP3, which means that they have a win condition. So Team Liquid looking really, really solid in this last game, in the game before. Prior are looking super, super dire, and we're only at Stage 4.
And the thing is with these solo frontliners, this Mundo's massive, GP doesn't really care about it. You can wrap around and deal with a lot of these outside units that have just allowed you in. Yes, once the stretchy arms comes through, then you do get stuck on the Mundo a little bit for the time being, but just the nature of GP is still able to snipe these low HP units, so it doesn't make too much of a difference at all. Wojtek and Shredding both win streaking, really, really good position to EVOS to be in. Kesman even able to pick up a win here, and this is a player on full defense. He's basically just got a jumbled board, he's trying to put things together, he's got GP2 on the bench, and even Kesman able to pick up a win.
Just turning around. I'm just turning around just to have a quick look at the EVOS lineup to see if I can see any smiles, because they definitely would have to feel that they know that they're in a very comfortable position.
Yeah.
And I don't know, maybe they don't want to get too cocky, but honestly, potentially. They could be feeling themselves. They could, relax a little bit if they feel that they've got this one in the bag, because they've got 2 people on fire and Aki's got 74 HP.
2 people on fire and the squad itself is on fire. And we don't want to cast a curse them too much, but I'm going to go all in here and say percentage-wise for them winning this game, you're looking at 70, 80%. They're really favoured in this particular spot from now on. They have the win-out player, they have the HP to sack. And the fact Kesman was able to pick up a win, who's the player that you thought, okay, he's probably going 8th, but he's playing defense. If he goes 7th, then they're just in absolute cruise control.
Yeah, and as soon as stage 5 hits and they want to send a little bit more of their gold, once shredding does make it all the way to level 9, they can start to play really, really defensively in terms of denying or squeezing out the last bits of HP for these other players. And it doesn't look like TL is going to have any HP to work with, so they're pretty much going to have to play strongest board and ride out the rest of this game, hoping that they don't verse one another, because it doesn't look like too many of them can really play for the win out the rival. I do like this Dumbify setup here with the Sorceress. This is a very, very strong way to play the game. Is kind of lacking augments, I would say, but this Dumbify is looking quite powerful. Can we get through a Mundo? Mundo is a great counter towards the Sorcerers because they usually get stuck on it. It's going to be close, but we do get through it eventually, and as soon as that Mundo falls, absolutely everything gets electrocuted.
Yeah, so Lucas, Ego dropping down their BapZera. Those 3 losses in that particular round for that TL squad. We saw Shredding sack the round, left these components on the bench to give Aki a free win there. Maybe give him too big of a win, actually. He got completely stomped, so could have placed a few items, but it doesn't matter too much considering how much HP they have to work with. Better to be safe, not sorry. Ego will get this GP3 online finally, but 23 HP, at least has multiple lives to work with, because there is the other GP player. They needed at least 1 more life to be able to survive.
Actually, finally managed to get it online, but still has suboptimal items. Maybe he can do a little bit of rearranging, as we can see Vortex there. Has a very, very strong GP items on towards the side here. Is going to be able to get a few quick, easy kills. Is going to potentially get stuck onto the Malphite, but maybe has enabled the stretching arms enough, yes, to start killing some of those side units. Oh no, as I say that, the Cassante does revive himself, but now GP has infinite range and is just bopping the sides of the backline, and BapZera unfortunately is going to take quite a heavy loss there, as we do see the GPs reigning supreme here in both of these matchups.
Certainly is the case. VCLF now down to 6 HP. Lucas and Ego both facing off against each other. One of them's also going to be joining in elimination range. GP getting the 1-unit win, so as good as it can be there for the TL squad. But they're currently 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th in the standings here. EVOS is in such a commanding position. Line recognition and selection in this game has been impeccable. They instantly had somebody on Sorks, instantly had somebody that was, okay, I'll play this Cassante all-out line. And just knowing from 2-1 where all 4 players were going made it so easy to navigate.
Yep, most definitely. And it just doesn't look like any of the lines from TL have been able to contend with this higher placement. We've seen GP looking okay, but it just didn't hit early enough, so isn't going to be able to. I do want to point out that VCLF does have a very, very strong board. They were potentially the player that could play for the win out. When you take something like Golemify or Dumbify, then it gives you a lot more tempo in the later of the game. But it's not really been the name of the game in these kind of series. We've seen a lot more emphasis on playing for your strongest board right now. And sure, Dumbify can be quite strong on 3-2 when you take it, and then you just need to get a little bit of backline. But the point I would argue, the problem with Dumbify and Golemify is you invest so much money and it all goes into this little Dumbify, right? And then when you get to stage 4, when everyone else is playing defense and rolling deep and holding onto everyone else's units, you can't participate. You have to say, sorry team, I'm going to 4-5 it. I'm not rich enough to do anything right now. And it is really difficult because you can play selfishly, but if the rest of your team is struggling as TL are now, it's going to hurt.
I think ultimately as well, the crew player I thought would be able to hit a lot quicker. They had so many copies early on. They had 6 copies of Sivir, I believe 5 Malphites really early. Maybe baited by this Janna reroll a little bit. I mean, I know they're itemizing it and it is doing a lot of damage in these fights. It did delay them hitting quite a lot. Ultimately, though, Lucas just hit so late. I mean, having to take 3 augments, the 3-star units, you're just down so much power. And yes, it's able to pick up the win against his teammate Ian BapZera, but now all of the TL players, Tamura, are 1 life.
Yeah, it's looking damn near impossible because none of them are even rivaling some of the top players there at EVOS. They have much cleaner lines that have managed to push their way all the way to level 8, level 9. As you can see here, set up the last kind of hope there for TL is playing around the Sorcerers. As we get a quick scan at some of the other boards, the Yuumi board never really came online, but it doesn't matter because, as you said, worth the wait. Playing around that Syndra is super, super powerful anyway. and you can just play HP preservation.
Yeah, of course, and Syndra's just such a good Worth the Wait here. I think Worth the Wait, we talked about how Worth the Wait 2 for the Prismatic, there's a lot of misses. Worth the Wait 1, so many of these 1 costs are really, really good. And especially in 4v4, just giving yourself instant tempo, instant direction, so powerful. Lucas here potentially will be dropping out to Aki. TL are in the danger zone here. We hear some of the responses already coming through from some of the EVOS players. They're feeling really good about this game.
Yeah, we can see the spirits high from the players. Unfortunately, we're getting
Lucas
a POV.
drops out here. Ego drops down as well, and Bapzer, I believe, also falls. That's TL678. That is the win for EVOS, and that is maybe the biggest upset of the day. This EVOS squad has no Worlds appearances between them, no Tacticians Crowns appearances. TL is the most in the entirety of EWC. We thought this was heavily favoured in TL's favour. We thought that coming in, EVOS maybe wouldn't have enough to contend this. But what a commanding victory in the end this has been, Tamura. It's not even been, we're looking like a complete wash.
Yeah, and that's kind of been the name of the game today, has been the upsets. The lucky side, we'll call it, stage left maybe, for the cast, for the B stream. And the upsets are reigning supreme. And Team Liquid, not only were they the favorites in this matchup, but they're club favorites. Team Liquid, at the top of the standings right now, have so many points. And this TFT could have been something to really cement their victory, as we are heading towards the end of EWC. We are in the later stages, and so something like this would really bring it home. And now they're going to have to play, with their backs against the wall. They don't have that extra life to work with, and it's going to be very, very difficult for them.
Yeah, as you touched on, TL were really hopeful about this roster, and by no means are they out. They have the elimination game tomorrow, but it does mean that, as you've said, they're going to have to pick up a win against either one of Rock, which is a very strong roster, the Korean team featuring Araya, we expect a lot of good things from, and then the reigning champions in Wolves. So coming into tomorrow for Team Liquid, they're going to be facing one of the teams that they thought, okay, EVOS is the best matchup in this group by far. They would have been really happy with this particular one. But look at this, Kesman even managed to make, this was the one player you thought, okay, he's been denied on Akali so much, it was very hard for him to hit. Still managed to get this all-out line working, and we know how strong it can be, and coming into it very, very early in the game, getting the 4 Supreme cells in, just having that Darius for a little bit extra damage, has managed to make it work, and potentially here, Operation top 4 for EVOS, you want to win in style.
And that's the scary thing. When you lock yourself into something on 2-1, you're kind of just letting the other team know, hey, I'm playing this. Feel free to deny me if you get the opportunity. And when you're doing it with something like Akali and the all-out Cassante, it's very, very scary. If you play the Sorcerer line, people are going to be denying the Karmas and the J4s regardless, but you have a few different outs. If you 2-star the Ahri, if you get towards Gwen, there's other ways of playing the line where you can be relatively stable and save HP. If you don't have one of these two units 2-star, then your board's going to be extremely weak. And rather than being an absolute stomp, you're going to get run over because you don't have enough damage to swing the tempo of the fight.
And have we seen it so far today? At least not on B stream, I don't believe. A complete wash in a game. 1, 2, 3, 4 for this EVOS squad. You can hear them behind us. They're so excited. They must be just feeling so incredibly good about this one. And in terms of victory laps, this is the ultimate victory lap. They're going to be able to just, okay, which of us has got the strongest board? Who's getting the win out here? Leaning over to each other and maybe a little bit of trash talking amongst the team. It's the time to do it. I mean, they've earned the right here to have this massive victory lap.
And I would say it's a relatively tame game as well. We've seen a lot of these upsets come off the back of a prismatic opener, and then they've been given the protagonist. Okay, I'm going to have infinite HP to work with. I can play that tempo line and then I can sack later. Oh, you've been given the range GP, you play for win out. And then obviously these players are going to do well. Obviously they're going to make it to the top 2, but that was not the case here. We had 2 players contesting the GP line, both of them having to take the lesser champ dupes in order to secure GP3, but that wasn't just it. We had 1 player on Sorcerer, 1 player playing towards the Yuumi line. A lot of variety here, nothing really accelerating that tempo, but they just outclassed them everywhere across the map.
I think Kesman deserves so much praise in this particular game, because I thought, especially when we checked in with him at the start of stage 4 and he was about 25 HP, and you looked elsewhere, TL were holding Akali 2s, and it's like, okay, are we going to really make this Supreme Cell all-out line work? But he managed to stabilize, and he realized early on that this was the best route for him to take. And we know how flexible the items can be in that composition. Things like red buff Akali can make use of, so you can just slam things to save HP. So Kesman did really well, considering the rest of his team I think they were probably thinking, okay, we're going top 3, you just play defense. And he wasn't even looking at his own board almost, he was just holding everything. And then he still managed to get into the top 4, so excellently done.
And it's stage 6, and Aki's finally gotten the Yuumi online, which I did mention that we had one Sorcerer player, one Yuumi player, but not really, to be honest. This was a Fast 9 Masterclass playing off the Rising Chaos Syndra, which I'm sure we're going to see more of. The Rising Chaos of the Syndra is so super powerful, and if you get it with Worth the Wait, then obviously that's going to be sensational as well.
Everything about his setup here is just tempo as well. He took a Thief's Gloves at second augment. He's like, okay, I have Syndra 3, just get another item onto this board. Blazing Soul coming through as well, just a little bit more power. All about combat power from that point on as soon as after he picked his first augment. So he was just considering tempo, tempo, tempo. He knew he wasn't potentially a win-out player. We see here, tries its best against the GP. GP often with the 1 unit wins, just drops aggro and then just fires away and free hits this board. But expertly done from Aki as well to just tempo the entire game and just have so much HP to work with if EVOS needed it, but they didn't in the end.
And he didn't even actually go for the Syndra 4 as the win condition. So we've seen previously with Garen 4 we got to see, but you know, wanting to play a little bit more for the team perhaps, saying, okay, look, it'd be nice if I got the Syndra 4, but I'd probably rather just pivot in towards the Yuumi and play defense. I'll sell my extra copies and play for the team, and I don't know, I guess the last rounds don't really matter to him, but he hasn't actually moved his items over towards Yuumi, recognizing that, hey, I can just get extra items as well. But typically with this kind of setup, we would expect usually to prioritize the items and then transfer them once we can get towards the Yuumi, as the Yuumi 2-star's usually a lot better than Syndra 3.
And there's something about this EVOS squad, because we touched on it earlier on. They came through the qualifier of EMEA. They didn't go to the global qual, so they were one of the original qualified teams, which means they had a great qualifying showing. Some teams had to go again and go to the global quals, the likes of MAUs, which again on paper you would have as a stronger EMEA roster than EVOS. But EVOS have came in, they did really well in the EMEA quals, and then coming in today, again, people weren't expecting too much out of them, but there's something about this squad, and it's just showing that 4v4 is just a completely different game. The team cohesion matters so much more. When you put together a squad of veterans from Poland, really, people that have just been around the scene for so long, they know they can rely on each other and they know they can trust each other. Aki here going for the Hail Mary. Didn't really work out in the end, but knew his days were numbered and that there was no room in the top 2 for him in any other way.
Solid effort. Might look a little bit weird on the score sheet if this is the final board there for Aki, but we know how he got there. We know that he played a very solid game of tempo, and going up against the GP board most likely is going to be out anyway. As you can see him looking relatively calm. I think the hype's already kind of died down a little bit. It was a lot more ecstatic before when he recognized that they had in fact won the round, but we will be going through a few more final rounds as this just shows how much extra HP EVOS had to work with.
And Wojtek here just continuously winning. We expect this from the GP board. GP takes us the distance because he likes the 1 unit wins where he kills everything on his own and the rest of his team falls away. So Wojtek here just styling on the rest of his team a little bit and thinking, thanks for letting me play GP, lads. Now I'm just going to knock you out one at a time. But ultimately for EVOS, as you said, the hype, you could just hear it. As soon as they sent the TL players in the bottom 3, they knew that was job done. Just so much relief coming through, and I think just must feel so incredible, especially when you're coming up against ultimately one of the potentially 4 or 5 favourites for the competition. To pick up a win in the first series at EWC just feels incredible.
Yeah, and the cohesion between the teams, between EVOS, all the players that managed to pick different lines and play well.
Shredding went for the even more of a Hail Mary, trying for this Gwen 3. Didn't work out in the end. So it's Gwen up against GP for the final matchup. We're leaving the Mentor in there. We're leaving Kabuko because he's just as important to this composition as GP. So they get their victory lap together. And as we're seeing here, the Hail Mary attempt from Aki didn't work out. The Hail Mary attempt from Shredding didn't work out. Not quite enough damage due to the 2 units on the board. So Wojtek will have one more chance here. And Shredding will have one more turn to find 3 copies of Gwen, but I can't see that happening anytime soon.
He can keep going, and we saw Wojtek actually had a Gwen in shop, but isn't able to, it's not double up, isn't able to pass anything over towards his teammate. Can maybe hold on to some 5 costs to help him out, see if he can get that, but if he does get that, we'll be going the distance through neutrals.
Yes, certainly will be going the distance if that is the case, but I think Wojtek will be winning this time round. Yes, we see Shredding. Kaiser 1 with no items, top 2 composition of the day. 3 Yuumis finishing in 3rd place. We talked about this EVOS squad playing unrecognized lines, and unconventional things. Forget what they played in the rest of the game. Just Kaiser only, that's more than enough for a top tier.
It'd be very difficult to study their lineups. We'll see some of the other games where they play.
They hide in the text.
Yeah, exactly. The Jace 3, but yeah, they bring out the Kaiser.
And there it is, EVOS taking the series win over Team Liquid. The shocking result here, 10 Tacticians Crown appearances for Team Liquid, 0 for EVOS, and yet that doesn't matter. Doesn't take crowns to conquer here at EWC.
And it shows it's just a completely different game. 4v4, a lot of these players, they might have the star power, but ultimately this is a team game, and this Polish squad were just on the same page. I think this game they had a lot of really good line recognition for sure. I do think in game 1 though was maybe more impressive, because yes, this was a Storm. Ultimately, the likes of GP are just so if you hit it that early, you're going to be in a strong position. But I do think EVOS early on in game 1, just playing more unrecognized lines almost was more impressive.
Yeah, I was just impressed by this final game because we looked at all the TL lines and we went, okay, great, TL can bounce back. They've got a really, really good spot. And then slowly towards the end of stage 2, maybe middle of stage 3, I started to look at the EVOS lines and go, wait, these guys all look like they're in a top 4 position. Like every single one of their setups, they had a clear direction, they had a clear strong board, good front line, good backline damage, and the right items that you want to get towards these meta boards. And I could already tell what they were playing from a long time ago and go, hey, he can top 4. And you do that 3 more times and you go, wait, well, if they all top 4, then they've won the series.
And we were watching backstage and we looked at the end of stage 4 like we see here. We see the HP bars, and as Babzera moves into that near that bottom 4, we're like, they're all under 10 HP now. There's nothing they can do. No matter what, they will face each other and drop out. But this was the only, as far as I know, I'm like 80% certain, that this is the only 1, 2, 3, 4 from a team today.
And that is just as commanding as it can get, and that's an incredible performance from the Polish side.
Well, good news. We do have an interview lined up for you guys with Puckett and Shredden from Team EVOS.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. That's right, I'm here with Shredden, one of the top 4 in that last game. In fact, your whole team was. But can we talk about game number 1? Because that's where you guys set the tone. When did you know that you were going to go up over TL?
Well, it was really close up until the end of the game, I'm pretty sure. I can't remember it exactly right now because we are so excited. But yeah, it felt pretty solid, and we knew that we feel really good at sending 3 players bottom because that's how we went through the qualifiers, so yeah, it felt amazing.
Doing it just like the qualifier, and it was so impressive to watch because before the match, I was talking with some people on the TL org side, from my Warzone side as well, and they said, EVOS isn't a favorite in this group. Did you feel you were the underdog coming in?
Yeah, definitely. Like, obviously, individually, maybe we're not the most idle players in a global stage. Everybody knows us domestically, but other than that, none of us have made it to Worlds other than our coach. So we're very grateful for him to step up to this position. But going through the qualifiers, we know we're not here only by chance, and we know that we have a good chance against all the opponents. Maybe not after the scrims because they stomped us pretty much, but yeah, thank you to all of those that gave us the lesson.
The scrims don't always go your way, but it matters how you play on stage, and so far, the big dogs in the club championship had a rough day 1. Falcons got upset by Virtus.pro. You just handed Team Liquid a loss. Do you think EVOS has a chance of going the distance and winning 1,000 more points for the club championship?
Yeah, definitely. Tomorrow, we're not really sure who we're up against yet, but we screamed against the APEC teams and the Chinese team a little bit, so we're definitely confident. I think that our biggest opponents are ourselves, each other, because if we stick to the plan and if we communicate well enough, we know that we can win the games.
You guys played great tonight. Congratulations. Final question for you. Do you want to say anything else to your friends in Poland who have been watching and cheering you on?
Yeah, we're really grateful. Hello, my girlfriend Asaika, so cheers to her and all the fans that are watching.
All right, congratulations. I'll let you celebrate with the team.
Thank you.
Back to the desk.
Scrims, they don't matter anymore. Wiz is the real thing now, and they showed up on this stage today, and that was pretty clear across the board. The perception going in may not equal reality here for TFT at EWC.
Scrims necessarily don't matter. Crowns necessarily don't matter, as Shredden himself there said. Coach buff, we talked about it, clearly played a big part there, so worth shouting out Kvixen, because this 4-man roster did incredible, but the team behind the scenes also really stepped up.
Yeah, normally when going into tournaments, you need to go 8th in solo queue. That's the way you donate the LP, you build up your luck, you say, I've thrown away all my bad luck, and who knows, maybe they just did that in scrims, because that's the 4v4 equivalent of running it down in solo queue.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've had so many good matchups today, and tomorrow is going to be incredibly exciting, because on the B stream, we get to send 4 teams to the playoffs ourselves with all of those upper division of the group decider matches. And so here are what those groups are going to look like in our matchups for tomorrow. We see Group A here on our screen.
Yeah, we do see Group A. The winners matchup will be coming through. So Vitality versus Weibo. So Weibo with that upset we saw earlier in the day on the B stream. The elimination matches, which we will be seeing ourselves. T1 now up against Alcatia.
Yes, that's going to be a good one to watch. We thought T1, you know, high priority, good team, but, you know, put down because everyone here has come to play.
And for Group B, we will have Aegis versus Virtus.pro, who had the biggest upset of the day with the 2-0 over Team Falcons. A fantastic showing by them. And for the A stream, Mouse versus Team Falcons, 2 teams that we looked at with very high expectations, and now one of them has to go home.
Yeah, and Falcons are maybe the favorite. When you think of the players on that roster, we expected a lot more from them. So it'll be interested to see how both those react. Group C coming in here, Twisted Minds up against Citadel. We saw Citadel have such a commanding victory here against this Fnatic roster, and we'll be carrying that momentum forward, I'm sure.
Yeah, and then we also have Flash Wolves and Fnatic. They're into the elimination match. So Fnatic coming off a roster change, going from the Americas, now picking up a French lineup. It hasn't really worked out for them, but who knows? Maybe the fact that they, you know, they all know each other well, they can take this day off, or this night off rather, and reset their mental and come back stronger.
And finally, Group D here is the ones we just watched. Group D, our winners are EVOS Esports moving on to the winners match. We don't know their opponent quite yet. The previous champions of TFT at the Esports World Cup are currently up 1-0, but who knows? Anything can happen in these matchups. So Team Liquid will drop down to the elimination match, but I'm so curious for tomorrow. It is going to be a banger of a day.
I think EVOS will be fancying their chances against anybody. Now they've had such a big upset, even if Wolves are the reigning champions, it's only half the roster. The other half has moved over to Falcons. So even if they're coming up against the reigning champions, EVOS must think, well, we've took down a big dog already, we can do it again.
And confidence is so important. I feel like the fact that they won their first match of this best of 3 series meant that, you know, the way that the players talked, especially in the interview, saying, oh, you know, we lost our scrims, we don't have many TAC experiences, we can kind of play well together, but that confidence boost must have been huge, and they kind of rode that all the way through.
And happy to announce that one of our teams, we did get to award a special award of the day for Sony MVP of the day, and that will go to Kai Wang from Citadel Gaming. What a fantastic showing from him. He played some of the most unique lines from behind, able to propel himself in the top 4, and because of that, 2-0 victory for Citadel in a very close matchup.
I think that's incredibly impressive, considering Dank Memes and Robin are maybe the bigger names, and Kai Wang came into this with a little less experience due to not playing as much competitive, but just did so well today. And there's a reason Dank Memes especially wanted him on this roster. He was the one that referred him to Robin, and it's played out really well so far.
It's most definitely. It's great to see that the preparation has come full circle there, and they obviously have worked well together. And even if they don't have as much experience, if they're comfortable in their environment, they can play their role and they can play it really well.
Yeah, and we'll be seeing our schedule for tomorrow here on the screen as we work towards wrapping up the day. We see, this is for us. We have Team Vitality versus Weibo Gaming, an absolute banger to start off the day. And then we see all the way down through the list, we have an unnamed team that we'll see versus EVOS Esports. Which of these matchups are you guys most excited for?
I think I'm excited to see Team Vitality. This is a roster that is not just established names, there's so much personality behind it. People want to see some of these players, especially coming from Americas. They've disappeared, they've been scrimming, and we just want to see if the likes of Soju and Milk can really step up.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Virtus.pro, to be honest. I think that the way that they played their game, they were the underdogs, you know, but it felt like they had a grip on the opposition. Every time that they managed to push levels, they were taking econ augments and squeezing the life out of the other players, and it just felt like, you know, they didn't do anything wrong. Virtus.pro just did everything right, and it was impossible for anyone else to be able to compete, so who knows, maybe they'll be able to bring that tomorrow as well.
Yeah, a lot of the upsets came through, and so these winners matchups that we'll be seeing are a lot of maybe even some underdogs now facing another contender or favorite that we've established. Gentlemen, we're wrapping up the stream for the day. What are you excited for tomorrow, for a whole new day of TFT? Who do you think has shown up and be like, no, I think these guys can make a run?
I'm all in on this EVOS roster now. For EMEA, we've got to take some pride. Maus didn't have the best day one. This Fnatic roster that we expected to at least go to 3 games didn't step up. But we saw their Shreddings just feeling so good after that one. And I really want to see these Polish underdogs continue this stride forward.
I'm excited to see the comeback story, to be honest. We have, players like the T1 team. They seemed really confident. We've seen a couple of these videos showing off the players going, we're here to crush keys. We're here to win. We are the best. They take a loss. It's not the ideal operation. It's not what you want to see on day one. However, if they can bring back that confidence that they had, make sure that it never left, then they can come back stronger and make their way all the way and go the distance.
Yeah, me personally, I'm all in on this Citadel roster. The team synergy, the unselfish play, maybe making the difference for them. But before we go, we do have a way to wrap up the day that is absolutely wonderful. Enjoy the Quidia top plays of the day, and we will see you guys tomorrow.
Teamfight.